Standing at the Awakening Plaza, everyone hopes to unlock an insanely cool, overpowered class, and this young man is no different. Years have passed since reality merged with the catastrophic rifts, bringing dangerous dungeons and massive hordes of monsters into the human world. To survive, humans awaken to gain incredible powers, becoming known as class users. Su Yang was determined to awaken a top-tier class, but he ended up with the absolute worst one, a basic warrior. Early-stage warriors are fragile melee fighters who die easily and require massive amounts of time and effort to level up. Worse yet, their late-game damage cannot even compare to other classes. The moment his classmates learn about his garbage class, they burst out laughing, acting incredibly superior while masking their petty insults and mockery as fake pity. Su Yang does not even blink, pointing right at their faces to fire back with a harsh retort. "Oh look, it is classmate Wang Fei, congrats on awakening that rare Ice Mage class. But since newly awakened mages are famously weak, maybe the two of them should test it out right now." Furious, Wang Fei adjusts his collar, getting ready to launch straight into a fight. But before he can take a single step, his lackeys cry out in sheer panic, "Boss, look over there." Su Yang also quickly spins around to see. It is the elite raid team of the Spirit Beast Guild, one of the strongest A-class guilds in Dongling City. Overhearing that they are planning to raid the Black Dragon Lair today, Su Yang is absolutely stunned. That place is the largest S-class dungeon in City C, packed to the brim with endless hordes of monsters and crawling with incredibly powerful elite creatures. Even worse, its ultimate level 99 boss, Athos the Black Dragon of the Dark Flame Wing, has wiped out the strongest S-class guilds in the past. But the Spirit Beast Guild possesses many high-level elite fighters of the 4th advancement or higher, boasting a flawless raid record. Perhaps they will actually pull off the impossible this time. Truly, this world belongs only to the strong. Is he doomed to spend his entire life as a nobody, trampled beneath their feet? Su Yang clenches his fists in bitter frustration, but right on cue, a glowing green notification from the system pops up, detecting the host's perfect soul. The system prepares to bind his secondary boss class as a sudden, blinding pillar of light wraps around him. Another alert flashes, confirming that the secondary boss class binding is officially complete. Completely stunned, he wonders if the system can really do this, and what exactly a secondary boss class even means. Left without any answers, the young man can only watch as the system continues to flood his screen with successful binding confirmation alerts. The system tasks the host with acting as a boss to prevent players from clearing the dungeon. By wiping out players, the host will gain massive experience points and keep their dropped gear. Does he want to start? Su Yang's jaw drops in absolute shock. Normally, players raid dungeons in squads of at least 4, sometimes up to 24, or even massive raid groups of over 100 people. If he can successfully wipe them all out, the experience points and legendary gear will be insane, instantly launching him from level 1 straight to high-tier status. At this rate, even the most useless trash warrior can quickly become incredibly strong, which gets Su Yang pretty excited. Yet a sudden worry creeps in. If he gets defeated by the players, what will his fate be? Tired of waiting for the host to make a decision, the system begins to urge him, warning the host is unresponsive. System shutdown countdown has begun. Su Yang completely loses his mind, screaming out in utter panic. With the timer ticking down, he has no time to weigh his options. Great power always comes with massive risks. Even if he gets taken down as a boss, he refuses to spend his entire life being trampled by others. To gain true power, this is his only choice, so he resolves to accept and decisively presses the button. Praying the system makes him an incredibly strong boss, the teleportation sequence immediately starts, whisking him away in a flash. When Su Yang opens his eyes, he is greeted by elite dragon men who are all over level 80. Shaken, he looks around in utter confusion. Where is he? And are these actual dragon monsters staring back at him? Why are they so small when dragons are supposed to be massive? Before he can think further, one of the monsters suddenly speaks. Addressing him as their noble king, the creature asks if he has finally awakened, leaving Su Yang completely and utterly flabbergasted. Are they talking about him, the king of the dragon race? Could he have actually become that legendary level 99 boss, Athos? Right on cue, the system confirms his wild theory with a new alert. Congratulations, you have successfully dual-classed as the level 99 ultimate boss of the Black Dragon Lair. Still unable to believe it, he looks around in awe as his massive character status board suddenly appears right before him. Level 99 boss, Athos the Dark Dragon, currently in hatchling stage with 5 million health points. With over 3,000 strength and 1,000 speed, his dragon bloodline grants 80% physical and magical immunity. He naturally commands a destructive black flame, unleashing devastating fire attacks without using up any of his energy resources. This allows him to inflict magical damage effortlessly. On top of that, his dragon might cuts down the stats of any lower-level creature by 20% through absolute suppression. His Dragon Strike skill unleashes a crushing blow that deals an extra 30% physical damage to his targets, The dragon roar releases an earth-shattering howl, draining the spirit stats of everyone within 300 meters and stunning them completely for 5 seconds. Finally, his dragon eye allows him to peer into any corner of the dungeon, entirely unbound by normal vision. Su Yang stares in absolute disbelief, his mind racing as he processes these absurd stats. This is the true power of the wings of Black Flame. Even a level 99 player at Tier 4 would barely have a single stat passing 1,000, yet his strength alone exceeds 3,000, while his other stats easily cross 1,000. But that is not even the craziest part. His talents are what make him truly terrifying. He has 80% resistance to both physical and magical attacks while simultaneously weakening all incoming players by 20%. With an exclusive skill set like this, not a single player stands a chance against him. Feeling this endless power coursing through his body gives him an absolute unmatched rush. Overjoyed, Su Yang lets out an excited, deafening roar of pure delight, sending his monster subjects below crashing to their knees in terror. The young man quickly realizes he went a bit too far, having accidentally triggered his roar and absolutely terrified his loyal followers. "Stand up, you useless bunch," he commands with a proud smirk. Seeing their boss speak up, a nearby minion quickly steps forward to flatter him. "As expected of our king, showing such overwhelming majesty even during your infancy stage. Once you reach your growth period, flattening the human world will be child's play." Hearing this, Su Yang takes a closer look. The status screen says the same, but he can't help but wonder, aren't dungeon bosses supposed to have completely fixed levels? Could this monster actually evolve? Before he can figure it out, a loud voice suddenly echoes from below his feet. "You miserable dragon, what are you throwing a tantrum for?" she yells, demanding he release her before the elf race comes to tear him apart. Su Yang blinks in surprise, staring intently at the prisoner while wondering if she is actually a member of the legendary elf race, or perhaps some kind of dungeon NPC. Ever since the world changed, various fantasy races emerged, but this is his very first time seeing a real elf. Overcome with curiosity, Su Yang picks up her cage to get a much closer look at his captive. Right at that moment, a massive tremor shakes the entire dungeon from the outside. The elf girl brightens up instantly, relieved that players have finally arrived to rescue her and confidently telling the dragon his time is up. But as she looks up to find the massive beast still staring directly at her, a cold sweat breaks down her neck. Sensing the commotion, Su Yang activates his dragon eye to scan the area, knowing that safety comes first even for a level 99 boss. The incoming raid party from the Spirit Beast Guild seems incredibly confident, talking big as they march in. Leading them is Lei Shan, a level 99 Tier 4 Lightning Messenger, alongside Guild Vice Leader Li Dan, a level 98 Holy Knight. Behind them are Qian Yuan, a level 96 Tier 4 Holy Healer, and Zhao Ming, a level 95 Storm Ranger. To test their combat strength, Su Yang commands a few minor monsters to charge ahead, but the invaders immediately have their tank draw aggro. Meanwhile, their damage dealers unleash explosive fire spells with absolute coordination, showing off the flawless teamwork and firepower of a top guild. Unfortunately, these weak minions are cleared out too quickly to reveal the guild's true capabilities. Since they are a highly professional party, Su Yang decides to spice things up by raising the difficulty a bit. In an instant, panic spreads through the raid team as they scream in absolute shock. They yell to their leader, asking what is falling from the sky while pointing out the target's insane stats in sheer terror. Before they can even process the threat, a level 99 Dragon Vanguard crashes down and launches a vicious assault. Lei Shan quickly regains his composure, ordering everyone to defend before instantly teleporting forward to deliver a devastating critical strike. Vice Leader Zhao Ming immediately casts a damage immunity buff on the party, taking charge to coordinate their next move. He barks out orders to fall back, coordinate their buffs, and focus all their fire directly on the incoming enemy. Unleashing a massive storm arrow, he rains down heavy wind attribute damage on the monster from above. The Dragon Vanguard takes the full force of the attack and goes down instantly, earning some silent praise from Su Yang. They clearly have real combat skills, and a single elite monster is not enough to truly threaten a top-tier guild. Since one is not enough, he simply grabs a whole horde of them and hurls them straight at the invaders. Just as they finish off one elite monster, before they can even catch their breath, the Spirit Beast Guild gets welcomed by 6 more. Leading with his bow, Zhao Ming panics and turns to the leader. He has never seen anything like this. What do they do now? Lei Shan curses in pure frustration, yelling to reform their lines. What on earth is wrong today? Why fear mere elites? Their guild is the definition of elite, so it's time to charge. He shifts the formation to protect the wounded. Tanks prepare to fire. Then, a relentless barrage of attacks flies out. The monsters take the brunt of the damage, quickly becoming mere stepping stones. Watching from above, Su Yang mutters they are incredibly resilient. He originally wanted to use the elite monsters to shatter their formation and force a quick retreat, but instead, they choose to fight to the death. Even so, this level of power will never defeat the boss. A sudden thought crosses his mind. Do these guys still have some hidden trump card up their sleeve? After clearing the monsters, the guild doesn't head toward the boss lair. Instead, they take a detour, making Su Yang suspicious. Could there be something else hidden here? He immediately checks the dungeon details. Well, what do you know? There is a tomb of dragon-slaying warriors here, containing a quest item called the Dragon Slayer's Heart. Anyone equipped with it completely bypasses the skills and talents of the Dragon Clan. Su Yang's eyes turn cold as the pieces click together. Facing a boss with almost invincible resistance, players have to get creative. They use specific game mechanisms to weaken the boss. If they can ignore his dragon talents, they can actually take him down. The more he thinks about it, the more unacceptable it becomes. He cannot let the Spirit Beast Guild get that item. He takes off straight into the sky, heading right for that tomb, completely ignoring whatever the players below are shouting. Lei Shan continues leading his team deeper. Covered in wounds, a weary Zhao Ming begins to doubt their odds. Boss, our gear durability and supplies are draining way faster than we planned for. Are we sure the Tianji Pavilion didn't scam us? Lei Shan turns around with absolute confidence. No way. The Tianji Pavilion is a long-standing, prestigious organization. Besides, I traded a rare Sumeru ring for this guide, so it is definitely legit. Despite his reassurance, anxiety still hangs heavily over the rest of the crew. Lei Shan calms them down again. Even if some random trash mobs spawn, the core dungeon mechanics are foolproof. The Black Dragon boss won't leave its lair early, but as he speaks, he frowns and curses silently. Damn it, once I get my hands on the Dragon Slayer's heart, that Black Dragon is dead meat. Trying to lighten the mood, Qian Yuan jokes that there is an elf maiden waiting in this dungeon. Saving her won't just get them a pass to the elf kingdom, it will lead them to endless beautiful women. Lei Shan relaxes and grins, telling him that once they get the Dragon Slayer's heart, they can do whatever they want. But just seconds into his laugh, a colossal shadow sweeps right over their heads, blocking out the light. Clueless, they assume it is just some low-level trash mob, maybe a stray baby flying dragon. And then, surprised, Su Yang halts in midair, peering down at them with his massive eyes. The entire guild panics. Someone screams that this thing is way too massive to be a regular flying dragon. Is that the Black Dragon boss? No, that is impossible. Why is the boss here already? Even in this crisis, Zhao Ming curses the Tianji Pavilion for scamming them, while Qian Yuan desperately begs to retreat. Watching the comedy unfold, Su Yang looks down with pure contempt, so they are too scared to fight without their precious item. Is this the undefeated guild everyone hypes up? Perfect. One quick blast will wipe them out and net some easy levels. Grinning at the thought, Su Yang rears back his head, ready to unleash a devastating breath attack. Refusing to back down, Lei Shan stares up with pure rage and barks out orders. Nobody runs, get back in position. They prepared way too long to chicken out now. The guild still has plenty of trump cards left, so get a grip. Kill the dragon and there will be massive rewards. Just hearing about the payout immediately fires up the entire squad. Su Yang was planning to go easy on them at first, but that option is officially off the table. He is not giving them prep time. With a snort, he slams his massive tail down on them. The guild members duck for cover as Li Dan quickly casts a solid defensive barrier to shield them for 3 minutes. Qian Yuan stacks on a holy light buff to boost stats by 30%. Watching his allies get hit, Lei Shan screams at the survivors to counterattack. Zhao Ming quickly activates his buffs to prepare the team for a full assault. An earth-shattering bolt of lightning crashes down from above. Lei Shan prays it shaves off at least 5% of the boss's health. But high hopes only lead to major disappointment. He screams in panic, realizing all of their ultimate skills combined only dealt 10,000 damage. Still, as the guild leader, he has to commit and cannot afford to back down now. He orders the team to hold the line and keep attacking, noting the Black Dragon's health is barely down 3/4, and it stopped using skills, so they need to keep grinding it down. Su Yang watches them try to keep fighting and mutters a complaint they are incredibly annoying, like a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes. He ignores them. They can do what they want since they deal 0 damage anyway. Once he is bored, the young man flies straight up and unleashes his massive dragon roar skill. He showers them in a sea of flames, burning everything. It is over. Even an A-rank guild is completely out of his league. Lei Shan crawls out of the smoking rubble, yelling at the team to heal up because the boss will freeze after casting, letting them attack again. He glares up at the dragon's black flame wings, struggling to choke out the word to continue, but disappointment is waiting for them. No cooldowns here. Su Yang opens his massive, terrifying jaws and unleashes another massive wave of blazing fire. Lei Shan can only scream out a curse at the damn black dragon before he is completely consumed by the massive inferno. Meanwhile, Su Yang receives a system alert confirming all invaders are eliminated, and it is time to convert his newly earned experience. Immediately after, massive chunks of experience flood in, causing him to level up again and again. His experience bar nearly bursts. Su Yang gains 990,000 points, jumping from level 1 to level 20, hitting the Phase 1 cap. Since the experience is overflowing, 40% is lost, leaving him with a solid 430,000 in reserve. The system urges him to quickly choose a class, and right after the experience bonus, the item drops begin. Countless diamond-tier weapons rain down along with a few platinum ones, leaving Su Yang with an absolutely massive haul. He gets low-grade agility potions, mid-grade strength potions, fire baptism scrolls, and lava barriers, which is amazing, but the best surprise is still waiting. Su Yang's eyes widen as he spots a limitless lava shard, a highly unique and special item. Once applied to a gear piece, it completely removes the level requirement, up to a maximum rank of platinum. This item is incredibly broken, allowing even a level 1 newbie to equip level 61 platinum gear, making Su Yang shout with joy. He immediately decides to use it on his own flame sword, allowing him to wield a top-tier platinum weapon at only level 20. Quest cleared. With the invaders wiped out, a system ping alerts him that his bonus mission is coming to an end. A 5-minute countdown appears, giving him the option to return immediately, prompting him to confirm and agree. Eager to complete his class transfer, Su Yang immediately hits confirm, and a flash of light teleports him directly back to his house. Quite a surprise. He expected to return to the class change plaza, but this system is surprisingly thoughtful. Su Yang lets out a sigh, noticing the time is already 7 p.m., which is far too late to change his class. He decides to wait until tomorrow morning to visit the temple, and the next day, we find him inside the Soul Hunter Guild. Members ask if the dungeon is already cleared and why the guild master returned so quickly. The members waiting at the entrance with welcome banners eagerly run up to ask for details, but they are instantly horrified by the shocking scene in front of them. Absolutely ruined. Lei Shan is in total tatters, his level dragged all the way down to 90. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming is foaming at the mouth, his clothes torn to shreds, his level down to 86, and his diamond weapon completely shattered. He is deeply traumatized. Meanwhile, Qi and Yuan from the elf harem wails in agony, crying about his ruined diamond boots. Lei Shan clenches his fists in pure rage, fully determined to find that group and settle the score, swearing that Tianji Pavilion dared to sell a fake guide to an S-rank guild. He vows to hunt them down immediately, asserting that if they do not clear this Black Dragon dungeon for him, he will never let them off. After selling all of his freshly looted gear, Su Yang instantly becomes an incredibly wealthy man. With plenty of cash in hand, the young man immediately starts spending, buying an entire shipping container of supplies and gifts for the kids at the Nanshan orphanage. Seeing him easily carry a massive box, his grandfather smiles and asks if he has grown much stronger, eagerly wondering which special class his grandson finally ended up choosing. Su Yang shyly scratches his head, replying that he only completed his class transfer yesterday and managed to make some decent money. His grandfather feels quite worried, warning him to be careful because the monsters inside those dungeons are incredibly terrifying. Dungeon monsters? Terrifying? Su Yang simply laughs it off because he is the real monster here. After sharing a warm moment with everyone, the young man says his goodbyes and heads off to the temple for his class transfer. His grandfather is completely confused, wondering how he can do a class transfer when he only recently awakened, right as Su Yang steps into the hall. Su Yang immediately hears endless gossip about how the Soul Beast Guild completely wiped out against the Black Dragon boss, and how the entire local TNG Pavilion branch is in total chaos. The furious Soul Beast Guild members are currently marching to TNG Pavilion, demanding a proper explanation. Su Yang chuckles to himself as he walks, thinking about the whole situation. Word of the Beast Spirit Guild's failure is already spreading. The TNG Pavilion. It turns out they only dared to challenge the Black Dragon because they bought power boosts from them. Word is that the TNG Pavilion has a massive power-boosting team stacked with high-level, Tier 5 powerhouses. If their power boosts are fraudulent, he needs to verify it soon, since they will be his next opponents. The TNG Pavilion won't be easy to handle, but taking them down early would be ideal though. Before he can finish that thought, an annoying fly buzzes in to disturb him. Su Yang, what are you doing back at the temple after your class change? Wang Fei sneers as he suddenly creeps up from behind. Mistaking a silent tiger for Hello Kitty, the guy continues to mock and sneer. Ah, I get it. No guild wanted you, so you came to try your luck? Since I missed my chance yesterday, I will teach you a lesson today. Wang Fei immediately casts a spell, ready to show Su Yang what a real beating feels like. But his plan backfires completely. Before he can even touch a hair on Su Yang, a brutal punch shatters his face. His groveling lackeys are absolutely terrified, crying out for Wang Fei to wake up as Su Yang glares with pure, threatening intent. He tells them there was a fly on his face, so he hid it, then asks about theirs. The lackeys instantly get the message and roll away. They cry out that they will do it themselves, calling him an absolute legend. The class change temple guide claps enthusiastically, welcoming Su Yang warmly and asking how she can help him. As she leads him into the temple, she quietly observes the young man with countless calculations in mind. He looks like a newly awakened student, yet that explosive speed and power from earlier are surprisingly close to a level 20 professional. It seems he might be a high-class descendant of some massive family, though she has never heard of this youth before. Standing before the class change statue, she begins giving him a basic explanation. The statue will automatically check your class and level to issue a class change quest, which unlocks your promotion upon completion. Staring up at the colossal statue, Su Yang cannot help but feel overwhelmed, especially when she explains that class change quests are split into 4 difficulty levels. Before he begins, the temple can offer him some expert guidance. Based on Su Yang's impressive performance, she advises him to take a 3-star quest, but he suddenly asks why not go for a 4-star one instead. She smiles calmly and replies that the 4-star difficulty is quite high. Though it might sound a bit rude, his class is a relatively weak warrior, and he has to complete the quest entirely on his own. This quest determines his entire future, and failing a 4-star difficulty means risking being locked out of a class change for the rest of his life. Su Yang listens with complete indifference, casually replying that he understands the situation while continuing to check his own power levels. The statue finishes scanning his power and begins allocating the available quests, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Su Yang is quite surprised when he spots a 5-star quest. Located in the Cold Moon Pine Forest, it requires slaying 10 level 20 ordinary wolves, 10 level 20 elite dire wolves, and 1 level 20 Wolf King boss. The rewards unlock the rare Magic Warrior class, adding an exclusive 100 points to his spirit attribute. He also gets an epic tier first transition skill, with strict notes that he cannot form a party or use any traded equipment and items. Completing the 5-star quest also grants him a special, exclusive privilege from the temple. Su Yang asks a barrage of questions, wondering why there is a 5-star quest if there are only 4 levels, and what this temple privilege entails. The guide smiles sheepishly, admitting that a 5-star quest does exist, but its difficulty is incredibly extreme. No one in the entire nation has dared to accept it for years, and only the chief high priest knows what the actual privilege is. She apologizes for not mentioning the 5-star quest, explaining that since this class change era began, a nation's overall strength is determined by the quality of its high-level awakened professionals. Instead of letting talented players remain stuck at level 20 due to a bad choice, the nation and temple want to nurture stronger professionals. The explanation actually makes perfect sense. Su Yang merely utters an understanding sound, silently calculating how insanely difficult this 5-star quest really is. He must slay multiple tough monsters and take down the boss completely alone. There is no boosting allowed, and he cannot use any traded items. Without any outside help, failing this task means being stuck at level 20 for the rest of his life. Yet, the rewards of 100 spirit points and transitioning into a magic warrior are exactly what Su Yang desperately needs. After weighing his options, the young man decides to accept the 5-star quest, despite the guide's frantic warnings of danger. The 5-star quest is accepted. With a 72-hour time limit, the map is quickly issued and notifications are sent. The guide is completely terrified, crying out in absolute panic. Someone actually dared to accept a 5-star mission. We must report this to the high priest immediately. Meanwhile, Su Yang rushes to the teleportation center in Dongling City to enter the dungeon and start his quest. But as the old saying goes, a smooth start makes all the difference. Right at the very start, the young man hits a stroke of bad luck. The teleportation gate is undergoing maintenance, forcing him to waste precious minutes waiting. As a crowd gathers to complain, Xu Yan from the B-class Phantom Rain Guild makes her appearance. She immediately starts whining with a massive attitude. These tiny backwater cities are so annoying, even their basic teleportation arrays break down constantly. Xiao Qian, stay close and do not get lost. Gu Shueqian follows right behind, hurrying to keep up. Other guys nearby stare at the two beauties with their eyes lighting up, unable to look away for even a single second. Just then, Gu Shueqian spots Su Yang standing in the distance, her cheeks immediately flushing a bright red. Teased by Xu Yan, the girl quickly explains, he is just a classmate who also awakened his class yesterday. Hearing this, the older girl finds it rather strange and questions her. Wait, that is pretty strange. Is that portal over there not heading directly to the Cold Moon Forest? That zone is packed with level 20 monsters. Why on earth would a rookie go there? Right then, the system announces the portal is finally active. Gu Shueqian figures Su Yang must have the wrong location. She steps forward to warn him, but the young man has already vanished inside. Stepping into the Cold Moon Forest, Su Yang lands and immediately mutters to himself. No one is around. Did they already spread out to hunt? But before he can even finish his thought, a pack of beasts suddenly pounces from behind. Dodging instantly, he stands his ground to observe his targets. To his surprise, the quest monsters have already found him. Dealing with these beasts using sheer physical strength, without any items or gears, would normally be incredibly difficult. But luckily, his gear consists entirely of top-tier items dropped from his own hard-fought battles. Smirking to himself, Su Yang proudly pulls out his dazzling platinum-grade flame sword to show off his power. As they viciously claw at him, the young man deploys an energy barrier around his entire body, absorbing up to 50,000 points of damage. When his energy shield finally expires, he immediately begins slaughtering the helpless small fry. These wolves coming straight to him is actually perfect. Hunting them down individually is such a drag, inviting them all at once is much better. With a grin, Su Yang tosses monster, attracting stones in every direction. These monster-attracting stones are rare drops from low-level bosses, capable of drawing in both common and elite beasts from across the wild. And the results are absolutely phenomenal. Within 5 short minutes, wolves ranging from common to elite tiers gather in massive numbers. Su Yang stands proudly right in the center, pulling out endless single-use magic scrolls for combat. The common beasts take the full force of his flame sacrifice spell, dropping like flies. Endless experience points flood into Su Yang's status bar. But wait, are there still more? He has easily wiped out over 100 of them already. Could the entire forest monster population have gathered here? Fine, then he will match their numbers with pure firepower. Hyped up, the young man pulls out a stack of magic scrolls and unleashes chaos. In the distance, other class holders are walking until their legs ache without finding a single monster, muttering in absolute frustration. What is going on? This place is usually crawling with beasts. We have walked 2 kilometers already and cannot find a single thing. Another hunter chimes in. We finally spotted one just now, but the creature did not even glance at us before running off elsewhere. It is completely baffling. The guy is totally lost. These monsters have high attack power, so why on earth are they fleeing from humans? Can someone please make this make sense? One of them suddenly realizes the truth and shouts out. Someone must be using monster-attracting stones to hoard every single beast for themselves. The other 2 instantly agree, cursing out whatever idiot is foolish enough to offer themselves up as monster food. After venting their anger, they quickly decide to head over and teach that guy a lesson. Shamelessly hogging all the loot and using attracting stones in a public area is a direct insult to every hard-working hunter here. Talk about terrible luck. Before they can even get close, a massive, earth-shaking blast ahead frightens them out of their wits. Could magic energy of this insane scale actually belong to a powerful, 3rd-tier master mage? What kind of high-level expert comes to a rookie zone just to farm materials? He is about to completely clear out the entire map. Naturally, all 3 suddenly realize they have urgent family matters to handle, deciding to come back and finish their quest some other day. Following that earth-shattering barrage, the quest to slaughter the minions is finally complete. Now, Su Yang only has the main boss left to conquer. Brimming with confidence, he heads toward the boss's lair, muttering that this 5-star class transfer quest is surprisingly simple even if he cheated just a little. At the den of the Grey Wolf King, Su Yang is not alone. A 3-man party has actually been hiding in ambush here since early morning. Brimming with confidence, they have prepared every single tool necessary to steal the kill. But they have absolutely no idea that their careful preparations are about to go completely to waste as Su Yang boldly marches into the cave. Assuming he is just a lost student, the trio decides to let him act as bait for the boss's opening attack before they swoop in to steal the loot. Enraged by the sudden slaughter of its pack, the Grey Wolf King enters a state of absolute fury, boosting its overall attributes by 30%. Whether it was 30 or 50%, Su Yang did not care one bit. Brimming with confidence, he walks right up and delivers a single, straight slash immediately triggering the boss defeat notification. 30,000 points flood his account. With the class transfer quest cleared, the system urges him to head back to the temple. Talk about a total jaw-dropping moment for the peanut gallery watching this unfold. Su Yang grips his sword, standing proudly on the dead boss, muttering 3 words, "Is that all?" The screen reveals a Wolf King core containing magic power used to upgrade silver-tier weapons. Su Yang picks up the glowing crystal and hums on his way back. Easy, fun, time to go. One of the guys steps up, shamelessly begging the expert if he could have the core if it is not needed. A sudden slash grazes Zhang Lai's face like a gust of wind. Su Yang plants his sword, cold-eyed and asking, "Who just said they wanted to use him as bait?" Su Yang asks. Zhang Lai collapses in panic, stammering that it was definitely not him. Su Yang answers with a hard punch, "Do it yourself." The coward flies backward, utterly terrified. Watching this unfold, Zhao Wu secretly thanks his lucky stars he did not attack earlier, wondering if this is all some crazy dream. Li San stands frozen, mind blown by how easily the boss died. Who on earth is this guy? Back at the temple, an astonished receptionist gasps at his sudden return, asking if there is something else he needs. He calmly announces that his quest is complete and he is ready for the class transfer. Stunned, she asks him to wait there while she processes it. Xiaomo gapes in absolute disbelief, asking if he really finished a 5-star quest. Su Yang simply nods. Staring at the system interface, she still cannot wrap her head around it. He only took the quest this morning, after all. Only hours have passed. How is a 5-star clear even possible? The status clearly reads completed. Xiaomo thinks this is absurd. Finishing it in less than a day seems like a flat-out lie. Yet the system is working perfectly, meaning he conquered the trial fair and square, without taking even a single scratch of damage. Growing slightly impatient, Su Yang asks if they can finally get this class transfer started. She offers an apologetic smile, quickly guiding him forward and asking him to follow her inside. Xiaomo breathes a sigh of relief, glad she notified the high priest early, because a talent like him belongs in the church. And honestly, who can blame her? He is handsome, and she definitely wants his contact info. Xiaomo stops at the grand hall, inviting him to step forward so the temple can verify the quest. Su Yang complies, and a beam of holy energy immediately bathes his body. The system scan begins. Normal wolves, 100 out of 100. Elite violent wolves, 10 out of 10. Wolf King, 1 out of 1. Verification cleared. Quest officially approved. A rush of raw power surges through his veins as the system updates with a special class transfer aura. This exclusive reward scales with the difficulty of the trial. Its color and the stat boosts it grants change depending on how hard the quest was. A white aura from a 1-star quest gives a 2% stat boost. Earning a green aura for 2 stars boosts stats by 4%, while blue gives 6% for a 3-star clear. A purple aura for 4 stars boosts stats by 10%. However, with a 5-star clear, only he can unlock the legendary orange aura, giving him a massive 25% boost. Player Su Yang successfully transfers to Magic Warrior. Completing the 5-star quest activates the orange aura, raising all stats by 25%. As a Magic Warrior, a hidden subclass, he excels in close-quarters physical combat alongside a wide array of powerful spells. With his overall power spiking, his first class transfer finishes, raising his level cap to level 40. The system detects 446,000 excess experience points, shooting him instantly to level 34 and awarding 210 stat points. A blinding gold light erupts from Su Yang's entire body. He is amazed. His strength and spirit are both 90, speed is 30, and he hit level 34 instantly. Combined with his orange aura and flame greatsword, these are not normal stats. Unreal power. His profile updates to show Su Yang at level 34, with the class of Magic Warrior. Strength sits at 569, while speed reaches 123, boosted heavily by his top-tier equipment. Spirit climbs to 339 with heavy bonuses from his gear. Next, he receives an epic skill book for the Magic Warrior class, and a legendary scroll materializes directly in his hands. This skill condenses raw mana into weapons to inflict magic damage, scaling directly with both his strength and spirit stats. Su Yang tests his new skill as a dark energy pools in his palm. As pure energy fills the room, he grins. This skill is incredibly versatile, fully controllable by thought with absolutely no shape limits. Whether in a direct head-on fight or a sudden ambush, it is incredibly useful. The best part is that the skill can level up. It is basically like having a legendary heirloom weapon that never disappears, making it incredibly cost-effective. Su Yang is quietly thrilled. No wonder a 5-star class change quest is so legendary. The rewards are insanely rich, unlike those garbage low-tier quests. Xiao Mai happily congratulates him on completing his 5-star quest, declaring that she will definitely choose a 5-star mission for her second class change too. From now on, his name will be engraved on the sacred temple wall, making him an official VIP guest of the entire establishment. Su Yang wonders what privileges a VIP actually gets, prompting her to flash a highly professional smile. She asks him to wait while she verifies, but suddenly, a high priest named Bai Ling steps forward to take over. She tells the young assistant that she will handle all the VIP explanations from here on out, introducing herself as Bai Ling, the chief high priest of this temple. Xiao Mai bows in deep respect, stunned that such a high-ranking priest would show up in person. Bai Ling explains that an elite guest deserves a personal welcome, gently telling the young assistant to head out. Seeing her reminds Su Yang that a high priest is essentially the ultimate authority running this temple. It is wild to think such a massive figure would come out just to personally greet him. Inside, Xiao Mai is crying tears of regret for losing her chance to flirt with a handsome guy. She really thought she was about to get his contact info, but she plays it cool and politely dismisses herself. Bai Ling politely gestures for him to follow, suggesting they move to a private VIP room since this lobby is a bit too crowded. Su Yang gently takes her soft hand as a massive teleportation portal opens above them, instantly whisking them away to a private room. He is quietly amazed. To think a priest in a starting city could pull off high-level spatial teleportation like it is nothing. It is no wonder everyone says the raw power of the class change temple is beyond imagination. Bai Ling humbly admits she is not that strong, explaining she was merely borrowing the power of the gods inside the temple. But Su Yang is the one who is truly shocking. According to records, Dongling City has never seen a single 5-star class changer in its entire history. Even in the massive metropolis of Tianling City, the last person to complete a 5-star quest did so 10 years ago. As far as Su Yang knows, Tianling City is a high-tier hub far superior to Dongling, with a development level several times higher. 10 whole years for just one person to clear it? It looks like the rewards for a 5-star class change are going to be way bigger than he imagined. She explains that under temple regulations, any player who successfully conquers a 5-star quest is entitled to some massive benefits. First, he gets a monthly national subsidy of 10 million yuan. Second, a black gold identity card from Alliance X, giving him a 20% discount on all purchases. He is absolutely stunned. Is the temple VIP treatment really this insane? Forget the 10 million yuan allowance, just having that Alliance X black gold card is a literal goldmine. A 20% discount means saving 20 million on a 100 million yuan purchase. Combine that with the monthly allowance, and he is absolutely swimming in cash. He never expected to secure such a massive haul of benefits in one go. The class temple is seriously cool as hell. Bai Ling kindly notes that the black gold card and subsidies are already automatically linked to his ID, so there is no extra paperwork needed. On top of that, he is now free to join any A-rank guild in the entire city. He asks if joining a guild is mandatory, but she clarifies that while solo play is fine, individual power always has its limits. Being in a guild gives experience buffs, special shared auras, and most importantly, the reliable protection of a dedicated team. It is simply the safer, smarter choice. Su Yang completely agrees, knowing all too well how easily solo players can get jumped. An ultra-fast leveler like him is basically walking around with a giant target on his back. While he does not fear equal-level opponents, crossing paths with high-level, high-tier veterans could still get incredibly risky. Having a strong guild backing him up is actually a solid move. Besides, his ambitions go way beyond Dongling City. Joining a guild is just the very first step of his grand plan. He wants to use this as a launchpad to build his own unstoppable power, aiming to one day rule this entire world. He asks which specific guilds are available in the city, and she notes that Dongling currently has 2 prominent A-rank organizations, recommending the Lingshou Guild as the absolute best fit. The Lingshou Guild. Hearing that name, Su Yang's face instantly sours as he awkwardly asks if there is not another guild. He wonders how that one is. Bai Ling explains that the other group is the Yuyun Guild, a powerful but exceptionally low-key rival of Lingshou. Without a second of hesitation, Su Yang locks in his decision, choosing Yuyun and leaving her completely baffled. Deciding not to pry, she simply nods and promises to get his paperwork for the Yuyun Guild processed right away. But right before she leaves, she drops a quick warning, revealing that Yuyun is actually a strictly all-female guild. Hearing this, Su Yang nearly chokes in pure shock. Meanwhile, at the Yuyun headquarters in Tianling City, a girl named Yu Wu sprawls lazily across a chair, complaining about how incredibly boring her day is. She is Lin Yu, a level 85 player and leader of the B-rank guild, Yu. Sitting opposite her, Yuyun takes a sip of tea and asks why she hangs around here complaining and freeloading instead of managing her own guild. Meet Lin Yuyun, a level 99 powerhouse and leader of the A-rank guild, Yuyun. She sighs, grumbling that managing a guild is just way too much trouble. Xu Yan slides the door open and speaks up, reminding her that she cannot just dodge work without saying a word. After all, she needs to welcome new members. Hearing this, Gu Shueqian shyly peeks in. Hello, everyone. She politely introduces herself to the guild leaders as Gu Shueqian, an ice mage. Yu praises her as quite adorable and declares she has passed the test, leaving Gu Shueqian flustered. Right then, Yuyun receives an urgent alert. What? The others ask in curiosity, wondering what could have happened to cause such a reaction. A man has suddenly joined their all-female guild. Yu peers at the system interface in absolute disbelief and worries about the situation. The entire guild chat is blowing up as everyone gossips about this mysterious guy who just dropped out of nowhere. Messages are flooding in with nobody giving clear answers, prompting her to check the roster and find that the recruit is indeed a male student. Li Muzi spams the chat, demanding to know where the leader is to explain this. Yuyun texts back, asking why the newcomer is staying silent. Rong Shui accuses him of acting cool, while Yu playfully asks if their new little brother is online. Yu frowns in confusion. Is their guild not strictly all-female? She wonders if someone in the lower ranks made a huge mistake during recruitment. She facepalms in complete exhaustion. No, this recruit was directly assigned by the Job Transition Temple, Having completed the extreme 5-star quest, he is recognized as a VIP who can choose any A-rank guild to join, leaving her with absolutely zero right of refusal. Gu Shueqian gasps in shock. A 5-star transition quest? She cannot believe anyone could actually beat such an insanely brutal challenge. That is incredible, Xu Yan notes, wondering why he bypassed the Beast Guild. Yuyun shrugs, saying who knows what he is thinking. They can deal with Su Yang later, but she will arrange a meeting with him soon. Even if he has joined their ranks, she will gladly kick him out if he steps out of line. Hearing the name, Gu Shueqian is instantly taken aback. Su Yang? Noticing her reaction, Yu Yun asks if she knows him. Xu Yan confirms that this new recruit indeed hails from Eastling City. Gu Shueqian explains that she has a friend by that name, but he only had his job transition yesterday, so he should still be level 1. Yu Yun dismisses the thought, assuming it must simply be a coincidence. Outside, Rong Xiu rushes in with breaking news. The rival Beast Guild was just completely wiped out in the Black Dragon dungeon. The group gasps in total shock. She adds that while she has no idea what stupid stunt those beasts pulled, their party wipe is absolutely 100% confirmed. Yu Yun falls deep into thought, amazed that even the mighty Beast Guild could fail so miserably. It seems their upcoming raid on the giant forest needs to be handled with extreme caution. Rong Shui then shares another juicy piece of news. On top of that, Zhao Ming apparently dropped his primary weapon. There is currently a rare Gale horn up for auction, right now inside the Nine Treasures Pavilion. Only one person in Tianling City has placed a bid, clearly someone from the Beast Guild. With a mischievous grin, she asks them to guess what she did next, and you just know she drove that price sky high. They share a knowing look as Rong Shu boasts that she bid ward him until the price reached 10 billion, giving their rivals a massive financial beatdown. Yu Yu laughs, praising Sister Murong for a job well done. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming is literally spitting blood and crying tears of pure rage, swearing eternal vengeance against both the Frost Witch and the Black Dragon. Lei Shan groans in despair, unable to contact the seller after wasting 1.4 billion of their guild funds. Qian Yuan points out that the news of Zhao Ming losing his weapon has spread everywhere, calling this a targeted, highly malicious act of sabotage. Annoyed, he kicks Zhao Ming in the rear, barking at him to get up instead of kneeling on the floor forever. Zhao Ming begs his boss to stop kicking him as Lei Shan turns away in anger, declaring it is time to discuss their next move. Chu Tai, a level 110, Hen-turned blood warrior of the Tianji Pavilion strategy team sitting at the head of the table, speaks up, mocking the ridiculous claim that their guide was flawed. He explains that they have cleared the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon at least 5 times, compiling the strategy guide based on concrete data. They meticulously verified every single detail, ensuring absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong. He demands to know if they followed the instructions exactly. Lei Shan swears they executed every single step according to the Tianji Pavilion guide, yet the Black Dragon's actual behavior was completely off, turning out entirely different from what was described in the guide. He clarifies that he does not doubt their expertise, but swears on his life that he is telling the absolute truth. After all, why would he ever fabricate a story that cost his entire main guild party their lives? How could that be? Right after saying that, a legendary sword was tossed onto the table. Lu Zi, the level 103, 5th advancement Shadow Hunter, spun the blade on his fingertip, calling them spineless cowards who got wiped out by a trashy, level 99 boss despite having everything handed to them. What use were they anyway? And now they dared to come and pick a fight with their expedition team. Who gave them that kind of nerve? He coldly sneered, prompting a tense warning for the master to watch his words. The challenger showed no fear, but Lu Zi mocked that weaklings needed to practice more and stop playing if they couldn't handle a loss. Zhou Tai quickly cut in, telling Lu Zi to pipe down as he slammed his hand onto the table, firmly declaring that Tianji Pavilion always kept its word and would never sell faulty intel. Because of that, he would arrange for the expedition team to personally go and re-verify the Black Dragon Fortress. If what they said turned out to be correct, then the pavilion would take full responsibility for all their losses. But if their guide was not wrong, it only proved that President Lei must have messed up somewhere along the line. In that case, it had absolutely nothing to do with them, which the other side begrudgingly accepted as a fair deal. He proposed that the 4 of them would take President Lei into the secret realm tomorrow to uncover the truth, which level 108 Saint Priest Zhang Kexin instantly agreed to. Zhuang Zhen, the level 104 Mountain Barrier Master, also nodded in agreement, while Lu Zi simply leaned back in his chair and sighed his consent. He had no objections either, but suddenly, a thick, suffocating black mist poured into the meeting room, putting everyone instantly on high alert. As they wondered who it was, Zhou Tai quickly told them not to panic, introducing the newcomer as Master Chen Lun from headquarters. They were shocked a level 115 powerhouse from headquarters. The level 115 necromancer Chen Lun coldly reminded Zhou Tai that he had explicitly ordered to be notified before anyone set foot inside the Black Dragon Fortress, leaving the man bowing in submission. He stammered out an apology, explaining that because this was a routine logistics matter for the expedition team, they simply had not wanted to bother the master. Cutting him off, Chen Lun ordered him to skip the excuses and announced he would be joining them tomorrow, leaving Zhou Tai to bow and accept. Deep down, Chen Lun was drooling over the thought of reaping that delicious soul again, knowing each harvest would only make his precious summons grow stronger and stronger. He was coming back to kill his beloved Black Dragon again. Watching from a distance, Zhou Tai shivered, completely repulsed by the old psychopath, while Lei Shan smugly noted they now had 5 fifth advancement experts, plus a powerhouse from the main guild. With a massive, high-caliber squad like this, sweeping a mere 4th advancement dungeon would be an absolute breeze, making success guaranteed. He smugly figured that if they successfully killed the boss, fine, but if they ended up getting slaughtered instead, well, that would be even better. It would serve them right. No matter if they were real or fake, he was absolutely determined to make those self-righteous guide writers pay for the massive losses his own guild had suffered. He wanted them to tear each other apart. While back at the expedition base, the night was exceptionally quiet. Su Yang was lounging on his bed, lazily scrolling through his system interface to pass the time. His guild was packed with girls who just would not stop gossiping about him, making him incredibly glad he had muted the chat before his ears fell off. Right then, a notification popped up, showing a brand new bid on the diamond-grade storm call weapon he had put up for auction. Curious about who was bidding, he opened the page to check, only to stare at the screen in absolute shock. It looked like a personal vendetta, with the bidding war stretching across more than 10 pages of back-and-forth offers. The Elven Noble offered 500 million, followed instantly by the Frost Witch at 501 million, before escalating to 505 million, and then 550 million. The Noble Elf pushed it to 600 million, only for the Witch to immediately top it by a single dollar. By the 58th round, the bid had reached over 1 billion, leaving Su Yang absolutely stunned by the massive numbers, which exceeded the average price by 40%. When the system asked if he wanted to lock in the sale, he happily tapped yes, silently thanking the anonymous Frost Witch for driving the price through the roof. A chime echoed as the system finalized the transaction. With the transaction successful, the system detected his platinum membership in the X Alliance, waiving all auction fees and even granting him an extra 5% bonus as a special perk. Over 1.5 billion was deposited into his account, bringing his balance to 1.55 billion, all with 0 fees and cash back. He calculated that the perks practically netted him an extra 100 million out of thin air, making him feel incredibly rich. He smiled, realizing this was the kind of absolute luxury only a premium membership could buy. Closing his eyes to get some rest, he was already eager for tomorrow because boosting other players was becoming seriously addictive. After tasting this kind of easy money, grinding monsters for scraps felt completely pointless, and before he knew it, 7 a.m. sharp rolled around to start the new day. A sharp ping rang out, notifying him that his boss mode cooldown was officially complete. The interface showed 6 challengers entering the dungeon, 5 elite members from an S-rank guild and 1 from an A-rank group, asking him to connect. Slipping into his slippers, Su Yang looked at the screen and raised an eyebrow in genuine admiration. It was the legendary expedition team themselves, the famous dungeon conquerors renowned for writing the absolute best guides in the world. Inside the guild, there are plenty of level 105th turn powerhouses who should have easily cleared this dungeon long ago. Why the sudden visit? Could it be because their spirit beast team was completely wiped out? As Su Yang's figure gradually fades away, he thinks that regardless of their actual goal, bringing only 6 people shows absolute confidence. Well, in that case, he will not hold back either. Connection confirmed with an update notification. Boss system link successfully established. Su Yang is filled with anticipation as he steps forward to begin his second dual-class trial. Standing face-to-face with the monster before him, he notes that the elite monster he killed earlier has already respawned, but it is nothing to be shocked about. After all, the Black Dragon Fortress is only a diamond-grade dungeon. Just like a game, it resets automatically. Only dungeons at the Star Glory tier and above lack this recovery ability. Glaring at Su Yang with her glowing red eyes, Lilith asks in annoyance what exactly he wants this time. He knows that to the Black Dragon, this elf girl is just a pretty pet. But why is she even locked up here in the first place? Before he linked up with the system, the Black Dragon probably just followed the dungeon rules blindly, right? Su Yang glances toward the magical mirror to check if anyone from the expedition team has arrived yet. Chen Lun's image appears on screen with Lei Shan's squad led by Zhou Tai. Su Yang is not surprised 5 fifth-turn professionals are here, including Lei Shan of the Spirit Beast Guild. It seems they really came back to clean up the mess from their previous failed run. The expedition team's after-sales service is honestly pretty impressive. He guesses that the guild's combat power will be much stronger this time, but as long as they fail to obtain the dragon heart, they probably won't pose a real threat to him. To play it safe, testing the waters first is best. He cannot afford to underestimate fifth-turn professionals. Taking the Black Dragon form, Su Yang commands his minions to take the Earth soldiers and deal with the intruders outside. The minions comply, but Su Yang stops one, telling it to stay behind. The monster points to itself in confusion as the battle already begins on the other side. Firing a blazing sword beam, one of them notes that everything seems normal and the strategy guide is still accurate. They wonder if the Spirit Beast Guild lied to them, but a companion replies that those guys probably screwed up themselves and just wanted to cause trouble. Kishin warns them not to be careless and to keep maintaining the barrier. They should wake the boss up first before talking. Meanwhile, Lu Shi stares warily in one direction, wondering what is happening. Huge clouds of dust rise as they look up, sensing a massive surge of bloodlust. Monsters suddenly pour down the cliffs, catching them off guard. Damn it, why are there so many monsters? The leading beast orders the horde not to let a single intruder escape alive. Lei Shan points forward and shouts that it was like this last time, but with far more monsters. Jotai responds calmly. It is indeed a surprise, but this minor horde still cannot threaten an elite expedition team like theirs. He commands everyone to form up. He will hold off the elite monsters, while the others clear the trash mobs and then focus fire on his target. Everyone acknowledges the order. Lu Si unleashes a shadow slash while his teammate conjures a massive mountain barrier below. For the final blow, Jotai activates Holy Blessing and Frenzied Strike, unleashing a massive pillar of golden energy. The holy light surges outward, wiping out the horde instantly. He grumbles about wasting so much of their precious time. He orders everyone to keep moving forward. Watching this, Su Yang is quite impressed. These fifth-turn powerhouses are so ridiculously strong they might as well be gods. Moreover, that mysterious-looking mage among them has not even made a move yet. This is getting dangerous. It looks like he will have to handle this personally. Lilith suddenly screams in frustration as the monsters cheer him on. They wonder if Lord Athos is fighting again, though they cannot recall if he has actually fought before. They agree they haven't, yet it feels strangely familiar. Lilith frowns in deep confusion, wondering how that could even be possible. He went out to fight on his own again. She wonders what is wrong with this black dragon, since he was never like this before. Following close behind, Lei Shan praises them as the absolute finest strategy team under the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. He admits he witnessed their true strength today, but points out this chaotic situation was not in the strategy guide at all. Jotai agrees, but Chen Lun mockingly comments from the side that they cannot even handle a few weak monsters, despite claiming to be an undefeated guild. It is truly laughable. They might as well just focus on collecting some fresh dragon corpses instead. Hearing this, Lei Shan is instantly displeased. He tells Lord Shen that while their guild might seem insignificant to him, this guide clearly has issues, and as the pavilion master, he should be fair. Chen Lun's expression turns dark, muttering that these youngsters are incredibly bold to dare question his authority. He warns that one more word and he will add another human specimen to his collection, a crushing pressure that instantly terrifies Lei Shan. Jotai quickly steps in to shield him, pleading with the master to stop joking since he is absolutely terrifying their guest. He thinks to himself that old guy really wanted him dead just now. Meanwhile, Chu Tai is furious at this psycho who acts without thinking. If he actually killed a client, how would they ever get future commissions? Lei Shan holds a grudge, muttering that they can babble all they want now, but they won't be laughing once they face the Black Dragon. Suddenly, darkness sweeps over. Looking up, he stammers in sheer terror. Lei Shan collapses to the ground, pointing at the sky and screaming that the Black Dragon is here. Chu Tai is stunned that the boss actually made the first move. Why is Zhuang Zhen in shock? Is this some kind of buff? Did the spirit beast actually tell the truth? He barks out orders for the team to form up, telling old Zhuang to keep the mountain barrier active. He wants Luzi ready to transform at any moment. The healer must prioritize Luzi, while keeping his own health around 30%. They all shout their agreement. A notification pops up, but it doesn't describe any skills. That's the Blood Wrath Warrior talent under 30% HP, all attributes skyrocket and damage taken drops. Su Yang flies in closer, ready to see what they can do. The expedition team unleashes a non-stop assault, triggering a flood of system alerts. Dealing 15,893 physical damage, then another 14,519. Attacks rain down, but Su Yang realizes this tiny damage won't do. As expected, with a passive damage reduction talent active, even elite 5th-tier class holders can't deal any real heavy damage. Chu Tai dodges a massive tail swipe and yells that this is the Black Dragon's damage reduction buff. He tells them to take it slow and steady. Meanwhile, Luzi attacks from below, fully expecting the tail swipe to hit the vanguard. Su Yang scoffs. Did they really think they had him figured out? Zhuangzhen gasps as the boss flies away, targeting their backline. The massive dragon charge lunges straight for Qi Xin, but Chu Tai manages to block it just in time. He yells, "No way." Su Yang feels a pang of regret for missing a clear shot at the backline. Just then, an assassin strikes from behind, shouting that his back is wide open. The system alerts flash, showing that his attack, power, speed, and critical rate have risen dramatically, and all of his skills now carry a dark attribute damage effect. Lu Zi slashes down hard at the Black Dragon's back, screaming at him to die. The system logs 13,291 physical damage and 11.78 dark damage. Gritting his teeth in utter disbelief, the assassin stammers that his ultimate execution skill, Shadow Kill, is powerful enough to instantly wipe out elite dungeon bosses with millions of health. So why on earth did it deal such pitiful damage to a diamond tier boss? Isn't this damage reduction buff completely broken? Now it's Su Yang's turn to strike, roaring that the guy is completely wide open. The attacker's health and shield instantly plummet to absolute bottom, leaving him with just 1%. Su Yang notes that he got incredibly lucky to survive, but how long can that luck really last? Seeing his teammate fall, Chu Tai rushes over, calling out to Lu Zi. Zhuangzhen lands right beside them, gasping that it was a close call and the shield saved him. He urges Old Zhang to quickly get him some healing potions. Old Zhang yells that he's coming. Meanwhile, Qi Xin stares blankly as dark energy begins to swirl and condense inside Su Yang's jaws. He gasps in horror, could this be the legendary Breath of Ruin? Chu Tai is completely shocked, since this ultimate move shouldn't unlock until 70% HP. How is this even possible? A massive torrent of destructive force erupts, swallowing the entire area. Su Yang senses they are somehow still breathing. They must have survived thanks to the Barrier Master's absolute defense skill. One more blast of his Breath of Ruin will definitely finish them. Huddled inside a deep cave, Chu Tai mutters in absolute confusion. Why isn't this boss following any of the rules? It acts as if it has actual intelligence, reading their tactics and exploiting every flaw. This is completely insane. A diamond tier boss is supposed to follow a set script. How can it just start making tactical moves on its own? A system notification displays that the Mountain Barrier Master's ultimate skill, Shelter, reduces 90% of all damage to allies inside. It also regenerates health over 10 seconds with a 360-second cooldown, forcing Chen Lun to act. He calls them a bunch of useless trash, muttering that he has to handle things himself. Chanting a spell, he summons an ancient soul from the endless abyss to obey his command. With its absolute power and terrifying aura, he orders it to wipe this world clean. Chen Lun screams for Elsa's the Bone Dragon to arise. As the massive skeleton beast emerges, Su Yang is stunned, realizing this guy is a necromancer. He knows for a fact that the necromancer is an exceptionally rare, legendary class. Legend has it that high-tier necromancers can even summon boss-level undead from deep within dungeons. Could this giant bone dragon match his own power? Chen Lun screams at it to go and tear his enemy to shreds. The bone dragon immediately lunges directly at Su Yang. He feels its immense force, amazed that this fragile-looking skeletal beast packs such insane power. Gathering his strength, Su Yang hurls the creature away, telling it to beat it. The beast crashes to the ground with a deafening roar, unleashing a massive, blazing torrent of blue soul fire from its jaws. Su Yang fires back with a devastating blast of his own Breath of Ruin, scoffing at the thought of backing down from a head-on clash. The two colossal forces collide in a blinding explosion. Watching from afar, Lei Xian gasps, shocked that they are actually tanking the boss's ultimate head-on. Zhou Tai is completely blown away by this battle, thinking that despite how disgusting the creepy old Chen Lun is, his raw power is definitely the real deal. Fire flashes through Su Yang's eyes, acknowledging its strength, but knowing he hasn't even gone all out yet. An immense stream of fire 10 times the size of the Black Dragon erupts, sending a wave of blazing heat directly at the Bone Dragon. High-reaching flames instantly engulf the entire battlefield in a massive blaze. Seeing nothing but bones left, Su Yang scoffs, wondering if that was really all it had, but the creature's claws suddenly reach out and grab him. Shocked because he thought it was already dead, Su Yang struggles as the Bone Dragon drags his leg, left wondering how this thing could possibly revive. Chen Lun orders Elsa's to rise up and fight again, boasting of his endless fresh corpses. Su Yang instantly realizes a necromancer's skill is at work as the Bone Dragon reassembles. The monster strikes Su Yang for a massive 59,418 physical damage. He realizes he's in trouble, as relentless consecutive attacks drain his health down to 81%. He notes that this damage is vastly superior to ordinary class changers. Knowing he might lose if this goes on, Su Yang whips his tail hard into the Bone Dragon and flaps his wings to escape upward, needing to catch his breath before it catches up. The Bone Dragon crashes down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Watching it roar from below, Su Yang realizes something crucial: the beast cannot fly. Knowing this is a fatal weakness, Chen Lun looks visibly worried. The bone dragon Elsa shifts to long-range combat, spitting giant fireballs towards Su Yang. Dodging smoothly, he scoffs at the slow attacks, confident they will never hit him. Besides, at this high altitude, the summoner cannot easily defend himself anymore. Sensing Su Yang's dangerous intentions, Chen Lun panics and screams for Elsa's to turn back immediately and shield him. Waiting for exactly that move, Su Yang swoops down to grab the bone dragon, telling the summoner he fell right for the trap before hurling the giant beast straight down. The massive skeleton crashes straight into Chen Lun, leaving him with 20% health. Su Yang is shocked to see him survive with so much life left. He expected a squishy mage to die instantly, then glances over at the onlookers, still watching the battle. Zhuangzhen tells Kexen to quickly retreat to the safety of the Blood Nest shield while he sets up a defensive barrier, and she immediately complies. A system notification reveals a shared suffering skill that distributes half of all damage among teammates, while granting Zhou Tai 50% damage reduction. If not for Zhou Tai constantly saving his teammates in the nick of time, their party would have suffered casualties long ago. Chen Lun notices that the sneaky kid Lu Zi still hasn't returned, but Zhou Tai reassures the master to stay calm, confidently predicting that the rogue will arrive any second now. Hearing Lu Zi's name mentioned, Su Yang pauses. He realizes that during all the chaos, he lost track of the assassin, wondering if the rogue slipped away to steal the dragon-slaying heart. Kexen suddenly reports that Liu Zi is back, bringing relief to Zhuangzhen and raising their hopes for victory. Watching the rogue run back, Su Yang thinks his suspicions were correct, though he silently wonders if they are celebrating just a bit too early. Just then, the minion Su Yang sent on a secret quest returns, presenting a glittering item. The loyal servant reports that he successfully retrieved the dragon-slaying heart without failing the mission. Su Yang praises him as the artifact begins to radiate an incredibly brilliant light. Zhou Tai is completely shocked, gasping in disbelief. Su Yang mockingly tells the despicable raiders that he was 10 steps ahead, and with the dragon-slaying heart secured, victory is now guaranteed. As his massive claw makes contact with the dragon-slaying heart, an explosive beam of pure light bursts forth, taking Su Yang completely by surprise. A system notification suddenly flashes, warning that an uncontrollable anomaly has been detected in the Diamond-tier Black Dragon Fortress. The dungeon difficulty begins to shift, officially upgrading into the mythic Radiant tier. Violent tremors shake the tower outside, throwing everyone into a complete panic. People cry out in confusion, wondering if it is an earthquake, as the priest is warned that this massive fluctuation of spiritual energy is highly abnormal. Inside the Grand Temple, Bailing explains that a terrifyingly powerful aura is awakening within the dungeon, shocked that its sheer force is even leaking into the real world. Watching the brilliant pillar of light shoot into the heavens from afar, she predicts that a massive, world-altering event is about to unfold. Back in the dungeon, Lei Shan is completely dumbfounded, unable to accept that a dungeon could actually upgrade to the Radiant tier. Zhuangzhen stands bewildered, having never heard of a dungeon dynamically upgrading, as Su Yang officially evolves into the Radiant tier Black Flame Wings Athos. Even Su Yang is caught off guard by the unexpected evolution, as a notification alerts him that he has reached level 100, boosting all stats and unlocking a Radiant tier skill. Glancing at his interface, he watches his attributes skyrocket alongside the newly acquired Radiant tier skill. His status updates to reveal the premature boss form of Black Flame Wings Athos at level 100, boasting 6 million health points. This dark dragon race form boasts 4,221 strength, 1,702 speed, and 1,821 spirit, alongside a devastating new Hellfire skill, which condenses black flames into an inescapable prison of pure hellfire. It slays anyone who dares to resist, dealing 1,000% magic attribute damage. Before Su Yang can even process this shock, he notices another broken feature, a complete resurrection ban. In this game-like era where players cannot truly die unless their level hits 0, a skill like this is basically a cheat code. Then a red warning pops up. Any class user killed by this skill will have their soul permanently destroyed with no chance of revival, leaving their ultimate fate entirely in his hands. Su Yang questions the system, asking what exactly this means. The system replies that because the host obtained the key item, the Dragon Slayer heart, he has successfully upgraded. He begins to put the pieces together. The Black Dragon was originally a powerful, brilliant tier threat, but the presence of the Dragon Slayer heart suppressed its special attributes, which is why this dungeon was downgraded to diamond level. But now that the dungeon has lost the suppressing mechanism of the Dragon Slayer heart, the difficulty naturally spiked back to normal. Although he does not fully understand what this pre-growth state actually implies, one thing is certain: the tide of battle has completely turned. While he is lost in thought, Lu Zi rushes over. Glancing over, he hears Lu Zi yelling out to Chu Tai, saying he searched the entire tomb but found no sign of the Dragon Slayer heart, wondering if they made a mistake. The man suddenly freezes, wondering why the boss looks like a massive bird. Then, noticing the glowing object shining in the Black Dragon's claw, Liu Zi panics, wondering why the Dragon Slayer heart is there. Seeing him about to rush forward, Chu Tai screams to stop acting on his own and get back immediately. Internally, he curses the absolute idiot, wondering if the fool completely ignored the system notifications. Relying entirely on his extreme speed, Liu Zi remains confident, claiming there is no way this slow monster could ever hope to catch him. But as he charges forward, Su Yang's massive claw slams down, instantly crushing him flat under his feet. Chu Tai screams as a system notification alerts them that their teammate Liu Zi has died. Lei Shan asks in a panic, wondering what they should do now. He knows that defeating a normal brilliant tier dungeon boss usually requires an elite team of 10 to 20 tier 5 players. With their current numbers, they stand absolutely no chance. Chu Tai makes the final call. They cannot win this. They must retreat immediately. Chen Lun looks on in disbelief, asking Chu Tai if he is really planning to run away after the captain already starts fleeing. Facing a monster this powerful and still stubbornly fighting would be the definition of suicide. Su Yang silently praises their quick thinking, but there is no way he is letting them escape. He dashes after them, determined to hunt down every last one. A glowing portal appears at the foot of the mountain. Chu Tai rushes toward it, urging everyone to escape while they still have the chance. Lei Shan feels a sudden blur rush past him. Seeing Su Yang blocking their path, the group panics, realizing the beast has already caught up to them. With their exit completely blocked, Chu Tai orders everyone to activate all their buffs, trying to force a breakthrough so at least some of them can survive. He opens his massive maw and unleashes a devastating wave of dragon breath, triggering a chorus of agonizing screams. After just a single strike, they lie battered on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying damage output of a brilliant tier boss. Their strongest defensive barrier shattered in just one hit, and their mana is completely dry. Another attack from the boss will mean certain death. Chu Tai warns the survivors to quickly stash all their valuable gear into their spatial bags to minimize their losses upon death. There is no hope left, yet Chen Lun remains stubborn, refusing to accept defeat and lay down his life. He claims to have slain this beast 1,000 times before, knowing its strengths inside out. Even if it reached the brilliant tier, he refuses to back down. He boasts he can slay the beast again, calling upon the sleeping spirits of the underworld to break the boundary of life and death using his own life force, summoning their ancient presence back into the mortal world once more. Thousands of undead soldiers begin to manifest as the system screen flashes a warning. The description reveals a skill that raises dying creatures on the battlefield to serve as loyal thralls. Though the summon duration is infinite, it constantly drains the caster's mana and health points to maintain. Ordering his newly raised undead to tear the enemy apart, a massive bone dragon steps forward to challenge him. Su Yang casually waves his hand to sweep away the trash. As the bone dragon unleashes a burst of flame, he merely scoffs at its weak firepower. He barely even needs to try, even as the dragon's bright purple flames erupt all around him. Annoyed, Su Yang slams the beast into the dirt with a single punch, grabbing its head to lift it up. The sight leaves Chen Lun utterly speechless. Only then does he finally speak, cursing the damn beast. He boasts that class users are immortal, promising that even if he fails now, he will return to destroy him and thoroughly devour his soul next time. He only regrets that this brilliant tier dungeon cannot be refreshed, as he wanted to destroy the monster over and over again. This arrogant threat completely enrages the dragon. Realizing there is no way he can let this man escape, Su Yang flies high into the air, ready to test a brand new skill on him. The devastating silent flame hell skill suddenly rains down from above. Enormous flames engulf the entire area amid agonizing screams. The summoned undead army is instantly reduced to ashes, and Chen Lun is completely swallowed by the fire. Writhed in intense heat and pain, he vows to make the beast suffer 100,000 times worse next time. Su Yang cuts him off, stating there is no next time. Chen Lun feels a terrible dread, crying out in shock as his health points hit absolute zero. Why is he not teleporting out? Why is his body not dissolving? Su Yang calmly reveals the truth. Chen Lun will never have another chance to resurrect. Flames completely consume Chen Lun. The system then alerts him that he has slain the level 113 Blood Warrior, Zhou Tai. Gaining over 2.1 million experience points, he also defeated the level 108 Lust Priest, Zhang Kehan. Securing another 1.9 million experience, he wiped out the level 104 Barrier Master, Chuang Zhen. Gaining another 1.7 million experience, he eliminated the level 103 Shadow Hunter, Liu Zi. With another 1.6 million experience, he finally defeated the level 115 Necromancer. Killing Chen Lun nets him 2.5 million experience. This pushes his total pool to 9.97 million, reaching the level 42nd advancement cap. He is urged to quickly complete his class advancement quest. Otherwise, 40% of his excess experience will go to waste. Meanwhile, the surviving guild members barely escape with their lives, returning to their headquarters looking completely lifeless. The door swings open as Ki-Han announces her return. Zhou Tai immediately rushes forward, desperate for any updates. He asks if she found any news about Master Chen, but she delivers only bad news. Even Master Chen's records in the Tianji Pavilion have completely vanished. This means his profile was either manually deleted or he is permanently dead. This shocking revelation hits the remaining 3 members like a devastating bolt of lightning. Zhou Tai recalls the horrifying battle, unable to comprehend how the enemy bypassed their powerful protections to execute Chen Lun. What kind of monster is that black dragon? Athos, the wing of black flame. His entire body trembles as he realizes this situation is far beyond their ability to handle. They must first compensate for the lost spirit beast and leave the remaining decisions to headquarters. Fear grips Zhou Tai as he wonders why only Chen Lun was permanently killed. Was it a special mechanic, or did the boss intentionally let the rest of them go? Back at his warm, sunlit apartment, Su Yang grabs a cold soda and chugs it down in one go. He collapses onto the sofa with a sigh, complaining about how exhausting it was dealing with that raiding party. They wasted so much of his precious energy, but scanning his new gear, he feels a wave of satisfaction. His hard work has definitely paid off. The loot dropped by an S-tier guild is incredibly rich. His screen displays a stellar-grade weapon, the Shadow Dagger. This includes the Spectre's Massacre Dagger, a stellar-grade Blood Frenzy Wrath Ring, and a diamond-grade cloak. Specifically, the Night Cloak, a diamond-grade amulet, and a Fire Spirit sacrificial tool. He also obtained high-grade strength and speed potions, along with single-use epic skill scrolls like the Thunder Prison and the Dance of Judgment. Additionally, there is a perfect-grade single-use scroll containing the Ice Barrier spell. Su Yang glances at the sword, but there is no doubt that these other 2 items catch his attention the most. The item details show that the stellar-grade Spectre's Massacre Dagger was used in a famous Spectre's 7th assassination, claiming the lives of countless powerful beings. The Spectre's Massacre continues, fueling itself by feeding on the endless grief of restless souls. The weapon has no class restrictions, requiring only 300 speed, 300 spirit, and level 10 to equip. It grants 800 speed and 400 strength, along with a shadow body trait that allows brief invisibility and 60% extra speed. Its Undead Mark skill consumes mana to target and tag an opponent. Attacking from stealth boosts damage by 300%. He also unlocked a legendary skill scroll with 5 charges of the Storm and Thunder Tempest. Activating this skill fires off the 5-stage Storm and Thunder Tempest up to 5 times. Su Yang is absolutely ecstatic, amazed by his incredibly good luck. Having secured diamond-grade loot last time, he has now actually obtained a stellar-grade weapon. Unlike his previous storm-summoning weapon, he can actually equip this powerful dagger himself. Even better, the legendary skill scroll possesses enough raw power to instantly obliterate 4th advancement players in a single second. With absolutely no restrictions, its power is truly terrifying. The system screen confirms he can now undergo his 2nd advancement as a level 40 magic warrior. Realizing he has reached level 40, he feels a bit bad about the wasted overflow experience. However, Su Yang wonders if that level 115 necromancer he killed will ever be able to resurrect again. The system immediately chimes in, confirming that the necromancer, Chen Lun, has been completely and permanently destroyed. It praises the host's perfect decision, analyzing that if that powerful necromancer had successfully acquired the dragon-slaying heart, he would have definitely killed Su Yang. If the host is slain by other players while controlling a boss, he will instantly suffer permanent death in reality. The system warns him to be extremely cautious. Su Yang sighs in relief, knowing he made the right call by eliminating Chen Lun. Had he not acted so quickly, he might already be dead. He smiles, feeling quite satisfied with his quick thinking. But after getting such a harsh lesson, the expedition team probably won't dare to come knocking on his door for a challenge anytime soon, right? Su Yang is curious. At this point, he remembers that Star Brilliant rank bosses are called true spiritual beings, possessing minds of their own. So what happens when he is not actively taking over the Black Dragon? The system quickly answers him. When a boss is matched by the system to a successor, its conscious mind is completely eliminated. No matter what rank, during the periods when the host is not connected, the boss will simply act according to predetermined rules. Furthermore, if a boss is killed by the host holding the position, it automatically matches with a higher-level boss. Surprised, he pulls out the Dragon Slayer's heart. Is there really such a rule? It feels like the game is practically forcing him to slay a dragon. And when speaking of dragon slaying, this piece of equipment is absolutely essential. It almost feels as if everything has been perfectly arranged beforehand. The item info lists its rank as unknown. The Dragon Slayer's heart describes how a brave hero received a goddess's blessing after decapitating a giant dragon. The spilled dragon blood forged the Dragon Slayer's sword, and taking the giant dragon's heart served as absolute proof of the heroic deed. During that chaotic moment, the vision of the nameless hero was suddenly expanded. Although the Dragon Slayer's sword was lost to the world, only the proof remains with the hero, boosting his spirit stat by 50% and strength by 100%. The glorious Dragon Slayer trait completely ignores the natural talents of the dragon race. It boosts damage to dragon creatures by 500% and unlocks the ancient Blood Soul heroic spirit. Using the Dragon Blood Tainted Amulet, he can summon this heroic spirit to aid him in combat. The unlock condition for this equipment is strict. He must single-handedly slay a giant dragon. To summon the ancient Blood Soul heroic spirit, there is a limit. Every slain giant dragon will grant him exactly 1 charge for a single use. Currently, he has 0 charges. Su Yang figures that this Blood Soul heroic spirit must be that legendary dragon-slaying hero himself. Anyone earning such a title is bound to possess absolute, devastating power, looking way cooler than even a 5th-tier class advancement. With such a super sidekick, who would he ever need to fear again? Killing the Black Dragon to unlock the summon is the plan. That is definitely his goal for the next stage. He opens the door to head out. It is time to accept his 2nd-class promotion. Meanwhile, over at the temple, players are looking at Bai Ling. The players are gossiping in absolute awe. Is she really the temple priestess? She is incredibly gorgeous. Is she waiting for someone? Who could possibly have the temple priestess herself standing outside waiting for them? It is so envious. Everyone wishes a beauty, like the priestess would wait for them. She opens her eyes and whispers a prayer. Seeing him approach, Bai Ling immediately asks how she can assist the esteemed brave one. Su Yang is surprised, asking why she calls him that and how she even knew he was coming. She explains that the class advancement statue just emitted the radiant guidance, signaling the arrival of a temple VIP. And in all of Dongling City, he is the only VIP around. As for the title, it is a strict temple requirement. She hopes he does not mind. He looks away, feeling a bit awkward, so that is how it is, though it still feels rather strange. The system suddenly announces that he has received the 5-star 2nd-class advancement quest. To complete it, he must solo a diamond-ranked dungeon twice and defeat the boss within 3 minutes of encountering it. As far as Su Yang knows, the standard way is to form a full party to clear dungeons of this difficulty. However, this quest strictly demands that he must clear the dungeon entirely by himself. This is clearly an intentional hurdle to make things difficult, but for someone with his power, it is basically like having no restrictions at all. Bai Ling praises him, amazed that he has accepted yet another 5-star quest. He truly lives up to his title as the Brave One. Su Yang humbly replies that it is nothing, then asks if she has a map of the nearby silver-ranked dungeons. She quickly nods and hands him a map, telling him that she has exactly what he needs. This is the dungeon map he requested, featuring not only the silver-rank locations, but also the coordinates and respawn times for both bronze and gold dungeons. Su Yang politely thanks her, and since there is absolutely nothing left to do, he prepares to take his leave. Bai Ling quickly stops him, asking the Brave One to wait for just a second. She explains that not long ago, a terrifying incident occurred inside one of the dungeons. The difficulty level of the dungeon suddenly spiked, causing a high-level class holder to go completely missing. On top of that, players in the low-level wild areas have been extremely overcrowded lately, often leading to bloody conflicts over territory. She earnestly warns him to be very careful out there. Su Yang thanks her for the warning and promises to stay alert. He wonders how he is going to find 2 unclaimed silver-ranked dungeons in a place with so many low-level areas. Could they already be taken? Arriving at the site, he is surprised to find a massive crowd. Is everyone throwing a party here or what? Approaching the red notice ahead, Su Yang wonders if a simple silver-ranked dungeon really warrants all this fuss. He is completely out of breath. After running around to check 7 or 8 dungeons, he cannot believe that others have beaten him to every single one. Talk about terrible luck. Could his recent streak of pulling top-tier gear have finally triggered some kind of cosmic karma payback to balance things out? Su Yang pulls out his map to check. The entrance to the Cave of Suffering dungeon lies just ahead, but a crowd is already gathering at the gate. Great, why are there so many people here? Suddenly, he spots a familiar face in the crowd. Why on earth is Gu Shuexian standing there? She is trying to reason with the guy next to her, begging Wang Fei not to steal the dungeon they claimed first. Su Yang is completely shocked to see Wang Fei. Not this annoying guy again. Wang Fei sneers, telling Shuexian that the dungeon doesn't have Yu Guild written on it. If they want to run it, they have to prove they are strong enough. Su Yang wonders if Yu Wu is a sister guild to Yu Yun. What a strange coincidence. Since he knows some of them, maybe he can talk it out before things get messy. He decides to jump into this fight. Changing direction, he drops down to the ground and declares he has no intention of giving up this dungeon either. Luo Shanhei barks from behind, warning everyone to beat it because their boss claimed this spot first. Though he adds that they are welcome to stay and play around a bit. Mid-boast, a blade stops right in front of him. It is He Lan, a level 61, third-class ranger. The Yuwu member warns him to keep his mouth shut or lose his head. Luo Shanhei stutters out in terror, a third-class ranker. Wang Fei scoffs, asking what there is to fear when they have their own third-class powerhouse. Li Zhen, a level 60 third-class martial artist of Qingshan Pavilion, snorts and warns the Yuwu members they are out of line. He tells her to back off, but He Lan mockingly calls him an uncivilized ape. She asks if his muscles aid his brain, while he arrogantly retorts that only fists make the rules around here. He threatens to call his crew, warning her not to cry when they wipe out the rookies behind her. She looks back at her team, knowing most of them are just low-level rookies. Clashing with this jerk might end badly, but if she backs down now, there is no telling how much further he will push. As He Lan hesitates to strike first, Su Yang chooses this exact moment to step in. He casually points out that if might makes right, then he should definitely have a say here. Xueqin remembers him from the teleportation center, relieved he is safe, but completely baffled by his presence here. Provoking top rankers from both sides, Wang Fei fumes, demanding to know why he keeps showing up. Su Yang retorts that he should be the one asking why he keeps running into pests like him everywhere. Wang Fei points behind him, warning him that one flick from a third-class ranker will completely erase him. Li Zhen sneers, telling him to kneel and beg for mercy if he wants to leave with an intact corpse. Completely ignoring the threat, Su Yang casually greets Xueqin, who nervously waves back at her old classmate. Infuriated at being ignored, Wang Fei snaps, while He Lan asks if they are acquainted. Xueqin nods, confirming they were classmates, leaving He Lan surprised since that means they awakened at the same time. She wonders why he is acting so reckless, then asks if he just mentioned a class transfer quest. Since this is a silver-tier dungeon, she asks if he is lost, but Su Yang explains his second-class change requires it. He Lan freezes in shock, repeating the words, second-class change. If he awakened alongside Xueqin, how could he have reached level 40 in just a few days? It makes absolutely no sense. Wang Fei cuts in, asking if the kid really thinks he is some kind of elite. He warns him that acting like these masters are beneath him is a quick way for a trash warrior to get killed. He challenges him to show his status panel and reveal his pathetic level, telling him to stop acting so high and mighty if he is too scared. A clown like him only deserves to grovel at their feet, but Su Yang merely looks at him with pure disdain. Is he even level 10? He thinks, since anything lower is a waste of time. Under the current system rules, dying at level 10 or below drops you by 2 levels, and going below level 2 means permanent death. Wang Fei points his fingers at Su Yang, summoning a freezing ice orb and launching it forward. Su Yang calmly tells him to go back to the respawn pool as a single slash empties his health. Shocked, he falls as the system registers the death of the level 5 mage, awarding Su Yang 100 experience. As the lackeys panic and cry for their fallen friend, Li Zhen loses his temper and lunges with a massive punch. Su Yang backs up and teases his opponent, asking if sneak attacks are all they know. Enraged, the man roars that he will never forgive the kid for killing his ally, drawing his blade to see what skills this brat actually has. Su Yang turns to He Lan and casually tells her she can join in too so he can finish them both at the same time. That was exactly what she wanted as she steps up to mock his arrogance, asking who gave him such foolish courage. Daring to challenge 2-tier, 3-class holders at once is nothing short of pure, reckless arrogance. Even if he is Xiao Qian's friend, He Lan refuses to let it slide, quickly turning to coordinate with Li Zhen from Qingshan Pavilion. She suggests putting their own conflict aside for a moment to teach this arrogant brat a lesson he will never forget. Li Zhen coldly warns her that she is next before leaping high into the air, aiming a lethal, crushing fist straight down at Su Yang. Simultaneously, He Lan raises her sword and lunges straight for him. Su Yang uses his terrifying speed to intercept the first threat, leaving Li Zhen completely shocked by how fast the kid moves as he frantically activates his skills. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his Thunder Tiger punch straight at Su Yang's face, though the young man calmly blocks it with his blade. Su Yang effortlessly blows his opponent back before He Lan tries a cowardly sneak attack from behind, only for a glowing barrier to block her completely. Su Yang mockingly asks if she is resorting to sneak attacks too, laughing at the pathetic martial virtue of these Tier 3 class holders. The system reveals that he has activated a rare gold tier single-use scroll, generating a dense crystal barrier that can withstand 80,000 points of incoming damage. He Lan stares at her sword in absolute terror. Her ultimate strike did not even chip away half of his shield, making her realize he possesses a high-tier protective scroll, and that his weapon cannot possibly be silver tier. Could it actually be gold tier, or perhaps even platinum? His swift execution of the Ice Mage earlier was so fast she could barely track it, which was the only reason she had approached with caution. Yet she never expected him to be this terrifyingly strong, leaving her to wonder what kind of background Su Yang actually has. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts from the rock face ahead, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. Li Zhen screams in fury that there is no escape and he must end him today, while Su Yang casually ignites his blazing sword, muttering that he is in a massive hurry. The roaring flames suddenly engulf the charging fighter, catching him completely off guard as Su Yang coldly commands him to turn to ash. Nothing remains but fading embers as the system confirms the death of the level 60 martial artist. After pocketing over 3,000 experience points, Su Yang calmly turns his gaze toward the surviving woman, asking if she wants to keep fighting. She forces an awkward smile, wondering how she could possibly fight him now. Seeing her back down, Su Yang notes that it is for the best since they are technically in the same guild, leaving Helan absolutely stunned by his sudden claim of guild kinship. Realization starts to dawn on her as Su Yang politely asks her to apologize to her guild master before claiming the dungeon for himself. His profile pops up on screen, revealing he is a level 40 magic warrior from the UV Guild, alongside 2 brand new system notifications. He has officially entered the Cavern of Torment, which immediately triggers his crucial class advancement quest that needs to be completed as soon as possible. This challenging instance requires a level between 20 and 40, allowing a party of anywhere from 1 to 8 players. Stepping deep into the dim Cavern of Torment, the young warrior prepares himself to face the trials completely alone. Su Yang mutters to himself that aside from the Black Dragon Fortress, this is actually his very first time running an official dungeon, making it feel quite fresh. He recalls this place being the lair of the Earth God, but upon spotting a lone sentry, he wonders why there is only a single guard at the entrance. The target is a level 35 evil Earth God archer, prompting him to draw his blade while joking that the dungeon feels a bit stingy. Right as he finishes off the archer, another hideous monster lunges at him from the darkness behind. Su Yang swiftly grabs the beast by its throat, throwing it across the cavern before following up with a fluid, lethal strike of his sword. Killing the level 35 Earth God archer rewards him with over 500 experience points. Slaying a level 34 evil Earth God butcher nets him another 537 points, making him scoff at these cheap ambush attempts. He notes this dungeon is full of nasty surprises, realizing he only evaded the blow due to his speed before recalling his fight with Li Zhen. Up until now, he has mostly relied on raw stat suppression to overpower his opponents and secure victories. But facing stronger class holders in the future will require high-level skills, prompting Su Yang to summon a surge of purple energy in his hand. Seizing this perfect opportunity, he decides to use these dungeon monsters to train his magic blade. Entering a darker corridor, a sudden hissing echoes from above right before 2 mutated beasts drop down from the cavern ceiling to ambush him. His defensive barrier easily blasts them back as his magic blade shifts form, transforming into a heavy mace in his grip. He brings the heavy mace crashing down on the monsters, leaving them howling in agony, while a squad of archers on the rocky ledges above aim their arrows. Arrows rain down in a lightning-fast barrage, throwing up a thick wall of smoke. His demon blade morphs into a heavy crossbow. Tommy aims straight at his ambushers, firing shot after shot until the archers explode into pieces. He knows staying on the defensive is a losing game. Time to train pull this massive mob. Without a second of delay, Tommy charges straight ahead to herd them all. A howling horde chases him from behind. Since the boss room is right ahead, he decides to wipe them all out instantly. Tommy spins around on his heel, holding a deadly double-ended spear. The weapon expands into a massive spear, flying forward. Every monster it touches bursts into flames, devoured by 40 meters of pure destructive power. Watching the horde turn to ash, he grins at the versatility flawless transition from long-range sniper to close-quarters combat. This skill is incredibly versatile, making him even more eager to see what his 5th class advancement reward will be. Right then, a pair of glowing eyes locks onto Tommy. The Frostbone Giant Tiger, a level 40 boss, has arrived. Staring at its massive, intimidating frame, he is genuinely surprised that the final dungeon boss of the Earth Lair is just a tiger. He wonders if a mere pet overthrew its master, finding the dungeon design amusing. But the giant tiger sneers with pure contempt. The beast roars, mocking the foolish human for invading its territory, before charging forward to ask if Tommy can even keep up with its speed. Tommy calmly analyzes the beast as it circles him, realizing its dramatic dialogue is just a scripted boss line. It is clear that bosses below Starlight rank lack true intelligence. Tommy decides to use the beast to test out his new skill combos. Stomping its massive front paw down, the beast tries to crush Tommy flat beneath its weight. Instead, the tiger takes massive reflected damage, its body sliced to ribbons while Tommy stands completely unharmed. The system announces he slayed the silver boss, earning 6,321 experience points for soloing 2 silver dungeons under the limit. Since defeating it took only seconds, Tommy scoffs at the 3-minute limit and calmly walks toward the glowing teleportation portal. Stepping out to head to the next dungeon, he spots Helen's group hiding behind a boulder and wonders why they are cowering so far away. Tommy teases that he will not eat them. Helen stiffly replies to just ignore them, so he bids them farewell. Helen is stunned he cleared a hellish dungeon in 5 minutes. What kind of monster is he? Tiffany recalls the past with a sigh. They were classmates just a short while ago, but now it feels like they live in completely different worlds. Entering the next dungeon, he slays the blood-dwelling stalker boss, securing another 6,187 experience points. Having cleared both silver dungeons solo and killed every boss within 3 minutes, he finally meets the requirements to complete his 5-star class advancement quest. A wave of notifications displays, confirming that the grueling 5-star advancement quest is a massive success. Suddenly, a hidden class quest triggers. Tommy stares in shock as the interface updates with Phase 1. The Lost Rusty Key. The quest log marks a location on his map, warning of a terrifying, hibernating beast that seems to guard a secret. Completing it grants a massive 5% boost to all of his stats, plus a legendary skill book and a special demon warrior subclass. First, the hidden quest only unlocks after a 5-star advancement and does not affect normal career progression. Second, new stages of this hidden quest line will unlock sequentially with every job transition. Third, players are free to abandon these hidden quests at any time, as doing so will not cause any negative impact whatsoever on their normal class advancements. With a 48-hour time limit, he stares at the prompt. Asking if he will accept, Tommy smirked. A 5% stat boost is incredibly alluring, not to mention a legendary skill book and an obvious second phase. This must be the legendary value of a 5-star quest. Of course, he accepts. Checking his map, he sees the objective lies in the dangerous, high-level outskirts of Tianling City. With average monster levels hovering above 40, that terrifying beast must be at least level 50. Without turning on some major hacks, clearing this seems impossible. Drawing his sword, Tommy realizes it is finally time to unlock this Starlight rank weapon. Wielding a high-tier weapon beyond Diamond rank is no easy feat, requiring not only a flawless, boundless gem but also the skills of a Grandmaster blacksmith. Unfortunately, no such craftsman exists in Dongling City. Then he remembers the local branch of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is located in Tianling City. They deal in both dungeon guides and high-value intelligence, making it the perfect excuse to pay those defeated rivals a little visit. Since the pavilion is tied directly to the powerful Alliance X, he wonders how they will react once he shows them what he has. In Tommy's hand, a glittering Alliance X Black Gold membership card catches the light. Arriving at Tianling City, he spots a massive crowd already gathering outside the headquarters. Su Yang is pretty surprised. He didn't expect Tianling City to have so many people buying power boosts. No wonder they are the top power-boosting group around, though it makes him a little nervous. Su Yang thinks to himself that since he just sold off their stuff to become filthy rich, he feels a tiny bit self-conscious about it. The system screen displays the stats of a flawless, boundless gem, an item that can be slotted into any gear level to completely remove its level restrictions. With a balance of 2.8 billion, he hears impatient voices echoing around the lobby demanding to know when their turn is. Just as the crowd is losing all patience, the clerk at the counter apologetically begs everyone to please remain calm. When his number is finally called, Su Yang heads inside while marveling at the massive crowd, only to suddenly spot 2 very familiar faces nearby. Su Yang realizes it is Zhou Tai and Lu Qi. What a quick reunion. The guy walking right behind Zhou Tai is badgering him. He asks if Brother Zhou can really not compensate him for his destroyed weapon, pointing out it was an exquisite grade item, leaving Zhou Tai annoyed. Zhou Tai snaps that after losing Chen Lun, headquarters not punishing them is already incredibly generous, so what else could he possibly want? Furious, Lu Qi kicks a pile of objects in front of him, complaining that this means he has to grind dungeons for several more months. Wait for it, a stray piece of wood flies straight towards Su Yang's face, but he catches it effortlessly, asking who threw it. The arrogant jerk steps over asking if he has a problem, and Su Yang fires back that he absolutely does. Su Yang asks if being a high level means they can act without consequences. Enraged, Lu Qi grabs his collar, calling him a level 40 weakling. He barks that he can do whatever he wants around here, threatening to erase Su Yang from existence right then and there. Seeing Su Yang just calmly smiling back, the guy snaps, demanding to know what is so funny, before vowing to completely destroy Su Yang if he ever dares step into the Black Dragon dungeon. Zhou Tai steps in to break them up, telling Lu Qi to watch his behavior since it is a small issue, while asking Su Yang not to hold a grudge. Su Yang adjusts his collar and asks if this is really how the famous Tianji Pavilion treats its valued paying customers. He adds that he is deeply disappointed, prompting a highly contemptuous response from the older man. Zhou Tai smugly says they are a high-level group and do not offer power-boosting services for dungeons at Su Yang's low level. Liu Si suggests kicking the kid out instead of wasting words, but Su Yang calmly pulls out his premium membership card, telling them to open their eyes and see what is in his hand. Flustered, the thug scoffs that a trashy card cannot scare him, swinging his hand to slap the card away and leaving Su Yang genuinely surprised. Wondering if this idiot is blind, Su Yang watches the card land right at the feet of an approaching stranger. Seeing the man step forward, Zhou Tai gets a horrible feeling and nervously asks the chief manager why he is here. Liu Qi excitedly calls him brother-in-law, glad he finally arrived. The newcomer is actually a level 120 Class A city manager of Yongfeng City. Instead of greeting him, the manager immediately delivers a swift, echoing slap right across his brother-in-law's face. Falling to the ground in shock, the man asks what his brother-in-law is doing, but Jia Yuet ignores him and politely hands the card back to Su Yang. He respectfully introduces himself as Jia Yue, the manager of Yongfeng City, and sincerely apologizes for the trouble his foolish subordinate caused. Su Yang accepts the apology, telling him it is fine, though he secretly wonders if this manager is actually some legendary big shot. Jia Yue curiously asks if someone so young holding an X-Alliance black card has already completed the legendary 5-star class advancement quest. He asks if Su Yang has unlocked special temple privileges, which the young man calmly confirms is true. The manager strictly orders Zhou Tai to treat their esteemed guest with absolute respect, and the assistant quickly bows in compliance. Liu Xi goes completely pale with sheer shock as Jia Yue commands the troublemaker to follow him immediately so they can discuss all the details regarding their next dungeon raid. Dragged away by his collar, the embarrassed thug begs his brother-in-law to let go so he can walk, before pointing a finger at Su Yang. He warns the kid not to get cocky and to watch his back, leaving Su Yang to wonder if the guild is planning something big. Zhou Tai instantly switches to a respectful tone, asking how he can assist their VIP guest, and Su Yang lays out his requests. He explains that he needs to find a master blacksmith in Tianling City, while also asking if they have any boundless gems in stock. Since the treasure pavilion is completely sold out, he wants to buy several, causing the assistant to hesitate. Zhou Tai nods, saying the information and gems are available, though they are incredibly expensive, before pausing to see his reaction. Su Yang casually snaps his fingers, stating that anything that can be easily solved with gold is no problem at all, before slamming a massive, heavy bag of coins on the counter. Wide-eyed, Zhou Tai promises to fetch the items himself rather than sending an assistant, begging the prestigious guest to wait just a moment. Amused by how quickly the man's attitude changed, Su Yang finds himself intrigued by this guild, especially since even the manager of the capital city, Yongfeng, is so incredibly respectful to him. He is becoming increasingly curious about the true origins of this mysterious temple. He leaves the temple with a map in hand, guiding him toward the Old Wolf blacksmith shop. He is surprised that a legendary master blacksmith is hiding in such a rundown, ordinary place, realizing that seeking help from the guild was a smart move. However, Su Yang suddenly catches an interesting conversation nearby about whether the elite expedition team is preparing to enter the Black Dragon dungeon again, leaving two bypassers whispering in total disbelief. People have already died there, and yet they still dare to go? The guy next to him replies that it is only a rumor, but with everyone completely terrified, absolutely no one is stepping up. He even adds that if it were him, even for 10 billion, he would never dream of going. Su Yang is not surprised, as this was entirely expected. Chen Lun's tragic death has completely crushed the morale of the expedition team. They probably won't dare return anytime soon, but conquering the massive Black Dragon must happen quickly before anything else can go terribly wrong. Stepping into the forge, Su Yang pushes open the door to greet them. "Pardon the intrusion," he says, looking for Master Gu Yang. Inside, Rong Shu and An Yu are already waiting, as Gu Yang looks up from his work to ask him a question. "Is that a customer?" Gu Yang asks, while Su Yang recognizes the two girls from Yu Yun. Greeting them politely, Su Yang asks if they are also here to grab gear, prompting An Yu to rush over and ask him shyly. "Are you the new little brother who just joined?" she asks, wondering about his age, if he has a girlfriend, and if he likes older girls. This overly enthusiastic attitude leaves Su Yang completely speechless. Rong Shu quickly steps in, pulling An Yu back before turning to ask if he is indeed Su Yang. As a Grandmaster Forge, she points out, noting that a low-level fighter like him should just use the common street blacksmith shops. While An Yu complains about being pulled away, Su Yang sighs, muttering that he has already heard the exact same insult twice today and is just too tired to explain himself anymore. Instead, he pulls out his sword, calmly asking if this weapon of his is worthy of being forged here. Gu Yang raises his heavy hammer high in the air and slams it down, causing bright hot sparks to burst outward. Rong Shu cannot tear her eyes away, whispering that this is her very first time seeing the unique glow of a radiant-grade weapon upgrade. And Yu watches the sparks dance through the air, softly whispering how beautiful it looks. Rong Shui glances over at Su Yang, noting his calm and unbothered expression. It is almost as if he is already completely used to witnessing sights like this. And Yu runs over to tease her, asking why she keeps staring at Su Yang and if she has already fallen for him. Startled, Rong Shu snaps back at her to stop talking nonsense, while An Yu just giggles at her flustered reaction. Since she rarely loses her composure like this, she finally snaps at her to stop. Watching them, Su Yang wonders if he made a huge mistake by joining this guild. Hours later, Gu Yang holds up the gleaming sword, announcing that it is finally finished. Su Yang is thoroughly impressed, thinking that a true master is indeed different, since his own attempts in the past wasted so many precious materials. Taking the sword, Su Yang asks for the price, but the old master replies that he poured his absolute heart and soul into this weapon. Under normal circumstances, he would have charged him at least 1 billion gold for the crafting fee. But because he had so much fun forging it today, the master generously waives the entire grandmaster fee. Su Yang, however, refuses to take advantage of him. He insists that money is easy to make, but finding a grandmaster like him is nearly impossible, so he cannot accept the freebie. Offering the money, he tells the master to take the 1 billion, promising that he will be returning often. Gu Yang gives him a thumbs up, praising his bold spirit before gladly accepting the payment and welcoming him back anytime. Honestly, you can't blame An Yu for swooning when he turns down a free service and happily drops 1 billion, looking exactly like a truly rich tycoon. An Yu admits she is falling for him, while Rong Shui watches suspiciously. Could he actually be some rich young master from an S-rank guild? Meanwhile, in the Tianling city outskirts, near the Ninghuang Mountains, a level 40 zone, Su Yang has finally arrived. Looking at the rugged mountain range ahead, he realizes this is the quest location, a leveling map meant for second-class advancements and above. Su Yang prepares his bloodthirsty shadow skill, which requires 300 speed and 300 spirit points to activate. He drinks attribute potions to instantly boost his stats, then distributes his remaining unallocated points from before. The system displays his magic swordsman stats, showing 980 strength containing 241 base and 739 gear bonus, plus 1129 speed. His speed gear adds 818, spirit is 488, plus 50 permanent points from a meditation elixir. With meditation capped at 5 uses, he also consumes swiftness elixirs to gain 50 permanent speed points, likewise capped at 5, and another tier 1 swiftness potion adds 100 permanent speed points, making him secretly rejoice that he can now easily match any 4th-class expert. Su Yang dashes straight toward the mountains, shouting with surging momentum to bring it on. As he charges forward, 2 spectral shadows suddenly appear and rush along beside him. Their targets are a level 45 Lost Soul Bat and a level 44 Wraith Soldier. Activating his Shadow Walk skill consumes mana, instantly granting him temporary invisibility and a 60% speed boost. With a powerful, swift slash, he strikes both monsters, sending their massive bodies crashing straight down to the ground. Su Yang uses a double slash to eliminate them completely. Landing smoothly, he marvels at how a basic warrior skill can pack such insane power, all thanks to his new Radiant-grade weapon. But watch out, right behind Su Yang, countless glowing eyes are silently watching from the deep darkness. Instead of carefully clearing the edges, he decides to just smash through using his classic method. A massive explosion rocks the mountain. Su Yang quickly heads into the dark cave, the lair of a terrifying monster. This quest says it should be at least level 50. He wonders how many hits it can take. Total silence, not a single minion in sight. A faint light glows ahead. This is it. Su Yang squints at the light, his eyes widening in shock. Curled up right in the center is a massive sleeping beast. A system alert flashes a mutated beast that devoured some unknown flesh. Level 55, undead race, health and skills completely unknown. What on earth is this? Aside from its name and level, everything else is hidden. It looks like he will definitely need to buy an advanced identification skill book soon. Su Yang launches a preemptive strike, knowing better than to underestimate a boss with hidden stats. It is time to gear up for a brutal fight. He drives his blade straight into its skull. The alert shows Shadow Body deals 52,281 damage, applying the soul mark. Mana is consumed and the target is marked. Launching a stealth attack boosts his damage output by 300%. As the beast roars to life, Su Yang realizes this will not be a quick kill. It unleashes a barrage of raw energy from its jaws, sending sharp stone spikes erupting from the ground. Leaping high to dodge, Su Yang twists mid-air and delivers a devastating downward slash. The beast shrieks in agony as the blow connects. Gripping his sword tight, Su Yang charges forward. He refuses to give it any breathing room, determined to crush its health bar in one go. A system notification rings out. You have slain the mutated beast that devoured the unknown flesh. You received 4,321 experience points, an ancient key, and a piece of unidentified decaying flesh. The item description for the old key says it is heavily weathered by time. It looks like the crucial key to unlocking some sealed gate. As for the unidentified decaying flesh, all of its former immense power has completely faded away, leaving only a trace of rot that makes its true origin impossible to trace. The quest mentioned a key, but what on earth is this rancid piece of meat for? Just reading the description makes him pause. It suggests the original owner of this flesh was insanely powerful. Even with its energy depleted, it mutated a whole beast. Su Yang puts it aside. He needs to focus on his class advancement first, and he can study this weird item later. A new system notification flashes. Class advancement evaluation complete. You have successfully completed the 5-star difficulty quest. You receive Supreme Life Ascension, boosting your base attributes by 25%. You have also unlocked the exclusive passive skill for the Magic Warrior class, Dual Soul Boost. This skill increases your spirit attribute by 10% of your total strength. It also boosts strength by 10% of your spirit. This effect cannot stack infinitely. Hidden Class Advancement Quest confirmed as complete. Completing the Hidden Class Advancement Quest awards a permanent 5% boost to all attributes. You have unlocked the special Magic Warrior class, a legendary skill book, and lifted your level cap. With stored experience calculated, your level jumps from 40 to 58. Gaining 360 attribute points, he decides to split them evenly between strength and spirit. He quietly smiles to himself. His terrifying base attributes now completely crush any standard third-tier class user. If he factors in his gear stats, he can comfortably face those notorious spirit beast hunters head-on. A second-tier fighter beating a fourth-tier. Just thinking about it gets his adrenaline pumping. A new status screen shows that the attribute points have been successfully distributed. His updated stats screen displays massive boosts to strength, speed, and spirit. Su Yang smiles in satisfaction at his blade. Doubling his stats is already insane, but he also has the soul mark. From now on, even a platinum-tier dungeon boss will likely struggle to withstand one blow from his blade. It is truly worthy of a legendary-grade skill. A new system prompt chimes, introducing the legendary Magic Warrior skill, Dual Ruin Blade. This skill fuses his active weapon and raw mana into one, consuming half of his total mana pool. It unleashes a catastrophic attack, dealing 200% physical damage and 200% spirit damage. When he returns to the guild, Bai Ling rushes over to congratulate him. "Oh, great hero! Congratulations on completing your 5-star second-tier advancement. Your VIP benefits are currently being upgraded. First, your basic reward is increased to 50 million. Second, your discount with the Black ID of the X Alliance goes from 20% up to 30%. He simply nods. Honestly, with his current power level, these perks feel like a drop in the bucket anyway. She curiously asks what his next move is. Su Yang replies that he has been feeling a bit drained lately. He plans to take a couple of days off to find a healthy work-life balance, and Bai Ling completely agrees. While he is taking a break, he will not just lie around. He plans to visit the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to buy gear for his upcoming dragon hunt. Over at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion headquarters, inside Jia Yue's office, he assigns a new mission to Zhou Tai. "You will be in charge of this dungeon expedition. A team of 30 should be enough to clear it, right?" Zhou Tai nods. "Yes, 30 people is plenty, but that special mechanics means players cannot revive." Jia Yue pulls out a mysterious bracelet and tells him not to worry. Headquarters already prepared a backup plan, securing a Vitality Jade ring for every single person to guarantee they all survive. Zhou Kai is thrilled to see the Vitality Jade rings, thanking the manager for such an incredibly precious item. Jia Yue wraps up by leaving everything in their hands, admitting he would love to hunt the dragon himself if he were not so busy. Suddenly, someone cuts in declaring that this black dragon is not theirs to deal with just yet. The office door swings wide open as Zhou Kai whips around in shock, while a stammering Luzi asks the young miss why she is here. This is Luo Linger, a level 130 beast tamer and the daughter of the Tianji Pavilion master. She demands they show some respect and welcome the young mistress immediately. Jia Yue quickly drops to one knee to beg for forgiveness for his late welcome, but she tells him to rise, explaining that she kept this secret trip entirely to herself. She warns them to keep their mouths shut, just as a sudden flash of light reveals a chair flying right past. Sitting down, Luo Linger commands that absolutely no one is allowed to enter Black Dragon Castle without her explicit permission. She wants to tame the Black Dragon herself, making him hesitantly ask if this was her father's order, only to feel her sudden killing intent. She snaps back, asking if he dares to defy her just because her father is not involved, forcing Jia Yue to quickly submit and carry out her orders. Turning to leave, Luo Linger tells him to gather all data on the Black Dragon and prepare a room where she can get some rest. He lets out a massive sigh of relief once she leaves, completely caught off guard by her sudden and unexpected arrival. Standing behind him, Liu Zi is stunned, realizing this girl is a legendary genius from the Global Beast Tamer Association. Jia Yue confirms it, explaining that her organization is a massive superpower on the exact same level as the Alliance X. They specialize in tracking down rare beasts all over the world, meaning every single dungeon boss or wild elite is their target. Blessed with insane talent, she joined the Elite Global Association at an incredibly young age. Hardly anyone in the entire country of Longxia can match her, meaning her secret arrival is definitely a move to snatch the Black Dragon before other tamers get a chance. If she succeeds, she will easily become the most powerful beast tamer on the entire continent. This would rocket the TNG Pavilion's reputation to new heights, which is why Zhou Kai warns them to stay completely out of her way. Once they enter the dungeon with her, everyone must follow her lead, especially during the final moments, to let her tame the weakened dragon. They must not steal her kill under any circumstances, prompting him to quickly go fetch the basic dragon guide for her. He is absolutely terrified of competing with her, but as Zhou Kai checks the records, he is hit with a massive shock. The book was already bought yesterday by Su Yang, making an annoyed Liu Zi wonder why his name keeps popping up. Is he looking for trouble, or is this just a massive coincidence that Jia Yue is overthinking? He could not possibly know she was coming, but why would someone of his level even care about dragons? Leaving Zhou Kai to ask if they should demand it back. Jia Yue tells him no, warning against offending a temple VIP over a book, and orders him to search for other dragon records instead. Meanwhile, Su Yang sits down at his usual spot at home and opens up his newly purchased guide to start reading up on dragons. 5 million gold coins for a single book is highway robbery, but he just hopes the information inside is actually worth it. He mutters the names of red and white dragons until he finally spots the section he wants. It details the violent and bloodthirsty nature of the Black Dragon race, displaying a full chart of their raw power across different growth stages. It lists the infant, pre-adult, and adult stages, spanning from Star Brilliant and Bright Moon tiers all the way to the Blazing Sun rank. They possess insane physical strength and command black flames, but he wonders why there is zero mention of their damage reduction ability. Given the professional reputation of the TNG Pavilion, a massive error like this should be completely impossible. He wonders if their scouting team was simply unable to detect the dragon's actual black flame wing skill, just like how he was unable to fully analyze that flesh-devouring monster back in the mountains. According to the detailed records, they once discovered a pocket dimension in northwest Luoxu City within Anbei Province, where an infant black dragon in the Longjing Cave was defeated. Another larval dragon dungeon was cleared right in the center of Yemu City over in the Linjiang Province. Finally, an undefeated pre-adult dragon resides in a high-level dungeon in southeast Yongfang City within the Tianling Province. This one sits inside the Black Dragon Castle at Star Brilliant rank, and flipping the page, Su Yang realizes only 3 black dragons have ever been found in the country. With 2 of them already slain, the final dragon boss he is currently targeting is the only survivor left. But wait, the reports on that defeated dragon do not make sense, as its growth stage should correspond to Star Brilliant tier, not the Bright Moon rank. He pulls up the detailed files, which reveal that the dungeon difficulty for the Longmai Mountain Hunt was actually listed as Bright Brilliant. The Black Dragon was originally thought to be in its late growth stage, but analyzing the dropped dragon heart revealed it was actually in its pre-growth stage. Further research revealed this legendary Black Dragon had accidentally eaten a piece of mysterious rotten meat, which massively boosted its raw power. A special note stated the Heavenly Secret Pavilion would buy this mysterious meat at an insanely high price. Su Yang was absolutely thrilled. Did that strange meat really have such a wild effect? He had hit the jackpot this time. For the elite faction to offer such a massive price meant they would pay literally anything to get their hands on it. Most importantly, feeding this meat to his dragon would instantly boost its power straight to Crescent Moon level. Even a dozen elite 5th transition players would stand absolutely no chance against it, while his own level would jump straight to the 4th transition. His leveling path was wide open again. Leaning back on his bed, he knew this trick wouldn't last. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion was no fool, and they definitely would not let him exploit a deal like that again. Now was the time to slay the Black Dragon and move to the next boss, though killing it felt a bit sad after all the rewards. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Any former boss slain by the host would automatically become an absolutely loyal, permanent subordinate. Su Yang sat bolt upright, completely shocked by this sudden notification. He asked if he heard that right, could he actually get a Black Dragon pet? The system confirmed it was standard procedure. The system told him to keep calm, but how could he when he was about to own a dragon? Powerful, majestic, and completely dominant. Even in triple S rank guilds like the Global Beast Taming Association, almost nobody could boast having a giant dragon as a pet. If a massive guild war broke out, and he suddenly summoned a massive black dragon, the shock on everyone's faces would be legendary. However, Su Yang knew his current attributes were still way too low to control it, even with the dragon heart. How long would it even take to defeat it? Plus, if another challenger arrived right after the fight, his efforts would be wasted. Getting out of bed, he put on his slippers and pondered his next move. Looking at it closely, his leveling speed still heavily depended on his role as a boss. If no players came to challenge him for a while, his leveling progress would completely grind to a halt. Since he was still low level, maintaining his boss roles drained massive amounts of experience points. He could not afford to run dry against future exploration teams, so he needed to level up fast. Could he just farm high-level dungeons? Remembering his guild chat, Su Yang opened the system to check. The Forest Giant dungeon was a void stone-tier secret realm, was it not? It was a golden opportunity. Su Yang immediately sent back a simple two-word reply. Simply saying understood, his message caused an absolute uproar the moment Rong Shou and Yu Yun read it to the guild. And Yu immediately squealed that her favorite handsome little brother had finally replied, promising she would protect him. Shu Yun warned her to maintain her public image, while Yu Yan playfully remarked that Murong Shu seemed to be the one harboring rather impure thoughts here, and Yu begged them not to slander her. She claimed her bond with the handsome guy was purely platonic, like siblings from different parents, but Muzi teased she was busted, leaving An Yu to whine about being deeply misunderstood. He stared speechlessly at his screen as the chat notifications kept blowing up again. Yu Yun had remained quiet until now, finally asking if Su Yang was absolutely sure about entering a dangerous void stone dungeon with them. She warned him of the danger, but Su Yang just told them to meet him there. Entering the temple the next day, a lackey asked why the boss looked so pale. He sighed, explaining that after finally hitting level 99, his fifth transition quest forced him to fetch rare materials from none other than the dangerous Forest Giant dungeon. A guild member hesitantly pointed out that the Forest Giant was just as terrifying as the Black Dragon Fortress. Their current levels were probably not high enough to beat it. They whispered among themselves that Yu Yun's top squad was already preparing to conquer the dungeon, meaning this year's highly coveted trial entrance tickets would easily fall right into their hands. With the gap widening, Lei Shan smirked, claiming they still had one desperate play left. The lackeys looked at their boss in sheer disbelief. Wearing a wicked smile, Lei Shan declared that if he was going down, he would take them with him, slaughtering Yu Yun's team to make them feel true despair. The system interface popped up, displaying the diamond-grade Forest Giant Secret Realm. Recommended for levels 90 and above, the description warned of massive ancient trees blocking out all light while beastly roars echoed deep from within the dark woods. With a 35-minute countdown ticking away, he quietly scanned the surrounding crowd. Su Yang observes the massive crowd. Both the Forest Giant and Black Dragon Fortress are high-tier secret realms. Their difficulties are likely equal. Yu Yun probably chose this exact time to challenge them for that reason. This secret realm trial is a very special mission. It is hosted directly by Yongfeng City's Class Transfer Temple. Held only once a year, it requires A-grade guilds to have 5th transfer players just to qualify for the event. Each city gets only one ticket. The top 3 guilds in the realm will receive incredibly rich resources. This includes 1 exquisite grade weapon, 3 diamond grade weapons, and various guild buffs. It is an incredibly tempting prize pool for anyone. As the only 2 A-grade guilds in Tianling City, Yu Yun and Spirit Beast both want to dominate the other. That's why they rushed their 5th transfers. Spirit Beast originally had a slight edge in overall power, but after getting wiped out in the Black Dragon Fortress, their lost levels and gear left them at a huge disadvantage. Now it is Yu Yun's turn to shine. The surrounding B-grade guilds pose absolutely no threat to them at all, but things suddenly change. Su Yang glazes over as Lei Shan's arriving squad immediately starts shoving everyone else out of the way. Listen up, you low-level trash. This secret realm is claimed by Spirit Beast. Get lost right now if you do not want to die. Everyone is terrified. Seeing this, Su Yang realizes that the Spirit Beast Guild is clearly not planning to give up so easily. Other players quickly flee. These top-tier A-grade guilds are honestly way too overbearing. A nearby player warns them to keep quiet. Spirit Beast has had terrible luck lately, so they are obviously just venting their anger. Su Yang ponders. Clearing a diamond-tier secret realm is extremely difficult for them now, especially since almost no one is level 90. Their aggressive stance does not look like they are preparing for a raid. They seem to be waiting for someone. Su Yang slowly realizes their petty plan. Are they trying to block Yu Yun just to ruin their run without entering themselves? That is incredibly underhanded. Spotting Su Yang still standing there, a level 72 scout sneers. Hey kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our guild master? He calmly replies that he is just looking around, with zero interest in their business. They can do whatever they want. The scout aggressively shoves Su Yang back, barking out that he did not give him permission to speak and to get lost. Su Yang grabs the annoying hand on his shoulder, violently twisting it backward as the scout screams in sheer agony about his hand. With a casual toss, Su Yang hurls the guy toward a distant tree. The force is so immense he flies straight into the forest. The scout lands miserably in the dirt under an uprooted tree, prompting a highly alert Lei Shan to demand who he is and why he attacked. Su Yang simply yawns, casually replying that the guy tried to strike him first, so he was only acting in basic self-defense. An enraged Zhao Ming screams about his attitude, pointing out that leaving a guy clinging to a sliver of health is definitely not self-defense. Lei Shan quickly cuts him off, telling Zhao Ming to shut up before negotiating, admitting that his scout was indeed in the wrong. Since a harsh lesson was already delivered, he suggests they let the matter drop right here. Su Yang easily agrees, while an unsatisfied Zhao Ming asks his guildmaster if they are really letting this arrogant kid slide. Being able to easily overpower a third transfer scout means their opponent is likely at least a fourth transfer class player. Since their goal is ruining Yu Yun, there is no need to invite any unnecessary risks. Zhao Ming cools down slightly but still wonders if the kid is actually a secret helper sent by Yu Yun, though Lei Shan highly doubts that. After all, those guild women rarely associate with men anyway, but Su Yang can already sense a large group fast approaching. The leader of Yu Yun arrives, demanding to know what Guildmaster Lei is pulling. Lei Shan blocks the gate, casually claiming they claimed the forest giant first, and coldly suggests that Guildmaster Lin and her ladies find some other dungeon, prompting her irritated response. She scoffs at him, pointing out their squad was just completely wiped out, so they obviously have no energy left for a diamond-tier secret realm. Suddenly, she realizes, "So you came here specifically to make trouble, didn't you? Drag others down just because your own team was wiped out. What do you even gain from this?" She asks him to preserve some dignity, unless he wants to spark an all-out guild war right here. Lei Shan shamelessly declares that his only goal is to drag them down, ensuring they cannot participate in the upcoming trial either. He warns that absolutely no one is entering this dungeon today, but ice suddenly surrounds him, prompting him to coldly call out Morong Shu for attacking without her leader's command. Morong Shui snaps back, "If you want to fight, stop wasting your breath." Lei Shan readily accepts the challenge, eager to settle their scores once and for all in a bloody fight to the death. But Su Yang suddenly cuts in, scoffing at his claim and mockingly asking who the hell he thinks he is to block them. Morong Shui looks on in utter surprise as Su Yang steps forward, while Yu swoons over how incredibly handsome and daring he is. Xu Yang quietly observes him, noting that the highly discussed rookie of their guild has finally made his grand entrance on the stage. Two-man sighs, "If only Xiao Chan were here." Nearby, Mu Zi pulls out her journal, eager to document this historic moment of the Wu Yun Guild, welcoming its very first male member. Wu Yun steps forward with a greeting she has finally met him. Su Yang politely apologizes, explaining he has not had the chance to register at the guild yet. Still, he feels this arrangement is much more comfortable for everyone. She agrees, perhaps that is true. Wu Yun quietly observes, "A 5-star class transfer, a temple VIP with a brilliant grade weapon, and heir to an S-class guild. Su Yang has far too many secrets." But even with him standing right there, she wonders how to ask or if she even should. Meanwhile, over with Lei Shan, Li Dan is shaking with pure rage. Damn it, he pursued Yu so many times without even getting a glance. Yet here she is, throwing sweet looks at some random kid. He wants to kill him. Nearby, Zhao Ming gasps, "Guild leader, that kid really is with Wu Yun. And apparently, he is an official member, not just some external help." Lei Shan grits his teeth, "Kid, did you just play us?" Su Yang shrugs, "So what, are you going to hit me?" Suddenly, 2 glowing arrows shoot in from afar. He catches one arrow, face unchanging, realizing it came from that archer. Su Yang throws it right back, only polite to return the favor. With the second arrow, he kicks it straight back. Both pierce right through Zhao Ming, making his terrified comrades scream for their vice leader. Seeing his man go down, Lei Shan growls, "Kid, you are looking for death." Su Yang instantly teleports right in front of him. "I see what is happening here. You lot came to cause trouble, did you not? Blocking people from such a great dungeon. Do you think everyone has time to waste on this nonsense like you do? Do you even understand that time is money? If I miss my chance to kill that fat sheep who is taking responsibility." They are completely baffled. What fat sheep? What does that mean? Lei Shan snarls, "You are about to die, so just die." Su Yang pulls out a scroll, guess he has to teach them a lesson. Seeing the skill scroll, Lei Shan breaks into a nervous sweat. Lei Shan immediately barks orders to activate the defensive barrier and stack every single party damage reduction skill they have. He remains confident anyone bold enough to show up alone must be somewhat tough, but no matter how strong this kid is, he cannot break their guild's absolute strongest defensive barrier. Su Yang just smiles, "Is that so? Then try taking this on for size." A massive tornado suddenly manifests in the air. The fierce gales annoy Yu, while Rong Shui is left desperately holding down her skirt. "You are wearing pants, so what on earth are you complaining about?" These insane elemental fluctuations feel like an absolute natural disaster. Lei Shan is horrified, "Impossible. This is clearly a legendary grade skill. Su Yang directs the vortex at them disappear. The storm of 1,000 thunder blades slams violently into Lei Shan's position, sending a massive pillar of energy shooting into the sky, while winds howl all around. As the dust finally settles, Su Yang announces, "All right, the obstacles have cleared out, so shall we begin the dungeon run, guild leader?" The Wu Yun guild is left completely shell-shocked, with Yu almost fainting. Wu Yun can only stammer how. How is this possible? The entire Spirit Beast guild was wiped out in a single instant? Rong Shu adds that even a legendary tier skill scroll should not instantly wipe out an A-class guild. Muzi shows off her journal she sketched the entire event. It turns out Su Yang used another skill on top of that legendary scroll. Everyone examines the sketch, and An Yu is highly impressed by her drawing skills. Meanwhile, Rong Shu notices what looks like a blade condensed entirely from pure magical power. Wu Yun seems to piece it all together, so that is it. He used a legendary skill to trigger their defensive magic. He then spammed epic-grade skills to cause absolute chaos, before finally using a magic blade to harvest his enemies. It is incredibly logical tactical thinking. Rong Shui hesitates normally. A level 58 skill cannot damage Lei Shan's crew, but considering his ultra-luxurious gear, indeed, they all share the exact same thought: this kid must be the young master of some mega guild. Su Yang awkwardly asks if they can finally head into the dungeon. Wu Yun quickly nods. They are setting off right now. Entering the dungeon and looking up at the massive trees, Wu Yun feels a sudden chill and wraps her arms around herself. These towering trees really capture the vibe of a giant's territory, making the terrain quite complex. Everyone stays close, staying highly alert. And Yu strikes up a conversation, asking if Su Yang thinks their run will go smoothly this time. He guesses everything should be fine, but she gently wonders if they might run into unexpected chaos like that Black Dragon Castle incident. She asks him to protect her if that happens, and Su Yang politely promises to do his best. Suddenly, a shadow leaps from the bushes, startling her. It is just a tiny rabbit. Tunan laughs awkwardly. That really gave her a scare, but she celebrates too early, as a level 89 two-headed raptor emerges from the brush. Wu Yun steps up, yelling for everyone to stay calm and fight back. It is just a minor mob. Armed with her sword and shield, she slashes directly at the beast. Suddenly, a level 95 elite rock bear roars nearby, making An Yu and Muzi scream in terror. Someone calls out for help on this side too. Su Yang slashes down at a bear, asking why nobody was assigned to clear these monsters. And Yu explains that high-level rare beasts are extremely hard to find, since he stepped up to take the quest. She tells him she will handle this side. "Keep an eye on my health bar," Yu Yuan warns. She reports her side is fine, directing all support buffs to Su Yang, who quickly acknowledges the plan. Su Yang feels the incredible power of these 4th advancement support skills washing over him. His strength surges instantly, blasting the bear backward. Leaping down from above, he drives his sword straight into its skull, landing a critical hit for over 100,000 damage. Yu Yun slays her dragon, calling out that she is done and praising their effort. She mentions that having Su Yang join them has massively increased their chances of winning. Su Yang humbly replies that she is overpraising him. He admits this is his first time partying up for a dungeon, asking for their guidance. She agrees easily, but internally she is stunned. If this is his first team run, does that mean he cleared dungeons alone before? She realizes she cannot fathom his true identity at all. Yu Yun moves forward to engage the next boss monster. Meanwhile, Rong Shi waves her staff to unleash a freezing frost, turning the area to ice as Su Yang cleanly dispatches 2 bears with his blade. Once the mobs are cleared, the boss finally appears, prompting excited sighs from the team. And Yu asks if they are nervous, advising everyone to buy buffs from the TNG Pavilion. Things should theoretically go smoothly. Their opponent is a level 98 degraded half-breed giant of the giant race. Yu Yun is worried, admitting she is anxious, since the beasts in the Black Dragon dungeon wiped out before. He interrupts her, saying it is fine, and that a man's intuition tells him they will not wipe in this dungeon. It feels like a strange burst of confidence, but for some reason, his words sound incredibly convincing. Yu Yun quickly shakes it off and regains her focus. Deciding to trust his gut, she rallies everyone to charge ahead. The other members agree, each unleashing strikes targeting the giant boss's weak points. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai arrives to report to the manager. According to the latest info, Yu Yun's beasts clashed just outside the giant forest. Jia Yu asks with interest how it turned out. He reports back that the beast squad was completely wiped out. He responds that it was fully expected, noting that those on the wrong path often make foolish choices. He regrets ever holding them in high regard before. It seems Tianling City's qualification for the Secret Realm trial this year belongs to Yu Yun now, Zhou Tai points out. Zhou Tai adds that there is another matter regarding the Black Dragon's Secret Realm, making Jia Yue's expression grow serious. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yu Yun slashes the boss, Its massive body crashes heavily backward, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere as the team erupts in joyful cheers. They succeeded, victorious at last. A system notification pops up, announcing that Yu Yun's guild has cleared the secret realm and the rewards have been distributed. Prompted to distribute the loot, Yu Yun, now level 100, points out that Su Yang actually had the chance to land that final blow, yet he gave it to her instead. Su Yang smiles, telling her not to worry about it, as she probably needed the final blow rewards more than him. Deeply grateful, she thanks him and says she owes him a favor. Just then, the other girls rush over, showering him with praise. They gush about how amazing little brother Su Yang is, admitting they could never have cleared this dungeon so easily without him. Up close, he is incredibly handsome. They beg to add him as a friend, which Rong Shui can no longer stand to watch. She tells them to stop embarrassing themselves. Xu Yan quietly advises him to just ignore them. Checking the loot, they find 2 platinum items and even a diamond-grade piece. Yu Yun warmly asks if there is any gear he wants, offering to distribute it to him. Su Yang gives a strained laugh, thanking her but declining, secretly thinking to himself that he already has a massive pile of diamond-tier gear in his inventory. Rong Shui cheers happily, realizing they finally obtained the materials needed for their 5th advancement quest. Now they can finally secure entry tickets for the Secret Realm trial. An Yu excitedly asks the guild leader if they can all go out for a celebratory dinner. Yu Yun agrees that a celebration is a must, gently inviting Su Yang to join them. He hesitates. Suddenly, a system alert pops up about an invading challenger. Talk about bad timing, Su Yang is shocked. How could there be a challenger so soon? He wonders if the expedition team made their move early. He quickly teleports away, apologizing that something urgent came up and he must leave instead of joining them for dinner. Returning to the Black Dragon Lair where his minor monsters are still sleeping, he checks to see who is raiding his dungeon. Spotting the intruder, Su Yang is surprised to find only a single challenger. He carefully studies the intruder's appearance, confirming there is indeed only one person. Even more surprising, this figure is an elf. The system details display his name as A.K. Lawrence, a level 140 Royal Grand Mage. Lawrence sneers at the minor monsters, muttering that a bunch of filthy beasts is just getting in his way. Remaining hidden, Su Yang realizes this guy's power is no joke. He decides to stick to his usual play, sending elite monsters to test him first. Lawrence hears a sudden roar, threatening to crush his skull and calling him a cowardly elf. Before him stand a level 98 Dragon Priest and a level 96 Kobold Chief. A level 95 Blood Dragon Warrior joins them, vowing to use his blood as a sacrifice. They yell to dedicate their lives to Lord Athos and kill all intruders. But he just sneers. Athos, is that the stupid black dragon's name? It is just a young, useless black dragon. A couple of forbidden spells are more than enough to put it down. Aka wipes out the mob with a single slash. To him, they are less than trash. When dark blood splatters across his face, he wipes it away with pure disgust. Low-life monster blood is absolutely sickening. If it was not for the princess, there is no way he would ever step foot in this filthy place. Aka shouts for his summon to rise, ordering the forest giant to become his spear and shield, slaying every enemy in their path so he does not get dirty. He summons the massive forest giant and stands safely under its protection. Watching through his mirror, Su Yang is stunned. A level 95 elite monster was wiped out instantly. This guy is way stronger than the expedition crew. Could he be a tier 6 powerhouse? Going up against a tier 6 directly would definitely end in disaster. This is bad. Suddenly, a key detail clicks. Wait, the guy mentioned the princess. Could he be looking for her? Su Yang realizes he might get some useful information out of Lilith, who is currently fast asleep in her cage. He taps on the cage, telling her to wake up. Lilith sits up, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she wonders who is calling her. Su Yang gets straight to the point, asking if she is actually the princess of the Elf Kingdom. Terrified, she points a finger at him. She gasps, "You can talk. Since when could you speak?" Su Yang dryly responds that she never asked, and her focus is completely off. Lilith defends herself. Of course it is. He is an evil dragon who usually just lazes around, sleeps, and walks. Suddenly, acting this smart is impossible to digest. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crosses her mind. He has been watching her this entire time. Did this perverted beast do something shameless while she was fast asleep? Lilith bursts into tears, screaming for help and telling the perverted dragon to stay away. Su Yang is completely bewildered by how weird this conversation got. To regain control, he squeezes her cage with his massive claws as a threat. He warns her that his patience is running thin. She better answer, or she will become his next meal. It was just a bluff, but she instantly clutches her head in terror and confesses. She is Lilith Seva, the 6th daughter of Queen Sevilla. Su Yang is stunned. The name Queen Sevilla instantly rings a bell. According to the Dragon Guidebooks, the Elf Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom, and the Giant Kingdom are all SSS tier powerhouses. Out of the three, only the elves maintain friendly relations with humans, and the supreme ruler of the entire elf kingdom is Queen Sevia herself. This little elf girl actually has royal blood. Su Yang points the mirror at Aka, telling her that her people have arrived to rescue her. But instead of celebrating, Lilith's face instantly drains of color. You did not see that reaction coming. Su Yang notices she definitely recognizes the guy, though she looks far from thrilled. Lilith quickly confirms his suspicion. Aka Lawrence and his entire family are absolute scum. She can never forget the horrible things he has done. She would rather stay locked in this cage forever than be rescued by him. Intrigued, Su Yang asks what he did. Lilith calls him a beast in human clothing. She was almost fooled by his charming looks at first, but the bastard actually tried to drug and violate her. Luckily, she realized what was happening in time to escape. Su Yang is curious, is she not a princess? Would he really dare do that? Lilith explains that the Lawrence family is the most powerful faction in their kingdom. Even her mother cannot easily touch them, let alone protect an unfavored princess like her. Su Yang nods. There is definitely some royal drama here, but he can easily use this conflict to his advantage. Su Yang puts on a cold expression and announces that he is going to hand her over to Aka. Terrified, Lilith screams out that she would rather die than fall into his hands. He reminds her that he is not asking for her permission. The elf is a powerful tier 6 mage. She knows how terrifying his power is. If Su Yang does not hand her over, his own life could be on the line. But if she begs him and reveals the guy's weakness, he might reconsider. Blushing with embarrassment, Lilith desperately begs for his help. She promises to expose his weakness if he just keeps her away from that monster. Su Yang realizes he might have pushed her a bit too far this time. Clearing his throat, he reluctantly agrees to protect her, demanding she spill his secret weakness right now. Lilith quickly spills everything she knows. The Lawrence family is blessed with insane, magical talent and massive reserves of spiritual energy, but they suffer from one fatal flaw. Their physical bodies are incredibly weak. Even if they reach tier 5 or 6, their physical defenses remain at tier 1. Su Yang is shocked. They are literally the definition of glass cannons. Talk about an extreme build. Lilith adds that to make up for this, everyone in the Lawrence family wears a permanent, incredibly powerful mana barrier. With Su Yang's current level, breaking it is practically impossible. Despair washes over Lilith as she realizes the outcome remains unchanged. Is she doomed to become that scumbag slave after all? That look of hers makes him sigh, so why not trust him a bit? Su Yang ponders the situation, knowing everything she said is true. Is his only option now to use the advancement meat to level up, but doing that will spike the dungeon difficulty, making the expedition team overly cautious and ruining his plan to hunt those rich targets. Is there no way to get the best of both worlds? He plans carefully because reaching the exquisite rank will definitely transform his body. However, this armor is ultimately nothing more than an external cosmetic effect. It would be amazing if this provided some gear with actual stat boosts. Then he suddenly realizes something. Wait, the equipment. Didn't the dragon-slaying heart turn into gear in the Black Dragon's hands? Perhaps his human gear can also transfer, just as Lilith begs him. She pleads for him to set her free, refusing to fall into the elf's hands, but she only looks out at an empty space. Stunned, she wonders where the massive dragon went. Su Yang actually succeeded in using his shadow body stealth on a whim, never expecting it to work. Lilith looks around in absolute panic, wondering if the dragon actually abandoned her and fled. Su Yang wants to test the shadow bloodlust gear on the Black Dragon and trigger its unique special skill. In an instant, he enters the elusive shadow form, but the benefits do not even stop there. His equipment stats and even his personal talents completely sync up with the Black Dragon, especially boosting the beast's already massive stat amplification. System info displays the boss stats of Black Flame Desire Athos, Guardian of the Wall, level 100. 6 million health, Dark Dragon race, with 4,440 strength, 1,702 speed, and 2,241 spirit. He breathes a sigh of relief as his raw power and spirit multiply instantly, easily bridging the massive gap in his basic stats. Filled with absolute confidence, Su Yang decides it is finally time to greet his guests. Outside, Aka is shouting for the Black Dragon to hand over the princess to earn a quick death. He sneers while marching forward, mocking the dragon for not even daring to utter a single word in response. Is that overgrown lizard terrified? What a pathetic coward, making him waste so much time and effort tracking it down. Shifting to outright threats, Aka warns that he will unleash a destructive forbidden spell to wipe out both this palace and the dragon. Even if the princess dies in the blast, memory manipulation spells work perfectly fine on freshly slain corpses. He can just use a resurrection spell later to claim a completely pure, obedient princess. The mere thought of having her all to himself drives him absolutely wild with excitement. Unable to contain his impatience, he raises his magic staff, declaring his final decision for them to go to hell. Before the magic even triggers, Su Yang slams a massive dragon claw down, calling the elf a complete and total pervert. This guy completely ruins the elegant reputation of elves. That single devastating ambush instantly shreds Aka's health bar down to just 6%. Aka crashes heavily into the dirt as thick dust blankets the area. Battered and trembling, the elf demands to know exactly when the dragon appeared. He wonders how he completely failed to sense any presence, and how a single physical blow could shatter his elite magic barrier. Insisting it is impossible, the elf watches in terror as Su Yang ignites, stating that common sense does not apply to pure muscle. Su Yang unleashes a massive, roaring wave of purifying hellfire directly from his mouth. As Lauren is burned to ash, a notification confirms the absolute defeat of the level 140 boss, awarding 12 million experience. Knowing there is absolutely no reason to spare such trash, Su Yang eagerly checks to see what legendary loot dropped. Staring at the system log, he gasps. Did he actually get a legendary forbidden spell? The description details a tier 1 forbidden spell called Myriad Tribulation's Ultimate Lightning, which warps heaven and earth upon casting. It calls down endless lightning to devastate all enemies in a massive area. He also acquires a summoning stone capable of calling forth 2 level 6 beasts. These gloomy moon wolf souls will assist him in combat, legendary creatures known as the sacred messengers of the goddess of nature. They act as guardians of the legendary elf tribe. Next, he inspects a rare barrier scroll. This nature spirit barrier can completely withstand 7 consecutive strikes from high-tier level 6 skills without taking any damage. Su Yang is utterly stunned, knowing forbidden spells represent the absolute pinnacle of magical power, with legendary tier force capable of leveling entire cities. Ordinary mages lack the massive mana pool required to cast these spells naturally, which is why they are usually kept sealed in scrolls. That absolute trash of an elf actually ended up giving him an incredible gift. Yet, looking at the magic staff, he sighs. Despite his staff and accessories being exquisite tier, not a single piece of that high-end gear actually dropped. He expected a massive profit but ended up losing out on major gear. Where else could he find such a rich target? Meanwhile, Lilith remains locked in her cage. She sits gloomily, hugging her knees inside the cage. The terrifying dragon suddenly vanished. Did he really go to fight Akka alone? What if the dragon loses? She pauses, wondering why she is even worrying about that monster. That is completely impossible. She simply refuses to let a disgusting creep like Akka humiliate her. Suddenly, Su Yang returns with such presence that her cage violently rattles. Lilith curiously asks where he just went and what happened to Arca, so Su Yang reveals he used stealth to pull off a surprise ambush. He reassures her that the elf's soul was entirely incinerated, so she can finally relax. Lilith is completely stunned, realizing he actually wiped Arca out of existence. It is absolutely mind-blowing, since she remembers that only the 7-color dragons possess access to stealth magic. How does this black dragon know it too? The mysteries around him are piling up. Sensing his intense gaze, Lilith carefully asks what he plans to do next. Why is she staring like that? He notes that while elf royalty usually possesses massive magical power, she does not seem to have even a single drop of energy. She explains that she bears the ancient curse of the Elven Queen, which has been passed down through generations of their royal family. It does not just seal her natural magic talents, but also drastically cuts down her overall lifespan. In every generation of elf royalty, one unfortunate member must be sacrificed to carry this heavy curse. This time, it was her turn, which is why her own family has never treated her with any respect. Su Yang realizes she has had a pretty rough life. Honestly, if he hadn't gotten involved, she might have spent her entire life seeking true freedom. If the Black Dragon had been slain, she would have ended up as a toy for Arca or some other high-ranking class holder. It is safe to say he completely rewrote her destiny. Now, look at her reaction seeing the giant dragon claw reach for her. Lilith stammers, asking what he is doing since she already helped him take down Arca. Terrified, she shields her head with both hands and lets out a desperate scream. But nothing bad happens, the cage bars simply snap open. Su Yang calmly tells her she is free and no longer trapped in this dungeon. Lilith is confused, but Su Yang tells her that a good dragon always finishes the job, and she will have her true freedom very soon. He then turns to his army and commands that absolutely no one is allowed to lay a finger on Lilith. The elite monsters bow, obeying Lord Athos. Still in shock, Lilith wonders why this terrifying dragon is suddenly being so kind to her. What is his actual motive here, and what does he even mean by true freedom? But Su Yang is already logging off. Seeing him go still, she assumes he just fell asleep, completely dumbfounded by how fast he drifted off. Back in his room, Su Yang is thrilled. He made a massive haul today, giving him way more confidence to face the upcoming expedition team. Suddenly, his phone pings with a new message. Curious if it is Lin Yu Yun, he opens it only to find 99 unread notifications popping up. Startled, he wonders if he got a virus as a flood of worried texts rolls in, all asking where Su Yang went. They ask why he is not replying and say they were worried sick, hoping he won't disappear so suddenly next time. They tell him to give a heads up next time, then ask if he is free tomorrow to go shopping at the commercial street together. One even asks to draw a sketch of him, but is met with a firm no, leaving her whining about why a casual drawing is off limits. He sighs at how incredibly enthusiastic this group of girls is, before texting back an apology for leaving so quickly and causing trouble. He figures it is best to reply to Lin Yu-yun directly so she can keep the others in check. She answers almost instantly. She tells him it is totally fine, knowing he had personal business to handle, and thanks him for all his help today. The girls send a photo of their celebration. He smiles, feeling the warm, lively energy that a real guild is supposed to have. Lin Yu-yun is definitely a solid and reliable leader, leagues better than those guys from the Spirit Beast Guild and the Expedition team. On the 21st day at the Awakening Tower, Shueqin spots him and happily runs over, asking if he is also here for a job change. He nods, asking if she is here for her first advancement. She shyly replies that with some help, she finally reached level 20. She then asks if the rumors are true about him taking on a diamond-tier dungeon with Lin Yu-yun's guild. Su Yang confirms it, casually adding that he hit level 60 yesterday and is here to take his third advancement quest. Her face falls slightly as she admits her deep admiration, feeling like they are living in two completely different worlds now. She secretly laments that he will only pull further ahead from here. But Su Yang encourages her, noting that she has been working hard too. Since she holds a hidden class, her growth potential is insane, and she might even surpass him one day. That immediately cheers her up, and she asks if he really means it. Su Yang smiles warmly, telling her to keep it up so they can fight side by side one day. Shueqin beams with renewed determination, promising that she will do her absolute best. She is deeply touched that despite his massive power, he is still the same warm and supportive Su Yang she always knew. He officially accepts the 5-star third advancement quest to unlock the Magic Warrior class, proving both his magical and physical might. Part 1 requires him to destroy the Castle of Ruined Souls, with a strict restriction banning all physical damage. He must single-handedly defeat the level 60 platinum boss in this ruined castle. Part 2 takes him to the desolate Spirit Mountains. There, he must face the abyssal Earth Dragon, but this time he is forbidden from using any magical skills or damage. Once he defeats this level 60 boss alone, he will unlock the Demon Spirit Dance skill and gain 300 attribute points. He transfers 300 energy attribute points and unlocks a legendary tier divine attribute passive skill called Demon Spirit Secret Marshal. He realizes this new quest is really ramping up the intensity, giving him 2 missions at once with tons of restrictions, while Bailing warns him from behind about the upcoming dangers. She warns him to be extremely careful, especially since a blood moon has recently begun to appear. Su Yang asks doubtfully about the blood moon, so she explains. She tells him that a blood moon is a unique event that turns all wild beasts and dungeon monsters crazed and bloodthirsty. Ruined castles and spiritual monsters, particularly the dungeon bosses, will feel the absolute worst of this chaotic energy. Bai Ling adds that the blood moon has no fixed schedule, with only a few warning signs appearing on the morning of its arrival, followed by a formal warning posted by the Professional Hunter Association to keep everyone safe. She begs the brave hero to keep this warning in mind. He reassures her that he understands, but unlike her deep anxiety, Su Yang is brimming with absolute confidence, believing his newly acquired power can easily handle any dangerous situation. Unfortunately, he cannot reveal his secret, so she would just have to worry in vain. They arrive at the ruined castle, a platinum tier secret realm recommended for level 60 and above, which once belonged to a powerful noble. Legend says this noble was driven completely mad by a terrifying flesh-eating curse. In a single night, he slaughtered everyone inside before transforming into a horrifying, soul-devouring specter. Lurking in the deepest depths of the castle, any intruder stepping inside instantly becomes his next prey. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu is sprawled out lazily, his face completely flushed from drinking way too much alcohol, barely able to wake up from his deep slumber. Staring at the crimson moon above, he curses his terrible luck since it had to appear on the exact night he got absolutely hammered. His superiors assured him that nobody ever visits this ruined castle anyway, so it should not be a big deal. Xiao Lu heads to the portal to activate the warning barrier so he can quickly go back to drinking. But when his system notification reveals a raid is already underway, he freezes in shock, wondering who would be foolish enough to challenge a Blood Moon dungeon. Just moments earlier, Su Yang arrived and casually waved his hand to blast away the small imps as the system began spitting out alerts. He defeated a level 56 Demon Child for 1512 experience and a level 55 Demon Child for 1511 experience. He scoffs that this Blood Moon dungeon is completely overrated, but suddenly, the 2 defeated demon children behind him burst with dark energy. A cold shiver runs down Su Yang's spine, and turning around, he is shocked to see the horrific mutation occurring right before his eyes. They have transformed into level 70 frenzied demon children, leaving him wondering if the creatures have somehow undergone a massive mutation. Realizing this is the true terror of the Blood Moon, he barely has time to react as razor-sharp claws swipe at him with insane speed. He quickly leaps backward, his own speed enhanced, as the monster opens its mouth full of jagged fangs to shoot a devastating energy blast at him. Su Yang raises his shield to block the impact while the two monsters flash a twisted, savage grin. Their heads detach and fly straight at him, making him yell in terror before firing two powerful energy beams that pierce right through their skulls. The heads swell up with bulging eyes before violently exploding midair. Acidic fluid rains down on Su Yang, but as he dodges, a stray drop grazes his hand, prompting a system alert that his sanity has dropped by 10 points. The system warns that if his sanity hits 0, he will enter an irreversible state of pure madness. He wonders how this dungeon suddenly turned into a twisted Cthulhu-style nightmare. Watching the two headless demons charge forward, he admits he made a mistake and severely underestimated the true terror of this Blood Moon. Not only did the monsters get a massive boost in attack power and health, but they also brought this sinister sanity system with them. He slices them down with a swift blow, realizing he must tread carefully as he sweeps through the area, leaving a trail of dead beasts. Infusing his staff with raw fire magic, he smashes his enemies to pieces before targeting another floating monster hovering high in the air. Checking his status, his sanity is down to 60% while his mana sits at 20, making him realize relying solely on magic attacks is highly inefficient. His mana regeneration is too slow, and constantly worrying about his declining sanity is heavily distracting him from the battle. Wondering how much further the boss room is, he is suddenly startled as massive decaying fingers erupt from the ground in the distance. The nightmare never ends, and the newly summoned creature is an elite level 82 giant zombie. Left with no choice, Su Yang decides it is time to bring out the big guns as the massive zombie is suddenly shocked to find its arm bound by glowing magical energy. His legendary summons, the Soul Recall Stone and the Dawn Wolf Star, appear instantly to deliver a crushing blow to the giant zombie. Unleashing the level 125 Netherworld Wolf Spirit, Su Yang is amazed by the instant kill, proving legendary summons are truly unmatched in a platinum dungeon. He gently reaches out toward the massive wolf spirit, taking the beast by surprise. Su Yang scratches under its chin and seeing the giant beast enjoy the attention, he sighs in relief. He's lucky his summons don't require a master bond. With two powerhouse helpers on his side, he wouldn't even break a sweat in a real fight against the entire expedition team. Using Lang Ling's raw strength definitely breaks the game's balance. But he's not about to play fair, it's time to completely flatten this place. Once the path is cleared, Su Yang stops in his tracks. Gazing at the massive gate ahead, he knows this has to be the boss room. Well, that was easy. Su Yang aggressively kicks the heavy door wide open. Inside the ruined chamber, a figure in a red dress kneels before an ancestral tablet. A chilling voice echoes out ancestors above. I am guilty, taking Su Yang completely by surprise. Wait, is there a whole storyline here? The specter continues weeping about the heavy blood on its hands, admitting to countless slaughter. A blood-curdling scream shakes the walls. The level 90 man-eating specter boss, an undead monstrosity empowered by the Crimson Moon, vows to slaughter even more. Barely seconds after its dramatic entrance, Lang Ling is already tearing the beast to shreds. Su Yang quickly shouts out, "Don't kill it yet, leave the final blow to me." At level 90, this must be a Diamond Dungeon boss. With the insane Blood Moon buff, he might have struggled if Lang Ling weren't here to carry the fight. Delivering the final strike, Su Yang realizes he's still too weak. To secure a perfect class promotion, he needs to get much stronger. System notifications flash. The level 90 Blood Moon boss is officially dead. He receives 98,000 XP alongside platinum drops like the Nether Dagger and the Soul Fire Ring. Along with soul cores and remnants, Su Yang looks at the platinum loot. Honestly, he's already outgrown this level of gear. Still, this particular item isn't bad. An extra 80 spirit points is a drop in the bucket for him now, but it'll make a great potion ingredient. The description says it's packed with soul energy. It can boost spirit stats or be brewed into powerful elixirs. A permanent 80-point boost is great. Recognizing it's time to leave, Su Yang prepares for his next quest destination. Under the ominous Crimson Moon, the ruined mansion looks incredibly eerie. Waiting outside, Linger is growing highly impatient with the slowpoke inside. Lu Zi kisses up, suggesting some rookies might still be hiding inside. After all, the Crimson Moon turns this ruined mansion into a death trap that ordinary players could never survive. Only a genius like Lady Linger could conquer it. But she shuts him down, demanding actual answers instead. She demands to know which guild is inside and how many went in. Zhou Tai steps in to explain that they've been inside for 30 minutes, yet none of Tianling City's top guilds claim them. Since every major guild denied involvement, the mystery player's identity remains unknown. Linger knows this ruined mansion under a blood moon is far more dangerous than any diamond-level dungeon. Even she would have to tread lightly here. The intruder should be dead by now, so why haven't they failed? Who could it be? Get ready, because the glowing portal is finally opening. Su Yang steps out, stretching and complaining about how exhausting the run was. He blinks at the massive crowd blocking his path. Spotting Zhou Tai, Su Yang wonders what the expedition team is doing here. Did they somehow uncover his secret identity? Meanwhile, Lady Linger is stunned that the Conqueror is just a young, solo player. Zhou Tai has shocked Su Yang again. Su Yang plays it cool, asking why such a massive crowd of elite players is gathered around a simple platinum dungeon late at night. Xiao Lu snaps at him, demanding to know if he lost his mind entering a dungeon alone during a blood moon. Su Yang shrugs it off, admitting the dungeon was a bit creepy, but wondering if it's really that big of a deal. Xiao Lu yells back, furious about the consequences if Su Yang had died inside. But Lady Linger steps forward and coldly commands Xiao Lu to shut up and back away. Leaving the guides stuttering in confusion, she crosses her arms, asking Su Yang directly if he actually cleared this place all by himself. Su Yang casually confirms it's done, while Xiao Lu immediately starts groveling to the young lady. Lady Linger extends her hand, acknowledging that soloing a Blood Moon castle is actually a pretty impressive feat. She demands the boss's soul core, telling him to name his price, which instantly rubs Su Yang the wrong way. He scoffs, asking who she even is to demand his hard-earned loot. Zhou Tai breaks out in a cold sweat. Her bodyguard, Ling Shan, steps forward angrily, asking the kid if he has any idea who he's talking to. Su Yang just rolls his eyes, calmly repeating that he genuinely has no clue. Ling Shan snaps at his insolence, proudly declaring that she is the youngest genius of the Beast Control Association, adored by thousands for her talent. Li wields her spiked mace, declaring that Luo Linger is the eldest young mistress, and that anyone who dares disrespectfully decline her request deserves severe punishment. But Linger quickly smacks her on the head to stop her. Warning her not to make a scene, Linger keeps her cool. Su Yang realizes she is indeed the Pavilion Master's daughter. She has every right to be arrogant, but thankfully, she is not here to target him. He asks what the young mistress wants from him. She explains she was just looking for some high-grade food for her own spirit beast. She did not expect him to snatch it first. However, since it has been a long time since anyone spoke to her like that, she wants to reward his courage. Linger challenges him if he can survive 3 full minutes against her summon, the Spirit Eagle, she will let everything go. Seeing the giant eagle swoop down without giving him a choice, Su Yang yells that this is completely unreasonable. Watching the drama unfold, Lu Zi sneers that the kid is doomed for offending the young mistress. Zhou Tai has his doubts, knowing Su Yang cleared the Blood Manor dungeon solo. His true combat power is likely no lower than a Tier 4 class. The eagle flaps its wings, unleashing a devastating storm of wind blades, but Su Yang agilely dodges every single strike. He realizes this summoned beast is not just incredibly fast, but also has long-range attacks. Pure defense will not cut it. Drawing his sword, Su Yang hates showing his true strength but has no choice. Seeing this, Lu Zi freezes in absolute shock. That weapon looks incredibly familiar. Before he can think, the eagle phases right through Su Yang, sensing that something is terribly wrong. Su Yang stabs it from behind, dealing over 7,000 damage. Linger gasps in complete shock. As the eagle dissolves into mist and feathers scatter everywhere, Su Yang smiles coldly, asking if 3 minutes have already passed. Furious, she calls him incredibly bold for killing her beast, but he smoothly replies that she only said to survive, never forbidding him from slaying it. She is too used to bullying others to even listen to common sense. Secretly confident with a forbidden spell in his hand, Su Yang has absolutely zero fear. Angry, violent energy suddenly erupts from Linger. Sensing the pressure, Su Yan notes how strong she is. Behind her, Zhou Tai quickly warns that they cannot fight this man. Linger turns back, demanding to know his identity. Zhou Tai respectfully reports the shocking news. Su Yang is a VIP of the Transfer Temple and a Black Gold member of Alliance X. The chief manager ordered them to handle him with extreme care. She is stunned by his dual powerhouse statuses, wondering if he has already completed the Tier 5 promotion quest. Su Yang figures she must be a temple VIP too. Linger feels deeply embarrassed as she reflects on her own journey. She needed the entire TNG Pavilion's backing just to barely squeeze through her first 3 tier transfers. Yet, this man cleared them completely solo, looking entirely relaxed. How is that even possible? Su Yang bids her farewell, noting she knows his status now. If there is nothing else, he politely asks her to leave. She lets out a cold huff, swallowing her pride, and rides off on her horse while her subordinates quickly follow. Lu Zi is stunned that she let him go, but she snaps back, asking if he wants to rob a temple VIP and make an enemy of the temple. He stammers in submission. Meanwhile, Su Yang shrugs off the threat of her pavilion's grudge, finding it completely insignificant. Once he tames the Black Dragon, she will not be so high and mighty. The system displays his 5-star Tier 3 Magic Warrior quest, requiring proof of both magic and strength. Part 1, Slaying the Soul Eater in the Ruined City, is complete. Part 2, Defeating the Abyss Earth Dragon in the Mountains, is unfinished, not yet done. Putting Luo Linger out of his mind, Su Yang decides it is time to go hunt down that Earth Dragon. Once this task is finished, he plans to tackle the hidden quest. At the entrance to the mountain range, the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon boss lies waiting, fully alive. With its health still at 100%, Jotai notes that no one has dared to attack this formidable beast yet, and honestly, can you blame them? He assures her that since she ordered it, they have already secured the earliest slot to challenge the boss. Luzi chimes in, bragging that they would naturally get the first slot for such a minor task. Linger decides that although its level is low, it is still a world dragon-type boss, perfect for some warm-up practice. Right then, Xiao Xia appears, politely informing the young mistress that she cannot skip the line since someone is already ahead. As Linger glares with fiery anger, Liu Zi furiously barks at Hu Yao, asking if they even know who they are speaking to, and demanding why their book slot is ignored. There was no group before them. Xiao Xia nervously explains that she is just a normal employee and would never dare cause trouble. She explains that a temple VIP used their absolute authority to jump straight to the front of the queue ahead of them. Since the system shows this, she is utterly helpless. Linger is shocked by the news. Losing her patience, Linger snaps that they should just replace the useless staff. But right then, Su Yang's voice suddenly echoes. "Excuse me, move aside." She turns around, looking absolutely murderous, telling him to back off so he does not delay her dungeon run. Su Yang is surprised to run into her here, wondering why it had to be her. Lu Qi walks up, asking why he is always everywhere. This is getting so annoying, and Su Yang shoots right back, telling them that should be his line. Running into each other twice makes him wonder if they have some plot against him. Linger sneers, telling him not to be so full of himself. Why would someone like her ever target him? She warns him not to act tough just because of his temple privileges, saying that once his advancement fails, he is done for. He replies that his business is none of her concern. He asks what a wealthy young lady is doing in a low-level wild boss zone like the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Surely she is not here to steal loot. Jotai explains that the lady is preparing to tame the Black Flame Wings. Fighting this Earth Dragon is just a warm-up for her, so he better not delay her plans. Su Yang flatly refuses, explaining that this Earth Dragon is his class advancement target, so he has absolutely no reason to hand it over. Linger scoffs, challenging him to go right ahead. She warns that once she tames the Black Flame Wings, not even the Advancement Temple can save him. Su Yang simply shrugs it off with a wave. He tells her to stop bragging before she actually succeeds, and advises her to wait here patiently until the boss respawns. With that, Su Yang steps through the portal and leaves. Linger is left completely speechless behind him, while Li Shan gnashes her teeth at his sheer arrogance. Jotai has a bad feeling about this. The guy went in completely alone, yet confidently told them to wait for the next boss to spawn. Could he actually be planning to solo the boss? Meanwhile, Su Yang finally steps inside the dangerous dungeon. He thinks that if Luo Linger wants to tame the Black Dragon with her guild's backup, she might actually have a shot at it. Besides, someone of her high status definitely has a few powerful trump cards hidden up her sleeve. He needs to pick up the pace. Peeking from behind a large rock, Su Yang spots his target, the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Honestly, it looks way more like a giant lizard than a real dragon. Compared to the Black Flame Wings, this thing is a joke. This wild boss is a level 61 Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. Leaping down from above, he readies his star-tier weapon since his primary soul and demonic swords are currently locked. Plunging his sword into its head, he deals 32,000 points of damage. The beast swings its heavy arm and flings him back. Its defense is insanely high, but Su Yang has seen this before, jokingly asking if all dragons know the exact same trick. Landing right on the dragon's giant swinging claw, he unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, chipping away at its health bar. Su Yang vaults high into the air, aiming for its weakness, and drives his blade deep into its most vulnerable spot. With no rocky armor shielding this spot, the dragon's health plunges to 50%. Su Yang grins, thrilled to have easily taken down half its health. The dragon lets out a deafening roar as a system alert flashes. It has entered a berserk state, curling its body into a massive rolling wheel. Su Yang watches in absolute shock. He leaps clear just before the rolling beast can crush him, kicking up thick clouds of dust. But no matter where he runs, it tracks him like a homing missile. With zero openings to counter, he needs a solid plan and he needs it fast. This rolling phase is triggered at half health, meaning there has to be some kind of trick to stop it. He looks around for a clue. His eyes land on a massive granite wall standing in front of him. Now that is what we call a pretty clear hint. He glances back at the chasing monster as its massive body tears through the ground, sending shattered rocks flying in every direction. A system alert chimes, notifying him that the dragon is stunned from the crash, increasing the damage it takes by 20%. Su Yang grips his sword and steps forward, ready to strike. Outside the portal, Lu Qi asks his senior with concern. He asks if they are really just going to wait. Zhou Tai tells him to take any complaints to the lady instead. Lin Shan bows and asks if they should just head back, wondering if the lady truly believes Su Yang can solo the boss. Lounging on her chair, Linger replies that there is no rush, as she wants to see if Su Yang can actually survive this. Suddenly, the system board flashes, announcing Su Yang soloed the dragon in 20 minutes and 18 seconds, taking first place. They gasp in shock. Lucy is utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe that kid actually soloed the boss and broke the record. Just then, Zhou Tai catches a strange sound. He wonders what the noise is as a figure begins to take shape in the portal. He is back. Su Yang steps out clad in golden dragon armor, utterly surprised to see them still waiting around. He is fully geared in the chunky chestplate, leg guards, and boots of the Earth Dragon. The short, pot-bellied look has Lu Qi desperately struggling to hold back his laughter. While the others stand frozen in sheer disbelief, Lu Qi finally loses it, bursting into hysterical laughter. A bit embarrassed, Su Yang facepalms in defeat, wishing he had organized his gear sooner instead of being pushed out like this. Although the stats on this Earth Dragon gear aren't bad, wearing it out in the open makes him look absolutely hideous. Su Yang points inside, demanding to know what they find so funny and challenging them to try soloing the leaderboards at his level, before brushing past her. Linger speaks up, admitting he has a bit of skill, but claims a mere Earth Dragon is nothing to boast about. She says he is still miles away from her goal, but he calmly wonders if he should just tame the Black Dragon right in front of her to settle things. These bold words leave her speechless, and Linger grits her teeth, asking if he's kidding. She asks who he thinks he is, but Su Yang simply reminds her that his name is Su Yang, a temple VIP destined to tame the Black Dragon. The system announces that the 5-star class advancement quest has been successfully completed. Items are verified with the reset key and Abyssal Earth Dragon Blood Essence confirmed, unlocking a series of hidden class change quests. The second phase of the hidden quest, Blood of Glory, begins, and Su Yang secretly rejoices at finally triggering it. Reading the description, he learns of an unreachable underground prison nestled in the absolute deepest parts of the Amian Mountains. This place was once the laboratory of a great mage who discovered that power and glory both stem directly from blood. Su Yang remembers that the Amian Mountains sit on the border of Tianling City, and although the monsters there are much stronger than in the Huangling Mountains, it's no issue for him. He also notes the specific quest items required. With the quest name revealed, he wonders if he'll actually have to use these items as the rusty key info pops up. The Abyssal Earth Dragon Blood Essence preserves the dragon's pure essence, serving as a highly valuable top-tier alchemy ingredient. Su Yang waves goodbye, saying he still has things to do, needing to transmog his gear first before immediately setting off. Left behind, Ling Shan trembles with rage at his absolute sheer arrogance, while Zhou Tai asks her what they should do next. She orders them to keep a close eye on Su Yang from now on. She demands immediate reports the moment he starts his next class change, her fury scaring both of them into quickly obeying. Meanwhile, Su Yang sighs in relief as the ugly armor finally vanishes from view, glad that his transmog is complete as he checks his gear. The item details display the platinum-grade Abyssal Earth Dragon gear, granting plus 480 energy. It boosts physical defense by 12%, durability by 24%, cuts earth damage by 24%, and raises barrier skills by 12%. He chuckles wryly, noting that aside from its terrible looks, the stats are great, and now that it's transmogged, he can use it until his 4th class change. Even though socketing gems into platinum gear at his current level is a bit wasteful, he knows it is time for the main event. Su Yang ventures deep into the Amian Mountains, a place shrouded in perpetual fog where countless lives are rumored to have been lost. Adventurers have come here to investigate, but none have ever returned, and with the recommended level being 70 to 90, fog surrounds him. Su Yang tries to brush the thick fog aside, realizing it is so dense he can barely see his surroundings. No wonder they call it the Sleeping Mountains, since the cold, lonely atmosphere feels just like an eerie graveyard. He asks the system to locate the underground dungeon, but looking at his map, Su Yang is shocked by how far away it is. It is going to take some time, especially with red eyes watching him from the shadows, though Su Yang quickly notices them and decides to clear out the trash. But before he can even make a move, a sudden sword strike slices the monster clean in two. From the dense fog ahead, a voice calls out, asking if he is okay, as level 75 Lightning Swordmaster Zhang Yan steps forward. She asks how someone of his level ended up in the Amian Mountains, to which Su Yang bows and thanks her. He explains he is here for a quest, leaving her in utter disbelief that a level 60 could have a quest here. She wonders if he has been scammed, mentioning she is also here to farm materials for her fourth-class change. She offers to party up and carry him, but he politely declines, explaining his quest must be completed entirely alone. Su-yang heads back into the thick fog, telling her goodbye and promising to stay safe, leaving Zhang Yan wondering what this secret quest is. He secretly muses that going solo is perfect for using his cheats, admitting that taking shortcuts suits him far better than playing fair. Su-yang summons his spirit wolf and commands it to move out. The spirit wolf turns from blue to red, instantly dashing forward with a rapid charge, while he frowns and wonders if his summoning stone has also been affected by the blood moon. For now, everything seems completely fine, but he plans to ask the Temple of Advancement once he returns, just in case this is a ticking time bomb, as the wolf races ahead at extreme speed before suddenly screeching to a halt. Staring at the cave entrance in front of him, he has finally arrived. It is incredibly well hidden, and as he rides inside, Su-yang covers his nose to block out the putrid stench of rotting flesh. He stands surrounded by lifeless corpses, wondering why so many had to die. They all seem to have perished at the exact same moment, their bodies completely drained of blood. Could this be the so-called glory of blood? He kicks the heavy iron door wide open. The path ahead is completely clear of monsters. Everything in his way has already been wiped out. Inside, a complex magic circle is laid out, with the boss resting right at the center. Su-yang reaches his hand toward its head. The boss lets out a piercing shriek, revealing itself to be a level 75 monster, the mummy of the dead mage. The system info describes him as a mad mage who spent his life chasing the glory of blood. He met a helpless end due to some mysterious reason, but even long after his death, his burning resentment never truly faded away. Any uninvited intruder who dares to trespass into this sacred chamber must offer their own warm blood to saturate this long-withered mummy. The screeching boss falls dead silent as Su-yang launches a surprise attack. He stomps it under his foot, muttering, "What are you screaming for? Shut up." A system notification rings out. You have successfully defeated the special grade boss, Mummy of the Dead Mage, earning 213,211 experience points. He acquires a new item, the Mad Mage's Experiment Notes. He is surprised to find it is an actual book, and decides to see what secrets are written inside. The book's notes appear. The author wonders if this book is a blessing from the devil, noting that even a single glance made his heart pound wildly. That terrifying sensation left him feeling completely suffocated. It turned out to be the legendary power originating directly from the Glory bloodline. The animal testing phase has finally concluded, meaning human experimentation is next on the list. Over 100 people from a nearby village were tested, but only 3 succeeded. That is far too few. With 326 new subjects, the success rate rises to 60%. After adding 860 new subjects, the success rate reaches a perfect 100%. The time has finally come for the Mad Mage to test it on himself. Su-yang carefully reads every single word before closing the notebook. He is left completely speechless. The mage went mad, experimenting on humans, only to fail in the end. But what use is any of this to him now? A crisp chime sounds, confirming he has found the quest item. With the verification complete, he receives a unique reward, the Blood Blessing Ritual. He chuckles, remembering he just complained about having no reward. Speak of the devil, a system notification pops up, displaying the Blood Blessing Ritual. This is a unique ritual recorded in the mysterious book, allowing humans to draw immense power from blood. It tracks the glory of the bloodline. Here is how to use it. Stand in the center of the blessing circle, and use the essence blood of a mighty creature to initiate the ritual. Su-yang rubs his chin in deep thought. It looks like a permanent strength buff, but considering the Mad Mage ended up dead, is the risk simply too high? But wait, the system never lies, so the mage must have messed up a step somewhere. Suddenly, a realization hits him. He finally gets it. The instructions clearly state that the ritual requires the essence blood of a powerful monster. Since the Mad Mage used ordinary human blood, it was bound to fail. Conveniently, Su-yang already has the Earth Dragon's essence blood in hand, which perfectly matches the hidden quest clues. But speaking of powerful creatures, who in this world could possibly compare to the legendary wings of Black Flame? A wild, risky idea suddenly crosses his mind. He asks the system if he can link directly to the boss, since no other class transitioners have entered this secret realm. The system replies that as long as the connection is refreshed, the link will go through, and he will be instantly notified if anyone else steps inside. Su-yang is absolutely thrilled. He immediately orders his trusty Ling Lang to stay behind and guard the area, making sure no intruders disrupt the magic circle. With that settled, he calls on the system to initiate the link right away. The system processes his request, confirming the connection to the boss is underway. Over in the Black Dragon's domain under a crimson sky, Lilith sighs out about how incredibly boring it is. She sits waiting, wondering what is wrong with this Black Dragon. He promised to set her free, but he just sleeps all day without a care in the world. Besides, she's been kidnapped for ages, and only that scum Lauren came to save her. It seems nobody in the royal family actually cares about a cursed princess like her. As she is lost in thought, the black dragon suddenly bolts upright, startling her. Lilith snaps, what is he doing? Waking up just to be grumpy, but he merely dismisses it as a habit to roar. Su Yang decides he needs to get down to business first. Controlling the black dragon, he suddenly slashes his massive claws against his own scaly body. Lilith screams in absolute horror, her eyes wide. Looking closely at the bright golden fluid dripping from the claws, Su Yang realizes it is indeed divine golden blood. It is clear this legendary dragon possesses an incredibly noble and ancient bloodline. If this blood is used in the ritual, the final outcome will be beyond imagination. Lilith turns around, frantically asking why he has suddenly gone completely insane. Why would he hurt himself like that? Su Yang casually brushes it off, saying, "It is nothing." He just felt a sudden surge of excitement and decided to draw some blood. Lilith giggles behind her hand, teasingly asking if he had a dream about getting rejected by some pretty female dragon. Su Yang grumbles to himself, wondering what on earth she is talking about. He playfully teases her back, asking if she actually cares about him. Her face instantly flushes deep red as she snaps back that she absolutely does not care. She claims she is only curious and warns him not to get any ideas. Meanwhile, he drains the golden blood into a vial, feeling confident this amount is more than enough. The system alerts him that the sacred dragon blood has been safely stored in his inventory. Su Yang quietly notes to himself that his task here is finally complete. He tells her he is going back to sleep, prompting Lilith to tease if he is off to dream of his female dragon again. He sternly tells her to stop talking nonsense. He tells her the enemies are coming and to wait patiently, but Lilith has no idea what Su Yang means or who these enemies even are. There is no reply because he has already drifted off to sleep, leaving an irritated Lilith wondering why he woke up just to talk nonsense and pass out again. Su Yang teleports back. It seems quiet, and no one has come to cause trouble. He steps inside the magic circle and follows the quest guide to stand right at the center of the blood array, carefully pulling out the vial of essence blood. Drinking the essence blood of a powerful creature brings completely unpredictable consequences, but there is no turning back. He tips the vial back and downs it, leaving his fate to the heavens, and the effects hit him almost instantly. Su Yang's eyes snap wide open as he collapses to the ground, writhing in agonizing pain. He groans from the intense heat as his throat, body, and head feel like they are completely melting, while fresh blood floats in the air, swirling around him. He feels the blood clinging tightly to his skin, as if it is trying to devour and assimilate his very being. Sensing his extreme danger, his Lin Lang wolf growls and tries to rush to his side. Su Yang yells at it to stay back as the blood gradually covers his face, gasping that this is just a necessary part of the ritual. The weak do not deserve the baptism of the strong, as only the truly powerful can transcend their limits through such excruciating torment. Once the blood completely wraps around his body to form a solid cocoon, the two Lin Lang wolves cautiously step closer to investigate. Suddenly, bright beams of light burst from within, tearing open the cocoon right at his eyes as the blood blessing ritual finally reaches completion. The cocoon around his chest tears open wide, and he feels a surge of power that fundamentally alters his very life force. This upgrade is vastly superior to any of his previous class advancement breakthroughs. He is now strong enough to face a Tier 5 powerhouse, and the system confirms the Black Dragon, Blood Blessing, has increased all his stats by 50%. He also unlocks a new skill called Original Black Flame. Harnessing the destructive power of the black fire from the wings of Athos, even a tiny spark can instantly incinerate any ordinary human. Su Yang marvels at how incredibly violent the flame is, seeing it as the ultimate embodiment of absolute power and destruction. While becoming a boss class did not feel like much, holding this power now truly reveals the terrifying, unmatched strength of the Black Dragon. Any normal class holder trying to stand against the Black Dragon would surely face pure despair. Su Yang pats the head of his Lin Lang wolf, noting that beasts understand the law of the jungle best, where the weak must always submit to the strong. He snaps his fingers to test the potency of his new black flame, releasing an incredibly devastating blast of raw energy. Shocked by the absurdly massive explosion, Su Yang quickly hops onto his Lin Lang wolf and rides away from the center of the blast. Under the cover of night, the two wolves soar gracefully through the sky before landing back on the ground with silent, soft steps. Looking around, Su Yang realizes the Blood Blessing secret realm is completely ruined now, leaving no way to ever use it again. It is a shame, meaning he needs to control his output better next time, but just as he prepares to head back, a sudden scream echoes nearby. Hearing a cry for help, Su Yang whips around, recognizing the familiar voice and wondering if it belongs to the female swordsman he met earlier. Zhang Yan backs away in sheer panic, warning the attackers to stay away or she will kill them if they take another step. A gang of thugs approaches her with leering grins, telling the beautiful lady that the wilderness is far too dangerous for her to roam alone. Refusing to be humiliated, she raises her sword defensively, demanding if these scumbags have no fear of being punished by the association or the law. The thugs scoff at her threat, mocking who she thinks she is scaring when every man here already has several bodies on his record. They explain they were blacklisted by the association long ago and are not even allowed to step foot inside any civilized town. They could not care less about the law, and Leipu arrogantly boasts that after hunting in this wild region for over half a month, a plum sheep has finally walked right into his trap, and a gorgeous one at that. He sneers that she should serve them well for a reward, prompting the desperate girl to press her own blade to her throat to end her own life instead. Suddenly, a flash of sword light slices through the air, completely severing Leipu's arm. Screaming in agony as his eyes roll back, Leipu clutches his bleeding stump, while Su Yang sheathes his sword, noting he has finally found the outlaws who prey on solo players. He calmly asks how exactly they would prefer to die. Furious, Leipu orders his lackeys to grab him, swearing he will chop off his limbs and torture him to death. Zhao Si laughs, calling him dead meat, while a worried Zhang Yan begs him to leave. She screams for him to run since they are too strong, but Su Yang easily dismisses the threat of 4-tier 4-class holders. In the past, he might have needed to rely on legendary items to deal with them, but now he instantly teleports right in front of them, leaving them shocked by his absurd speed, as he blows the entire group away with a single strike. Su Yang thinks with pure confidence that he is not who he used to be. His kick triggers a massive explosion, sending wild flames erupting everywhere. Behind him, Leipu swings his blade, screaming for him to die. But his sword snaps right in half. Shocked, Leipu gasps, "What?" He trembles, staring at the shattered stub left in his hand. His platinum-tier broadsword shattered in a single clash. Could that kid's gear be a legendary tier weapon? Leipu shifts his focus completely to the boy. This brat is a much bigger prize than that girl. He must be loaded with valuable treasures, and the greedy mob charges forward without fear. Su Yang mocks them, saying they think they just hit the jackpot. Their greed is truly bottomless, but do they even have the lives to spend what they steal? Blue flames erupt around Su Yang, and he decides there is absolutely no reason to hold back against trash like them. Zhao Si and Wang Xiaoer can only watch in horror as blue flames engulf them. The blazing fire consumes the entire area, prompting a system notification. You defeated level 85 Leipu and gained 12,530 experience points. You defeated level 80 Wang Xiaoer, gained 9,784 experience, and obtained strawberry-scented rubber rings, bondage gear, and a tight black bodysuit. Staring at the bizarre loot, Su Yang mutters in disgust about these perverts. Seeing the empty battlefield, he is amazed by the absolute dominance of... He walks over to ask if she is okay, but a dazed Zhang Yan can only wonder what that crazy energy was. Su Yang replies that it is a personal secret he cannot reveal, asking for her understanding. Her face flushes bright red as she admits she never expected him to be this powerful, thanking him for saving her life. Without his help, she would have self-destructed, leading him to appreciate her resilience as a truly strong girl. Zhang Yan suddenly realizes she never asked for his name, and when he introduces himself as Su Yang, she gasps, instantly recognizing the legendary name. She mentions just hearing about him from Yu. She recalls how during Yu Yun's party yesterday, a completely wasted, and Yu kept loudly boasting about his glorious achievements to the crowd, shouting for everyone to sit down and listen, saying that Su Yang soloed the boss with ease, before Rong Shui had to drag her back from behind, shouting at her to snap out of it. Zhang Yan giggles, noting that by now, probably everyone at that tavern knows exactly who he is. Annoyed by that big mouth and Yu, Su Yang quickly asks if she has a town portal scroll, stating he will take his leave now. She thanks him as she watches him go, marveling at how mysterious and wonderful this guy truly is. Back at the temple, endless notifications flood his screen for his 5-star Mage Warrior 3rd advancement, certifying his dual proof of magic and might. The magic task to slay the Soul Devourer is complete, and the strength task for the Abyss Earth Dragon is also finished. With both tasks cleared, powerful waves of energy erupt around Su Yang as more notifications light up his vision. His hidden class change quest, Phase 2 of Blood Glory, is fully cleared, prompting the system to begin his official advancement ceremony. Blessed by the Radiant Statue, his vital energy surges to incredible heights. All base attributes jump by 25%, completing his 3rd advancement, raising his level cap to 80, with 25 bonus stat points per level. Glancing down at his newly armored arm, he checks his accumulated experience, which sits at 7.2 million. His level shoots from 62 to 72, granting 300 free stat points as the system announces his class upgrade. Upgrading from Mage Warrior to Mystic Demon Dance, he receives 300 strength and 300 spirit points as a reward. He also receives a legendary passive skill book, perfectly suited for his brand new upgraded class, the Mystic Demon Dance. So his complete kit makes him a literal mage assassin, and this legendary passive skill, Magic Breaker, counters any magical attack directed at him. If his mental strength exceeds his targets, any incoming attack instantly disintegrates, reflecting double the damage right back at them. An epic tier skill, Demonic Armor, consumes mana to summon a protective spiritual armor. It cuts incoming magic damage by 30% while boosting his own spell output by 30%. Su Yang smiles, finally holding the skill book. The system updates, revealing a legendary passive skill, the Demonic Secret Dance, Ultimate Dual Focus. Every 10 strength points raise his physical attack by 1%, and every 10 spirit points boost magic by 1%, giving him a flat 2480 strength boost. His base strength is 1262 plus 1219 from gear. Speed is 1761, combining 943 base and 818 from equipment. Spirit reaches 1591, with 1417 base plus 174 gear. Su Yang realizes this acts just like his dual spirit amplification. With these current stats, physical damage climbs by 248, and magical attack gets 159 boost. At this rate, he could easily crush the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon without even activating a single skill. Bai Ling approaches, offering congratulations on his massive breakthrough, but wonders why the hero still looks so unhappy. She sadly explains that the Dongling Temple only handles the third-class transition, meaning he must travel to Tianling next. Just the thought of saying goodbye to him breaks her heart. Her mind went completely blank, a sensation she had never experienced before. Suddenly, the statue in front of her erupted in a blinding radiance, leaving Bai Ling utterly shocked. What was happening? Could this be the blessing of the divine statue? Those streams of light slowly began merging into her body. He silently noted that this scene looked exactly like the Holy Blood blessing, except one felt eerie, while the other radiated pure, sacred light. As Bai Ling hovered in the air, a golden halo materialized above her head, and the system notified them that the blessing ritual was complete. Bai Ling had successfully promoted to a 5th transition high priest, and her official transfer to Tianling City was already underway. Su Yang was amazed that she had already reached the 5th transition. Bai Ling happily explained that the temple's promotion ritual was quite different from standard class changes, but she was just thrilled to keep staying by the Lord Hero's side. Leaning gently against his chest, she murmured that she was tired and just wanted to rest like this, while Su Yang softly assured her that having her around kept him at peace. He held her close, declaring they should head to Tianling together, while outside, the tightly shut doors left the waiting crowd completely baffled. People outside began shouting impatiently, asking why the doors were still shut, and demanding to know if whoever was inside had fallen asleep or was just constipated. Telling them to hurry out, the door finally opened, releasing a thick wave of mist. Seeing him walk out carrying Bai Ling, they pointed fingers, grumbling that this young punk had wasted so much of their precious time. But when the crowd finally got a clear look at the person nestled in Su Yang's arms, they cursed, realizing it was none other than the temple priestess. What happened to the lady priestess of the temple? Why did she look completely passed out? This kid had been locked inside alone with her for at least half an hour, leading some to whisper dirty rumors about what they were actually doing. Su Yang found their wild gossip completely absurd, casually walking right through the whispering crowd while offering a calm warning. He told them to clear the way if they wanted to change classes, but suddenly a heavy hand gripped his shoulder, holding him firmly in place. Chang Zi demanded he freeze, coldly asking what he had done to the priestess and warning him that he was not going anywhere until he confessed. Su Yang merely turned and glared, sending a cold shiver down the man's spine with an incredibly oppressive aura. Chang Zi's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed, terrified that a single look nearly made him wet himself, wondering who this monster actually was. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind, calling out to Lord Su Yang. Xiao Mo eagerly asked if it was true that Lady Bai Ling was heading to Tianling City, as she had just been nominated as the new local priestess. He confirmed the news and congratulated her on the big promotion, but she shyly admitted she felt a bit down, realizing she would not see them for a very long time. Su Yang smiled, asking what she was saying. He promised to visit often so they could share meals and tea together. As Xiao Mo happily waved goodbye and wished them a safe journey, she secretly wondered if she still stood a chance with him. The class-change temple in Tianling City was incredibly grand, where a priest welcomed the Lord Hero and took care of Bai Ling. The priest assured him that he would take great care of Bai Ling, noting that once she woke up, she would officially succeed him as the High Priestess here. Her promotion benefits and your official duties will still be managed directly by her. Su Yang bowed politely and thanked him for his hard work, while already quietly planning his next moves in his head. Now that his base of operations was shifting to Tianling City, he needed to buy a house here and arrange a comfortable life for his grandparents. Su Yang tapped the send button on his screen, drafting a quick message to his grandparents. He wrote that he was now working in Tianling City and doing incredibly well, attaching some money along with the letter. He hoped this would give them and the younger kids a much better life, promising to visit them frequently as he signed off. A real estate agent was currently showing Su Yang around a luxury property. The agent explained that this gorgeous ocean view villa was fully furnished with modern decor and fit his requirements perfectly, costing just 9.98 million to move in. He looked around and liked it, though its massive size seemed like a hassle to maintain. As a line of maids suddenly stood at attention, the agent assured him that for just 1 million more, a professional team would handle everything. They would manage his entire daily routine, so he would never have to worry about chores again, bowing deeply to welcome their new master home. Hearing them call him master, Su Yang gave an approving thumbs up and finalized the paperwork immediately. With the purchase complete, he spent his day lounging by the pool, enjoying fine dining served by his maids and soaking in a hot tub to unwind. As night fell, he finally lay down on a plush, luxurious bed, absolutely loving how incredibly sweet it felt to have money. Not too long ago, he could not have even dreamed of living a life this lavish. He decided to head to sleep, planning to check on Bai Ling first thing tomorrow, while she likewise fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Waking up, she rubbed her eyes in confusion and asked where she was, prompting the elderly priest to gently ask if she was awake while offering some healing herbal soup. Bai Ling took the bowl and expressed her gratitude, noting she felt much better, while the priestess mentioned that the divine statue had not shown its power in years. This latest divine manifestation is definitely related to that new hero. She is rather curious about him too, so she asks Bai Ling how she feels after being by his side for so long. Bai Ling shares that the esteemed hero is someone who can always work absolute miracles, possessing not just extraordinary courage and immense strength, but also a truly kind and brave heart. She firmly believes that he will definitely bring a brand new light to this world. The priestess replies that she has great judgment, so she can finally rest easy handing the heavenly spirit city over to her. Bai Ling warns her that the red moon has lingered for days, meaning that event is near, so she must be very careful too. She suddenly remembers something important, damn it. How could she have possibly forgotten this? Seeing her rush off, the priestess frantically calls out, asking where she is going. She answers that the hero still does not know about the Red Moon invasion, so she must warn him immediately. Deep down, Bai Ling prays that Su Yang must not let anything happen to him, while the priestess watches her panic, wondering if she has actually fallen for the boy. Su Yang is fast asleep in his soft bed, but suddenly snaps his eyes open as he senses something strange. Su Yang runs outside to ask what is happening, only to find a girl collapsed on the ground, pointing ahead and screaming. A monster has appeared, as the rare event Red Moon Invasion is officially triggered, requiring him to defeat the invading beasts. The giant axe demon boss is of unknown level, and it stares down at him coldly. Su Yang is highly annoyed that his beautiful dream was ruined in the dead of night, waking him up in a terrible mood. He decides to finish this creature quickly to get back to sleep, when he senses someone approaching it as Linger on her flying horse, stating he is indeed the target of the invasion. Su Yang is surprised. Still, she instantly commands him to step back. She tells him that he is no match for it, so she will handle it herself, while he asks what this invasion even means. Linger snaps that she has no obligation to answer him, telling him to go ask someone else before summoning her spiritual beast and ordering it to attack. The savage beast charges forward at lightning speed, while the monster's eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light. The massive collision triggers a violent explosion, prompting him to shout out a warning. He warns them not to mess up his house, since he just redecorated it, right when Bai Ling arrives and asks if he is okay. Surprised by her sudden arrival, Su Yang catches her as she throws herself into his arms, while she explains that she only woke up a moment ago. Seeing the red moon outside her window, she realized she had not told him about the invasion yet, so she rushed straight over. Su Yang helps her onto a seat, asking if she can explain the details to him. She gladly agrees. Bai Ling shares everything she knows. She explains that after some time, whenever the red moon descends, deadly monsters known as Crimson Witherers will emerge from an unknown subdimension. Their primary goal is to hunt down and kill every active hero, invading their territories since only a hero can inflict any real damage on them. This dangerous event is called the Red Moon Invasion, and any hero killed by a Crimson Witherer can never be resurrected. According to temple records, these invasions are known to trigger only after a hero completes their third-class advancement. She laments that she should have explained all of this to him yesterday. Su Yang finally understands, realizing it is a special class advancement event, though the sheer scale of it seems a bit excessive. Bai Ling hesitates, admitting this exceeds all expectations, then guesses that Lady Linger must be after the Red Moon Essence core. It seems this particular Crimson Witherer possesses some special trait, Su Yang quietly notes to himself as the battle rages on. A third-tier monster has suddenly spiked all the way to the 5th tier. Normally, this is absolutely impossible unless its power level is dynamic rather than fixed, but suddenly, an earth-shattering shockwave blasts from the colossal beast. Linger is completely shocked, wondering how a mere third-tier Crimson Witherer could possess such overwhelming strength. She has no choice but to go all out, but he quickly yells at them to stop before his house gets completely demolished. Besides, this thing is targeting him. It is his fight. She, stubborn as always, snaps that if he wants to die, she will not stop him, warning him not to cry for help later. A cold, murderous aura erupts from Su Yang as he tells her to watch closely, unleashing a violent black tempest crackling with lightning that forces Linger to struggle to stand. Countless beams of devastating energy launch directly toward the monster all at once. Instantly teleporting right in front of the beast, he grips his dark sword and presses its sharp edge against the monster's neck. A soul-marking strike descends, bursting dark energy from the beast as the system announces the unknown level monster's health has dropped to 40%. Just like that, a single strike wipes out 60% of its health. Talk about absolutely mind-blowing power. Su Yang silently confirms his theory, realizing the beast's actual power adapts and scales based on whoever holds its aggro. In other words, this giant is currently nothing more than a third-tier boss. For Su Yang, with his current Supreme Dual Might buff, he can absolutely crush this thing with pure brute strength alone. Su Yang lunges right toward the towering axeman, unleashing a single powerful punch that sends its massive body flying backward. As the beast crashes heavily to the ground, Su Yang sighs, realizing the repair bill is going to cost him a fortune. Refusing to back down, the axeman struggles back up and roars, charging forward with its weapon to end him in one single blow. Dark energy flares around Su Yang's arm as he scoffs at the idea of a hero slayer, throwing a devastating punch that completely blows away the axeman's massive arm. He mutters with pure disdain, "You are completely unqualified." The system alerts him that the multi-armed axeman is at level 75 with 0% health, defeating the Scarlet Desolation monster. Earning 114,514 points and 3 red moon cores, Su Yang sneers, mocking that this invasion is nothing special. Bai Ling watches in pure admiration, amazed that he finished off the monster in an instant. The hero is truly on another level. Bai Ling thinks to herself that she has survived several Red Moon invasions before. She has seen how other warriors handle these Red Moon invasions, but she has never witnessed anyone crush them with such absolute brutal violence. With that kind of monstrous power hidden beneath a human form, is he really not some wild beast in disguise? She is forced to retreat, but leaves with a final threat, warning him that next time she will teach him a real lesson. Finding her habit of talking to herself a bit weird, Su Yang simply hands over a glowing core, asking if this is the item Luo Linger wanted. He asks Bai Ling if she can explain what makes this item so unique. She starts to explain, but suddenly gasps in terror as something goes wrong, prompting a confused Su Yang to ask what is happening. The spirit core suddenly expands into a giant sphere, shocking Su Yang as his legs buckle underneath him and he realizes he is in deep trouble. As his consciousness fades, the last thing he hears is Bai Ling anxiously calling out his name. The warm morning sunlight streaming through the window wakes Su Yang up, leaving him staring blankly with an empty mind. He panics upon realizing he is sleeping in bed while holding Bai Ling close, who wakes up groggy and greets her hero. Noticing he is completely shirtless, he quickly pulls up the blanket and demands to know why they are sharing a bed. Bai Ling calmly tells him not to panic, explaining he was hit by the Scarlet Curse last night. Because of that, she had to perform a purification ritual, leaving Su Yang to ask what exactly that purification process entails. According to Temple Regulation Article 921, warriors fighting the Scarlet Beast risk being infected by its corruptive energy, and if they completely overexert themselves, they can easily turn into monsters. Therefore, temple priestesses have a solemn duty to purge this deadly corruption once the hero finishes his difficult battle. However, this ritual requires an intimate connection, and since the hero was completely unconscious at the time, she had no choice but to bring him back to the room and carefully change his clothes, which is why she is feeling so deeply embarrassed now. Su Yang rubs his head in embarrassment, but then notices a fresh wound on her neck as she coughs softly, asking her what happened. She quickly tells him not to worry, explaining that temple priestesses have unique physical bodies capable of purifying the scarlet poison with the holy temple support. This specific type of poisoning only takes 12 days to be completely purified. Su Yang gently takes her hand, pleading with her not to push herself since he would feel incredibly guilty if she got hurt because of him. Stunned by his genuine gentleness, Bai Ling can only stare at her hero in surprise. Blushing furiously, she quickly turns her face away and changes the subject to explain the incredible benefits of his new 5-star third-tier status. She chatters on continuously just to hide her growing embarrassment. As a third-tier hero, he is now an official temple VIP, meaning his monthly allowance immediately jumps from 50 million all the way to a staggering 1 billion. Additionally, his Alliance Black Gold discount increases from 30% to 50%. He also gains access to exclusive S-Class guild areas, and Bai Ling realizes his benefits have literally increased 20 times over. The temple is truly willing to spend a massive fortune on him, but rushing to join an S-Class guild would only attract unwanted attention. Taking a long-term approach, she emphasizes that the most critical feature unlocked is the Blood Moon Exchange Shop. Confused by this new concept, Su Yang asks what it means, prompting Bai Ling to explain further. Run directly by the Job Change Temple, this exclusive shop allows him to trade those Blood Moon cores for incredibly rare items, top-tier equipment, and even highly dangerous forbidden spells or legendary ancient artifacts. The hero only needs to reach out and touch the temple wall, which will instantly display all the incredible items available for exchange in the shop. Su Yang figured that girl from before was after the Blood Moon runes from the invasion, so he climbs out of bed and gets dressed, eager to see what Luo Linger risked everything to get, wanting to find out what kind of items he can exchange them for. The system displays a massive list of items in the Blood Moon shop. Tier 1 forbidden spells cost 300 runes, Tier 2 forbidden spells go for 900, and the demigod weapon Song of Water is up there too, costing 4,000 runes. Even the demigod spellbook called Heart of the Ocean requires another 4,000. And the legendary demigod Golden Spear sits at a staggering 10,000 runes. Su Yang is completely shocked by these god-tier forbidden spells and demigod weapons. Even the wealthy ex-alliance could never afford treasures like these. He hesitates because even the absolute cheapest item on the list starts at 300 Blood Moon runes. With only 3 runes in his inventory, he is nowhere near that. He needs to level up fast, enter the Blood Moon, and sweep the place for every rune he can find. Bai Ling calls out to him from behind Master Hero. She has to head back to the temple for a quest soon. He nods, agreeing he should return as well to patch up his damaged gear. She then mentions hearing about a VIP from abroad visiting Tianling City today. Su Yang frowns, wondering who this special guest could be. At the teleportation gate in the heart of Dragon City, a figure steps through and looks around, wondering if this is the famous Dragon Mansion. This is Makiko Asuka, a level 128 beast tamer from the Sakura Kingdom, and the heiress of the wealthy Asuka family. Her attendant, Kiriko, bows respectfully and confirms they have arrived. 2 guards whisper nearby, noting the master spent a fortune just to give the young lady a chance to tame the Black Dragon. One guard complains that their country lacks dragon realms, forcing them to negotiate with the Alliance just to borrow this path. Elder Lee steps forward to greet them with a polite smile, welcoming the foreign guests to the Dragon Mansion. As the chief diplomat of the Dragon Mansion, Elder Lee gets straight to the point, asking if the young lady truly intends to challenge the fierce Black Dragon. He warns them that if she fails and loses her life, this rare opportunity will go completely to waste. The attendant quickly reassures him, telling Elder Lee to have faith in the young lady's incredible innate talent. She even claims that their own genius beast tamer, Luo Linger, cannot hold a candle to her. Elder Lee simply snorts at the youthful arrogance. Kiriko holds his gaze without flinching. Makiko then chimes in, smiling as she notes how well the two seem to be getting along already. The attendant quickly stammers that it is not what she thinks. Makiko politely asks the old gentleman for guidance, admitting they are newcomers and would appreciate any helpful advice. Looking at her innocent eyes, Elder Lee wonders how the Asuka family raised her. She is so naive, nothing like that old fox of a father. He tells her, in the Black Dragon Fortress she must challenge tomorrow is located in Yongfeng City, just outside of Tianling. He tells them to head there themselves since he has other duties. She innocently waves goodbye to the old senior, leaving her attendant fuming in annoyance at the diplomat's cold departure. The attendant grumbles that they were not even given a proper welcome before being sent straight to Yongfeng City. Another guard sighs, reminding her that a massive empire like the Dragon Mansion would never care about a small nation. Makiko turns and snaps at them to stop talking like that. She reminds them that they are guests in someone else's country. They should respect local customs and appreciate that they were allowed in at all, instead of causing unnecessary trouble. The attendant worries her pure nature will lead to trouble down the road. But little does she know, someone is already watching their every move from the shadows. Luo Linger watches with curiosity, wondering if that girl is truly the famous beast tamer from the Sakura Kingdom. Zhou Tai confirms she is, noting that she joined the National Guild at the same time and is widely considered a genius. He adds that her goal is likely the Black Dragon as well, but Luo Linger quickly brushes it off. She scoffs, dismissing the girl as a spoiled princess who poses no threat. Her real concern is Su Yang, demanding updates on his background check. Zhou Tai pulls up a glowing hologram screen containing Su Yang's profile, reporting that they did a thorough background check. He reveals that Su Yang only recently awakened his basic warrior class, yet in a remarkably short time, his level skyrocketed along with his power, and surprisingly, he has no major factions backing him at all. Even the Dark Cloud Guild only ran one dungeon with him, meaning he cleared the rest of his raids entirely solo. This is an absolute miracle. Luo Linger gasps in pure shock. What did you say? She recalls his face, finding him more and more of a mystery. He seems so ordinary and low level, yet he keeps pulling off the impossible. If he actually tames the Black Dragon, no. There is no way she is going to be intimidated by some low-tier warrior. Over on Jizi's side, her subordinate follows closely, reminding her that it is time to leave. Approaching the teleportation portal, she replies that they should head back as well and prepare to set out tomorrow. But just as she approaches the teleportation portal, Zizi suddenly halts her steps. Turning back toward the other two, she gives a friendly wave. Linger instantly freezes, feeling quite guilty, while Zhou Tai gasps in shock, realizing they have been spotted. They clearly use stealth items, yet her sudden change in attitude proves they completely underestimated her. She could easily become a massive threat. Zhou Tai changes his plans, immediately ordering his entire force to gather at the gate of Black Dragon City in half an hour to raid the dungeon. He swiftly acknowledges the command. Back at Su Yang's house, he is busy instructing his servants to clean up while the damaged outer wall undergoes repairs. He orders them to reinforce the structure as well. While the maids clean, a system alert reveals challengers inside the dungeon, asking to link with the boss. Finally, he thinks, confirming the link before waving goodbye to the maids and apologizing for leaving so suddenly to handle urgent business. The worried maids call out, asking where their master is going when the house repairs are not even finished. The system notification rolls in, displaying an S-class exploration team consisting of 24 challengers. Waking up inside the massive body of the Black Dragon, Su Yang notes the elite team lineup. Seeing Linger leading them, he is not surprised at all. Luo Linger barks out the order to march, promising massive rewards to anyone who helps her subdue the Black Dragon. Today, he is determined to settle the score, planning to make her pay back every single cent for the house repairs and her past attitude. Su Yang observes that this raid party actually features some heavily geared and prepared members. Not only is their headcount higher than last time, but they also appear highly experienced in combat and extremely well prepared. Defeating them will not be easy, but an elite monster steps forward, telling the king not to worry as his subordinates will handle the intruders. He promises to ensure that once they step inside, they will never leave alive. These two are level 98 elite bosses, blood-mutated dragon warriors boasting 3 million HP, hidden dragon attributes, 2,871 attack, and 902 speed. Their spirit stat is 1,186, with a dragon blood talent that reduces physical and magic damage by 30%. Their A-rank battlefield command significantly buffs nearby dragons' attack and speed. Meanwhile, the level 99 elite boss is also ready. This mutated dragon warrior has 3 million HP, dragon traits, 2,900 attack, and 1,002 speed. With 1,238 spirit, its dragon talent similarly cuts physical and magic damage by 30%. Its A-rank battlefield command reduces both physical and magic damage taken for all nearby dragon kin. Quite surprised, he wonders why they never met. Lilith approaches, asking if he remembers his self-inflicted wounds during his wild rampage. After these two drank his spilled dragon blood, they mutated into their current powerful forms. Shocked that using dragon blood has such an effect, he listens as she explains only these two successfully mutated, unlike the others. The other failures babble apologetically. Lilith sighs in utter disappointment, pointing toward the group of rather foolish-looking monsters. Su Yang thinks to himself that even those dragon blood generals would be impossible for the invaders to bypass. Their power is definitely nothing to scoff at, and while they cannot match his current state, they are easily as strong as he was when fighting the Black Flame Wing. He agrees, sending them to intercept the enemies. Su Yang glances at her, asking what is wrong. Noticing her upset expression, Lilith pouts and shyly turns away. She mutters that it is nothing, but a strange feeling lingers. With such a strong raid party, if they actually defeat the Black Dragon, why does she feel so uneasy? And just like that, a bloody, all-out war erupts on the battlefield. Linger's team aggressively attacks the elite monsters as Zhou Tai leads the charge, warning everyone to watch out for sudden dangers. Riding her mount, Linger questions why he is being so incredibly paranoid. Even if the Black Dragon reached Star Brilliant rank, the other mobs should remain unchanged, but he insists on caution just as a system warning blares. The elite boss appears. Spotting the two massive creatures, Zhou Tai panics, shouting that they have already arrived. Dismissive, Linger orders her squad to quickly wipe out the two measly elite monsters. He orders everyone to scatter, avoiding any potential combined skills from the bosses. One resists physical damage and the other resists magic, so they must use contrasting attacks and control their health pools to prevent a low HP rage state. Following Zhou Tai's command, the entire team launches a synchronized strike on the two elite bosses. As attacks rain down on their weak points, one monster falls, whispering for the glory of Lord Athos. Suddenly, its body stands right back up, terrifying the invaders. This terrifying posture looks far worse than a standard rage state. With flying monsters swarming above, they realize the bosses summon smaller minions, prompting them to split up and prevent any devastating group buffs. Linger casually snaps her fingers, summoning her giant beasts to the battlefield. The three massive creatures stand protectively behind her. Linger commands everyone to stay calm and stick to the plan. She tells them the minions are just small fry, lure them away from the boss so the rest can focus all their power on it. Her spirit beasts join the fight, instantly boosting everyone's morale. With the young mistress leading the charge, they know they can't lose. A bird swoops past the elite monster's shoulder, leaving a nasty wound. The monster is cornered by three beasts and players. As twin blades slash down, Linger warns them to keep the boss alive and avoid killing it. Below, Joe Tai quickly complies. The two fallen monsters remain defiant, spitting that the damn invaders can kill them if they want, but nothing more. Linger steps forward. Even in human form, the target belongs to the dragon race, making her wonder if she can tame it. The elite monster retaliates in fury, calling them despicable humans for thinking they can tame it. It refuses to submit, but Linger coaxes it to become her power. Soon, the elite monster dazes out under her mind manipulation, wondering who it even is. She tells the beast it is her loyal servant. Confused, the monster repeats that it must be her subordinate. The other monster yells at its partner to snap out of it. This whole scene infuriates Su Yang. Who do these invaders think they are? Trespassing and taming his subordinates? Sure, taming dragons might seem normal to experts, but he is currently the boss here. There is no way he will let her do as she pleases. He looks at the rotten meat, finding it hard to swallow. But without leveling up his physical body, winning this fight might be impossible. He wonders if eating this stinking lump is really the key to leveling up. Holding the foul meat, Su Yang hesitates while Lilith looks on in absolute disgust. She shrieks, asking what that vile thing is and if he actually plans on eating it. Su Yang hesitates too, but to win, he has no choice. Gulping down his fear, he tosses the rancid meat straight into his mouth. Squeezing his eyes shut, he forces the meat down with pure endurance. Watching him do this, Lilith breaks into a cold sweat. Curious, she asks how it tastes. Su Yang sticks his tongue out, describing it as smelly, sticky, and dripping with some bizarre liquid. Suddenly, a brilliant blaze erupts beneath him. He is stunned as a massive wave of golden power bursts outward. It is so powerful that it shoots a massive pillar of light into the sky, leaving Bai Ling's group staring in absolute shock. The two monsters recognize the golden glow, wondering if Lord Athos is finally waking up. Meanwhile, Linger is left completely bewildered by the sudden event. Such immense energy is radiating from the pool. She stares in shock, wondering what on earth is happening, until the Black Dragon finally reveals itself. The Black Dragon's magnificent form emerges before them, spreading its massive, imposing wings wide across the sky. Linger is stunned to see a Black Dragon. At that moment, the system announces an unknown anomaly affecting the dungeon boss. The black-winged flame dragon, Athos, is undergoing a mutation, with its boss rating officially rising to the Bright Moon tier. Upon maturation, the boss Athos reaches level 150, a Bright Moon tier. The entire dungeon is now upgraded to a Bright Moon dungeon. Casting a cold glance at them, his upgrade is complete. Now, it is time for their destruction. The dragon's appearance leaves everyone terrified, with one player even flipping him off, yelling if this is some kind of joke. Last time it became Star Glory rank, and now it jumps straight to Bright Moon. What kind of balancing is this? He screams for the system to explain itself. Joe Tai pats his shoulder, telling him that while he is shocked too, they need to keep their cool. Kexen turns and asks what they should do now, since a Bright Moon tier boss is completely beyond their leagues. Linger is still dazed, snapping at them to stop shouting because it is incredibly annoying. She insists it is just a dungeon bug, refusing to believe a real Bright Moon dragon exists. Su Yang scoffs. Amused, she still thinks this is a glitch. Since she lacks respect, he decides to teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Joe Tai steps in front of her to issue commands. He orders them to activate defensive spells and stack damage reduction skills immediately, sparing no effort to survive. They pool their energy to erect the barrier just as instructed. Instantly, Su Yang unleashes a massive torrent of fire from his mouth, sending towering flames soaring upward. Blood-curdling screams echo through the canyon as a wall of fire envelops the area, radiating an unbearable, scorching heat. As he lands, a struggling Joe Tai looks on in horror. 10 of his men are down instantly, and 6 others are gravely injured. He shudders, realizing the terrifying strength of a Bright Moon boss. Fortunately, they did not come entirely unprepared. A system notification reveals the Emerald Ring of Life. By sacrificing itself, it fully restores all health. It is a one-time use item. Joe Tai commands his team to stand up and prepare for battle. Looking down, Su Yang spots their single-use resurrection item, It seems this expedition group really spent a fortune on this run. Linger commands her giant beasts to form a defensive line, shouting at the top of her lungs. She claims the boss just used its ultimate and is full of openings, ordering an all-out attack. Firepower rains down on Su Yang, but he breathes fire right back, clashing fiercely in a brutal showdown. Three giant beasts charge toward the Black Dragon, trapping Su Yang right in the middle. From high above, Luo Linger is shocked to see him completely unharmed. Does their offensive have absolutely no effect at all? Zhou Tai speaks up, explaining that since the Dragon Slayer heart was taken, they must chip away at its health as originally planned. Lu Zi refuses to accept this, arguing that those tactics were meant for Starlight rank opponents, but against a Radiant Moon rank beast, its sheer basic stats are enough to crush them completely. He knows it is true in the face of absolute power. All their desperate efforts are utterly futile. Their defensive line begins to crumble as the boss readies yet another devastating skill. Damn it, the damage reduction spells are not fully cast yet with no time left. Zhuangzhen desperately activates his mountain barrier. A violent tremor erupts from below, tearing the earth apart as thick, blinding smoke completely obscures their vision. Qixin catches the unconscious Zhuangzhen, calling out in panic for a healer, but Lu Zi yells back in despair that it is over. There is no hope left, so they might as well accept their end. Luo Linger turns pale, shocked that a single clash wiped out her entire team. How is this even possible? How can this black dragon be so terrifyingly powerful? Zhou Tai immediately prepares to make his escape. He urges the young mistress to flee while they hold back the black dragon, but she refuses to run away like a coward. She prepared so long for this day, but he sees the truth clearly, knowing they lost all hope of victory the moment the black dragon leveled up. Now, their only goal is to minimize the losses and ensure she makes it back alive. At least they would have an explanation for the guild master, and seeing the harsh truth, Luo Linger finally stops arguing. She agrees to leave immediately, leaving the rest to them, but Su Yang has no intention of letting her escape. Since she is the main attraction of the day, there is no way he will let her come and go as she pleases, though from afar, someone yells out to get his attention. He glances over with pure disdain, recognizing their taunting skill as they block his path to keep him from chasing their mistress. They declare themselves as opponents, hoping to at least chip off a few of his dragon scales. They are ready to die as heroes, prompting the black dragon to unleash a torrent of flame, granting their final wish. Luo Linger speeds up, cursing her humiliating defeat. She cannot believe she is losing in such a pathetic and shameful way. If word gets out, her reputation as a genius will be ruined though. To be fair, who could possibly tame a Radiant Moon-ranked black dragon anyway? If she cannot do it, there is no way Shizi or Su Yang could ever manage it either. Exactly. She is not truly lost yet, she just needs to return safely this time. Lost in her smug thoughts, she is already planning to find another dragon to tame, but she is suddenly thrown from her mount, crashing heavily into the dusty ground below and grumbling in absolute frustration. Did Zhou Tai fail to hold out for even a single minute? In a panic, she summons her giant beast to shield herself. The black dragon's massive claw swipes forward, completely terrifying Luo Linger as she struggles wildly and screams at the top of her lungs to be released. He looks down at her with utter disdain, scoffing that a mere human actually dreamed of taming him, driving Luo Linger deeper into despair. As the black dragon opens its massive jaws, he tells her that her foolishness will cost her life. Terrified and speechless, she can only beg him to stop, but then a massive geyser of tears suddenly shoots from her eyes, leaving him completely stunned. Perplexed by the bizarre sight, he watches Luo Linger wail as her tears shoot upward like fountains before raining down on the ground. She sobs that she only wanted to beat Su Yang and sister Yinghua, refusing to disappoint her father. She wanted to prove she was the greatest beast tamer of all. She wants to keep fighting, and she does not want to be eaten. Su Yang is shocked, unable to believe how fragile and naive she truly is. Dropping her to the ground, he tells her that while he understands her competitive nature, he cannot simply let her go free. Deciding not to eat her, Su Yang suggests sending her on her way as quickly as possible. He breathes fire straight at Luo Linger, and the system announces that he has defeated the rank 5, level 130 beast tamer, Luo Linger. He gains over 1.9 million experience points. He calmly mutters that humans and monsters are destined to be enemies, so she was just unlucky to cross his path. As the system registers a massive 31.94 million total experience points, his level rises from 72 to 79, while strength jumps from 3,700 to 3,900. His speed climbs from 2446 to 2556, while spirit goes from 2386 to 2596, granting him 175 free attribute points as a powerful aura erupts. Su Yang is amazed, noting that this is by far the largest chunk of experience he has ever received. It is several times higher than what he got from defeating the rank 6 Elven Mage, and with the Dragon Blood Essence upgrade, boundless power seems to overflow from his body. Yet, even 32 million experience points only raised him by 7 levels, meaning future level-ups will require astronomical amounts of experience. To keep leveling up, he will have to hunt down far stronger monsters and professional classes. He is now level 79, casting Demon Spirit Rain. Su Yang checks his loot list. The expedition party dropped several platinum and diamond tier items, but frankly, at this level, those gears don't even interest him anymore. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a brilliantly glowing item in his palm. He wonders if the drops from Luo Linger will finally give him a decent surprise. It is a Crescent Moon rank accessory, the Spiritualist Trial Ring. The specs show unlimited gemstone sockets and absolutely zero level or attribute requirements. Its base spirit stat reaches 1,000 points. It is a legendary relic left behind by a master spiritualist after his passing. Perhaps the pure spiritual energy has lingered inside it for too long, so even though the owner died, it still whispers constantly. It grants 600 bonus spirit, 40% spirit resistance, and the passive trait, Eternal Meditation. The soft whispers from this ring can permanently increase the mental power of the wearer by 1% daily up to a 10% maximum stack. It also grants an active skill, Spiritualist Blessing. This consumes mana to grant the user absolute immunity against any mental interference for the next hour. But this effect fails if the mental strength of the attacker is 50% higher than the wearer. Su Yang is stunned. He realizes this is Crescent Moon tier accessory gear. While auxiliary items do not usually have stats as crazy as weapons, its utility is unreal. But for a Crescent Moon rank item, this is already more than powerful enough. Even if you ignore the massive spirit boosts and mental resistance buffs, those two custom passive traits alone are completely terrifying. Su Yang examines the ring closely. Someone even went through the trouble of socketing an infinite gem to bypass all level requirements. He truly has to thank Luo Linger. Warily scanning the distant storm, he spots another effect. Could there be another powerhouse lurking nearby? The system reveals a Tier 1 forbidden spell scroll called Wrath of the Wind God, capable of shredding anyone foolish enough to challenge him. He is thrilled. Another forbidden spell means he now has two, bringing pure double the joy. Luo Linger is truly the pampered daughter of the Tianji Pavilion, always carrying such ridiculously overpowered gear. Fully satisfied, Su Yang spreads his wings to head home. Once word gets out that this elite expedition was completely annihilated, no one will dare to challenge him anytime soon. Besides, the duration of his black flame wings is finally running out. Lilith stands on the mountain cliff waiting for him. She lets out a soft sigh, relieved that he won yet again. He promised her true freedom in the future, but she wonders what that actually means. Meanwhile, Su Yang teleports back inside his house, announcing his return. His sudden appearance startles the maids, who quickly scramble to welcome their master home. Checking the progress of the construction outside, Su Yang looks at the fully repaired wall and asks if the job is done. A maid explains that because their master paid double, the workers gave it their all to finish the repairs quickly. Feeling thoroughly exhausted, Su Yang asks them for a full-body massage. Immediately, some maids rush to prepare warm towels while others gently massage his forehead. They eagerly obey. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon's secret realm, a spatial portal opens, and the Tianji Pavilion guild members are absolutely losing their minds. They scream out in frustration, demanding to know why the boss suddenly leveled up mid-fight. Despite bringing a massive raid group and even using premium resurrection items, they still got wiped. They complain that this dungeon is literally impossible to beat. Zhou Tai steps in to quiet them down, asking if anyone has seen where their young lady went. Only then do they realize she is completely missing. A terrifying thought crosses their minds, wondering if she met the same fate as last time. Zhou Tai heads toward a faint whimpering sound behind a nearby boulder, where he spots Luo Linger hugging her knees, crying her eyes out. She is far too ashamed to show her face. She prepared so thoroughly to tame that black dragon, only to fail miserably. The humiliating defeat makes her want to sink into the ground. How can she still call herself a genius beast tamer? Zhou Tai clears his throat to announce his presence. Startled, Luo Linger spins around, demanding to know what he is doing. Remaining behind the rock, he explains he only came to report their losses. She quickly stands up, wiping away her tears in a hurry. She tells him to report those matters to the elders instead, as she is not in the mood. Zhou Tai is relieved she seems calmer. Zhou Tai gently reassures her, explaining that the Black Dragon leveling up was entirely unexpected. Losing to a Crescent Moon boss is nothing to be ashamed of. He suggests she focus on a different dragon instead, immediately sparking her interest. That is true. After all, neither Su Yang nor Shizi can defeat that Crescent Moon tier Black Dragon either. As long as she tames other dragons before they do, she will still hold the title of the #1 genius beast tamer. Within Longxia, besides the Black Dragon, there are still the Scarlet and Silver Dragons available. The Scarlet Dragon is the weakest, while the Silver Dragon is quite strong, but both are of the brilliant rank. If she can tame the Silver Dragon, she will hands down become the strongest beast tamer to ever conquer a mighty dragon. Fully energized, she praises Zhou Tai, admitting she used to think he was just a brainless brute, but he actually has great vision. Linger announces that all their dungeon losses will be compensated by the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupts into cheers. While the crowd happily thanks the young lady, a clear voice suddenly rings out from behind, asking what is going on. Kiko steps forward to introduce herself. Recognizing her immediately, Linger confirms her identity. She then asks if Kiko is also here to tame the legendary Black Dragon. Kiko introduces herself with a warm smile, offering her hand, but Linger completely ignores the gesture, coolly brushing past her with a sharp remark. She wishes her luck. Kiko's subordinate is instantly furious at her cold attitude. The subordinate grumbles about her bad manners, questioning how the young lady of the prestigious Heavenly Mystery Pavilion can be so incredibly impolite. Kiriko giggles quietly, whispering that Linger probably failed her raid and is just taking her frustration out on them. Serves her right, she adds. Annoyed, Kiko taps Kiriko on the head, telling her to stop kicking someone who is down. Instead, she orders her to go activate the portal. Muttering about why her lady is taking an outsider's side, Kiriko rubs her sore head and heads over to activate the dungeon portal first. As the interface loads, Kiriko freezes in sheer shock. The fortress is upgraded to Bright Moon rank, with a recommended level of 150+. The party panics, wondering why it is no longer star rank. How did it turn into a Bright Moon rank? They do not stand a chance against this. They wonder if Long Xia is playing them. Kiko urges them to contact Old Li immediately to clarify the situation. On the other end of the line, Old Li sighingly handles the crisis. He apologizes for this sudden crisis and suggests they rest in Tianling City for now. He will send someone to pick them up while they discuss the next steps. They agree, thanking Old Li for his help. Pondering deeply, Old Li wonders if the Black Dragon in Tianling City has really jumped from Diamond to Bright Moon rank. Such a rapid evolution is entirely unprecedented. Could someone actually be controlling it? The next day, Su Yang arrives at the dungeon portal. Compared to yesterday, the place is completely deserted, which is not surprising. After all, when the city's strongest exploration team gets wiped out, no ordinary player would dare set foot near this place again. Since he is the only one who can handle this boss, he decides to personally put an end to this raid. Soon, the crimson light of the Black Dragon Fortress looms. He arrives. In the past, Su Yang was always linked to the boss, watching challengers fail from above. Now, he is the one walking in as a challenger. Talk about a mind trip, this is as surreal as it gets. As a swarm of flying monsters charges, he chuckles at the extremely warm welcome. Recognizing their formation, Su Yang releases a familiar, heavy aura, demanding the beasts look closely at exactly who is standing before them. His eyes ignite with a brilliant golden light, unleashing a heavy pressure that forces the flying wyverns to halt mid-air in sheer terror. One of the creatures immediately recognizes the energy as that of Lord Athos. They are utterly confused as to why a mere human carries their master's energy and black flames. Before they can react, Su Yang coldly commands them to get lost. After scaring off the winged minions, he prepares for the ultimate showdown with the Black Dragon. There is no point wasting strength on trash mobs. Su Yang then summons his Shadow Moon Wolves, ordering them to guard the area and prevent any Bright Moon rank monsters from interfering. With everything set, Su Yang prepares to face the boss. Lilith is surprised to see the Black Dragon wake up, wondering how a challenger could have arrived so quickly. Staring at the rising dust cloud, she wonders which unfortunate souls are about to become the dragon's next victims. In every battle, the dragon easily crushes its foes. With things as they are, she has long abandoned any hope of regaining her freedom. After all, a monster's promise is never something to be trusted. Near the portal, the wolf spirits stand ready, facing the colossal dark dragon. Terrified, they quickly whisper to each other, wondering what they should do. They know they stand absolutely no chance. But then, they notice something bizarre. The dragon carries their master's exact scent. One wolf panics, wondering if their master has been eaten. But the other quickly points out they would have vanished if their summoner died. Suddenly, the dragon stabs its own chest, spraying golden blood. Even his own summons are completely losing their minds here. Watching from a distance, Su Yang remembers his discovery from their last encounter. The dragon's damage reflection talent has no effect on itself, meaning dropping its health to 50% should be more than enough. Going any lower would risk ruining his burst setup. He then tests his control, commanding the giant beast to stand down and freeze in place. He orders it to suppress its regeneration, command all dungeon monsters to freeze, and disconnect. As the dragon's massive eyes lock onto him, the wolf spirits finally spot Su Yang's silhouette and let out a massive sigh of relief. Staring up at the beast, Su Yang admits that since this dragon saved him from a useless class path, he actually feels a bit attached. Noticing a gaping wound in the dragon's lower abdomen, Su Yang takes a slow step forward. But a new path has finally opened up, and it is time to press onward. He delivers the killing blow to its body, ready to conquer brand new territories with his newest companion, the Black Flame Wings, Athos. 2 hours later, Su Yang lands on the ground completely exhausted. Lang Ling pants heavily, totally worn out. Sweat pours down Su Yang's face as his hands grow completely numb from endless slashing, yet the fight is still not over. The black dragon still stands strong with only a few scratches on its body. Su Yang pulls out a potion bottle and downs it. He finally understands how soul hunters and expedition teams feel. If his own attributes were not already fully maxed out, combined with the spirit mark and dual blades boosting his damage by 900%, he would not even scratch its defense. Dark energy flares around Su Yang as he prepares to finish this in one last breath. Lilith is fast asleep when a thunderous roar suddenly jolts her awake. It is the unmistakable cry of the Black Dragon. By the time she rushes over, a wave of intense heat hits her. The elite monsters scream out that Master Athos is crumbling away. Lilith fears the worst as the presence of the Black Dragon completely vanishes. Could it really be over? Su Yang looks up and mutters that it is finished. Its massive body has been burned to a crisp by the raging flames. Standing beneath the dead dragon, a flood of system notifications appears. He has defeated the Crescent Moon boss, Black Flame Wings Athos. He gains over 13 million experience points. The Dungeon Master and all its monsters have been completely wiped out. Receiving another 8 million experience points, he levels up from 79 to 80, leaving him with an extra 53 million experience. Su Yang is stunned by the massive amount of experience. It is 3 times more than what Luo Linger's entire 10-man squad got combined, proving the true worth of a Crescent Moon boss. Suddenly, a massive, glowing golden greatsword materializes before him. He wonders if this legendary weapon dropped from the slain Black Dragon. One look is enough to know it is something extraordinary. He grips the hilt tightly, ready to pull it out. As he draws the blade, Su Yang freezes in shock from a sudden, bizarre sensation. A power surges through his veins as a unique system screen pops up for the Dragonbone Greatsword, Devour Athos. In the name of Athos, descendant of the primordial devourer, he finally walks into the grave of death, turning bone into blade and blood into soul. The corpse is immortal, and the devoured soul exists forever. There are absolutely no level or class restrictions on this equipment. There are no attribute limits and no special restrictions either. Strength, spirit, and speed are all boosted by 500. It also cuts physical and magic damage by 10% while boosting mental resistance by 10%. The Devourer passive trait is absolutely insane. Whenever this godlike greatsword is used to slay a massive ancient dragon, the weapon devours the corpse to permanently add 10% of its attributes to the blade. It also has a unique soul bind imprint. Once claimed, this unique gear cannot be dropped. He lifts the dragonbone blade, releasing an icy chill that splits the distant mountains in half with a single swing. Su Yang is speechless. This is way too overpowered. Although the base attribute bonuses are not the highest, the most important part is that this is a scalable growth weapon. It literally feeds on dragons to stack 10% of their attributes onto itself. That is terrifying power. This is a legendary drop from defeating the Black Dragon, possessing an incredibly rare and powerful unique attribute. Looking closely at the description, he realizes the Black Flame Wings is indeed a direct descendant of the primordial devourer. No wonder this creature could match fully grown dragons in raw strength while still in its development phase, and it makes perfect sense why the system singled it out for this challenge. Su Yang gazes at the necklace in his hand. Since he completed the Dragon Slayer quest, this item must be the legendary Dragon Slayer heart. The system announces that the seal has been broken, refreshing the item description to unlock the true Dragon Slayer heart. It describes a brave hero blessed by the goddess who decapitated the giant dragon, letting its spurting blood forge the ultimate dragon-slaying blade. The extracted dragon heart has now been forged into the ultimate proof of a dragon slayer. Until that great chaos arrived, those nameless brave heroes had been resting peacefully in this very place. With the dragon-slaying sword lost to the world, only the sleeping slayer's testimony remains, boosting his spirit stat by 50%. It also doubles his raw strength and grants a passive trait that ignores all dragon racial defense, dealing 500% extra damage to any draconic creature. By using the blood of past heroes, it summons their sleeping spirits directly onto the battlefield to aid him in combat. Su Yang is absolutely blown away. These stats are absurd enough that he can easily solo bosses by himself now. Now for the absolute final reward. A loud system notification alerts him that because he achieved the first boss kill, he is designated as its master, converting the mighty Black Flame Wings Athos into his personal summon to serve and fight right alongside him. Watching the massive black dragon fly toward him, he gently pats its head, welcoming it back. He calls it an old friend. Although erasing its memories was incredibly brutal, it might be a blessing in disguise since it was destined to fail all those previous trials anyway. He hopes Black Dragon Athos won't hold a grudge against him. He leaps onto its head, no time to mourn. They need to move. The black dragon rises above the city, spreading its wings and soaring into the crimson sky. Lilith is pacing anxiously. The dragon race has vanished, meaning the black dragon must have been defeated. Who could have done such a thing? Seeing the dragon return, Lilith gasps in shock. How is this possible? She screams. Weren't you already defeated? Only then does she notice someone riding on its back. Su Yang reaches his hand down, calling out that he's here to rescue the beautiful princess. Lilith stands frozen, wondering how a human could be riding a black dragon. She asks in awe if he actually managed to tame it. He confirms she's correct, leaving Lilith in absolute disbelief. Black dragons are the most tyrannical and powerful of all dragons. They look down on everyone and would choose death over submission. Ancient elven legends tell of mighty warriors who tried to tame these beasts but failed miserably. Yet, this young man now has one completely under his control. Who in the world is he? Could he actually be the legendary dragon slayer from the ancient tales? Su Yang snaps her out of it, telling her to hop on. Lilith grabs his hand and agrees. Su Yang warns her to hold on tight before they take off. She sits behind him, tightly clutching his clothes as she nods. The black dragon suddenly shoots up into the sky. Lilith screams in terror, but he gently tells her to open her eyes. He promises her the view is absolutely breathtaking. Hearing his words, she slowly peeks open her eyes to see the red mountains stretching out far below. Lilith gasps at the beautiful sight, realizing what it truly feels like to experience freedom all over again. She feels a wave of relief as if she has finally broken free from all her chains. The dragon responds, telling her that she will find true freedom soon. She wonders in surprise if the beast itself had also been waiting all this time to escape this place. She tells the dragon that she understands its struggles. Su Yang realizes she is misunderstanding the situation, but decides it is best to stay quiet. Su Yang announces they are reaching the exit, so they should prepare to burst right through. Out in the wilderness near the dragon dungeon, a guard barks orders, telling his men to stop slacking off and fight harder. They can rest once this wave of monsters is cleared. Suddenly, the sky grows dark, leaving them wondering if it's about to rain. As the shadow passes overhead, the leader stammers out that it's a giant dragon. Its massive claws land on the ground with a deafening crash. The dragon's roar panics the nearby players, who scream that the boss has escaped and they need to run. Su Yang sheepishly apologizes for making such a terrifying entrance. Lilith silently notes that his tone makes him sound a bit like a villain. She curiously asks where they are heading next. He suggests taking her to the city lord's mansion, since they probably know how to send her back to the Elven Kingdom. She flatly refuses, making Su Yang wonder where she wants to go instead as she hesitantly looks at him. She shyly asks if she can tag along with him for now. She dares not mention the secret vow she made to marry whoever rescued her. It is just too embarrassing to admit. He knows that in classic fairy tales, the hero slays the dragon and lives happily ever after with the princess. But his original plan was never to rescue her in the first place. Still, seeing her situation, she probably has nowhere else to go, so he decides to let her tag along for now. Lilith immediately switches to gossip mode, eagerly asking if he can share the secret of how he managed to tame the mighty dragon. But Su Yang refuses to speak a single word. Meanwhile, back in Tianling City, panic spreads like wildfire among the citizens hearing a distant dragon's roar. Linger frowns, recognizing the sound as the Black Dragon's roar, though Zhou Tai refuses to believe such a thing is even possible. How could a dungeon boss escape into the wild? Nearby, Wuzi asks her lady what that noise was, and Jizi quickly responds. A dragon has descended upon Tianling City. She excitedly points in that direction, asking if they can go over and take a look. The figure hiding behind the tree where Zizi pointed is shocked to realize she actually managed to spot them. Impressive senses for a kid, they note, before heading out under the city lord's permission. The city lord is currently heading toward the dungeon entrance at the Black Dragon Fortress. Lilith curiously asks why they haven't left yet, but Su Yang tells her not to rush. They just need to wait a bit longer. Spotting a group approaching from the distance, he points them out, noting that some are already asking about the roar. Could some kind of world boss have spawned nearby? Jia Yue chimes in, pointing out how chaotic the area outside the Black Dragon Fortress has been lately, though surely a boss didn't escape. Leading them is City Lord Wei Ming. Catching sight of the Black Dragon, they stare in absolute disbelief. How could a dungeon boss actually appear out in the open? Su Yang steps forward to greet them. He calls out to Manager Gu, leaving Jia Yue completely shocked, while Wei Ming turns to ask about the young man. Gu replies they only met once before, explaining that the boy is named Su Yang and is a VIP of the Class Change Temple. The city lord politely asks if he actually tamed the dragon. Su Yang calmly confirms that he did, leaving Wei Ming to furrow his brows in deep thought. How is this possible? This is a moon-grade black dragon. How could anyone tame it? Prove it, or I will not believe it. The black dragon lets out a space-shaking roar. Su Yang asks if that is enough proof for him. The shockwave makes Wei Ming stumble. All right, all right, he pleads for the powerhouse to please stop and withdraw his godlike power. Lilith pokes her head from behind a rock. What was that? You scared me to death. He quickly apologizes. Seeing her shocks him even more. She is the dungeon elf princess. Only defeating the dragon gives players a tiny chance of saving her. Wei Ming completely changes his view of the young man standing right before him. To tame a moon-grade black dragon, just how off the charts is his power. Yet the young kid looks barely 20. Could he actually be a rank 7 solar-grade legendary god? Truly, the real age of supreme powerhouses at that tier cannot be judged by youthful appearance alone. No, wait. Even in the elite Global Beast Taming Association, only one legendary master has ever successfully tamed a giant dragon before. Just who is Su Yang? What is his true power? Why would a godlike entity like him visit his tiny Tianling city? Seeing Wei Ming suddenly kneel down scares Su Yang. The room freezes. He awkwardly reaches out and asks why the city lord is doing this. He urges him to stand up. Just then, a system notification chimes the host has completed the first phase of his boss dual-class quest. The next boss phase has been unlocked, urging the host to deal with it immediately. Su Yang is thrilled the new boss is coming so fast. Meanwhile, Wei Ming asks if this legendary expert is the head of the Global Association. He introduces himself as Wei Ming, the Lord of Tianling City. He begs for forgiveness for the poor reception, while Zhou Tai quickly chimes in. Zhou Tai whispers to the city lord that they received absolutely zero alerts about the leader's arrival, wondering if the master is traveling incognito. The lord disagrees, noting the teleportation array would still show a record when Kiko suddenly appears out of nowhere, scaring them half to death. She hesitates before greeting them politely, asking if she might be allowed to join their private conversation. Recognizing her as the talented girl from Yingtuo country, she reaches out her hand with sparkling eyes, introducing herself as Asuma Kiko, a beast tamer. She eagerly asks if he could share his invaluable experience on how to successfully tame giant dragons. Su Yang stands stunned while Kiko bonks her head for speaking out of turn. She realizes taming methods are highly guarded secrets, but Su Yang completely floors her by calmly admitting he is not even a beast tamer. The news hits the other two like a lightning bolt, as they frantically ask how he tamed the black dragon without being a beast tamer. They mention that only the incredibly gentle white dragons have ever been tamed. There has never been a single case of anyone taming a black dragon, which the Global Association officially ranks as the absolute strongest creature. Yet a non-tamer somehow pulled it off. If this news gets leaked, it will absolutely rock the entire globe. Su Yang calmly tells them he has his own methods and cannot share them. He plans to head to Tianling City soon, asking City Lord Wei to notify the citizens to avoid mass panic. Shocked, they ask if he intends to fly the dragon straight into the city, which he confirms, prompting Wei Ming to quickly agree. The City Lord promises to broadcast a city-wide alert immediately to keep everyone calm. He silently notes that despite taming the ultimate beast, Su Yang still cares deeply about avoiding public panic. It is true that the strongest powerhouses are always the most down-to-earth, while only the mediocre ones constantly show off. Kiko hesitatingly asks if she might be allowed to report his incredible feat to her own master. Su Yang wonders about her master, prompting Wei Ming to explain. The Lord explains that Miss Kiko is an official member of the Global Beast Taming Association, meaning her esteemed master must be one of their top-tier high-ranking officials. He silently compares Kiko to Luo Linger, another young genius girl, although their personalities are completely different. Kiko bows modestly and confirms that her master is indeed one of the 9 absolute leaders running the entire association. She notes that even without being a beast tamer, his feat of taming the Black Dragon alone would guarantee him a legendary invitation to join them. She is confident her master would love to seek his guidance too. Just imagining a crowd of legendary beast masters swarming him with endless questions makes Su Yang break into a sweat, knowing those top leaders are at least rank 8 or 9. A squad of world-class beast masters begging him for dragon taming tips is a headache he simply wants no part of. He politely declines, saying he must leave now and they can discuss the association another time. He then leaps onto the black dragon and takes off into the sky, leaving a stunned Kiko staring blankly at his departing shadow. Wei Ming steps up to inform Kiko that since the black dragon is tamed, Elderly has ordered them to return to Dragon City immediately before discussing any further steps. She agrees, her tone filled with pure admiration. She admits she wishes she could have a dragon of her own as a mount one day. High above, the black dragon glides toward Tianling City. Linger watches the massive beast fly overhead, catching sight of a very familiar face. She realizes it is him, as he actually tamed the legendary black dragon. Hard as it is to believe, the truth stands right before her. Clearly, her own training still has a very long way to go. Wiping away her tears, she vows to grow stronger and tame an even greater dragon of her own. She promises to defeat Su Yang directly and prove who the strongest beast tamer truly is. Right then, a loud system alert echoes across the area. Attention! Citizens, the Black Dragon Fortress dungeon within Tianling City has officially been cleared. The Black Dragon boss was tamed by a high-ranking expert, so there is no need to panic if you spot it. Watching the massive beast soar across the sky, everyone marvels at the incredible sight. People point and yell in absolute disbelief. Whispers spread that the dragon had upgraded to the moon tier, completely wiping out the entire expedition team before being tamed. Everyone wonders who could possibly be that powerful. People look up, trying to spot the mysterious expert on its back. Some even spot a girl riding along, but others point out that is hardly the most surprising part. An expert strong enough to tame a dragon could easily have 10 girls with him. Meanwhile, back at Su Yang's courtyard, his maid is humming a peaceful tune. Suddenly, the colossal shadow of the Black Dragon lands right in front of her, scaring her half to death. Su Yang quickly apologizes. She sighs in relief, realizing it is just her master. Looking at his massive pet, Su Yang admits he never wanted to show off like this. But since he is not an actual beast tamer, he lacks a private pocket dimension to store the giant dragon. He has no choice but to ride it around. Lilith pokes her head out, asking if this is his home, and Su Yang asks for her thoughts. She smiles happily, saying there is absolutely nothing to complain about since his home is both incredibly spacious and clean for her. Su Yang looks at her from the dragon's back, sliding down to give her some quick instructions. He tells her to pick any room she likes while he handles some business, adding that she can ask his maid for help anytime. Lilith happily agrees, letting him go do his work. Su Yang is quite relieved. He initially worried this actual princess would be difficult to please, but she is surprisingly down to earth. Once inside his room, he settles down. It is finally time to deal with his new boss. Su Yang summons his system to check the target, and a prompt reveals it is the legendary Abyss Demon, a god-tier source monarch. Seeing its ridiculous rank instantly sends a shockwave of fear through Su Yang. God tier is way beyond the sun, moon, or star ranks. He swallows hard, wondering what kind of nightmare he is facing. According to the global class transition rules issued by the Sanctuary, every 50 levels correspond to one transition starting from the 5th rank and up. The 6th, 7th, and 8th transitions represent star, moon, and sun tiers, collectively known as the legendary stage. To go even higher, one must complete the trials of God just to ascend to a demigod. Only after climbing the divine ladder can anyone reach god tier status. Su Yang wonders if facing a literal god tier boss right now is just too insane of a gap. Just defeating a star tier boss earlier had allowed him to undergo a massive, game-changing transformation. So, how absurdly powerful will he become this time? With a pounding heart, he hits the connection button. A massive wave of energy floods his room as the system initiates the connection, telling him to wait. Deep in the shadows, glowing crimson eyes flash as the screen loads. The boss is a god-tier source monarch from the Abyss. Strength 500,000, Spirit 300,000, Speed 200,000. Its resistances are absolutely mind-blowing, featuring 80% physical, fire, and water defense, total dark immunity, 30% light resistance, and unique traits. First is the Omniscient Lord talent, meaning absolutely nothing happening inside the Abyss can escape his control, followed by the terrifying authority of the Lord of Sin. Under the Undying Lord, all of his subordinates are immortal. As the Sovereign of Sin, he can infinitely resurrect his 7 Sin Kings. With a 30-day cooldown, his demon origin trait allows him to sacrifice any living demon in the Abyss to resurrect himself. He is the ultimate Sovereign of Sin, the supreme monarch who rules the endless dark depths of the Abyss while directly commanding the 7 Sin Kings. When looking into the Abyss, the King of the Abyss looks right back. Su Yang marvels at this true power of a god. Stats in the hundreds of thousands, insane resistances, and completely broken talents, especially that ridiculous third passive. Does this mean that to actually kill him, one would have to wipe out every single demon in the entire Abyss? Is that even possible for a human? He realizes this is what true godhood looks like, having fully understood the boss's traits. He asks the system for more details about this terrifying demon, and the screen begins loading the data to explain. The newly revealed information shows that the Abyssal Demon Realm is not some simple secret dungeon. Instead, it is a massive, supersized dimension, much like the Elven Kingdom or the Giant Dragon Kingdom. The only difference is that this demonic abyss connects to the human world just like a standard secret dungeon. Every single nation has its own entrance to step inside. Within this abyss, explorers must start from the first floor, constantly fighting and slaying demons for experience and rare rewards. It is the ultimate paradise for leveling up and hunting legendary treasures. But make no mistake, the difficulty level here is incredibly high. Just the average level of demons on the very first floor is level 40. That means the starting difficulty is equivalent to a gold tier dungeon. The deeper they go, the stronger the demons become. Currently, the absolute deepest record of human exploration in this abyss is only floor 386. This insane record is held by a massive alliance of triple S-rank guilds, including the legendary Temple Knights. Su Yang figures that only top-tier players of this caliber from triple S-rank guilds could ever hope to challenge a god-tier boss. Could they be his next opponents? There is no telling how far they are from the absolute bottom of the abyss, but that hardly matters. This boss is practically immortal. He must secure the first kill right now, or who knows when the beast will ever respawn. He is incredibly curious about all of this, but shaking it off, he wonders if these 7 empty thrones belong to the legendary Sin Kings. But why is this place empty? Looking closely, 4 of the thrones are covered in glowing, intricate patterns, while the other 3 remain dark and ruined. Perhaps other powerful players have already cleared them. He touches a cold, heavily cracked throne. Without wasting another second, he activates the power of his original Sin relic. Since things have come to this, why not test out his second talent power? Energy explodes from the throne as Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, manifests in sheer shock. Am I actually back to life? System alert, Gluttony King Beelzebub, Blazing Sun rank. HP is 2000, Strength 62,271, Spirit 45,632, Speed 24,313. He instantly kneels before his lord. He quickly falls to his knees, thanking his great lord for this miraculous blessing. He confesses that his own weakness has deeply stained his master's glorious name. Su Yang is deep in thought. A mere Blazing Sun rank? Do these Sin Kings only start getting strong at the demigod level? Could it be that he just revived a completely useless weakling? The system details his talent driven by the sin of gluttony. Beelzebub exists in a state of endless hunger, devouring any non-demon creature to satisfy his appetite and grow infinitely stronger. With a maximum limit reaching all the way to God tier, any target he devours will permanently lose 2% of their overall stats. These stolen stats are directly funneled to the Great Lord of Original Sin. So that is how it works. These 2 unique talents are a direct representation of the gluttony sin's ultimate greed. Beelzebub has to keep devouring targets to increase his own strength, while sending 2% of those stolen attributes straight to him. If this tribute went to some distant entity, it would be minor. But since it goes to his own self-weight, is he about to become completely unstoppable? Just as Su Yang opens his mouth to speak, a sudden noise cuts him off. Hearing a sudden knock on his physical door, he quickly commands Beelzebub to return to his post in the abyss and await his next summoning. Do not disappoint me this time, he warns. The demon vows to obey his king. The demon is amazed. Lust and greed both met their ends, yet he was the very first one resurrected by his lord, completely free of any punishment. To him, this is an incredible sign of trust from the great ruler. Beelzebub swears a solemn, burning oath to make humanity pay, promising to bring the absolute finest offerings to his master. The system confirms his sovereign power has successfully activated, sending Beelzebub back to the 100th floor of the abyss. Watching the fading light beam, Su Yang remembers that the 100th floor was indeed Beelzebub's original post. He has truly resurrected one of the legendary 7 Sin Kings. Disconnecting from the system, Su Yang finally returns to his room. Embodying the original Sin ruler gives him an incredible, completely overwhelming sense of absolute control over everything around him. This kind of absolute power could easily corrupt anyone. No wonder ancient emperors fought so hard for power. He can only wonder how long it will take to wield this strength permanently. His deep thoughts are suddenly broken by his maid's voice asking if he is inside his room. He quickly replies that he is coming right out. He steps outside, and she nervously explains that City Lord Wei Ming has arrived, requesting an urgent personal meeting with him. Following her downstairs, he sees the City Lord waiting. Wei Ming eagerly greets him first. Wei Ming praises him as a true legend. Su Yang shakes his hand and asks what is wrong. The City Lord looks shocked. Has he not heard? His giant dragon defeat is famous all over Longsha. It was an absolute shockwave rocking the global beast-taming community. Dragons, after all, are among the most brutal and dominant beasts in existence. Taming the Black Dragon essentially shattered the long-standing claims made by the Global Beast Taming Association. It was a massive milestone in beast-taming history. Yet, several top experts still doubted the news since none of them had actually seen it in person. Because of this, the Global Beast Taming Association announced they would send one of their top leaders currently in Longxia to visit the newly emerged tamer, Su Yang, who was left quite stunned. How much longer until the association leader arrived? Wei Ming estimated it would be soon 10 minutes at the absolute most. He was stunned to have caught the attention of a true global powerhouse. Talk about feeling the pressure. This was an absolute giant he had to deal with carefully. Over at the Tianling City Teleportation Plaza, Ling and her maid had just arrived. Ling Shan asked curiously why they did not take the VIP lane since it was so packed. Her lady replied that she just wanted a change of pace. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed out. commanding everyone to clear the path immediately. The two were taken aback, wondering what was happening as a crowd-clearing vanguard named Tang Yuan began aggressively pushing everyone aside to clear the way. A leader from the Global Beast Taming Association is arriving, so all you bystanders get out of the way. Luo Dashi, one of the 9 leaders of the Global Association, stepped forward and politely apologized to the crowd for the disruption. The crowd instantly erupted into whispers, realizing this was one of the most elite beast-taming masters in the entire world. His whereabouts were usually kept highly classified, making it an absolute shock to run into him right here. Linger stepped up to greet him, noting it had been quite a long time. Elder Luo immediately recognized her as the young lady of the famous Tianji Pavilion. He asked if she had also come for the Black Dragon as Elder Zhao suggested. She admitted it, regretting that someone else had already beaten her to it. She remarked that her title as Longshia's top genius was about to change hands, prompting Elder Luo to offer some gentle advice. He told her not to focus too much on empty titles, reminding her of what truly mattered in the end. She understood his point completely, which brought her back to the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Not long ago, the association discovered a special realm connected directly to the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who managed to enter would stand a chance to claim massive, life-changing rewards. However, the requirements to enter the secret realm were incredibly strict, requiring a beast tamer to possess a contracted giant dragon companion. Currently, only one person in the entire world met this condition, Leah from the US. This triggered a massive race, with countless beast tamers setting out to conquer their own giant dragons. Linger was no exception to this rule. Based on her master's research, a stronger dragon companion meant far superior perks and rewards once inside the secret realm. That was why she had targeted the strongest black dragon. Elder Luo understood with the realm opening soon. Time was ticking. He asked if she had already set her sights on a new target. Linger confirmed her goal was the silver dragon. While slightly weaker than the black dragon, its potential was still far better than a red dragon. Elder Luo agreed, but told her not to rush. After all, her Tianji Pavilion had completely locked down the White Dragon's secret realm anyway, leaving it off-limits to everyone else. He invited her to join him in meeting the mysterious genius to pick up some valuable taming tips. Hearing that her master also agreed, Ling suddenly rushed away. She quickly excused herself, claiming she had an urgent matter to attend to. Elder Luo watched helplessly, sighing at how incredibly stubborn her pride was. He figured he would just let Elder Zhao catch up with her later, focusing instead on quickly heading over to meet the mysterious young genius. Meanwhile, a very strange noise echoed from outside Su Yang's villa. Walking in the yard, Wei Ming wondered what the noise was, joking if Elder Luo was riding a phoenix. Suddenly, an assistant shouted that the boss was here. Wei Ming quickly confirmed that the legendary leader of the association had indeed finally arrived. Disturbed by the noise, the resting black dragon snapped its glowing golden eyes open. It unleashed a thunderous roar, sending a violent gust of wind that nearly blew the visitors away. Watching from high above, Elder Luo was completely speechless. Can you even blame him? Wei Ming watched in total shock. Looking at his own terrified mount, Elder Luo jokingly grumbled that Su Yang's dragon was incredibly rude to scare visitors like that. Shrugging it off, Elder Luo climbed down his ladder, apologizing for letting them see such a clumsy display. Wei Ming stepped forward to greet him, introducing himself as the City Lord before pointing out Su Yang as the incredible genius tamer. He praised the youth, noting that history truly proved great heroes always rise from the younger generation. The legends certainly spoke the truth. Taming a black dragon at such a young age was an exceptionally rare feat. Su Yang bowed politely, humbly replying that it was mostly down to a massive stroke of good luck. Elder Luo laughed, telling him not to be too modest. As the first person globally to ever tame a black dragon, he had every right to be proud. The Global Association has finished their latest high-level meeting. They decided to invite him to join the Global Beast Tamer Association, but Su Yang seems to be in quite a tough spot. Luo Daxing asks if there is a problem, but Su Yang is forced to decline the offer, explaining that he is not a beast tamer and shouldn't join their grand association. Luo Dacheng casually waves his hand, acting as if it is not a big deal at all. But once Su Yang's words finally sink in, Luo Dacheng gasps in complete shock, asking him if he is joking. Su Yang points to his status screen to prove his words, revealing his level 80 class as a demon spirit secret martial warrior, and Luo Dacheng completely loses his mind. He quickly turns around, telling Su Yang to wait while he texts the association leaders. He reports that the boy really tamed the black dragon, and Zhao Kun snaps back, demanding to know what he's waiting for. Lang Dong then sends a message, bragging that since their association is the strongest beast tamer organization on Earth, the boy has absolutely no reason to reject them. Smith also sends his congratulations to the Longxia region. They produced another genius beast tamer, and Verlia agrees, excited that someone has finally tamed a giant dragon. But Luo Dacheng drops a massive bombshell, texting them that the kid isn't a beast tamer, but a warrior. As the chat floods with question marks, he completely understands their disbelief, having reacted the same way. President Carolina suggests inviting Su Yang to join their ranks as an honorary member instead, and within seconds, 9 of the top leaders quickly hit the like button in complete agreement. Luo Daqing runs back to break the news, telling Su Yang about their latest proposal. They are offering him a spot as an honorary member, granting him full access to all the association's perks. Su Yang knows there is no such thing as a free lunch, so he asks what they expect in return. Luo Daqing assures him it is nothing too crazy, just a few simple lectures on taming giant dragons to a small, select group of only 10 elite members. Su Yang's face darkens, realizing that lecturing 9 legendary beast tamers and their president is not something he can easily fake. He rubs his chin in deep thought, knowing those SSS class association perks are just way too good to pass up. Wouldn't you take that deal? Su Yang turns and tells Luo Daqing that while he can give a lecture, he cannot guarantee his methods will actually work for them. Luo Daqing waves it off, asking Su Yang if he has ever heard of the legendary Verlia. She previously held a lecture for the association with absolutely zero results, as everyone in the community already knows that personal taming experiences are practically impossible to replicate. It is just a test run anyway, so there is no need to feel pressured at all. Hearing that, Su Yang finally accepts the offer and agrees to join their prestigious Global Beast Tamer Association. He secretly smirks, realizing that since it's personal experience, he can make up whatever story he wants, and the association leaders better prepare themselves for a wild ride. Ever since the game merged with reality, class awakening statues have appeared all over the world. The Awakening Temple was quickly established, and after a decision by the World Alliance, a special central region of the world was partitioned off. This is the Holy City, the headquarters of the Awakening Temple. The supreme ruler of this temple, the Holy High Priest, has never stepped a single foot outside the city, keeping her background and true power completely shrouded in mystery. She is known as Holy Priestess Vega of the Awakening Temple, and her level remains completely unknown. She made her only public appearance exactly 10 years ago. Back then, the leader of the SSS class guild Wrists of the Magic God had just completed his 9th class awakening, successfully ascending to a demigod. Augustin, widely known as the world's strongest mage, challenged her directly in order to test the mysterious priestess's raw power. As a level 300 elemental destroyer, Augustin holds absolute authority as the legendary leader of their powerful SSS-rank guild. His devastating fire spells erupted with enough heat to incinerate space itself, but when the smoke finally cleared, he had not even scratched her basic barrier. Since that day, absolutely nobody has dared to question the temple's ultimate authority. Back in the present day, a warning alarm sounds as a bizarre anomaly occurs deep inside the demonic abyss. The previously defeated Sin Monarch of Gluttony has mysteriously reappeared, leaving Euphemia completely stunned by the news. She realizes that high-level bosses are supposed to remain dead forever once they are defeated. This remains an absolute law of their world that even the deepest demonic abyss is not supposed to break, unless some bizarre new mechanism has completely altered the rules of the dungeon. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in to report to Euphemia, the representative of the 3rd Holy Priestess, Vega. Asking for a blessing, she prays for the holy light to guide her eyes and let her witness the darkness brewing inside the abyss, spreading the holy light's guidance. She activates her supreme skill, the Eye of Insight, allowing her to see any location in the world regardless of distance, space, or time. She stared down into a pitch-black abyss, radiating pure, suffocating evil. Could this really be the devilish chasm? Approaching a nearby throne, Euphemia wondered if this was the seat of a great Sin King. Currently, the deepest cleared record of this abyss dungeon stands at floor 386. Every 100 floors, players face a Sin King. Floor 100 features gluttonous Beelzebub, floor 200 lustful Asmodeus, and floor 300 greedy Mammon. By all accounts, these bosses should have been wiped out, but Beelzebub has suddenly resurrected. Only 2 statues flank this dimly lit throne. Their magic power feels like a bottomless ocean so immense that even her Eye of Insight fails to pierce the gloom. Gripping her staff, Euphemia unleashes a blinding holy light, demanding the devil reveal its true form. Through the parting black mist, a distinct shape emerges, a real human figure. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes behind her, demanding to know who dares spy on the royal throne. A violent blast of energy erupts, illuminating the dark corner, as the voice commands her to scram. This boss is none other than Lucifer, the prideful Sin King of God-level tier. Suddenly, Euphemia is struck by an encroaching royal barrier. Flapping her wings, Sitha flies high, gazing down coldly. Euphemia snaps her eyes open, her Eye of Insight deactivated as the entire vision fades. Standing there, Sitha mutters in annoyance, wondering if that sneaky rat managed to escape them. She quickly turns to report, begging her noble lord to forgive her brief and unauthorized transgression. As a loyal servant returning without permission, She only wanted to stop those trying to spy. She then asks her beloved king when she can see his face again. Meanwhile, Euphemia collapses in shock. A god-level being, she never expected such a monstrous entity to exist among the Sin Kings. Obviously, everyone has severely underestimated the true difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. Just who could force god-level Sin Kings to serve them? As a pillar of holy light descends, Euphemia looks up to see a worldwide system announcement. The system reveals a world boss. The Sin Sovereign has appeared at the depths of the Abyss with supreme authority. Defeating the Sin Sovereign and his 7 Sin Kings yields a chance to drop a legendary reward. This rare, limited edition god-tier gear is the Counter Sin Weapon series. Listening closely to this news is Galena, president of the Global Beast Taming Association. The second announcement states that this weapon series is absolutely essential to defeat the Sin Sovereign. The drop rate increases with the player's class ascension level. Mage Augustin frowns deeply upon hearing this. The third alert declares that defeating the world boss unlocks a new expansion, Pack the Path to Godhood. Tang Zhan, president of the Undying Battlefield, listens intently. Tang Zhan clenches his fist tightly. Meanwhile, the general public practically explodes with excitement, questioning if their ears are playing tricks on them. A world boss is a historic first. Nobody has ever heard of such a thing, as even demigod-tier bosses never reached this supreme global rank. Does that mean this Sin Sovereign is a true god-level boss? Without a doubt. Judging by the new expansion title, this is designed to unlock the ultimate class ascension, a genuine god-tier level. Bai Ling notes how massive this event is. Su Yang thinks to himself that he has somehow become a world boss. Suddenly, Dakshang excuses himself, saying he must leave first. His president summoned him, but since the sign-up procedures are complete, they can catch up later. He bids Su Yang farewell, promising to stay in touch. Su Yang bids him a safe trip, while Bai Ling watches with deep worry. She turns to her hero, expressing concern over the constant bizarre events happening lately and admitting she has a really bad feeling about it. Smiling, Su Yang pats her shoulder, telling her not to worry because he will handle everything. Feeling reassured, Bai Ling places her complete trust in him. He silently reasons that the Triple S class guilds will definitely start making their moves soon. Given the current state of affairs, an assault on the Sin Sovereign is inevitable, and he must prepare thoroughly before that day arrives. Could defeating a Sin King actually grant a chance to obtain that exclusive, limited edition, god-tier counter-Sin weapon? Although his Devouring Dragon Sea Greatsword is also a rare, limited edition weapon, its base power still pales in comparison to the counter-Sin series after all. Those god-tier armaments are vital for slaying the Sin Sovereign. Securing even one of them would undoubtedly give him an insane power boost. Su Yang starts plotting his next moves, wondering if he destroys the other Sin Kings while using his own identity as the Sin Sovereign. Would they still drop those counter-Sin weapons? He knows the counter-Sin series possesses 3 main traits, being unique, strictly limited, and god-tier. Their raw destructive force is just utterly ridiculous. Rubbing his chin, he realizes that since he is the master of the Abyss and the Sin Sovereign, it only makes sense for his subordinates to sacrifice themselves for him. Besides, by using his sovereign authority, he can resurrect them afterward without feeling even a shred of guilt or hesitation. The only catch is that the cooldown is pretty long. If only there were a way to shorten it. Currently, the strongest classes in the world are capped at demigod rank, but the next upcoming resource is called the Staircase to Divinity. It seems defeating the Sin Sovereign is closely tied to the secrets of achieving true godhood. If he can somehow solo the monarch of original sin, wouldn't that give him the perfect chance to ascend to godhood first? The deceiver must be fully aware of his tricks, but those high-level masters who work so hard to level up are in for a shock. If those top-tier rankers find out that a newly awakened rookie surpassed them within a month of his class change, they might literally pass out from shock. But for now, his priority is accepting that 4th advancement 5-star quest of his. Beams of light shoot straight into the sky from the temple as the high-ranking members assemble inside. Augustin, the 9th advancement elemental destroyer, speaks up. What a coincidence for everyone to show up at the exact same time. Carolina, the Global Beast Tamer Association leader and 9th advancement master of spirits, retorts mockingly she is quite surprised to see a drunkard like him up so early. Does Master Tang agree? She asks Tang Zhan of the Undying War Domain. The leader of the Extreme Tyrants, a 9th advancement expert, replies that they must take this new game version and world boss very seriously. Buck of the Temple Knights, a 9th advancement arbiter, quickly chimes in. Since the invitation came from the High Priestess herself, things must be highly unusual. Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open, flooding the room with bright light as a new group enters, laughing at how crowded it is. Soft whispers ripple through the crowd. The top dogs of the Triple S guilds are here, someone gasps, pointing out Augustus as the absolute pride of all mages. Lady Carolina, Tang Zhan, and Holy Knight Captain Buck are all here, their eyes fixed on the surrounding projection screens. Are those the top leaders of the major nations? A whisper asks, noting they have only ever seen them on television. With both elite guild masters and world leaders gathered in one room, a massive show is about to unfold. You know this is going to be good. High Priestess Femia steps forward to thank everyone for answering the temple's call, confident that they all already grasp the serious nature of this urgent meeting. Those killed by Bisha, the king of gluttony, have suddenly returned to life, and it is all tied to the arrival of the world boss, the monarch of original sin. Images flash across the screen, even displaying a photo of Shidu. She continues, explaining that according to the sacred statue's guidance, only by defeating the Sin King and securing a sign-reversing weapon can they truly put an end to the monarch once and for all. Femia emphasizes that to maximize their chances of obtaining this rare weapon, the final blow on the boss must be delivered by a highly starred class member. Since everyone here represents the top-tier combat force in the entire world, they are the only ones capable of pulling off this dangerous mission. She sincerely hopes these brave heroes will unite their strengths to completely wipe out this ancient evil. Right now, the deepest reach layer of the Demon Abyss is level 386. During this period, the Crusade expedition has already clashed with 3 of the legendary Sin Kings, specifically gluttony, lust, and greed. It is highly logical to assume that they will face another Sin King for every 100 floors they clear. In other words, they still need to clear another 314 floors to reach the final boss. Addressing Master Augustin and General Tang Zhan, both currently at level 372, she asks how many floors of the Abyss they can typically clear each time they level up. Augustin hesitates, taking a quick gulp of his wine. He then mutters that they can manage about 3 floors, as anything more would be too much for his old bones. Tang Zhan frowns, adding that the deeper they descend into the Demon Abyss, the wider the power gap between each level becomes. Even with his and Augustin's combined strength, they simply cannot push through multiple floors at their current level. Femia understands completely, meaning that if they want to reach the 700th floor, they must level up at least another 100 times, making this a painfully slow journey. Buck points out that based on experience, defeating a single Sin King is enough to raise the party's average level by several stages. If these Sin Kings can truly respawn repeatedly, they can exploit this mechanic to drastically cut down leveling time and boost their weapon drop rates. But the real question remains, how will they distribute those rare dropped weapons among themselves? Augustin inquires, mockingly asking Buck if he is expecting to claim the very first drop for himself. Lin Na frowns, shooting him a cold glare. Putting it so bluntly makes him seem incredibly bold today. Tang Zhan merely snorts, staying out of the argument, while Buck continues, explaining that putting gear aside, the sign-reversing weapon is their only key to defeating the Sin Lord. On top of that, it is also a vital item needed to transcend into true godhood. Everyone has been stuck at the demigod level for so long, so they cannot possibly claim they do not want to break through this final barrier. Grim murmurs fill the room because there are only 7 of these weapons in total, and their drops are not even guaranteed. With fewer than 7 ninth advancement rankers present, who exactly gets to land the final blow and claim the legendary weapon? Who among them is powerful enough that nobody would dare to offend them? She gripped her staff tightly as a blinding holy light flared, demanding order from the room. Euphemia warned them that the anti-sin weapon is tied to godhood, so the temple will never let this go. Since the main enemy is right before us, I ask for your patience until the exploration team can verify everything, causing Barkas to step forward and admit his mistake. Barkas apologized, admitting they were too hasty, to which the Great Priestess gently replied that such a reaction is only natural. Tang Zhan then spoke up regarding the crusade, proposing that they use entire guilds as units to challenge the abyssal sin. Doing so would only trigger intense competitive disputes and cause a severe shortage of manpower. Therefore, I propose that every nation should band together to establish its own national abyssal crusade team, allowing them to take turns fighting the king of original sin. As for which lucky fighter gets the final blow and drops the anti-sin weapon, that will simply depend on their luck. Barkas was shocked using an entire nation as a single unit. That is certainly your classic style, Augustin agreed, noting that this plan would make the deployment of active classes far more flexible. Lin added that it would make overall management far more cohesive, though Euphemia still had some doubts. She asked about the weaker nations, but he coldly replied that their survival was not their concern. If we truly want to defeat the king of original sin, we must ultimately rely on raw power to speak for itself, whether we are talking about an individual, a guild, or a nation. Euphemia announced her understanding and immediately called for a vote on General Tang Zhan's proposal. Once the ballots were cast, she declared that 80% of those present voted in favor, officially passing the motion. Given the brutal difficulty of this secret domain, any nation without a 9th-tier professional will be completely disqualified from challenging it. The Temple of Class Transition will randomly draw from the remaining eligible nations and announce the results right after this meeting, officially concluding their first agenda. Moving seamlessly to the second agenda, she gestured toward President Lin Na and invited her to speak. Is it finally my turn? Lin Na smiled as she stepped forward. She then noted that as they all knew, the sudden appearance of the dragon's sole secret domain has made an invasion of the human world by the Dragon Kingdom highly possible. Within that massive space, countless powerful bosses roam, and the experience points they yield will be absolutely incredible for anyone who enters. If we can gain entry, our overall leveling efficiency will skyrocket, which will also prove incredibly useful when we set out to conquer the deep abyss. However, Augustin quickly pointed out that the entry requirements for this dragon's sole secret domain are extremely strict. Only those who have successfully subdued a giant dragon are permitted to enter. As they knew, the only person alive to have ever tamed a giant dragon was Via from her Global Beast Taming Association, but he asked if that situation had recently changed. She confirmed this, stating that they must have already heard whispers of a genius youth in Longsha who achieved the miracle of subduing a legendary black dragon. And as of right now, he has officially joined our association as an honorary member. Barkus suddenly interrupted, shocked to hear that a mere kid had tamed a black dragon. Even if we do not promote him to a high-ranking chief, shouldn't he at least be a regular member instead of just an honorary one? Isn't that special status reserved only for those who are not beast tamers? Barkus questioned, and Lin Na smiled, noting that was her exact point. There is an even more unbelievable miracle regarding this young man. Su Yang is not a beast tamer at all, but rather a standard warrior. Augustin gasped in absolute shock at this revelation, standing up immediately to declare it was impossible. He argued that he had also tried countless times to use sheer physical force to break those dragons. Yet despite slaughtering countless dragons ranging from Starry to Blazing Sun tier, every single one of them chose death over submission. How could anyone other than a beast tamer tame a giant dragon? He yelled, insisting that it was absolutely and utterly impossible. Lin now mocked him, asking if he believed that his own failures meant nobody else could succeed. Mocking his complete lack of grace as the leader of the Dharma God Ring, she provoked him, prompting him to angrily yell that she was just a bitter old woman who should try taming one herself. She flared up, demanding to know who he was calling an old woman. Augustin refused to back down, pointing right at her, while Barkus frantically tried to calm them down before the staring crowd. Whispers immediately spread through the hall about how those proud giant dragons would always choose death over submission. Many admitted they had tried everything to no avail, noting that while slaying a dragon is easy, taming one is practically impossible. Euphemia grew deeply concerned, knowing that even the 8th tier and 9th tier powerhouses present could never pull off such a feat. Could a simple young warrior really accomplish this? She wondered, before Lin Na noticed her worry and suddenly remembered something, turning to ask the Great Priestess. Lin Na respectfully requested if she could look up the information on that young man from Longsha using their association roster. Before the grand meeting even started, our association already helped him complete his official initiation ceremony. Emiya pulls up Su Yang's profile. Surprisingly, he is a warrior, and only a Tier 3 honorary member. His profile lists level 80. He has a special warrior subclass called Demon Spirit Secret Marshal. His advancements are 5-star rated for Tiers 1, 2, and 3. Burke is shocked that a mere Tier 3 warrior defeated the Black Flame Wings. Who on earth is this Su Yang? Tangjian is equally shocked, wondering how Longxia spawned such a genius without him ever receiving a single report about it. Lin Na reveals they are already preparing to invite him to the association to share his experience on how to tame the Black Dragon. While it is unclear if this matches Varelia's case, they might be on the verge of witnessing an absolutely mind-blowing truth. Even without being a beast tamer, a person can still tame a dragon. Perhaps their past methods were simply wrong. If they find the right path, a brand new era where anyone can tame beasts might actually begin here. The crowd immediately erupts into wild chatter. Even non-tamers can tame dragons. Is this actually for real? Can they really capture a massive dragon to use as a mount? Normally, nobody would ever believe such a ridiculous claim. But since it came from the president of the Global Beast Taming Association, it might be true. Burke realizes this means the dragon spirit domain will no longer be their private playground. But does that even really matter? Lin Na smiles. She is far more excited about seeing everyone become beast tamers than worrying about some exclusive domain. Augustin ponders, noting she has a grand vision while he is just a practical old man. He must immediately head to Longsha to seek this young brother out. He tells Tangjian not to worry, promising he would never dream of bullying Longsha's genius. Instead, he will trade a forbidden spell with him. Su Yang can choose any Tier 1 or Tier 2 spell he wants. Tangjian fumed at the blatant bribery. Meanwhile, Su Yang, the very guy at the center of their heated debate, suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. He takes a tissue from Bai Ling to wipe his nose, wondering if the flu virus is completely ignoring his high level. Do high-level class holders even catch colds? She looks on with concern, admitting this is definitely outside her area of expertise. Su Yang reads the notification. Next up is his Tier 4 quest. The quest targets the frozen city of the Frostbone Witch. A hidden passage marked on the map leads directly to the icy ruins. He needs to reach the frozen city's palace and slay the Frostbone Witch, a monster wielding terrifying ice magic. This diamond-grade dungeon must be conquered entirely solo. The rewards include 1,400 strength points and an exclusive boost to his spirit attribute, along with a legendary grade active skill book for his demon spirit secret martial class. He ponders. To his surprise, it is diamond-grade difficulty, just like the Black Dragon Fortress. He remembers Luo Linger failing her 5-star advancement because of this exact stage. They are definitely making this unnecessarily brutal. But to the current Su Yang, even a cosmic-grade challenge would be a walk in the park. A mere diamond-grade difficulty is practically nothing to him. Walking out the door, he casually mounts the back of the Black Dragon. Su Yang announces he will be back shortly. Down below, Bai Ling bids him farewell, wishing him a glorious victory. Go, brave hero. Meanwhile, at the diamond-grade Frozen City dungeon where the recommended level is 90+, angry curses echo. Damn it, what kind of cursed dungeon is this? It is absolutely freezing. No wonder the Frostbone Witch is so ridiculously hard to beat. We thought her physical defense was weak, but her ice armor is so tough my sword wore down without even scratching it. Now I have to spend months grinding levels again. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind sweeps through. And get this, a massive black dragon suddenly lands, terrifying the players so much that their hairs stand on end. Su Yang steps down, politely apologizing for the scare. He tells them to clear out since they are finished, as it is now his turn. They scramble to clear a path, thanking the boss. While one player literally faints from sheer terror, the other turns pale with fear. Good grief, they almost died of a heart attack. Is this not the powerhouse whom the entire city announced had tamed the Black Dragon just days ago? Meeting him in the flesh is unreal. It seems this big shot is planning to solo the entire dungeon. That is insanely cool. He glances at the towering frozen city, noting how incredibly cold this dungeon is. Various monsters lurk inside the frosty ruins. Level 92 Yeti beasts and level 89 small snow monsters roam. Yet, with just a single roar from the Black Dragon, the entire pack is blasted away. They tremble in fear and drop to their knees without daring to look up, begging for mercy. Su Yang realizes his boss monster simply suppresses these low-tier mobs, regardless of the dungeon. He then speaks up, telling them that since they surrendered, he won't waste any more time dealing with mere small fry. Feeling pumped, Su Yang charges straight toward the inner palace, demanding that the boss show her face. He orders the Black Dragon to breathe fire, melting the surrounding ice and snow. The massive destruction immediately alerts the boss, who demands to know who dares ruin her palace. Su Yang deals with her coldly, telling her not to waste his time as a torrent of fire completely swallows the boss. The system confirms the Frostbone Witch boss is dead, dungeon cleared. Is that really all this dungeon has to offer, he wonders. It was just too easy, with zero challenge. After all, the 4th advancement quest is a breeze. Maybe the legendary rank will finally make things interesting. Outside the dungeon, other players stare curiously at the loading screen. Someone is running the trial, talk about bad luck. Another player advises them to wait a bit if the person inside fails, they still have a chance. A player warns them not to bother waiting since a top-tier expert just entered and will definitely clear it. Waiting here is just a waste of time, she says. Murong Shui and Yu Yun are there, and she looks completely surprised. He reveals that the player inside is the legendary expert who tamed the Black Dragon. Once he makes a move, there is absolutely nothing left for minor players. They are all just waiting to catch a glimpse of the great expert. Murong Shu is about to leave, seeing no other option. Save it for next time. Anyu pulls her back, pleading not to leave because she also wants to see the legendary Black Dragon Master. She is still lost in her fantasies, wondering if they might get noticed and have a chance to rise to the top instantly. Murong Shu shakes her awake from her wild daydreaming. Another player chimes in, suggesting they stay since even those 2 older gentlemen are waiting to catch a glimpse of the legendary master. Augustin has arrived here alongside Tang Zhan. He sighs, noting that if he had a beautiful woman by his side, he would not feel cold at all, no matter the freezing weather. Tang Zhan speaks up, telling everyone they can just ignore them. The Black Dragon majestically emerges from the dungeon, prompting the crowd to shout, asking the master for an autograph. And Yu is completely starstruck by how beautiful and fierce the dragon looks. She thinks that someone who can control such a creature must be a top-tier god from some massive guild, but she instantly freezes when she recognizes him. All 3 of them are completely dumbfounded. Su Yang, is it really him? Is he truly the legendary master who tamed the Black Dragon? How is that even possible? He is clearly only level 80. Su Yang greets them, saying it has been a while, leaving the trio completely stunned. Yu Yun finds it hard to believe, asking if he is really the world-famous tamer of the Black Dragon. He readily admits it, Yes, did you guys come here to level up? He asks. She replies they wanted to gather materials for Murong's shoe, but it looks like they must wait for the next reset. Su Yang checks his system panel, asking them to wait while he takes a quick look. He then hands an epic-grade frostbone heart to Murong's shoe. Since it just dropped from the boss, he offers it as a gift. She is about to decline, asking how she could possibly accept such a valuable item. She tells him to keep it, saying they can just wait for the dungeon to reset. He presses it into her hands, insisting he has no use for it anyway, so it is perfect for her. Murong Shui still hesitates, but An Yu leans in close from behind and whispers to her. This handsome younger brother is a top expert now, so this item really has no value to him. She tells her to just take it, and Murong Shui shyly accepts. Fine, she says. Su Yang casually tells them not to be so formal, noting that although they have not known each other long, they have run dungeons together. Just relax, he says, and An Yu praises him for being so incredibly kind. Noticing the Black Dragon acting strangely behind him, he turns to ask what is wrong. It turns out Augustin is hovering right in front of its face. Do not mind me, I just want to touch it a bit, Augustin says. Su Yang wonders how he can touch the beast without triggering any resistance. Who is this old man? Augustin assures him that he has no ill intentions, then vanishes in the blink of an eye. Su Yang glances around but sees nobody. Was that some kind of spatial teleportation? Moreover, he teleported to a specific spot within a set range, and his spellcasting was so fast that Su Yang could not even see the movement. He smiles, praising the senior for his incredible skill. Since he cleared the area, he likely wants to discuss something. He politely asks if they came looking for him, requesting the honorable names of these two powerful figures. They introduce themselves as Augustin, Guildmaster of the Ring of the Magic God, and Tang Zan of the Undying War Domain. He is utterly shocked. Are these two really the leaders of the top triple S class guilds, Ring of the Magic God and Undying War Domain? The world's strongest mage and the legendary top powerhouse of the Long Sha Empire are actually approaching a mere rookie like him, who has only just completed his 4th advancement quest. Su Yang catches on, asking if Tang Zhan and Augustin are here to talk about his experience in taming the giant dragon. They quickly confirm, urging him to share his secrets right away. The old man is eager to tame a giant dragon of his own, and a massive wall of magical energy suddenly erupts. He is stunned, wondering what kind of terrifying magic this is, as the crushing pressure nearly takes his breath away. Tang Zhan pats him on the shoulder, telling the old man to rein in his elemental magic and stop scaring their talented junior. Augustin apologizes, explaining that he simply got a little too excited. Tang Zhan then adds that Lin Na informed them of his situation, so they came to exchange valuable information with him. He tells him not to worry, promising to make it worth his while. With me here, this old drunk won't dare touch you. Augustin scoffs in annoyance, telling them to stop painting him as the bad guy. He actually has a solid trade offer. Share your dragon-taming secrets, and these legendary forbidden spell scrolls will be all yours. How about it? This trade is honestly a win-win deal for you. Su Yang stares at the scrolls in utter shock. A forbidden spell scroll? This is easily his strongest trump card, and he has only ever managed to get his hands on 2 of them before. Plus, a forbidden scroll coming directly from the president of the Magic God Ring is bound to be exponentially more devastating. But as their deadly majestic pressure locks onto him, he feels a cold sweat. Su Yang panics, knowing these guys are top-tier global powerhouses. If they realize he is completely bluffing them, his death is going to be incredibly messy. Screw it, he can't escape anyway. If he has to play this game, he might as well go absolutely all out. He decides to counter. Scrolls are great, but they are gone after 1 use. Why not give him an actual forbidden skill book instead? Augustin looks surprised. Wait, aren't you a warrior class? Why on earth would you need a magic skill book? Is it actually possible you can not only bypass the strict limits of a beast tamer, but also cast legendary forbidden spells like an actual high-tier mage? Tang Zhan chimes in, saying this is not that surprising. Within the warrior class, there is a hybrid path combining both magic and martial arts. Su Yang must belong to that rare hybrid path. Su Yang readily admits it. That is correct, my class is Magic Soul Mystic Martial, a warrior capable of casting magic. Augustin pulls out a different, highly valuable item, a Tier 2 Forbidden Skill book. I can trade this Thunderstrike Explosion spell with you. However, a forbidden skill like this requires an insanely high level of mental strength. You might have to wait a long time to learn it. A forbidden book like this will massively boost your combat power, so you need to think about this carefully. Taking the book, he agrees to save it for later. Su Yang activates his inspection skill. His previous Tier 1 spells were already strong enough to easily wipe out Tier 6 targets, so this Tier 2 forbidden spell could probably take down a Tier 7 powerhouse easily. This is an absolute steal, but he warns him first. Mr. Augustin, there is one thing you should know. My experience with taming a giant dragon might not actually guarantee your success. The Global Monster Taming Association has run into similar cases before, and I hope you can understand that. The old man waves his hand dismissively, saying he knows. Augustin then creates an invisible, soundproof barrier to prevent anyone else from eavesdropping. A giant dome completely covers their spot. A few minutes later, realization hits them both with a shock. So that is really how it works? Are you satisfied now? Augustin grins, announcing he is heading straight to the giant dragon realm to test it out. With that, he teleports away. Tang Jian stays behind to chat, admitting he had some doubts at first, but Su Yang truly knows every corner of the Black Dragon Fortress and its mechanics. It is simply mind-blowing. He laughs internally, of course he knows, since he is literally the boss. Looks like his crazy bluff worked perfectly. Staring at the book floating in front of him, Su Yang is stunned. It is a legendary warrior skill book, the Tier 2 Ultimate, known as the Extreme Ruin Fist. He tells him to take it. Su Yang remembers hearing that Tang Jian's class is actually a Tier 9 Extreme Tyrant. It seems this ultimate skill is the man's very own signature move. This actually makes him feel a little guilty. Tang Jian guesses that once he conquers the giant dragon, he will definitely get an invite to the Dragon Spirit Realm. This is an exclusive secret realm that only dragon riders can enter. Right now, only 2 people on Earth can access it, you and Via. Perhaps with your experience, others will finally be able to tame dragons too. Su Yang replies, hoping that is true. He quietly notes that after joining the Global Beast Taming Association, he also received this Dragon Spirit Realm notification. Apparently, the stronger the dragon you tame, the better the rewards. It looks like he needs to go hunt down some dragons and completely toss out that made-up experience. After all, his secret dragon taming method is entirely made up. He adds that after the recent world boss battle, the experience points and item drop rates from Abyss demons have been significantly buffed. The government has decided to form an elite squad of young geniuses, sending them directly into the Abyss to level up. I checked your profile. Every single one of your class transition quests was completed with a 5-star difficulty rating. This proves your talent is completely insane, making you highly qualified to join. Su Yang is instantly intrigued, wondering if that is really true. But why does it absolutely have to be the Abyss? If it is simply about gaining combat experience, other dungeons would work just fine, wouldn't they? As for the boosted experience points and drop rates, that is definitely not the main point here. Tang Jian nodded in approval, not a bad eye. Since Su Yang completed the 5-star class transfer, he had definitely survived the Red Moon invasion. Tang Jian recalled his own past encounter, wondering if there was a deeper connection between these events. Hundreds of years into this game-like reality, humanity still had absolutely no idea what the Red Moon actually was. The Sacred Class Transfer Temple kept it locked away as an absolute secret, never offering any clear explanation. The only known fact was that higher 5-star class transfers faced a much greater risk of a Red Moon invasion. Even worse, anyone slain by those Crimson Soul Guides died permanently. Because of this, the Red Moon seemed to exist solely to wipe out the absolute most talented and promising awakened class holders. Waiting around to die was not an option. They had to become much stronger. Out of all known beasts, the monsters inside the abyssal depth closely resembled those terrifying Crimson Soul Guides. Therefore, training in the abyssal depth was basically the ultimate simulation for surviving a Red Moon invasion. That explained the brutal training in the abyss. Su Yang nodded in realization, so that was the grand plan. Su Yang fell deep into thought. The Class Transfer Temple did run a secret shop, exchanging ultra-rare items for Red Moon cores. They even went as far as having priests absorb the corruption from fallen heroes. Was there some kind of hidden agenda behind all of this? With zero clues to go on, Su Yang had to drop it. Tang Jian then announced he had to leave for the upcoming Abyss Conquest Rally, promising to meet again soon. Su Yang agreed, wishing the veteran safe travels on his journey. Staring at the empty space, Su Yang was stunned. The man had vanished without a single trace, the true power of a 9th-turn master. Standing before someone that strong, he felt like he had absolutely zero chance of fighting back. He thought taming the Black Dragon would make him legendary, but reality proved that was nowhere near enough. To survive the abyssal depth, he needed to pick up the pace and grow stronger immediately. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The statue confirmed his 5th-turn 5-star quest was 100% complete. As the transfer process began, he swore to break his limits. He swore to become the strongest. System notifications confirmed he received the God Blessing, boosting his health and all core stats by an extra 25%. With his level cap raised to 100, each future level up would grant him bonus points, namely 30 raw attribute points. His stored experience instantly boosted him from level 80 to 85. This also awarded him 400 points in strength and spirit, alongside a legendary tier reward. Specifically, the Demon Soul Secret Martial, active skill. His strength immediately skyrocketed to over 3,800. His overall speed surged to 2600, while his raw spirit stat peaked at nearly 4000. Su Yang grinned. This incredibly practical skill granted him a long-distance teleportation ability, something that would prove insanely useful during his toughest fights. The system detailed the legendary skill. The legendary active skill, Demon Martial Battle Soul, consumed a massive amount of mana to summon a fighting phantom that inherited 50% of his original base stats. Mid-battle, he could instantly swap places with his summon without consuming any mana at all. The summon lasted 10 minutes. Still, Su Yang worried it was not enough. Having witnessed the true power of elite masters, his hunger for absolute strength grew stronger than ever. Standing nearby, Bai Ling congratulated the brave hero on completing another successful class transfer, though she wondered why he still looked so incredibly troubled. Su Yang offered a reassuring smile, saying it was nothing but a few heavy thoughts. To skyrocket his strength, he needed to implement his backup plan immediately. Initiating his connection to the demonic system, a prompt confirmed the boss link was successfully established. Su Yang raised his hand, commanding the beast to heed his call and appear. Calling upon Samael of Wrath, a blinding flash of light heralded the demon's arrival. Kneeling, Samael declared himself ready for his Supreme Lord's commands. Placing a hand on the demon's head, Su Yang coldly sentenced him to death, banishing him back to the extreme yin abyss. A shocked Samael asked his Supreme Lord what grave mistake he had committed to deserve this. This demigod boss was far stronger than Binge the Glutton. He carried himself with the true dignity of a Lord of Sin, far outclassing his predecessor. The system displayed Samael's stats. The demigod Lord of Wrath boasted 150 million health, incredible strength stat. His spirit and speed were incredibly high, backed by the talent of Wrath. While active, Samael's Wrath allowed him to deal infinite true damage, completely shredding through the defenses of any sacrificial target. Any enemy slain by his hands would return 10% of their health to the Sovereign Lord himself. Su Yang does some quick math. This king's skill is even more broken than Gluttony's. If he lets him keep harvesting lives, won't his own HP pool stack up to a terrifying level? Thinking about it like that, it's almost a shame to kill him. Luckily, he can be resurrected. He speaks in a cold tone. Wrath, do you dare question me? Su Yang knows his role. For now, he plays the boss. Samael drops his head down, desperately pledging his absolute loyalty. Your servant would never dare if my lord commands my death. I will die without flinching. It is just that Gluttony's humiliating defeat was washed clean by your supreme resurrection power. But as for your servant, who has never tasted defeat, to be forced away from you feels entirely unfair. This grievance is truly too hard to bear. Su Yang is completely speechless. Is this just the nature of Wrath? Even though he clearly has no intention of rebelling, does he still instinctively burn with such an angry attitude? Su Yang explains, granting you death is not a punishment. I have my reasons for this design. If I can resurrect Gluttony, then naturally I can resurrect you as well. Return to the endless shadows now and pay proper tribute to your immense power. I promise you a grand return. Samael obeys, saying his servant understands. Supreme Monarch, thank you for showing such patience to your humble servant. Your servant Samael is fully prepared to die and dedicate his soul to the deep darkness for a very long time, until the day he is summoned again. A massive sword now appears in Su Yang's grip. Very well, Su Yang praises. The blade plunges straight through Samael's chest, leaving a massive gaping hole behind. Samael dissolves into dark mist, laughing in pure satisfaction. Is this the power of the Supreme Monarch? It is incredibly strong and completely bottomless. Su Yang commands, death is not permanent, Samael, so wait for me in the Shadow Realm. As you wish, my lord, Samael replies. Meanwhile, on the 100th floor of the demonic abyss, Tedu is watching. He senses the disturbance and looks up. Seeing Samael arrive, Tedu is completely shocked. What is going on here? How did Wrath die? Since my resurrection, no challenger has come to face me. Could it be? Did the Supreme Monarch kill him with his own hands? A system notification alerts him. You have slain the King of Original Sin, Wrath Samael, and received 13.4 billion experience points, jumping from level 85 to level 100. With 13 billion experience points claimed, the remaining 7.8 billion experience points have been converted into reserve experience. Su Yang feels a pang of regret. 13.4 billion experience? As expected of a demigod boss, just that 40% overflow is over 5 billion points, which hurts. Still, the remaining reserve experience is more than enough to level up again after finishing the 5th advancement quest. This effortless leveling feels even more satisfying than dealing with that black dragon from before. Alright, time to get to the main event. Let us see what kind of amazing loot Wrath Samael dropped. A purple light shoots toward him. Su Yang grabs it, revealing the flesh and blood of the King of Original Sin, Wrath Samael. Upon consumption, his maximum health will permanently increase by 10 million points. This is a one-time use item. Broken Heart of the King of Original Sin, Wrath Samael. Consuming this permanently boosts his strength by 10,000 points, a one-time benefit. He also finds Demon Horn of Wrath Samael, an incredibly powerful crafting material. In the hands of legendary blacksmiths, this can serve as the core material to forge the demonic origin divine weapon. The demonic origin of Wrath Samael makes him completely immune to demonic corruption within 400 abyss layers. Su Yang is completely stunned as he's seeing things, 10 million maximum HP and 10,000 strength points. This is absolutely insane. His base strength is only 2,127, and his health is 53,175. Doesn't this directly multiply his strength by 5 and boost his total health by 1,000 times? This is honestly way too overpowered. With such a ridiculous health pool, even without linking up to a boss, he is basically a walking raid boss himself now. Not to mention, 10,000 strength points combined with his job advancement percentage multipliers and the Dragon Slayer's heart effect will skyrocket his stats to a terrifyingly crazy level. Along with the passive buffs to his skills, it is enough to crush any 5th or even 6th advancement players easily. He could tear through the black flame power with his bare hands after all. They do not even have as much health as him now. Plus, one of these materials can actually be used to forge a divine weapon. But to craft a divine weapon, you need at least a demigod blacksmith. Who knows if any demigod blacksmiths even exist in the world right now? As for this demonic origin, Tang Zhan mentioned that the monsters inside the demonic abyss are almost identical to the Scarlet Withers we know of. Clashing with them means immediately risking severe scarlet corruption. So, when fighting those demons in the abyss, anyone is bound to be corrupted by their wicked and infectious power. If the demons of the abyss are similar to the Red Moon, then behind that glowing crimson door invaded by the Red Moon, there must also exist some kind of supreme deity similar to the King of Original Sin. And besides, the class inheritors who died against the sub-demons of the abyss can still be resurrected, but the class inheritors killed by the Scarlet Wither can never be brought back to life. If a supreme ruler really exists behind that door, could it be even more powerful than the Sin Sovereign? Su Yang does not want a headache, so he drops the thought. These are not issues he can worry about right now. His only goal at the moment is to complete the mission of eliminating the leader of the Sin Sovereigns. Anything beyond that can wait until he actually reaches godhood. Checking his system, he sees the list of items and wonders what kind of rare equipment has dropped. He is especially looking forward to a weapon from this Sin series. The item information pops up. Demigod Relic, the armor of the Wrathful King, with equipment restrictions and special limitations. Destroyer tier requires killing 100,000 diamond-ranked demons and 1,000 brilliant-ranked demons, along with 100 star moon-ranked demons and 10 blazing sun-ranked demons. Description: the armor worn by the King of Original Sin. Belonging to the King of Wrath, Samael, this armor radiates an intense, overwhelming desire to destroy absolutely everything. It adds 2 million points to his health pool, 5,000 to strength, and 5,000 to physical defense, with 35% faster health recovery. Its passive, Desire for Destruction, boosts all his attributes by 1% for every 1,000 enemies slain, lasting until the end of the fight. The active skill, Wrathful One, converts intense pain into absolute destructive power once rage overflows. By draining 70% of his health, it boosts all attributes by 200%. It lasts for 10 minutes. He is stunned by these insane stats and terrifying effects. Since there are no level requirements, this is definitely fitting for a demigod. However, he frowns as he scrolls down. Is that really all? Just this one item? Where is his Sin weapon? Su Yang has to accept the harsh reality, realizing that even he cannot be incredibly lucky all the time. Well, forget it, this loot is already massive. He will just have to try again next time. As he tells the system to unbind, a prompt warns him that some special loot drops remain unconfirmed. The system asks if he is sure he wants to disconnect. He pauses in confusion, wondering what special drop could possibly be left. Su Yang taps on the special drop slot, and suddenly, a brilliant blinding light erupts right where he is standing. The item reveals itself as the Divine Relic, Wrath's Divine Punishment, with its detailed information immediately popping up. It has a unique soul imprint, meaning it cannot be dropped or traded. It cannot be gifted and can only be utilized by the one who bound their soul to it. This is a unique, limited divine relic dropped after slaying the wrathful Samael. This is a weapon of ultimate judgment, designed to execute any monarch who dares to defy its master. It requires demigod rank and 50,000 strength, but it grants 20,000 strength while reducing agility by 60%. With the special feature of Wrath's Sin, all damage dealt by the wielder is fully converted into unmitigated true damage. It strips away the power of wrath from the Sin Sovereign, inflicting a massive 10% debuff on all its attributes. This is the Regicide Judgment. Once the Sin Sovereign is slain, the weapon vanishes, granting its soul-bound wielder the permanent and absolute power of wrath. Su Yang finally realizes why this counter-Sin weapon series is absolutely mandatory if anyone hopes to defeat the powerful Sin sovereigns. Currently, the strongest peak fighters on the planet are ninth-turn demigod powerhouses like Tang Jian and Augustin. Yet, they are still far from reaching true godhood. Even if they can defeat lesser kings like Gluttony, they remain far too weak against a god-level Sin sovereign. He grips the heavy staff firmly, but with these unique counter-Sin weapons, each one can strip away a sovereign's corresponding power and slap them with a massive 10% debuff to all of their stats. Combining all 7 weapons from the Sin series would stack that debuff to a whopping 70%. Under these conditions, the Sin sovereign would be left with a mere 30% of their power. This makes defeating them highly possible. It is truly a masterfully designed, unique tool for regicide. Just then, another figure teleports in, begging the Supreme Sovereign to allow his loyal servant to return to the deepest abyss. The figure promises to bring valuable intel, leaving him shocked as he realizes this grand throne belongs to Lucifer of Pride. Seeing Zeta bow, Su Yang grants her permission while she begs the king to forgive her for acting without orders. She explains that while he was asleep, she returned to the deep abyss without authorization to gather crucial intelligence. She begs for his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Su Yang is thoroughly confused, wondering what this unauthorized return is all about. He wonders if something else went down in this place while he was away. Seeing her incredibly eager look leaves Su Yang speechless, making him wonder if the King of Pride is actually a massive masochist. Taking the staff, he knows he has to keep his composure and act like the ultimate supreme sovereign, regardless of his confusion. To discipline a servant who steps out of line, a harsh whipping is required. He strikes Sita, sending her screaming, but she wants more, begging her respected master to strike harder and deliver a far more brutal punishment. A few more strikes land squarely on her, drawing loud, painful cries each time. Su Yang coldly tells her that these 2 lashings are to punish her transgressions and crush her excessive arrogance. He adds that whether she gets punished is entirely his call, leaving her too terrified to even think of talking back. Sita bows her head in submission, admitting her insolence and begging him to forgive her immense pride. He commands her to speak. She reports that while he slept yesterday, a band of human thieves dared to peer directly into the bottom of the abyss. She believes the only person capable of such a feat is the holy high priest of the human race. Su Yang deduces that this breach must have occurred right after he finished establishing his connection. That was precisely when the class transfer temple broadcasted a global announcement, labeling him a world boss. Even top-tier, 9th-turn powerhouses like Tang Jian and Augustin can only attempt this dungeon step by step. Yet this priestess managed to spy directly into the deepest parts of the abyss, proving her divine power is absolutely off the charts. He even suspects she might have entered the god domain itself. Su Yang then turns and gives Sita her orders. He dismisses her back to her post, and Lucifer complies, immediately heading out. Glancing at the empty throne nearby, Sita wonders if Sama is dead too, or if this was actually a gift from her master. She knows those mere mortals could never unleash such devastating wrath so quickly. Overwhelmed with excitement, she feels she would gladly sacrifice her life for her beloved master. With the room finally empty, Su Yang marvels at the fact that such a powerful expert is hiding within the temple. It makes sense how they maintained their authority for so long, but that has nothing to do with him for now. His top priority now is boosting his own strength as quickly as possible, aiming to complete his 5th-turn quest and reach legendary status. Meanwhile, in the Eagle America Federation, a portal suddenly opens right inside the Silver Dragon's new lair. Augustin is utterly frustrated, wondering why he cannot subdue the beast even though he copied Su Yang's method exactly. Behind him, the giant dragon pathetically begs for death. Staring at his completed checklist, Augustin grows increasingly worried. He has already run through 3 dragon dungeons in a single day, nearly clearing out the entire Federation. Does he really have to go to Longxia to borrow their dungeons? Suddenly, a global alert announces the first weapon of Sin has been claimed. The world boss subjugation progress is now at 1 out of 7. Shocked, his rage instantly flares up. In a fury, Augustin demands to know who dared to bypass the temple's rules, cursing their unbelievable boldness. He wonders who could possibly defeat the King of Sin so quickly. Could it be Tang Zan or Carolina? To bypass the rules is a direct insult to his beloved High Priestess Themia, and he won't stand for it. It is also an insult to Augustin himself. He swears that whoever dared to look down on his beloved High Priestess Themia will pay a devastating price. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Nation headquarters in Tokyo, Japan, Shogunate Lord Tokugawa Sono asks Junicho if his daughter is absolutely certain she can tame the giant dragon. He notes that a genius from Longxia already claimed the Black Dragon, meaning Japan cannot afford to fall behind. Sunichiro Hiko, head of the Hiko family, reports to Tokugawa that despite the Black Dragon being taken, they have an agreement with Longxia, who promised to help his daughter capture a red dragon instead. Since the red dragon is far less dangerous, he estimates her chances of success are at least 70%. Tokugawa praises this news and suggests they pivot to discussing the matter of the Abyss Demon next. They currently hold the first shot at challenging the King of Sin, so they must seize this rare opportunity at all costs. But then, a global system notification pops up, stating that the first weapon of sin has already been claimed. With the boss progress suddenly jumping to 1 out of 7, the council room erupts into confused murmurs and chaos. Weren't they supposed to be first in line? How could someone have struck already and actually managed to obtain the weapon of sin? What kind of insane luck is this? Who did it? Who on earth has the nerve to pull this off? He immediately suspects Duong Qian and Augustin's squads, but even Lina Tokugawa is completely stumped. After all, very few nations are capable of defeating the King of Original Sin in a single day. Who on earth dared to break the rules established by the Sacred Temple? Could it be the Central American Federation, Longsha, or Europe? He stands up and calls his shogunate chief, ordering him to prepare for the Holy City to get answers. Inside the Holy City, a voice echoes through the temple, addressing the High Priestess and the Elders. High-ranking officials and Triple S-class guild presidents from various nations are currently rushing toward the Holy City. They must be here because of the recent global announcement, so she needs to decide. Femia quickly orders the barrier path open to let them enter. She starts reflecting on how, ever since the game era began, under the guidance of the Class Awakening Temple, the constant conflicts and wars between nations have finally died down, allowing the world to establish a new order. This peace has lasted until today. It has been a very long time since anyone dared to betray the Sacred Covenant. If this situation ultimately triggers an all-out war between nations, the final outcome will likely significantly weaken the collective power of all active Class Awakened fighters. With the looming threat still shrouded in mystery, this is definitely a terrible sign for everyone. At a roundtable conference elsewhere, Tokugawa speaks up, reminding High Priestess Femia of the agreement she hosted just yesterday. They had reached a consensus that their country would be the first allowed to attack the King of Original Sin in 3 days. But now, some shameless and cowardly thief has snatched that precious opportunity away, stealing their legendary divine artifact right out from under them. They must use today's emergency meeting to hunt down this thief and demand the return of the artifact. He begs her to deliver justice. Hearing this, Duong Qian's trio stays completely silent, their faces dark with anger. Femia speaks, pointing out that someone has indeed violated the very rules they established just the day before. Slaying the King of Original Sin without permission and taking the divine artifact is a massive insult. It challenges not only all of their nations, but the entire temple itself. However, she declares that the merciful gods are always willing to give the sinner a chance to make amends. All they have to do is confess their mistake and return the stolen artifact. As the third-generation High Priestess, she promises in the name of the temple that they will let the matter slide with no charges. The 3 leaders in front of her remain absolutely silent, showing no reaction. Seeing this, Femia hardens her tone, saying she has no choice but to do her duty. A brilliant, blinding holy light suddenly erupts from the magical staff in her hands. Femia mutters a spell, calling upon the divine guide to expose the liar right here in this sacred hall. If anyone lies, the holy light fades right in front of them. Watch closely, because absolutely nobody can hide from the gods. The onlookers whisper in shock, wondering if anyone saw the holy light fade anywhere. Someone replies that it did not fade at all, and the blinding glow almost ruined their eyes. Duong Qian then notes that apparently, no one is lying. What is going on here? Did the culprit escape out of fear, or is there still someone who has not been tested by the temple? Augustin snaps, demanding to know what Duong Qian means. He asks if the old man is actually implying the culprit is the High Priestess herself. Femia calmly admits she made a mistake by excluding herself from the lie detection test. She says it is only natural for them to suspect her. Suddenly, a blinding radiance flares behind her back. She asks if they are satisfied now, forcing them to quickly apologize and admit they made a huge mistake. They beg her to dim the light, and Augustin chuckles nervously, pleading with the High Priestess to forgive their absolute disrespect. He claims they have trusted her from the very beginning, arguing that someone of her immense power would never stoop to such petty acts. He strongly emphasizes, but if the High Priestess's lie detection spell has no issues, it means absolutely no one in this room is lying. So, who could have possibly bypassed the watchful eyes of every single nation, slaying the King of Original Sin without leaving a single trace? This is getting wild, guys. This culprit's power must be absolutely off the charts. Lina then points out that the strongest fighters from every country are already gathered in this very room. She mentions knowing a few demigod class holders who chose to skip the meeting entirely. Could it be them? Duong Qian replies that it is highly possible, though they have zero proof. Femia reveals that her spell is not just a basic lie detector, as it covers even those who did not participate in the hunt directly. Even if someone had simply leaked crucial information to the real killer, the spell would have instantly flagged their betrayal. Yet, absolutely no one triggered it. The three of them realize in shock that even the High Priestess is completely helpless here. So, who could this mystery powerhouse be? Femia continues, admitting that the situation is incredibly bizarre. But since it already happened, they can only wait and see what comes next. First off, China was originally scheduled to be the first nation to conquer the trials. But now the Gluttony King has been slain again, and the next King of Sin awaits on the 200th floor of the Abyss. She glances over at the man who has been silent this entire time, asking Lord Tokugawa if China can even handle the next challenges. He looks hesitant. Of course they want to continue, but they simply lack the power. Any King of Sin past level 100 is far beyond their current reach. Euphemia decides that based on the draw, the United States will take over China's position to continue the mission of conquering the Abyss. And since China was the victim of this incident, the temple will offer them proper compensation, asking if that is acceptable. Augustin quickly agrees, stating they will follow the High Priest's arrangements, and Tokugawa also nods along with no objections. Euphemia slams her staff onto the ground with a loud thud, firmly announcing her next decree. From this day forward, the Holy City will station troops at the Abyss entrances across various nations to strictly regulate who goes in and out, preventing any incidents like this from ever happening again. If there are no other objections, this meeting is adjourned. Over at Su Yang's villa, he quickly throws on his coat, preparing to head out. He has successfully secured the sign-reversing weapon, and with his experience bar now completely full, this trip turned out incredibly profitable. Time to change classes, but the moment he reads the global announcement, he freezes in shock. Su Yang sighs in pure disbelief. Is this massive worldwide broadcast just the standard treatment for acquiring a divine weapon? Luckily, the system did not reveal his actual identity, otherwise people would definitely be blocking his path to interrogate him. He figures this event will definitely put the high-ranking officials on high alert, meaning he will have to be incredibly cautious with his next moves from now on. Above all, he can never let anyone find out he possesses the sign-reversing weapon. No matter how incredibly dangerous the situation gets, he cannot easily use it, or the consequences will be absolutely severe. It is the classic curse of an ordinary man carrying a priceless treasure. He can already picture Bai Ling's stunned face when he levels up. She would probably gasp at how absurdly fast his leveling speed is, while others whisper behind his back about how strange he is. He realizes this is a real risk. Su Yang worries he might need to slow down his class advancement. It has only been a single day since he completed his 4th class advancement. If he takes on the 5th class advancement quest right now, everyone will immediately notice something is off, especially since his recent dragon conquest already drew massive attention. It would be disastrous if people started linking him to those high-level boss kills, but simply sitting around waiting is not his style. As he walks out looking deeply concerned, Xiaolan greets him with a polite bow. She greets her master, and he casually asks if she is doing the laundry, thanking her for the hard work. Blushing deeply, she thanks him. Seeing her washing by hand, he gently lifts her hand and asks why she is not using the washing machine. Why is she still washing by hand when doing this will only end up hurting her hands? Her face turns bright red at his sudden closeness, but she quickly explains that while machines are convenient, she still prefers washing by hand to scrub away every stubborn stain, adding that seeing everyone wearing clean and tidy clothes makes her feel genuinely happy inside. As she shyly steps back, Su Yang stammers in response before a sudden brilliant idea strikes him about washing away dirty things. Exactly, just like the mobsters laundering dirty money in movies. He can launder his shady experience points to make them look clean. All he needs is a perfect, secluded spot to farm experience points and lay low for a while. Watching him from a distance, Xiaolan nervously wonders if her master thinks she is a total weirdo. Meanwhile, he is deep in thought, narrowing his options down to 2 places, the Dragon Spirit Realm or the Demonic Abyss. Very little is known about the Dragon Spirit Realm other than the entry condition of possessing a giant dragon, since the exact details inside are a complete mystery. Claiming he farmed a massive amount of experience there would make it very hard for anyone to doubt him. After all, the only ones capable of entering the Dragon Spirit Realm right now are himself and that brilliant beast-taming prodigy from America. On the other hand, the Demonic Abyss has been open for ages. Tang Jian also mentioned that young talents would gather there to train, meaning more eyes on him and a higher risk of exposure. The Dragon Spirit Realm is definitely the better choice, and it would also be highly beneficial to minimize the number of entrants before it actually opens up. Right now, the only known people capable of actually opening the realm by conquering a giant dragon are Luo Lingye, Ahi, and a few other beast-taming geniuses from various countries, but there is no need to deliberately target them directly. What if he simply becomes a dragon hunter, wiping out every existing dragon beforehand to shut everyone else out completely? He seeks out Bai Ling for help. He asks her to look up information on active giant dragon rifts in Longsha. She nods from the screen and asks the hero to wait just a moment. Once she finishes searching, she reports that there are active giant dragon rifts in the southwest region of Longsha, specifically the Silver Dragon Rift in Juhei City and the Red Dragon Rift up north in Aling City. Both rifts are at the starry stage. Su Yang praises her and asks her to book a spot for him at the Silver Dragon Rift. Bai Ling agrees but notes something strange. The first 50 people who book spots for the Silver Dragon Rift are all members of the Tianji Pavilion. Su Yang is not surprised at all since he knows exactly how Luo Linger operates. Since she failed to conquer the Black Dragon, she is bound to target other dragons instead. The wave of bookings from the Tianji Pavilion is likely just to secure her a clear path. Unfortunately for her, Su Yang has already set his sights on it, meaning he will have to snatch this opportunity right out of the young lady's hands. He asks Bai Ling if his temple VIP pass grants him absolute priority for the rift. She confirms it. As long as the hero books ahead of time, nobody can cut in front of him unless they hold a 5-star class rating higher than his own. She only wonders if pulling a stunt like this might damage his relations with the Tianji Pavilion. Su Yang does not care and tells her to just book it. She agrees. He scoffs at the thought of the Tianji Pavilion. Why should he be afraid? Even before this, his temple VIP status alone was enough to keep everyone from ignoring him. Now he is the conqueror of the Black Dragon and an honorary member of the Global Beast Tamer Association. With all these titles combined, the Tianji Pavilion would not dare lay a finger on him even if they had 100 times their current courage. Plus, he still has his hands on the flesh and the broken heart of Samael, the legendary king of wrath. This keeps his confidence sky high, and he is stronger than ever. The massive aura radiating from Su Yang represents well over 10 million health points, along with nearly 30,000 strength points, unless Tianji Pavilion sends a rank 7 expert. Otherwise, he would not mind taking out a few annoying pests while hunting dragons. Su Yang then looks awkwardly at the 2 items in his hands. Now the real question is how he should consume these 2 items. Eating them completely raw seems impossible, so maybe he should cook them up. He wonders if he should stir-fry them or turn them into some dessert, imagining a dish of wrathful flesh seared in fury oil. Realizing how ridiculous those culinary ideas are, Su Yang shakes his head vigorously to clear his mind. He does not have any cooking skills, and letting anyone else prepare them would run a high risk of leaking his secrets. Ruining the rare items would be a total waste. Su Yang gives himself a quick pep talk to stop overthinking things. It is just eating raw heart and blood after all. He shoves them straight into his mouth, and the effects are instantaneous. A violent burst of energy shoots out through the window, startling Xiaolan. Seeing him engulfed in furious flames, she screams out in terror. She runs towards Su Yang's room in a panic. Throwing the door wide open, she asks if her master is all right. He is standing there shirtless in just a towel, asking what is wrong, which makes Xiaolan blush red and quickly flee the room. She stammers that nothing is wrong before leaving. Su Yang sighs in relief, glad he did not get caught, though the sheer power feels absolutely terrifying. He now has over 10 million HP and nearly 30,000 strength. This means he can stand still and take hits without flinching, while a single swing of his hand could level mountains and part rivers. The system displays over 10 million HP, 27,000 strength, 4,000 speed, and 6,000 spirit. Su Yang is now so highly confident that even if he had to face the starry stage Black Flame Wings again, he could easily slay it. Such a massive stat boost always brings an addictive rush of power, making every single bone in his body hum with pure energy. It practically begs him to go hunt some monsters. But before heading out, he decides to check on Lilith to see if she is adjusting well to his lifestyle, so he knocks on her door. He calls out to see if Lilith is inside but gets no answer. Stepping into the room, he finds it completely empty. Suddenly, Lilith walks out of the bathroom with a blushing face, drying herself. Upon realizing he is there, she quickly wraps the towel around herself. Su Yang is just as embarrassed, quickly explaining that he did knock and thought nobody was inside. As Lilith raises her hand, he quickly shields his face and begs her not to hit him while keeping his eyes tightly shut. Lilith sits on the bed and asks why he is acting so flustered. Blushing furiously, Su Yang tells himself that this kind of scene is far too intense for a young guy like him. He quickly turns around to make his escape, apologizing for barging in and claiming he has some urgent business to finish. Lilith stares blankly at the door, slamming shut before covering her mouth with a soft chuckle. She never expected the great hero to be so incredibly pure, making him completely different from the men back at her royal court. Inside Juhei City, a second-tier main hub, a shocked voice rings out asking what they just said. Tang Si, the commander of the Juhei Heavenly Secret Pavilion, shrinks back as Ling angrily demands to know who dared to jump the line ahead of her. He sheepishly replies that it is true. Tang Si explains he had everything ready, but a sudden VIP reservation from the Divine Temple overrode them yesterday, and he does not know any of the specifics. A bad feeling washes over Ling, making her wonder if this Divine Temple VIP could actually be Su Yang. Could a coincidence like that really happen? Wondering what he is up to, Tang Si suggests they head over to the Silver Dragon's secret realm to wait for this mystery guest. He thinks they can negotiate with the VIP once they arrive, offering a trade to get their spot back. Furious, Ling screams at him to get lost, and Tang Si quickly scrambles away, obeying without a second thought. Ling knows if it is indeed Su Yang, who just conquered the Black Dragon, she stands no chance, leaving her with only one option, calling her mentor. She makes the call, asking where he is, but her master sighs and tells her to just get straight to the point. Ling explains she was heading to the Silver Dragon's secret realm, but a high-level VIP from the temple came out of nowhere and stole her slot. Suspecting it might be Su Yang, she asks her mentor to use his connection and put in a good word for her. She wants him to yield the dungeon to her, and her mentor agrees to reach out and ask him. While they wait, Ling paces back and forth anxiously, leaving Zhou Tai completely stunned as her speed picks up. When a notification finally pops up, she cheers with excitement, seeing her master has replied. But the message says Su Yang refused. Shocked, Ling texts back, demanding to know on what grounds he dared to decline her master. After all, her master is a leader in the Global Beast-Taming Association, but he texts back that the boy simply does not care. He warns her that Su Yang is highly popular now, and even the god of war holds him in high regard, so she must not provoke him. Ling instantly thinks of Tang Jian, the ultimate god of war, the single strongest powerhouse in all of Longsha. The supreme tyrant himself, and get this, even he thinks highly of Su Yang. Is Su Yang's talent actually that insane? Zhou Tai leans in to ask what their next move is, but she runs off without a single word, leaving him completely baffled. Looking back with teary eyes, Ling snaps at him to stop staring and move, while inside the Silver Dragon realm, the beasts sleep peacefully. Su Yang stands there, expecting to run into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion group, but notes they were smart enough to stay away. Looming before him is the level 106 Starlight Grade Brilliant Silver Dragon boss. He points out it does not even have a real name, unlike Athos, lacking any kind of legendary bloodline. Glaring at the intruder, the dragon vents smoke before breathing a destructive wave of silver-gray energy right at Su Yang. Su Yang easily slices through the blast with his bone dragon sword, halting his blade right after. Su Yang tells Athos to stand down, as it is rare to find such a perfect punching bag. He wants to test out his latest strength for himself. An explosive blast sends debris flying everywhere, but Su Yang teleports away in a flash, mockingly calling the dragon slow. Charging toward the terrifying jaws of the beast, he unleashes a single slash that cracks its defensive shield into pieces. Standing casually with his hands in his pockets, Su Yang is utterly relaxed. He shrugs at the monster. The defensive power from his massive health pool makes these strikes feel like simple tickles. Screaming in rage, the dragon lunges forward, smashing its claws down to shatter the ground with a dual-strike charge. But Su Yang just blocks the 20,000-point strike with one hand, mocking the giant dragon as nothing more than a helpless chicken. He leaps high into the air, spinning around to deliver a swift, punishing slash. The dragon is thrown backward, roaring in pure frustration from the relentless assault. Giving it zero time to breathe, Su Yang leaps up and delivers a massive strike that splits the beast in half before landing smoothly. The system alerts that his Devourer effect has successfully stolen 10% of the Silver Dragon's stats. New stats display for the unique weapon. His stats surge with over 1,000 added to strength, 2,700 to spirit, and 1,300 to speed, plus physical and magic resistances. Along with 8% spirit resistance, Su Yang smiles. Knowing silver dragons are magic specialists with insane spirit stats, but unfortunately, he crushed this one before it could even cast a single spell. Is this the legendary stacking effect? A silver glow covers his weapon. He wonders if similar marks will appear when he hunts down other types of dragons in the future. He glanced curiously at the sword in his hand, wondering what would happen once this gauge finally filled up, something to look forward to. Su Yang called out to the Black Dragon Athos, dinner time. The beast flew down next to the silver dragon's carcass and feasted. Su Yang glanced at his system notification. He was already at max level, so the extra experience felt wasted, even if it wasn't much anyway. Under normal circumstances, a regular level up would probably get him a little excited. But after riding the wave of pure wrath, this tiny reward simply didn't cut it. As for the platinum and diamond gear, they were completely useless unless sold for cash. Was this empty feeling the price one paid after ascending to the absolute top? The system screen popped up. You received 70 million experience points. The bar is full, 40% of reserve experience is recovered, and you acquired platinum-grade gear. Su Yang quietly calculated. The Black Dragon's stats had increased by about 10%. It would be amazing if he could somehow absorb those attributes directly. Then, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, under the royal court traits of gluttony and wrath, they were fully capable of stealing stats and dedicating HP to him. But normally, they just lingered inside the abyss. If no challengers showed up, they had absolutely no way to plunder anyone. In that case, they couldn't offer anything to the court. So he ran a wild theory. What if they could actually leave the abyss and enter the real world? Wouldn't they be able to actively plunder and gather endless offerings for the royal court? Through that, he could strip attributes infinitely and keep growing stronger without any limit. If the King of Sins could descend to the real world to plunder tributes for the king, then once Su Yang gathered all 7 sign reversal weapons, he would easily become the ultimate force, the only person capable of soloing world-class bosses and triggering the spawn of vital core resources for all of humanity. If that was the case, offering tributes to him would be a natural obligation, and it would be a supreme honor. Besides, in this world, people could just respawn after death anyway, so taking a few lives wasn't really a big deal. It was just a smart way to allocate resources. But then again, he was getting ahead of himself. The first and most basic hurdle remained: how could the King of Sins even leave the abyss? Unless he solved that mystery, this grand plan was nothing but empty talk. Second, how could he prevent the King of Sins from being wiped out by top-tier powerhouses? If it was killed before absorbing enough resources, it would be a massive, crushing loss for him. Seeing that the Black Dragon had finished eating, he pushed those thoughts aside for now. He could figure it out later. For now, it was time to head to the next dragon realm. A world notification flashed. The Red Dragon Temple inside the Longsha Dragon Realm had been conquered by Hiroko. Su Yang froze in shock. Wait, what? Outside, Hiroko gently patted the massive dragon's head, whispering how good it was. Beside her, Kiriko smiled warmly, thrilled that her lady had actually pulled it off. Lin Lin clapped enthusiastically. Fantastic. Now their nation finally had its own massive dragon too. The old master would surely be thrilled and shower them all with some truly massive rewards. Li Shan glanced at the old man beside her and asked why Elder Li was so quiet, but he only clicked his tongue admiringly. Su Yang had only just made his grand debut, and now a young lady from the Hiroko family had tamed the red dragon. The younger generation truly was formidable. Elder Li looked up at the girl standing proudly atop the dragon's head and called out to Lady Hiroko. He congratulated her on achieving her goal, offering to escort her back to Dragon City so she could return to her home country. She waved a cheerful goodbye. Thanking the old man, Hiroko looked wistfully into the distance. She felt a twinge of regret that she hadn't gotten to meet the mysterious guy who tamed the Black Dragon. His actions had left everyone with an incredibly powerful impression, feeling completely different from anyone else. She held on to that hope. Now that he had joined the association, they would definitely cross paths sooner or later. Watching the dragon soar away, Linger gritted her teeth in denial. How was this possible? Frustrated tears welled in her eyes. Su Yang had already walked away, but why did Hiroko have to snatch the spotlight right in front of her like this? Suddenly, chat messages exploded. Leader Yamamoto Taro proudly shared the news. He had just received word that his star pupil, Hiroko, successfully tamed the legendary Red Dragon. Leader Zhao Kun fired back at the old thief Yamamoto, complaining that his student had stolen the dragon from his own pupil. Leader William Smith sent his congratulations, noting that for the longest time, only the beautiful Via could tame dragons, but now they had 2 more legends. Leader Landong raised a skeptical question: had the opening of the Dragon's Soul Realm somehow made taming these beasts way too easy? Guild President Lin Na chimed in that it was unlikely. Just yesterday, Augustin had complained to her that he couldn't replicate Su Yang's taming success at all. Core member Via quickly typed a reply. Now she had 2 fellow members to trade dragon-raising tips with. But a sudden notification flashed: core member Via had been muted by the guild president. Left in complete despair, Fan Linger stared blankly at her screen. Everyone was praising Hiroko now, leaving her wondering what she was even supposed to do. Chutai has no idea how to comfort her, while Luzi quietly sighs, realizing this situation is going to be a massive headache. Su Yang is quite surprised to hear the news. It is completely unexpected that she beat him to the punch, meaning he now has yet another competitor to deal with. There are only a few days left before the Long Ning secret zone opens. He cannot afford to sit idle during this time, since there are still various preparations he needs to make. Watching the Augustin Group press conference, he notes that the formation of the Abyss Demon Crusade Alliance has officially been announced. Slaying the King of Wrath last time made them extremely vigilant, meaning they will definitely deploy their strategies soon. There is no way his defeated underling, Shidu, will be able to stop them. So he is truly sorry, especially to the King of Gluttony. Instead of letting someone else kill him, it is much better for him to sacrifice his life for his own monarch. Meanwhile, Shidu is lounging comfortably on a chair on the 100th floor. It is so boring. Why is no one coming to challenge him? Yet, he still shivers with fear at the mere thought of Lin Na. But having no challengers is fine, because if another terrifying mad woman like last time showed up, he simply could not handle it. Su Yang transmits his voice, commanding Gluttony to heed his call and return to the abyss of extreme yin. The demon trembles in fear, recognizing the summon of the Supreme Monarch. Not long ago, Samael was summoned by the monarch and then put to death. Could it be his turn to die this time? He reminds himself that this life of his was originally granted by the supreme monarch anyway, and dying by the monarch's hand is far better than perishing at the hands of those hateful humans. Thus, Shidu arrives to present himself as a loyal servant. Shidu humbly obeys his lord's summons. Su Yang explains that the monarch's power can resurrect the dead, and now he wishes to grant Shidu death once again, asking if he has any objections. With a loud thud, he bows his head to the ground to show his loyalty, declaring that he dares not object since his life belongs to the supreme monarch. Now that the lord wants to take it back, his loyal servant has absolutely no complaints. Su Yang is highly satisfied with this display. He praises him before thorny vines wrap tightly around Shidu's body, causing him to scream in absolute agony. The system announces that Su Yang has slain the king of gluttony, Shidu, gaining 3.7 billion experience points and an overflow of 40%, storing an additional 2.2 billion experience, consuming the flesh and blood essence of the king of gluttony. Shidu will permanently increase maximum health by 5 million points and all base attributes by 2,000 points. Option 1 is the living corpse of the king of gluttony, Shidu. Choosing a target to bind with it can apply a powerful restriction effect, sealing anything below the Scorching Sun rank. Targets are completely immobilized, unable to cast any skills or use items under the King of Sin's authority. The gluttony demon source of Shidu grants complete immunity to demonic corruption for up to 100 stacks. The demon horn of the king of gluttony, Shidu, is an extremely powerful forging material. Once it falls into the hands of legendary blacksmiths, it can be used as a primary material to forge divine weapons. Meanwhile, the thorny vines continue to shrink Shidu's body. Su Yang realizes that even though Shidu had not fully completed his evolution, his drops are not inferior to those of Samael, who was already at the demigod level. Looking at them now, there is barely any difference at all, as both yields are absolute gold. But that is not even the most important part. He taps on the special drop on the screen, wondering if his luck is just insanely good today. This level of luck goes way beyond having the goddess of fortune on his side. It is like marrying her. He eagerly checks the special drop to see what kind of treasure it actually is. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light bursts from the screen, giving Su Yang a massive scare. The item details appear on screen, revealing the countersin divine artifact, Gluttony's Punishment. The detailed description confirms it as a unique, limited edition divine weapon that only drops after slaying the King of Sin, specifically the gluttonous demon Shidu. This countersin weapon is a tool of judgment capable of slaying even kings. It is part of the legendary countersin set, restricted to those of the demigod level, and features a unique, limited, soul-bound imprint. The Slayer's soul will be eternally bound to the King of Sin, bound to Gluttony and Shidu. This weapon cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted, and can only be wielded by the soul-bound owner. It boosts health by 50%, elemental resistance by 20%, and resilience by 30%, carrying the ultimate gluttony trait. Equipping this allows 2% of a slain target's attributes to be devoured and added to the weapon, unleashing the full force of Gluttony's punishment. This plunders the gluttonous authority of the Sin Lord and inflicts a 10% debuff on all of the target's attributes. Under the Tyrant's judgment, once the Sin Lord is slain, the weapon dissolves into nothingness, granting the soul-bound wielder the permanent power of gluttony. He praises it highly, noting that as a matching set weapon, it not only shares abilities with Wrath's punishment, but actually lets him seize the power of gluttony by devouring 2% of a slain enemy's attributes. This is definitely a power that surpasses even ordinary gods. However, Su Yang feels a slight pang of regret, as he must reach the demigod level before he can actually equip it. Su Yang knows he cannot fully gear up in such a short time, and leveling up too fast will only raise suspicion. The sacred statue always leaves a paper trail. After all, using the divine idol for a class advancement will inevitably leave a log. He wonders if there is a way to bypass the class advancement temple entirely that would be absolutely perfect. Back at the sanctuary, Euphemia is lost in thought, even though the identity of the thief who stole the first Sin artifact remains unknown. Fortunately, no major conflicts have broken out yet between the rival nations and the top guilds. As long as the decisions of the Round Table are followed normally and each country takes turns defeating the Sin King, this fragile peace and stability should be able to continue. The entrances to the demonic abyss across various nations are now heavily guarded. No one is allowed inside except for the Abyss Crusade itself, which should easily prevent another incident like the last one. Security is incredibly tight everywhere, with armed guards stationed even throughout the remote Frost City. Euphemia raises her hand, praying, "O great first sacred statue, please listen to my plea." A system notification displays the current number of temple VIPs worldwide at 143, with 15 at legendary rank or higher. In the Godhood stage, the 8th turn temple VIP count is 0, and the 9th turn count is completely empty. Over 10,234 Red Moon Essence cores have been recovered, and the erosion rate has reached 14%, leaving her stunned. The erosion is already at 14%, she sighs, knowing that still no one has completed a 5-star class advancement. If the erosion level hits 50% and there is still no Godhood tier temple VIP when the new resource zone finally appears, then the dominant force of this world will become the very thing she fears most: absolute despair. Euphemia quietly prays that someone, anyone, will finally step up and break this agonizing deadlock. This world desperately needs a true hero to save it. Suddenly, a global system notification flashes, informing all class holders that the second weapon of sin has been claimed. The world boss campaign progress is now at 2 out of 7. Euphemia is completely stunned. Euphemia immediately orders all guards stationed inside the demonic abyss to report if they have spotted any unusual activity in their sectors. Through her earpiece, the guards report no abnormalities whatsoever. Looking at the screen, Euphemia reasons that the Holy City protectors are all elite warriors. Even an elite 8th turn assassin could not slip past them unnoticed under these heavy conditions. If that is true, then unless the system announcement itself is lying, warning all active class holders that the second weapon of sin has officially been claimed. World Boss Campaign Progress, 2 out of 7. She grows tense, realizing something is terribly wrong inside the demonic abyss. Remembering Su Yang's masked face, Euphemia connects the dots. Could he be the mysterious shadow she witnessed back then? Hearing the news, Tokugawa immediately messages her what is going on, and how was another divine weapon stolen. Could the Central American Federation have made the first move? Augustin snaps back, hell no. I do not leave until tomorrow, and I am still drinking. 3 other guild leaders text in, demanding to know what is going on from the High Priest. Why did this happen despite the temple guards being there? Catalina adds that while they do not want to doubt her authority, this is highly unnatural. Tang Zhan chimes in too. Even if people suspect the temple stole its own artifact, the situation is highly suspicious, so the High Priest needs to give an acceptable answer. She quietly reads every message before replying they have every right to doubt, but they must keep their basic composure. Since its founding, the Class Advancement Temple has never interfered in any worldly struggles, and she herself has never once left the Holy City. If the temple actually wanted to intervene, there would be absolutely no reason for them to act so secretly. Euphemia hesitates, although she knows everyone deeply trusts her as the High Priest. She still cannot wrap her head around how this happened. After eliminating all other possibilities, is it really possible that the only remaining choice is also completely wrong? Euphemia raises her staff high, letting the brilliant holy light shine out. She warns that the truth can only be found in the deepest depths of the demonic abyss, so she proposes abandoning the original roundtable decisions. Instead, they must immediately form an elite crusade consisting of the strongest members from major guilds and launch an immediate assault on the abyss. Does anyone have any objections to this? With absolute agreement from the room, she wraps up the meeting, starts selecting your fighters, and form the team immediately. Under no circumstances can they let another sin artifact fall into the hands of that mysterious thief. Meanwhile, Su Yang is deep in thought, realizing there has definitely been a massive world system announcement by now. With a second divine weapon stolen, the forces of the Abyss Crusade are bound to take this extremely seriously. In the worst-case scenario, they will invade tomorrow. The Demon Abyss spans 700 floors, and a King of Sin guards every 100 levels. Although he has suppressed gluttony and wrath, lust and greed have not resurrected yet. This means the raid team can march straight up to floor 500. But those are just the standard rules, and his very existence is the ultimate threat to those system guidelines. Images of Sitha and Sithik immediately flash through Su Yang's mind as he plans. He wonders what would happen if he places the ultimate pride boss, Sitha, directly into the gluttony domain. Who could possibly clear floor 100 then? Meanwhile, Augustin is closely monitoring the sounds ahead, unleashing the power of his lightning magic. The demons of the abyss are finally back. Augustin turns around and asks if everyone is fully prepared. Lina immediately replies that she has been itching for a fight for ages, while Tang Zhan proudly orders them to move out. With their guild behind them, Bark warns that they lost the first 200 floors, so they cannot let the third sin weapon fall into rival hands. Lina addresses the group, reminding them that everyone gathered is a top-tier expert. Because of that, she skips the nonsense and asks who is interested in leading the charge against the floor 300 boss. The 8th Advancement Blazing Sun Temple Knight named Mike steps forward, eagerly volunteering to take on this deadly challenge. He explains that other top players always stole his kills before, so he has never fought an abyss boss. Lina quickly agrees. Lina gives the green light to see his skills, and Tang Zhan excitedly shouts for the team to move out. Their progress goes extremely smoothly. As they reach floor 100, someone shouts that they are finally entering the notorious territory of the gluttony boss. The group charges forward together, knowing there is no boss guarding this zone, urging everyone to keep pushing through. But Sitha has been waiting for them, radiating a dark aura as her eerie voice echoes that they have finally arrived. Mike suddenly halts the group, warning of enemies. Lina gasps in surprise, questioning how that is possible. The king of gluttony is supposed to be dead. Tang Jian quickly realizes this is someone else as Sitha's information pops up. Boss Sitha, demon race, level, and detailed status currently listed as completely unknown. She coldly calls them weak insects for daring to step into her king's sacred domain, demanding to know if they are truly ready to face their deaths. But Mike eagerly rushes forward, finding it amusing that the boss is a pale beauty. Behind him, Bark frantically tries to stop him. Bark tells him to wait, but a massive wave of power sweeps over. Before Mike can even react, he is instantly deleted. A system notification rings out, confirming that their teammate Mike has been slaughtered by Boss Sitha. Sitha casually blows a wisp of smoke from her fingertips as someone screams Mike's name. Lina is terrified that an 8th advancement knight died instantly. How is this even possible? What level is this monster anyway? From behind, a teammate frantically reports that his high-grade appraisal magic had absolutely zero effect. The weaker raid members are already starting to lose consciousness under the pressure. She gasps, but Augustin steps up to take the lead. The forbidden spell, Eye of Truth, is activated, allowing him to inspect target details regardless of level gaps with a 24-hour cooldown. Sitha's profile finally appears, showing her true identity as the King of Pride. As a divine tier entity, Sitha leads the Kings of Sin, representing the ultimate sin of pride, possessing enough raw power to challenge the gods themselves. Even other Sin Kings fear her. She is level 400, with stats reaching over 400,000 power, shattering their expectations and leaving them completely shocked. This is divine tier power. Su Yang, who was sharing their vision, realizes he forgot to inspect her stats earlier. Sitha's attributes are absolutely insane, barely falling short of his own status as a Sin sovereign. And this is while the King of Pride is in a weakened state. If she ever returns to her prime, her strength would be unimaginable. The screen shows more. A weakened debuff status that cannot be cleansed, severely reducing all her base attributes and locking away a large portion of her skills. He keeps reading, scrolling down to her innate talent. Gluttony and wrath were already broken before. How much crazier could pride really be? But then, the detailed system screen of her passive talent reveals the shocking truth. Sitha views all living entities as weaklings, making her completely immune to any damage from anyone she deems weak. A weakling is defined as any target with a lower level than hers, or those at her level whose total stats are below her own. However, anyone who has successfully slain a King of Sin is recognized and not counted as weak. Then comes the tribute of pride. Anyone killed by Sitha has their soul branded with a permanent mark. This brand completely enslaves the defeated, offering up their souls as a special tribute to the Supreme Sovereign. Consuming this mark allows the user to trigger a single, absolute command. Su Yang is completely stunned. This is a total cheat code. To this boss, anyone with a lower level or lower stats is deemed entirely weak, and the weak cannot deal even a single point of damage when hitting her. Come on, there is not a single player in the entire world who has reached God level yet. Since no one has ever managed to kill the King of Original Sin before, her talent can easily be considered completely invincible. He silently praises the developer who designed this Abyss Demon, getting highly excited just picturing those two top rankers kneeling at his feet. The absolute devotion of this Pride Demon is even more extreme. If Sitha wipes out the Crusade, he can unconditionally control them all once. If top-tier experts like Tang Jian and Augustin end up under his command, that would be an incredibly beautiful sight. Su Yang cannot wait for this, decisively declaring that his mind is already made up. He orders Sitha to take over for the second Toxic Guardian and watch over the 100th floor of the Abyss, so those overconfident fools finally learn what true power looks like. Receiving the order, Sitha is absolutely overjoyed and vows to be his most loyal servant. As Sitha gladly obeys the royal decree, Linda commands her giant frost beasts and elemental chimera to cover Maggie. The massive snow bear roars and throws a heavy punch, while the chimera coordinates its attacks to bring Sitha down. Tang Jian immediately triggers his ultimate tyrant state, yelling for everyone to stop holding back and launch a full assault. With raw electricity crackling in his eyes, Augustin also commands the raid to unleash every ounce of their power. Countless devastating ultimate skills surge toward her high in the air, combining the ultimate destruction punch and the heavenly thunder calamity. The massive explosion forms a blinding pillar of energy, leaving Augustin to anxiously watch the smoke and wonder if she is dead. But before the smoke even clears, Lin Na and Barks are suddenly sent flying backward, screaming in sheer terror. They desperately warn the leaders that Sitha is completely unscathed at 100% health as she sneers at their weak efforts. She declares their doom has arrived, leaving Barks completely baffled as to why such a broken boss is guarding this floor. Helped up by her team, Lin Na mutters in utter shock. They threw everything they had, yet she did not lose a single drop of health, prompting Augustin to urge them to stay alert. Warning them to ignore the boss mechanics for now, Tang Zan panics as he realizes she is charging up her ultimate skill. He orders everyone to activate every defensive skill to survive, right as Sitha swings her massive sword of pride. She calls out to her supreme sovereign, offering this battle as a grand sacrifice for her master. Her blade unleashes a colossal pillar of destructive light, crashing directly down upon the 4 remaining fighters. With cold arrogance, she tells them all to die together. Their screams echo through the ruined battlefield until the heavy smoke finally clears, revealing that only 3 of them survived the blast, while poor Barks was instantly killed by the ridiculous damage. Tang Jian wonders how their tank could be deleted so easily, shuddering at the absolute horror of her attack power. With their entire raid completely wiped out, he suddenly realizes the trick: only the 3 of them who actually landed the final blow on the previous boss could survive this white mechanic. That is the only reason they lived. Anyone else without that specific buff was unconditionally executed on the spot, exposing the true horror of this boss's mechanic and leaving Augustin deeply frustrated. Even knowing the mechanics changes nothing, as the massive gap in power makes this fight completely impossible to win. With another casual swing, Sitha blows them away, reporting to her supreme lord that she has successfully completed her mission. As 3 pillars of light shoot into the sky, the defeated trio spawns back at the graveyard, where a shocked Augustin finds everyone gathered. One of the dead players lies flat on the grass, blankly asking what on earth just happened back there. They complain about being unconditionally wiped out without even a chance to react, realizing that besides their 3 great leaders, everyone else was treated like absolute nobodies on the side of the road. They cannot fathom why such an overwhelmingly powerful boss exists on the 100th floor. Lin Na sighs in the heavy, depressing silence, noting that they just faced a god-level entity they stood 0 chance against. Tang Jian speaks up, admitting that this unprecedented, crushing defeat was simply unavoidable given their current gear. Waiting at the graveyard, Barks asks if everyone has finally returned. Remembering the absolute terror of her final sword strike, he admits that with their current level of strength, they stand 0 chance of clearing this completely impossible dungeon. Lin Na bitterly realizes that at this rate, they will never obtain the legendary sin-reversing weapons. They will have no hope of killing the Sin Monarch, let alone entering the Divine Resource Zone for their next ascension. Tang Jian adds that failing to complete this final step of their god ascension has severe consequences. Without reaching the 10th turn of god rank, breaking through the King of Pride is just a pipe dream. It is a hopeless, endless death loop, and Augustin still cannot shake off the sheer terror of that fight. For Su Yang, this was the first enemy besides the High Priest who made him think of absolute invincibility. That arrogant king was truly terrifying. The man claimed this was simply the darkest era of the world, while Su Yang quietly watched their utterly defeated and lifeless expressions. He rested his chin in his hand, observing this dark period. It was indeed true, but the priest got one crucial thing wrong. The Age of Ascension would eventually arrive, but the one pushing this massive evolution forward would not be them, but Su Yang himself. And honestly, the tribute coming from Saida was incredibly convenient. Through these specialized soul marks, he was not only able to issue absolute force commands, but he could also easily sense their exact location, status, spoken words, and even their deepest thoughts. This was far better than placing wards across the entire map, but suddenly, Su Yang caught a very bizarre emotional signature. Among all the overwhelming negative emotions, why was there a single positive, joyful one hiding in the mix? He wondered if this person was out of his mind. Out of curiosity, he noticed the attire seemed to match the Shiva Kingdom. The individual was Atar Hazan, a level 329th Order Sacred Miracles priest. Su Yang actually knew a bit about this place, as the Shiva Kingdom always left people with an incredibly bizarre impression. Not just because of its exotic scenery, but because in this game era, it still clung to a rigid, traditional caste system. This meant almost all high-tier resources were hoarded by the powerful elite. As a result, the massive power gap between the different classes in the Shiva Kingdom was extremely obvious. Consequently, the number of legendary tier players there was easily the lowest among all nations. This immediately sparked Su Yang's interest, a disastrous defeat, yet the guy was absolutely thrilled. It was highly amusing. He wanted to see what the man was actually thinking, while Atar hid behind a tree, watching Tang Jian's team. Who could have guessed even a world-class elite team would get completely wiped out? This was absolutely fantastic. The combat strength of top-tier classes has declined significantly, completely stalling all progress on global world quests. Both Longsha and the US Eagle Federation will suffer greatly from this setback, and this would bring the Shiva Kingdom a massive opportunity, a golden chance to surpass both Longsha and the US Eagle Federation, becoming the world's ultimate superpower. The priest believed that securing the legacy of the ancient devourer would change everything. Hearing this, Su Yang frowned, realizing he had definitely run across that name somewhere before. That was it. It was in the description of his dragon bone greatsword. Tapping his screen to check, the notification popped up for the unique weapon, Athos the Devourer, in the name of Athos, descendant of the ancient devourer, finally entered the Tomb of Death, using bone as sword and blood as soul, granting immortal bones and eternal devouring, which Su Yang quickly confirmed. According to the details, the Black Dragon Athos was the direct descendant of the ancient Devourer. He had assumed it was just simple background lore, never imagining the creature actually existed. The details reveal that the ancient Devourer laid at rest here, slain by a legendary nameless hero. Dragons and elves alike had crowned him in celebration, rejoicing that the terrifying shadow of doom had finally vanished from their world. But when the nameless hero was eventually betrayed, his physical body was buried in some completely forgotten, nameless grave. His restless soul was sealed in an unknown realm, waiting for some new warrior to step into his domain, to take up his name and the ancient Devourer's might, finally completing their ultimate vengeance. Su Yang speculated that based on these memories, the priest's brother, Amino Han, had deciphered an ancient stone tablet near the dragon's soul realm. The recorded truth was a horrifying power that could make both elves and god-tier dragons tremble in the darkness. Just how incredibly powerful was this legendary ancient Devourer in his prime? Whoever eventually entered the dragon's soul realm would hold the chance to inherit both the ancient Devourer and the nameless hero's power. Atar was plotting his next moves, knowing that only he and his brother were the sole keepers of this world-class secret. While the Crusaders were fully occupied with their own matters, all it would take was for his nephew Viganu to enter the Dragon's Soul realm first to claim the ancient Devourer's inheritance. By that time, not even a god-tier boss would stand a chance against them. Securing the legendary Sign Rebellion artifact would be an absolute breeze, killing two birds with one stone. Normally, with powerful competitors from Longxia, the U.S. Eagle Federation, and the Sakura Kingdom all entering the Dragon's Soul realm, Atar would never have dared to challenge them directly for the prize. His gaze drifted over to Tang Jian and Lin Na. He hesitated for a second, but knew everything would change once this Dragon's Soul realm concluded. The Shiva Kingdom was destined to completely surpass both major superpowers, so he decided to start his dark plan by targeting their self-proclaimed prodigies. After all, that realm was an entirely different dimension from the real world. Dying inside meant no teleportation back, and a few more kills would guarantee permanent death. Little did Atar know, Su Yang was currently intercepting every single one of his dark thoughts. He already had a plan. Poor Atar, this king would graciously grant him a whole half-second of silent prayer. Who could have guessed his mental monologue was being completely wiretapped? Now, Su Yang had to figure out how to thank him for the intel. Ato's son, Vicano, is actually a 7th-tier beast master. With his current strength, taking down a 7th-tier beast master would take almost no effort at all. That's when Su Yang suddenly remembered he had completely forgotten about Jita. What exactly is she doing? Seeing Jita bowing and holding that stiff pose, he can't help but feel surprised. Has she really been holding that pose this entire time? Isn't she exhausted? Even though he is a god now, he doesn't quite understand that level of devotion. She blushes, assuming her lord saw her whole dramatic performance and is now keeping quiet on purpose just to tease her. Oh no, she is barely able to hold back her squeals of pure excitement. Su Yang feels helpless. This deity of hers is way too submissive. He calls out, telling Zita to come over, and she joyfully obeys immediately. She teleports right in front of him, asking if her performance this time was enough to make her lord pleased. Su Yang praises her, saying she did an excellent job wiping out the enemies and deserves a proper reward. Jita replies with pure excitement, claiming that making him happy is already the ultimate reward for her. How could she dare ask for more? But Su Yang just summons a glowing light on his fingertip, telling her she cannot refuse a king's gift. The essence infusion suddenly washes over Jita's body, and she is overwhelmed by an incredibly intense wave of pleasure. She gasps that her entire body is being filled with his majestic power. Hearing this, Su Yang is completely speechless at her questionable choice of words. She looks up, begging the king for even more power. Su Yang tells her she has to earn it next time, then orders her to dismiss. She vanishes instantly. Resting his forehead in his hand, he sighs, acting like a sovereign in front of a god-tier boss is exhausting. She clearly still has that incredibly weird and exhausting personality. But personal quirks aside, the power of the original Sin's sovereign is genuinely terrifying. Just a tiny trace of this dark energy is enough to make someone as strong as Jita completely obsessed. Once his current weakened state is finally lifted, he wonders just how insanely powerful he will become. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts right in front of Su Yang. He wonders what is happening, realizing that Femia herself is causing this massive disturbance. His eyes widen in surprise as he realizes who it is. The sacred high priestess of the class-changed sanctuary has arrived. Femia is completely devastated by the news. The Crusader army was supposed to be the strongest fighting force on the entire continent, yet they were utterly wiped out. Refusing to sit idly by while everything falls apart, she realizes she must take action immediately. Femia chants a prayer, calling upon the sacred statue as its representative. Femia Vega, the third sacred high priestess, begs for divine blessings. Holy light shines down on her as she prays. She begs the heavens to grant her clear vision to perceive the descent of the endless dark abyss so she can continue to guide and spread the holy light to the world. The system announces that her inside eye has upgraded to the Eye of Truth, unlocking its ultimate state. Blessed by the divine statue, this ultimate form of the Eye of Truth contains the celestial power of starlight, allowing the user to see through all things in existence. Femia appears right where the demon sits. Pointing her staff directly at Su Yang, she senses his terrifying aura and demands to know if he is indeed the true Lord of the Abyss. He responds with absolute majesty, noting how amusing it is for the High Priestess of the temple to grace this dark domain with her presence. Femia is startled that he knows who she is, but Su Yang merely smiles and begins to expose her entire secret plan. He reveals that he knows all about the crusade they formed to conquer his demon abyss under the guise of completing some holy mission. Those useless pests were easily wiped out by his servant, Shida. He wonders if that failure is the exact reason she came. With a cold glint in his eyes, he wonders aloud how he should welcome her, releasing a sudden beam of dark energy right at her. She remembers that the last time she observed him, he seemed to be fast asleep. She never expected him to be wide awake now. This must be why the abyss is undergoing such a sudden shift, and honestly, his presence is completely on another level now. His aura is much deeper and darker now, even her Eye of Truth cannot see through him. This monstrous entity is easily far beyond God tier. Knowing she stands no chance, she tears open space-time to make a quick retreat, planning to regroup with the Conquest team later. But Su Yang merely raises a sphere of dark energy in his hand. He asks if she truly believes she can just come and go as she pleases, letting his darkness expand outward. Femia is instantly bound tight by the dark tendrils, completely unable to break free. He wonders what kind of insanely rare loot would drop if he killed humanity's strongest high priestess right here, though it would be a shame to waste all that potential experience. But she suddenly turns into pure light and slips right through his grasp, leaving Su Yang stunned as he realizes her trick. It makes sense now why she is known as the strongest and most mysterious high priestess on the continent. Capturing her was never going to be simple. Staring at the closing spatial rift, Su Yang can only watch as Femia successfully teleports herself back to the safety of her temple, escaping his grasp in an instant. She gasped heavily. That was way too close. That had been absolutely terrifying. Euphemia stood up, wiping the cold sweat from her face. It was a miracle the temple's power forced her recall, or the consequences would have been completely unthinkable. Behind her, the temple priestess, Rhea, stepped forward and quietly asked if she was all right. She asked if the high priestess was okay, and Euphemia reassured her she was just exhausted, before immediately asking how the subjugation team was doing. Rhea reported that they had gathered and were heading toward the holy city. Upon hearing this, Euphemia decided to leave right away. She told Rhea she would head back to her room to clean herself up, instructing her to wait there and report immediately if anyone arrived. The dark eye monitoring the temple sent its findings back to Su Yang. He was genuinely surprised that his shadow energy could trace its way back to the source through Euphemia. So this was the holy city. The legendary high priestess, Euphemia, was a figure he had only ever read about in books and news reports. Rumor had it she had never once stepped foot outside of the holy city. But now it seemed like it was not a matter of choice. She was entirely unable to leave that sacred ground. Otherwise, with her incredible power, she could easily go head-to-head against Sitha. Su Yang let his mind wander to the possibilities. If she joined the crusade and ended up killed by Sitha, he could easily imprint her soul and control her. That would surely be an incredible asset for him in the future. It was a real pity, but on the bright side, his shadow power could now infiltrate the physical world without being detected at all. It seemed the defenses of the class transfer temple were not nearly as formidable as he had initially imagined. Actually, every single class transfer for players across the entire world was recorded and monitored by these sacred statues. And it made perfect sense since this primary sacred statue was the central hub connecting all global statues together. That raised a question: could he use his shadow power to slowly corrode the main statue and alter the system data inside? If it worked, no one would ever be able to detect his ridiculously fast leveling speed. Su Yang decided he had to try it out. Dark energy flowed from the eye, but minutes later, staring at the completely untouched statue, he sighed in disappointment. It was completely useless. The very instant his shadow power tried to penetrate the statue, it was met with overwhelming resistance. He was shut out immediately. Honestly, he was just lucky it didn't trigger a global alarm, or he would have been in serious trouble. Turning his focus, Su Yang figured he might as well try controlling someone else instead, starting with Rhea. Suddenly, a purple mist shot from the eye. The mist surged straight into Rhea's head, triggering a sharp, stabbing pain as she felt an alien force aggressively invading her mind and body. She gasped out stop, but she had already transformed into a level 130 demon priestess of the fallen demon race. Then, a sweet, coquettish voice echoed. She whispered, asking where her master was because she wanted him again. Even Su Yang was left completely shocked by the scene unfolding before him. He could understand the massive power boost, but how did her race change entirely? Could his shadow energy actually convert normal humans into absolute demons? Staring at her, Su Yang was genuinely conflicted. Should she be classified as a monster now, or was she still a player? Suddenly, the statue began to hum with intense energy. He watched in awe. Did the class transfer statue just react to this? A blinding pillar of light erupted from the temple roof, piercing the sky as a glowing halo of energy wrapped around the building dome. Even from the distant plains, the shining beacon was clearly visible, and identical pillars began shooting up all across the globe. Suddenly, a massive world announcement flashed. Faction version update incoming. The Alliance of Sin Monarchs has used primordial power to corrupt players, birthing the very first demon priestess and unlocking the brand new demon faction. Players inside the dangerous demon abyss who reach 100% corruption will no longer lose their minds, but instead, they will permanently convert to the demon faction. Demon faction players can now change their classes through a demon priestess and work on leveling up their exclusive demon faction ranks. Under the current realm limits, all faction rules are out the window, meaning PvP slaughter between opposing factions requires no arbitration or system penalties. New territories unlock the demon abyss and the demon city. A new worship object, the demon statue, is now available. The demon race is now playable alongside the new world quest Descent. Faction members must prevent humans from slaying the weakened Sin Monarch before his full recovery. Once this event concludes, the final outcome of the clash between humans and demons will permanently shift the trajectory of the entire world. If the human faction wins, the next expansion pack, Ascension to Godhood, will be officially launched. Humanity will wipe out the Sin Gods, using that stolen power to forge their very own path toward absolute godhood. But if the demons win, the Reign of Eternal Night expansion begins, and the Sin Monarch will descend to merge the demon abyss with reality. This will usher in an era of perpetual darkness, while fully opening the dimensional gateway connecting the human world and the elf kingdom. Players are now prompted to choose. This sudden revelation sends shockwaves across the globe, as a literal third faction has suddenly broken onto the scene. What does this actually mean for their future? Over at the Yuyun Guild, members are in a total frenzy. The guild master of Yuyu remarked that this quest felt incredibly malicious, as if the system was actively begging players to slaughter one another. Rongxia worries if anyone would actually want to become a demon. She certainly does not want to see that happen, but Wu Yun counters that it is hard to say. In this world, plenty of people are willing to do absolutely anything for power, especially those at the very top of their classes. And Yu chimes in, suggesting that is unlikely since those top players have already obtained 2 of the sign-defying weapons. Because of that, finishing the human faction's world quest should be easy. There is basically no reason for them to switch to the demon side. Wu Yu speculates. Perhaps this update simply gives players 100% corrupted by demon power a way to survive, keeping them from turning into mindless raving monsters. Wu Yun concludes that this version update does not seem to have much impact, although it does open a passage to the Elf Kingdom. He wonders what changes that will bring, but since it is none of their business, they should focus on leveling up first. Upstairs, Wei Ming is discussing things with Zhou Tai. This is an unprecedented, massive crisis. When asked for his thoughts, the head manager looks helpless, admitting this situation has spun far beyond their control. The only thing they can do right now is calm the public as much as possible before the Holy City issues its official orders. Wei Ming wonders aloud whether those demigods will actually begin to waver. Their informant there reported that someone else has already claimed a sign-defying weapon. Zhou Tai believes that if that is true, they are facing the absolute worst-case scenario. He can only hope it is not true. Otherwise, this version update quest can never be completed. Meanwhile, back in the Holy City, a giant eye continues to observe the statue. He quietly realizes that his casual, everyday efforts have ended up triggering such a massive uproar. However, with Theta guarding the 100th floor of the Abyss alone, no one can break through. On top of that, they are planning to slay the original Sin King. This world-class quest is simply hell difficulty for humanity right now. Under these brutal circumstances, many players are bound to believe that completing this world quest is flat-out impossible. Because of this, defecting to the demon faction might become an incredibly attractive option. After all, turning into a demon no longer drives players insane. They can skip the world quest entirely and unlock God-tier job advancement. Very few people will be able to resist this temptation. Through his soul imprint, he can sense that at least 7 of the world's top powerhouses are already considering this path. This was supposed to be Theta's move, but it has somehow triggered an unimaginable turn of events highly intriguing. Su Yang suddenly realizes that he can actually accept the class promotion quest by unlocking the demon statue. This would bypass the class hall's surveillance while perfectly solving his need to level up as quickly as possible. Once he finishes his promotion and collects all 7 sign-defying weapons, he can still secure the first kill on the original Sin Lord. He hesitates. Wait. Using a sign-defying weapon will strip the original Sin Lord of his authority. But if he slays the Sin Lord's alternative resurrection system, will the Lord still retain that power? According to the system notification, the Sin Lord is unique. Only the one holding the authority of original sin is deemed the true Lord. Therefore, once the host secures the first kill, they will become the new Sin Lord. The system will then find a higher-level boss to act as a temporary replacement. Su Yang understands now. A boss with a rank even higher than the original Sin Lord? That completely breaks his imagination. Just what kind of heaven-defying entity could that possibly be? Meanwhile, action has begun elsewhere. Why is a demon inside the temple? Capture her immediately. Her pursuers give chase. Looking at Rhea, he realizes they have been spotted, though he never planned to linger here anyway. Rhea is overjoyed to see him. Master, you came for me? Holy light flares in the enemy's hands. Do not let her escape. But as the beam strikes, Rhea is gone. Finding nothing but empty air, the pursuers scramble. She vanished. Keep searching, she must still be nearby. Femi intervenes, telling them to stop searching because they are gone, and orders everyone back to their posts. She shivers. Was that presence just now the original Sin Lord? Has he actually traced her energy all the way here? She has been far too careless. The sheer strength and bizarre nature of the Sin Lord exceed all her calculations. Faced with this situation, what should she do? Meanwhile, Su Yang scoffs, claiming he is not running. This is a tactical retreat. Rhea curls up on his lap, teasingly whispering that her master is so strong and handsome, she wants to bear his demon child. Su Yang is left totally speechless, but a sudden, massive rumble nearby instantly freezes him in place. A demonic castle towers ahead, lightning tearing through the sky above it. He wonders if this is the demon castle mentioned in the update. Some of them are staring in absolute shock at their brand new forms. Damn it! How did I turn into a demon the moment I woke up? Another snaps back that without the great monarch liberating them, he would still be a walking corpse. Aside from their newly hideous appearance, their physical senses feel exactly the same as before. What do you mean, demon? This is actually super cool. Annoyed by the racket, Su Yang commands the first demon priest to get out there and keep the peace. Receiving his order, Noah swears to follow his master's will, quickly taking charge of the chaotic crowd in the center. He knows that the class holders bold enough to invade this demon abyss possess a decent amount of power. Leaving a single demon priest in charge wouldn't be enough to keep them in line. Su Yang thinks of Femia. Just like the invincible holy high priest of the human world, he needs a powerful figure to channel his demon temple's authority. Someone with overwhelming strength to serve as his demon high priest. Back on his throne, he summons the new king of sin to his presence. Calling out to Envy to hear his summons, he calls forth Livia. The queen of envy kneels in complete devotion, stating she has arrived at his call. She secretly burns with jealousy over how often that bitch Theta was favored by their lord, but now it is finally her turn. She needs to put on a flawless performance so the monarch completely forgets about that wretched woman. Su Yang issues his decree, appointing her as his very first demon high priest. He tasks her to rule over all demon priests, control the temple, manage this new power, and serve him. Once Livia accepts, he dismisses her with a wave. Monitoring her through the screen, Su Yang checks on Livia's progress, surprised by how quickly she started building up their new infrastructure. Her efficiency is honestly quite impressive. Besides, once he eliminates the remaining Lords of Sin, all this manpower and infrastructure will continue working solely for him. Not gonna lie, it almost feels like playing one of those base building and farming games. Not bad at all. Down on the ground, Livia is already barking at the workers to move faster and stop slacking off. She commands them to remember that the great monarch gave them this new life, demanding their absolute loyalty. The workers quickly shout back in agreement. Rhea flatters her, praising how quickly these unruly demons fell in line the moment Livia stepped in to handle things. Livia proudly points out that without giving these new converts a taste of pain, they would never learn their proper place. She tells Rhea to watch and learn, secretly thrilled that the monarch entrusted her with such a massive responsibility. As for Theta, she can stay guard duty on the 100th floor while Livia stays close to care for their lord. A sudden notification informs her that the ruler of the demons has appointed her high priest, granting her forbidden knowledge of the Red Moon. The prompt urges her to cooperate with her lord and defend this world against the impending invasion of the Red Moon. Livia stares at the system window in complete confusion, wondering what this strange message is and why it suddenly popped up. She grabs a nearby minion, aggressively asking if he can see the screen or make any sense of it. Shaking in fear, the minion begs for mercy, swearing he sees nothing, though he nervously guesses she might be referring to the legendary Red Moon. He mentions having heard about it somewhere before. He recalls hearing that those who complete a 5-star class advancement might encounter this mystery, though he cannot confirm it. Livia quietly studies the statue before her. Wondering if the demonic statue triggered the notification, she realizes her only real option is to ask her lord directly. Clasping her hands, she prays to her supreme master, requesting an audience as his loyal servant. When no response comes, she wonders if their lord has drifted back to sleep. With only silence greeting her, she knows he gets like this sometimes, completely unreachable no matter how hard they try to wake him. It is incredibly frustrating, leaving her wondering when he will finally regain his peak strength and lead their invasion into the human world. Over in the Holy City, a heavy, suffocating silence hangs over their emergency meeting. Femia addresses the room, thanking them for gathering on such short notice and apologizing for having to call them together under these dire circumstances. Augustin gently cuts in, telling the priest there is no need for such formalities. Since they all know why they are here, they should get straight to the point. She nods, agreeing to skip the small talk. She is confident everyone in the room has already seen the latest world update. The two main issues on the table today are players defecting to the demon faction and the newly opened passage to the elf kingdom. Above all else, she urges them to ensure no one defects to the demon faction, warning that such betrayal of humanity will only lead to their ultimate and eternal damnation. Hearing this, two nearby leaders begin whispering, with one admitting he was genuinely shaken by the sheer scale of recent events. His colleague agrees, noting that facing Theta alone already feels like trying to scale a completely insurmountable mountain. Talk about an absolutely terrifying power gap, especially with the Lord of Sin standing right behind her. Bach mutters that this quest is flat out impossible, and they might as well just surrender. The trauma from that final battle still casts a dark, heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. Getting a sudden system version update right now feels like the game is deliberately poking at their deepest insecurities and weaknesses. Lina casually points out that this whole thing is a total devilish temptation, but someone urges them not to be so pessimistic since the Alliance route is still open. Shrugging, he adds that this hope is exactly what is keeping everyone calm for now. Without it, absolute chaos and rioting would have broken out a long time ago. Opimia waits for them to finish before explaining that the entrance to the Elf Kingdom is strictly a one-way street. Because of that, humans can never step inside without explicit permission from the elves themselves. If they can pull off this Alliance quest and finally open up the gate, the rewards for their side will be absolutely massive. Tangjian gets the picture, but points out they have to get past Sita first to even stand a chance. They cannot handle god-level threats on their own, but since the Elf Kingdom actually possesses god-tier entities, maybe they can convince them to send some heavy backup. After all, Sita is the strongest of the original Sin Kings. Defeating her means they can officially take down any other king in their way. Once they collect the 5 divine counter-sin artifacts and secure those other 2 gears from that mysterious player, the elves probably won't turn down their offer. His goal is to slay the Sin King too, so their interests align perfectly on this front. Lina and the others quickly agree, and Bach nods along, giving his full approval to the plan. Still, they need to contact the elves immediately. Time is ticking away, and nobody is going to wait for them. Right now, most players are just waiting around, but some desperate souls might actually risk switching over to the demon's side. Anticipating this move, she explains that she already set up a prior arrangement with the Elf Kingdom. Swirling her staff to draw a glowing circle in the air, she summons Alan, leaving everyone in absolute awe of her high priest powers. This guy is Alan Lauren, a level 166 tier court magician. He immediately brags about being the eldest son of the prestigious Lauren family, expecting everyone to be impressed. He smugly demands that they remember his face, which instantly irritates some of the humans who wonder who this arrogant clown even is. They mutter that level 160 is nothing to brag about, but a nearby ally warns them to shut up since his family is extremely powerful. Offending them will bring heavy consequences. Stepping in to smooth things over, Femia politely addresses the esteemed Lord Lauren. She welcomes him and expresses gratitude to the Elf Kingdom for actually responding to their desperate call. When she asks what the Queen decided, Alan creepily licks his lips and asks if she is the famous human high priest. Calling her a total masterpiece, his sleazy comments immediately make Femia deeply uncomfortable. As sparks of anger literally flash in Augustin's eyes, Lena frantically begs him to keep his cool. Unrolling a scroll, Alan announces he will now read the Queen's official decree to her human neighbors. The elves are perfectly willing to assist in wiping out the Sin Monarch, but it comes with a few strict conditions. He reads aloud that first, absolutely no humans are allowed to set foot inside the dragon spirit realm. Second, they must track down the missing elven princess Lilith and safely escort her back home. And third, the class transfer temple must hand over 60% of their Scarlet Moon cores, making Lina scoff in pure frustration. Tangjian frowns deeply in silent contemplation as angry shouts instantly erupt from the crowd. Now talk about a total ripoff, they immediately start shouting, asking why they are banned and who this guy thinks he is. If they want to find someone, they should do it themselves, since elves are supposedly so all-powerful. Some even threaten to just join the demon faction and slaughter the elves, calling him a shameless bastard. Zhu protests fiercely, refusing to let the elves hog all the secret realm treasures, while declaring the Shiva kingdom will never accept this. He silently fumes, knowing how hard Beganu worked to tame that dragon. The ancient devourer's legacy must never fall into rival hands. Planting his staff on the ground, a wave of holy light ripples outward to restore order. Alan sighs with mock pity, mockingly questioning if human manners are always this terrible before turning to the high priest. Femia replies that the class transfer temple has no issue with the second and third demands, but that first condition directly harms the core interests of various global guilds, so she asks him to reconsider. Alan scoffs, pointing out that entering the secret realm requires actually taming a massive dragon first. He challenges her to name which countries even qualify. Femia states that Dragon Summer, America, Japan, and Shiva all have their own dragon tamers. All the detailed files have been sent, and Alan scrolls through the screens. He lays down his final demand. While the rest of you may enter, the one who tamed the Black Dragon is strictly forbidden from stepping inside. What is more, you must hand over the tamer of the Black Dragon and send them to our Elven Kingdom. Tang Jian is the first to protest, slamming his fist hard against the table. Furious, Tang Jian demands to know what this is supposed to mean and if this blatant demand is targeting Longha. He sneers back, claiming they are mistaken and that the Elven Kingdom has no need to target any human nation. In his eyes, all humans are equal, with no differences whatsoever. As for the reason, he has no obligation to explain, leaving them to decide. Then Tokugawa chimes in to advise. He urges God of War Tang Jian to understand that the Elven Kingdom must have its reasons, asking if Longha does not believe in helping others achieve their goals. Compared to gaining such a powerful ally as the Elven Kingdom, a minor sacrifice like this is nothing, right? Aso chimes in, insisting to God of War Tang Jian that this concerns the future of all humanity. He says Longha should make a small sacrifice, noting this is not just their own request but a direct demand from their elven allies. He uses moral guilt, asking if Tang really wants to lose the vital help of the elves over this. He warns that if his stubborn actions block elven aid, preventing them from defeating the world boss and forcing humanity to side with demons, then Longha will be the ultimate sinner of all mankind. Lin A asks, clearly displeased. She wonders if that is not going too far, while Augustin sports a smug villainous grin. Then he asks Tang where he is going. Seeing Tang Jian before him, Tokugawa stammers, asking what the God of War is staring at. Before he can finish, a heavy fist slams straight into his face, sending him flying forward through the air. Seeing Tang Jian closing in on him, Aso panics, frantically asking what he plans to do. A heavy punch strikes the man straight in the back, as Tang Jian coldly declares that what Longha decides to do is none of their business, especially two useless cowards. Tang Jian cups his hands and addresses Aremia, stating that although they do not understand why the Elven Kingdom made this decision, since this is a massive event concerning all of humanity, Longha will take responsibility and is fully prepared to bear any potential losses. However, while their tamer might skip the dragon's spirit realm, they will absolutely never hand him over to the Elven Kingdom. With that, he turns to leave, simply stating he has other matters to attend to and bids them farewell. Tokugawa is still trembling in fear, cursing how much that brutal hit hurt. Aso is in equally bad shape, burning with sheer hatred. He mutters that Tang Jian will pay for this soon, deciding that the best way to get his revenge is to start with Longha's top genius first. Su Yang watches all of this unfold, noting the involvement of the Elven Kingdom, the Sakura Empire, and the Shiva Kingdom. He realizes they are actively targeting him. The sheer audacity of it, the sudden aura radiating from him leaves his maid trembling in fear. He thinks to himself that anyone who dares to usurp a ruler deserves severe punishment, and that Tang Jian's punch was far too light. Sudden flames erupt, filling the entire room and terrifying the poor maid, who frantically asks what is wrong with him. Su Yang turns back with a calm smile, acting as if nothing happened, telling her to continue the massage since his shoulders still ache. The maids quickly get back to massaging his shoulders. He warns himself that he accidentally let his dominant aura slip, realizing he must restrain it in daily life to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Though reflecting on the situation, something still feels completely off. He understands the attitude of the Sakura Empire and the Shiva Kingdom. But why is the Elven Kingdom deliberately targeting him? It sounds like they have no clue about Lilith's whereabouts, so could they be trying to get revenge for Akka? However, the main issue is that absolutely nobody knows about his connection to the Black Dragon. Besides, they would not lash out at him simply because he killed it. Not wanting to overthink this headache, he decides to ask Lilith later. Upon hearing the story, Lilith gives a dry laugh and explains that those elves have absolutely no interest in avenging a guy like Akka. In fact, his death is actually beneficial for everyone else. This naturally leaves Su Yang highly curious as to why. She reveals that the elves are far from united, constantly locked in power struggles, acting polite in public while plotting behind closed doors. Both sides are constantly undermining each other in secret, Amused and slightly weary, Su Yang asks if it is just typical palace drama. Su Yang realizes that if this has nothing to do with Akka, then the answer must lie with the Black Dragon itself. Or more precisely, the terrifying entity that once brought them endless fear and absolute darkness, known as the Ancient Devourer. Because they deeply fear the Ancient Devourer, they remain highly hostile and wary of any Black Dragon, which actually makes this strange and suspicious demand of theirs somewhat logical. After all, the legacy of both the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero resides within the dragon's spirit realm. To prevent this dangerous legacy of vengeance from falling into outsider hands, the selfish elves naturally want to keep all of its secrets strictly to themselves. Those exploring the secret realm do not even mention the Black Dragon Tamer anymore. To prevent the legacy of the Ancient Devourer and the Nameless Hero from falling into foreign hands, the elves naturally refuse to let any pesky outsiders join their grand expedition into the secret realm, though they eventually calm down, proving their absolute confidence in seizing that legendary legacy for themselves. But he has absolutely no intention of letting them get away with it. Su Yang gently asks if they want to take her back, but Lilith furiously shakes her head, refusing to ever go back. She desperately reminds him of his promise never to kick her out, begging him not to break his word. She screams that she never wants to return there, so Su Yang quickly reassures her that he will never throw her out or break his promise. Patting her head gently to comfort her, he secretly realizes the elven royal family holds nothing but ill will toward a princess carrying the royal curse. His own conscience would never allow him to send her back to that absolute living hell. Unfortunately, Lilith already exposed her identity to the public before the Black Dragon was tamed. If the greedy elven royal family publicly announces her presence to the world, it is only a matter of time before someone easily recognizes her true identity. He needs to secure her safety first or prepare countermeasures. Just as a notification pops up with a message from Tang Jian. Wondering what it is, Su Yang knows he must keep up appearances first, heading out to find the commander waiting at the gate. Su Yang respectfully asks what brings the esteemed commander to his home. Tang Jian solemnly tells Su Yang to remain calm before delivering some incredibly frustrating news, explaining that he is officially banned from entering the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Su Yang feigns absolute shock, demanding to know why he is excluded when he was the one who tamed the Black Dragon. Tang Jian reveals it is a direct demand from the Elf Kingdom, who are even pressuring them to hand him over. Su Yang acts horrified, asking if he agreed, but Tang Jian immediately denies it. Although progress in conquering the Abyss is currently stalled, they absolutely cannot compromise his safety for the greater good. The commander insists that within reasonable limits, neither he nor the nation of Longxia will ever agree to sell out their own. Even though Su Yang already fully anticipated this fierce response, the veteran commander's genuine loyalty and absolute protection still deeply touch his heart and move him. Patting his shoulder, the commander tells him not to worry about missing this event. The nation will ensure he receives ample compensation, refusing to let their newest star genius suffer any sort of disadvantage. Su Yang readily accepts and bids the esteemed commander farewell, politely telling him to take extra care on his long and dangerous journey back home. Calculating the timeline, he notes that the Dragon Spirit's secret realm is scheduled to unlock by tomorrow. He wonders if the two Tier 9 powerhouses from the Sakura Nation and the Shiva Kingdom are truly ready for the massive surprise he has planned for them. Over in the Sakura Nation, Kiko sighs dejectedly beside her red dragon, hearing that the Black Dragon Tamer is barred from entering the secret realm tomorrow, which deeply disappoints her because she originally wanted to use this rare opportunity to interact with him much more. While some are glad they do not have to face such a violent fighter, over in the Shiva Kingdom, Ato offers some serious guidance. He tells Bigana that this is a golden opportunity for their entire nation. Once inside the secret realm, he must use the stone tablet to suppress all other dragons by force if necessary. Bigana casually reassures his uncle Ato that he will simply slaughter them all if needed, admitting he is eagerly looking forward to tomorrow. Learning that the Black Dragon Tamer is barred makes things even better for him, just as a majestic squadron of giant dragons sweeps spectacularly across the sky. Spectators point in awe at the dragon knights arriving from the Elf Kingdom, noting there are 6 of them. Such an incredibly powerful lineup raises major alarms, with onlookers noting these elves are not friendly and starting to feel deeply anxious. Eric, the arrogant third prince of the mighty Elf Kingdom, is a level 220, Tier 7 Dragon Knight, and he looks highly annoyed. He grumbles about how 3 humans recently managed to tame dragons, admitting this development completely exceeded their calculations. Alan, riding alongside him, scoffs that only the devil knows how they did it, but dismisses it as nothing major. After all, once this secret realm expedition ends, humanity will have no dragon riders left. Eric warns him not to be so hasty, reminding him that once they conquer the human world, his noble family will easily claim a massive territory. Since the human population reproduces just as rapidly as common wild beasts, he promises that Alan will have no shortage of human playthings. Meanwhile, Leah watches their movements from afar, Kiko excitedly looks around while riding her red dragon, and Biganu grows increasingly impatient to begin. He mutters that he cannot wait that long to satisfy his desires inside. He plans to satisfy his cravings first, while Leah admits her impression of these elves is highly disappointing. Kiko agrees, noting her instincts warn her to stay far away from them, but Tokugawa instructs them to remain calm and act normal for now. Li Yi gives a strict warning, do not be stubborn in the face of danger, because survival is more important than anything else. Do you understand? Over on Biganu's side, whispers are spreading the Elven Kingdom is expanding too fast, bringing massive crowds to guard against Tang Jian, and who knows if he will actually keep his word. He departs immediately, bidding farewell to his uncle as a voice from behind calls out to do a good job. They need to show everyone just how powerful the Shiva Kingdom really is, while Eric flies past Zizi to ask if she wants to team up later. As the magic circle glows, Athos secretly smirks. Those 6 fat sheep from the Elven Kingdom are a highly unexpected surprise. They probably think they are completely invincible inside this secret realm. But how could they possibly know we have a sacred tablet that can actually tame dragons? Killing them means claiming 8 dragons. What could be better than that? It is absolutely incredible, and he cannot help but get excited. Suddenly, the ground explodes with raw power. Ato curses they are using a forbidden spell to slaughter the Elven Kingdom forces. Looking at the figure in the air, he yells, "Have you gone mad, Augustin?" He raises his staff, unleashing electric energy, and swings it down to send 2 massive waves of power crashing forward. Another explosion erupts, covering the area in flames. Watching this, Su Yang realizes how incredible it feels to control a level 9 powerhouse. Go on and fight hard for me. A projection orb showing Archmage Augustin hovers in Su Yang's hand. He mounts the Black Dragon and flies off, promising to inherit its powerful bloodline. His eyes burn with pure ambition to devour everything, while wild flames erupt all around him. Augustin stands tall in the center. Tokugawa rushes over, shouting that Augustin has gone mad and they must stop him. He urges Ato to get up so they can attack together, but Ato's eyes flash with a dangerous, calculating light. He charges with his sword, but Tokugawa barely blocks it in time, cursing that he has gone crazy too. Right then, one of his eyes glows deep red as a force command is triggered. Losing his mind, Tokugawa swings his sword to kill Ato, filling the air with countless flashing strikes. Lightning strikes from above as both attack him. Su Yang secretly hopes the force command lasts for at least 1 minute. He needs them to cause absolute chaos during this time while he quickly makes his quiet escape. Once the control wears off, Augustin stands frozen, completely confused about what on earth just happened. Looking around at the bloody battlefield with 0 survivors, Augustin worries that he is in deep trouble now. A voice screams out, demanding to know what happened and why their mind and body suddenly lost control. Ato realizes they were definitely controlled, leaving Tokugawa completely stunned by the news. He is absolutely certain his intuition as a priest cannot be wrong. Someone is secretly controlling them, and Augustin suffered the exact same fate. Who could possibly manipulate all of them so easily without leaving behind even a single trace? Suddenly, the massive doors swing open, casting a bright light over them. Augustin explains that during the chaos, he thought he saw a black dragon fly right into the dragon's spirit's secret realm, asking if the others spotted it too. The other 2 quickly confirm they saw it, wondering if Long Sha is the mastermind behind this. He cannot be sure, but he knows for a fact it is not Tang Jian. He knows him well. The man never breaks his word, let alone uses such underhanded tactics. And on top of that, Tang Jian is a warrior class, so how could he force them to fight among themselves? That kind of absolute force control can only be executed by someone with mental strength far exceeding their own. Ato has to agree with that. Tokugawa wonders if it could be Su Yang, but the idea is instantly mocked as a joke. That kid is only a low level 5 class, so how could he control level 9 demigods like them? Tokugawa quickly backtracks, admitting he was only speaking without thinking. Augustin points out that highly bizarre things have kept happening ever since the Abyss Demon's subjugation began. Brushing it aside, he says they have far more pressing issues to handle than just overthinking things. Because of the mind control, they just wiped out the entire Elven Dynasty Royal Guard. Those guards have likely resurrected in their temple already, meaning the Elven Dynasty will definitely learn of this very soon. When that happens, it could easily ruin the fragile relationship between all of their nations. Either way, the Dragon Soul's secret realm is currently closed, meaning there is no way to bring Su Yang in for questioning. The best move right now is to contact the Elven Court directly and see what they have to say about this first. The 2 standing behind quickly nod in agreement, showing they have no objections whatsoever. Inside the Dragon Soul's secret realm, massive pillars of energy erupt straight through the Rocky Mountain peaks. Hizzy, riding high on a red dragon, asks her companion if she is feeling scared. Could there actually be monsters lurking inside this secret realm that even legendary dragons are terrified of? Biganu realizes this is undoubtedly the lingering aura of the ancient devourer. Even though countless years have passed, That primal terror remains deeply engraved in the blood and very souls of all other dragons. Eric flies right alongside her and greets the young lady. He notes she seems to be struggling and invites her to ride with him, but she flatly refuses. Right behind them, Alan calls out to Eric. Alan mocks him, noting it really is Eric, and asking if he is seriously hitting on girls right on top of a dragon. He holds up an ancient dragon fang, knowing only this relic can suppress the fear of the ancient devourer running through a dragon's bloodline, a tool that ordinary humans completely lack. How could any normal beast tamer hope to control a dragon without such a relic? Just then, the small stone tablet in Biganu's hand begins to glow. He sneers that they are celebrating far too early, planning to use the stone tablet to take control of their dragons and wipe them all out in one clean sweep. A massive, earth-shaking roar echoes, shocking Leah, who wonders if the boss monster has finally arrived. But Heezy quickly denies it, shouting in utter shock as she points ahead, realizing there is actually another black dragon in the area. Why are they so shocked? Su Yang, on the other hand, is casually counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, realizing this is going to be a massive feast. Biganu immediately senses the mounting terror of his own mount. Why is the green dragon shaking in fear again, when even his powerful stone tablet has completely stopped working? Could this black dragon truly be that unnatural and terrifying? Eric screams out in confusion, demanding to know what is going on. Alan grits his teeth, reminding them of the clear agreement that no black dragons were ever allowed inside the realm. He curses humanity as a shameless, untrustworthy species. Just then, an elf messenger flies in, frantically reporting to Prince Eric that the dragons are panicking and completely unable to fight. He snaps, "Why be afraid? The person controlling the black dragon is just tier 5 trash, so they should easily crush him while the prince handles the beast." The other dragon knights immediately obey and charge forward. With a loud shout, they launch their assault under Prince Eric's orders, telling their human enemy to go straight to hell. A massive sudden tornado sweeps the attackers away as Su Yang coldly looks on, telling them all to simply go die. He unleashes a single, devastating sword strike, ensuring they are the ones who die. The system immediately alerts him that he has slain the level 152 Elven Knight, Agus. The notifications keep rolling in, confirming the deaths of the level 147 Knight Karen, the level 148 Mage Bem, and the level 150 Archer Havoc. After gaining 5,210 experience points, Alan watches in utter disbelief, wondering how this human could slaughter 4 of their top experts in a single blink. Eric joins in, admitting he could not even track the sheer speed of his strike. How could a mere tier 5 human possess such monstrous power? A rare treasure glows in his hand as he realizes this human is extremely dangerous. To take him down, he has to use his ultimate trump card. But right then, a massive maw swings open, trapping a struggling Eric tightly inside its jaws. He curses in anger, demanding to know what this monster is and screaming for the bastard to let him go. Realizing he is completely outmatched and even Eric is helpless, Alan decides to flee, but a sudden blast of flame hits his back, sending him crashing hard to the ground. Su Yang stands over him with a cold expression, grinding his boot directly into Alan's face. Alan screams, asking if he even knows who he is messing with, but Su Yang coldly declares that anyone who offends him will face 100-fold vengeance. No matter who his enemy is, even if they are a literal god, he will drag them down and slay them anyway. Someone screams to stop, but fresh blood has already sprayed everywhere. A fresh swarm of dragons flies in as their leader arrogantly warns Su Yang not to get ahead of himself, claiming they were only careless before, but now they will end his life. Su Yang merely smirks, wondering why they are so eager to die again right after reviving, while the enemy curses and orders his dragon to blast him with fire. Leah watches with curiosity, wondering if that arrogant fool is about to be ashes. Why did the elven dragons suddenly become so incredibly energetic, especially since they looked completely listless just a moment ago? Heezy quickly chimes in with a warning, telling her to look closely at their eyes. Leah notices the dragon's eye color is completely different from before. They must have unleashed some forbidden magic to completely take control of the dragon's minds. Using that mind control spell carries severe side effects, yet they resorted to it anyway, proving those elves are fully determined to take Su Yang's life at any cost. Alan flies up from behind, laughing hysterically and gloating to see if the human still dares to act so arrogant. As Alan peers down into the thick smoke rising below, a massive burst of raw power suddenly shoots upward, leaving him completely shocked. The dragons scramble to dodge as panic sets in, but the overwhelming firepower strikes them all, revealing the silhouette of the black dragon rising from below. As the beast is dragged upward, it frantically asks where it is being taken, but the black dragon merely flies higher to eliminate all potential threats. Hiko looks up, but he is already long gone. Leah analyzes the situation. Facing an attack like that, he did not even get scratched. Instead, he counterattacked with total ease. It looks like those elves from the kingdom are about to have a very bad day. The two dragons stand completely still. Someone silently panics, thinking they almost died of fright. Meanwhile, Biganu's green dragon cowers behind a massive tree, wiped out. In a single flash, the entire force is gone. Is Su Yang even human? Facing him head-on is a death sentence with zero chance of winning. The only option left is to wait for the perfect moment to launch a cheap sneak attack. Alan is furious. How can this be? Did he really just get killed again? That kid is a literal monster. Dying twice caused them to drop way too many levels. At this rate, defeating him has become completely impossible. Left with no choice, Alan pulls out a scroll, but the dungeon entrance is closed. Suddenly, a beam of energy pierces through and tears the scroll to shreds. Alan freezes in absolute shock. Is Su Yang really chasing them down? Did you even ask for my permission? Standing on the Black Dragon's back, Su Yang unleashes a devastating slash right at him. Meanwhile, Eric screams for help from inside the fallen monster. Eric begs to be pulled out immediately. Su Yang tells him to save his breath. Even a 7th transition expert cannot escape this. Alan laughs desperately. He tries to negotiate. He desperately asks what Su Yang wants, promising to agree to absolutely anything just to negotiate a deal. Su Yang merely looks at him with complete indifference. Su Yang calmly says he wants his life. Terrified, Alan goes pale. Is he finally scared? He asks why Alan was so arrogant earlier, trying to force Longxia to hand him over. Where did all that confidence and pride suddenly go? Alan quickly begs for forgiveness, admitting they failed to recognize a true powerhouse and now realize they made a massive, terrible mistake. He begs for mercy, but Su Yang simply tells him it is too late. Su Yang explains that he already knows exactly how untrustworthy they are. He has no intention of letting them return alive, sending a wave of dread through Alan. He makes a chilling promise. He will slaughter them repeatedly until their levels hit 0 and they can never revive. With another cold slash, golden blood splatters everywhere. Alan is completely terrified. The other Dragon Knights beg him to stop. They desperately scream that humanity is supposed to form a grand alliance with the elves. If they do not make it out alive, that alliance will completely fall apart, leaving the human world entirely doomed. Without them, humans will never be able to defeat world bosses, progress the world quest, or unlock god-tier class advancements. Does he care? Not even a little bit. Su Yang raises his dragon bone blade high, declaring that it means absolutely nothing to him. He delivers a devastating slash that literally tears space itself in half. The system announces that he has completely killed Tier 1 Elven Knight Agus. The system notifications continue as he completely slaughters Tier 1 Elven Warrior Karen and Tier 1 Elven Mage Bem. With Havoc dead, Su Yang turns his gaze toward Eric, who is just spat out. Honestly, talk about having zero survival instincts. Eric is the only one left, yet he still calls Su Yang a shameless coward who relies on cheap tricks. He demands a fair fight, so Su Yang calmly motions him forward. Su Yang agrees to let him die with no regrets. Eric immediately draws his enchanted weapon, roaring that Su Yang brought this storm upon himself. He unleashes a raging wind slash, screaming for the human to die. Violent storm energy swirls around Eric like solid steel as he unleashes his ultimate tornado strike. Sure of his victory, he smugly wonders if his opponent could possibly survive. He is frozen in shock. How is Su Yang still standing? With 90% health left, Su Yang mockingly commends him. That 7th transition attack is decent, definitely stronger than the Silver Dragon. Eric refuses to believe his ultimate all-out attack only shaved off 10% of Su Yang's health. He is completely lost in utter despair and disbelief. He screams that Su Yang is just a boss in disguise. In response, Su Yang simply delivers another clean, lethal slash. Correct answer. A barrage of system notifications instantly floods the screen. The system alerts that he has completely slain the level 220 Dragon Knight, Eric. Watching from behind the trees, Biganu turns pale with pure terror. Even a flawless surprise attack would not do a single scratch to someone this terrifying. He realizes he must immediately warn his father and uncle to handle this monster themselves, but as he turns to flee, he finds Su Yang standing right in front of him. The system instantly delivers a notification that the Tier 1 Beast Tamer has been completely eliminated. Running down the mountain with Leah, Hiko is utterly shocked to realize that the brutal dungeon announcements were entirely true. Everyone is actually dead. Leah demands to know why he also had to execute Bigano, even if those elven scumbags deserve to die. Su Yang explains that the Shiva Kingdom had already secretly plotted to slaughter every single human inside this zone. He simply struck first to protect everyone, making it a completely justified act of self-defense. Su Yang warns them that the Dragon Spirit Mystery Zone is no safe haven for farming experience. This zone hides terrifying dangers that they can barely comprehend. He tells them it is best to stay put, because if they wander off, he cannot guarantee their safety. With that, the Black Dragon takes off and flies away. Shizi looks up and waves goodbye, promising to meet up later. Meanwhile, Su Yang calculates his recent kills, 6 elves, specifically 1/7, 1/6, and 4/5 advancements. Together with the 6th advancement Biganu and the 7-headed dragon, his total experience gain exceeds 30 million points. In the past, this massive haul would have absolutely thrilled him, but compared to his massive accumulated experience pools, it is barely a drop in the bucket. The dropped loot and equipment are valuable, but since he cannot use them yet, he sets them aside. A unique system notification pops up regarding his Devourer Greatsword. Athos receives 500 strength, 500 spirit, 500 speed, and 500 resistance. He inspects the dragon bone sword closely. It is growing, but why did the stats increase so evenly? A legendary 7-headed dragon should have provided a much bigger Devourer reward than this. A system alert appears he must slay a blazing sun-ranked dragon to complete evolution, raising his Devourer attribute limit to 20,000. He is stunned to realize he has already hit the ceiling for his first Devourer stage. This quest looks pretty tough, but he is in no rush. Holding a mysterious necklace in his hand, he wonders if the nameless hero buried here was the original owner of the dragon-slaying heart in his chest. It looks like his guess is spot on. He directs the Black Dragon forward, following the light toward the resting place of the ancient Devourer. Thick, blinding fog rolls in, making it hard for him to see. The mist is completely blinding. Fortunately, the dragon-slaying heart in his hand begins to pulse with a bright guiding light. Grateful for the guidance, Su Yang commands Athos to charge ahead through the dense haze. As the dragon bursts through the barrier, he shouts out that they made it. His celebration is short-lived, however, as he freezes at the sight of a colossal dragon skeleton directly ahead. Su Yang wonders if this is the true form of the ancient Devourer. He is absolutely thrilled by its sheer, mind-blowing scale. Even his massive black dragon, Athos, looks like a tiny lizard next to it. It is truly a breathtaking sight. Yet, the nameless hero managed to take it down. Just how ridiculously overpowered was the warrior who defeated this monstrous beast? Were they at the divine tier? Or perhaps even higher? Hearing the black dragon roar, Su Yang can tell his companion is getting excited too. Together, they will witness the continuation of this legend. But suddenly, the black dragon freezes mid-air, caught completely off guard by something. What is happening? Su Yang guesses that this abyss might have some sort of strict no-fly rule. Swirling mist surrounds them, and before his eyes, the dense fog starts condensing right in front of the giant dragon skeleton. He wonders if this path is actually the arm of the ancient Devourer. Should he climb it to reach the peak? It feels like some kind of ancient ritual, which is pretty exciting. Suddenly, a bright purple light flares within the skeleton's empty eyes. 7 dragon skeletons suddenly surround Su Yang. Could these be the very beasts he defeated earlier, somehow resurrected to fight him once again? Is there a powerful necromancer pulling the strings nearby? They charge glowing energy spheres in their mouths, as a vortex of dark smoke swirls around them, igniting into raging flames. Looking at his dragon bone sword, he smiles. Is this a trial left behind by the great Devourer and the nameless hero? Without hesitation, Su Yang leaps high into the air. He soars into the sky, preparing to unleash a devastating area of effect strike. The skeletons look up at Su Yang just as he rains down a barrage of sword strikes, shattering their bodies into splinters. But a strange healing energy instantly begins binding the bones back together. Of course, they are reforming already. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he strikes again. It is not his first time fighting skeletal dragons, and no matter how often they revive, he will just keep putting them down. With a clean slash, he severs their bony spines. With one final roar from the black dragon, the shattered white skeletons pile up like a mountain below. He sneers, thinking that although the purpose of this trial remains pretty unclear, at least he has successfully cleared it. It certainly took a good deal of effort. Mounting the black dragon, he continues his ascent, following a path that leads straight to the top. Spotting a massive, swirling vortex ahead, he wonders what new threat is coming next. Suddenly, the powerful suction almost drags him straight in. Clinging tightly to the cliffside, he breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. But then, total panic sets in. What is wrong, Athos? A corrupting black energy penetrates the black dragon, causing it to writhe in agony. Soft footsteps echo nearby as an armed figure approaches the edge where he is hanging. Su Yang can only offer a wry smile. Are these surprises never going to end? The enemy thrusts their sword down, forcing him to dodge quickly while hanging on with a single hand. The mysterious figure's eyes gleam, darting a sharp glance right in his direction. A frantic chase begins as the enemy stabs downward repeatedly, while Su Yang desperately dodges. Finding a gap, he leaps toward the top, only for a blade to slash right through. Su Yang tilts his body to dodge, finally catching a brief opening. The enemy's eyes glow a crimson red in the dark, looking incredibly eerie. He wonders in shock, was that strike from the ancient Devourer? In such a tight space with flight completely sealed, they even planted a deadly assassin. This is nothing but a pure, malicious death trap. It honestly reminds him of a legendary game developer from the UK. Su Yang raises his dragonbone sword, venting his frustration over the black dragon he worked so hard to tame just vanishing into thin air. Whether it is the ancient devourer or an unsung hero, Su Yang swears to chop him to pieces today as his opponent speaks haltingly. Flame, test its worthiness, pass the trial. The black dragon over there begins to slowly reconstruct as dark energy flares around its body. Su Yang watches in shock as Athos's body begins regenerating. Could this constant burning be a trial to test the purity of his bloodline? If the dragon cannot endure it, he might perish for good. He silently cheers Athos on to endure it, then turns to ask the figure if he is indeed the unsung hero, only to be asked who he is. He introduces himself as Su Yang from Manhwa, but the silent warrior only repeats the exact same question. Su Yang grows highly suspicious. Why would he ask that twice? Has the man already seen through his hidden identity? Could he have sensed that Su Yang is also a Sin Lord? No way. But looking at the opponent's sword, a terrible premonition grips him. Before identifying the blade, the dark shadow blurs right in front of him, catching Su Yang completely off guard. A blazing crimson energy erupts skyward, sending violent shockwaves outward and causing him to stumble back, nearly losing his balance completely. Yet, Su Yang feels absolutely no pain, and to his surprise, his health bar has not dropped by even a single point. As the mysterious warrior stammers about a failed system repair and questions his identity, Su Yang leaps forward to strike first despite his utter confusion. The opponent moves with incredible speed and agility. Easily dodging the strike, the warrior counters with a slash that Su Yang barely blocks with his dragonbone sword. They clash at blinding speeds without leaving even an afterimage, but Su Yang soon finds himself pushed into a desperate corner. The warrior leaps high into the air, launching a devastating plunge that leaves Su Yang visibly shaken by the imminent danger. In a desperate move, Su Yang catches the incoming blade with his teeth, locking it in place before swinging his own sword to counter. Pulling the blade from his mouth, he realizes that his maxed-out stats have even made his teeth virtually indestructible. Thick smoke fills the arena, obscuring his vision, making him realize this battle is far from over. After all, his opponent is a legendary hero of unmatched status. But without a weapon, the old hero is severely weakened, and defeating him is now just a matter of time. But suddenly, the warrior sits down on the ground, leaving Su Yang completely stunned. Recognizing Su Yang's true nature, the old warrior smiles and hands over his own weapon as a parting gift. The glowing crimson sword rests in Su Yang's hand as the vanishing hero leaves him with one final plea to slay Glorus. But who is this Glorus? Su Yang has absolutely no idea who this mysterious target even is. If this target is tied to the legend of the unsung hero. Suddenly, a system notification rings out, detecting a new user while scanning and repairing resistance errors to successfully establish a soul binding. With an unknown user ID, the system begins unlocking the weapon's true traits, identifying the transcendent gear as the Fai Hong sword. The binding mark is damaged and ownerless. Su Yang stares curiously at the Fai Hong sword, wondering what rank transcendent even is. Could there actually be a tier above divine artifacts? And what on earth is this repairer's resistance test anyway? A new screen appears, stating that repairing the Fai Hong sword requires red moon cores to trigger energy recovery. Wait, 152? Su Yang is shocked that it consumes red moon cores. A crimson core materializes in his hand, and Su Yang decides to tap the screen to try it out. Energy threads wrap around the crystal as the screen updates to 153, adding just 1 point of energy. He is stunned that an entire rare core only grants a single energy point, but a sudden roar fills him with joy. Seeing the dragon, Su Yang realizes Athos has successfully claimed his inheritance, but the faint flames have completely vanished. A notification reveals that the undead flame monsters were completely devoured and incinerated by the Black Dragon. Unless Athos completely runs out of energy, these undead summons are basically immortal, closely resembling the traits of a high-level necromancer. With this broken ability, his Black Dragon is basically a massive flying necromancer now. No, wait, undead giant dragons would be a much better name. Su Yang glances at the skeletons nearby, noticing that these dragon bones have also been resurrected. It looks like they have all become Athos's little minions now. The Black Dragon and the skeletal horde take to the sky and fly off. He starts imagining the possibilities if Athos keeps devouring elite monster bosses like this, then he will easily end up commanding an absolutely unstoppable undead army of his own. This goes way beyond a normal necromancer. This is literally Lich King status. This inheritance is honestly pretty broken. Suddenly, strange numbers like 43, 53, and 54 start popping up over the dragon skeletons. He is pretty curious, when on Earth did these numbers get here? They definitely were not there before. Wait a second. Could this have something to do with the Crimson Blade? As energy flares around Dragon Skeleton number 42, Su Yang unleashes a swift slash. It is worth a shot. He activates the repair skill, and the Dragon Skeleton instantly dissolves, leaving behind nothing but a brilliant, glowing halo. He watches, completely stunned. A system notification pops up, warning him that this repair process will increase the scarlet pollution. But the scarlet pollution increase is 0%, with 111 points of extra energy added. Su Yang looks at the Crimson Blade in absolute shock. Is this literally erasing the rules of the world? It can apparently resurrect undead creatures, but it can also wipe them out instantly. This is honestly way too overpowered. But why did the notification pop up twice? And why is the increase still at 0%? Will there really be no price to pay even at 100%? Previously, the nameless hero tried using repair on him, but it did absolutely nothing. Is there something uniquely different about his own body? Or could it have something to do with his system? He asks the system if it knows anything, but with no response, Su Yang decides to just put the matter aside for now. He figures he can worry about it later. Athos got his upgrade, and Su Yang scored this absolutely game-breaking, god-tier weapon. Sure, he did not walk away with any experience points from this run of the Dragon's Spirit Dungeon, but the overall haul has already gone way beyond his wildest expectations. The real issue is that Scarlet Moon cores are incredibly rare, only dropping during highly unpredictable invasion events. The class temple might have some answers, so he needs to find someone who can extract some intel from them. But for now, his top priority is getting out of here. The teleportation portal slowly grinds open, with two massive giant dragons standing guard right beside it. Hezi stares blankly at the pillar of energy in the distance, wondering if the exit is open. Leah looks on with a bit of worry. Hezi tells Leah to go on ahead while she waits behind. Leah asks if she is waiting for Su Yang, when suddenly, both of the giant dragons start shaking with fear. Leah wonders what is going on, but Hezi already knows the answer. It is definitely him. He has returned. The black dragon sweeps in from the distance, radiating a crushing pressure. Su Yang orders them to behave, and Athos lands before the two guardians with a quiet growl. The two guardian dragons shut up instantly. Leah watches them freeze completely, wondering why they are suddenly unable to move. Hezi notices that the black dragon has grown significantly larger. She wonders if it managed to unlock some crazy new power inside the dungeon. Su Yang steps down and politely thanks them both for their hard work, letting them know the exit is open and they can finally head out. Naturally, he also tells them he hopes they will keep everything that happened in here a complete secret. It is better for his safety and theirs. While Leah hesitates, Hezi immediately agrees to the request. She tells him not to worry, promising they will keep their mouths shut, while looking at him with deep admiration. She softly adds that she can tell he's a genuinely good person just by looking into his eyes, wishing they could talk more, though there is no time left. Su Yang is left stunned by her words as the teleportation portal fully activates. Hezi waves goodbye, wishing him well. Su Yang quietly reflects on her compliment, amused that she actually sees him as a good guy. She is definitely an observant one, but with the situation outside getting so complicated, there is no way he can just walk out looking like this. He needs a solid plan. Remembering Rhea, he pieces things together since faction quests are now unlocked across the world. If humans can turn into demons, then demons should theoretically be able to align with the human faction as well. It is time to test this theory. He quickly triggers his dual-class system to warp back to the demon castle. Looking at the monsters around him, Su Yang chuckles. This demon abyss is definitely getting livelier by the day. The system status screen confirms his thoughts. The one-way restriction has been removed, meaning these demons can now freely leave the abyss. Once out in the open, he officially confirms his suspicion. Everything is unfolding exactly as he predicted. After all, if a low-level mob wanders out, they will just end up as free experience points for human players. But what if the one leaving is the king of original sin? Su Yang decides to put things in motion, calling out for Sita to appear. Jita manifests immediately, kneeling before his master. The loyal servant can feel his great sovereign's power returning, declaring that their former glory will finally be restored at long last. Su Yang immediately asks his subordinate if he is capable of passing through the demonic portal right now. She isn't entirely sure, but she asks her lord for a chance to try, so Su Yang gives her permission to go. Out in the freezing Siberian plains, the Abyss Gate stands at a bone-chilling -30 degrees. Two guards stationed there bitterly grumble about how much longer they must endure this miserable, freezing wasteland, joking that even if a demon dared to appear, it would instantly freeze solid. Theta steps through, immediately realizing that her power has been severely suppressed. The guards freeze in sheer terror, realizing a demon has actually breached the outside world, prompting one to frantically urge his partner to notify the high priest right away. Tired of their annoying noise, Theta unleashes slicing columns of red light that instantly take off both guards' heads. Walking alone down the icy path, Theta stops after confirming she can indeed pass through the Abyss Gate, realizing it is finally time to return and report back to her lord. Hearing her report, Su Yang is genuinely surprised. Even though she can pass through the Abyss Gate, her power is suppressed, leaving her only at the level of a demigod. He wonders if this is because the expansion pack for the Stairway to Divinity is still unreleased, meaning the world cannot support the presence of divine-tier beings yet. Yet, even with this limitation, Theta's raw attributes and powers still far exceed any typical ninth-turn demigod out there. Since there are only about 6 or 7 of those ninth-turn demigods outside the dragon spirit realm anyway, wiping them out will be an absolute walk in the park. Su Yang issues a cold order, commanding her to travel the world and punish any who dare show him disrespect in his name. She instantly accepts the command, pledging her absolute obedience. He displays a vivid projection, instructing her to bring this person back, as they will act as his sole representative whenever he falls asleep. Seeing them will be just like seeing him in person, though Theta is stunned to realize the target is a mere human. Shortly before this, massive tensions began flaring up near the teleportation array. He accuses Tang Jian of breaking their covenant, demanding to know exactly why Su Yang was allowed into the dragon spirit realm. Furthermore, he wants to know why. Right after the boys showed up, they all turned on each other and even launched attacks against their own elven allies. Tang Jian is completely in the dark himself, stating he has no explanation and has no clue how any of this happened. While Augustin is left speechless, Aslien sternly declares that the honor of the Elven Royal Guard cannot be tarnished. He warns that once the culprit emerges, he will bring him directly to the Elven Court for questioning, and Tang Jian must accompany them to explain. Giving him time to fabricate an excuse, Tang Jian merely chuckles coldly, asking if they truly believe they can interrogate him. Retorting with a threat, he says they will first have to prove they actually have the capability. He warns that if Tang Jian remains stubborn, they will not hold back, but the confrontation is cut short as Li Ya and Jizi return, immediately sensing the heavy tension in the air. They ask why everyone looks so grim, while Tokugawa, sensing something terrible, urgently demands to know why only the two of them returned. Grabbing Li Ya's arm, Augustin frantically demands to know where Su Yang is and what has happened to the rest of the Elven squad. Hesitantly, the two girls stammer out their explanation. Zizi quickly speaks up, fabricating a convenient story that everyone was instantly separated upon entering, leaving only her and Li Ya together before they got completely lost in the area. Spinning her smooth lie, she claims they found absolutely no treasure and nearly lost their lives, and before they could even process what was happening, a sudden bright flash of light engulfed them. They were suddenly teleported right back to the entrance, only to discover that the gateway had already been opened up. So they simply walked out like nothing happened. Honestly, you have to admire how incredibly smooth their lying is. While Takagawa stammers in disappointment over their empty hands, Aslien quietly reasons to himself that if her story holds true, someone must have successfully claimed the secret realm's legendary inheritance by now. If that is the case, the others should have also been teleported back to the entrance just like these two. And with nobody else appearing, you know something is terribly wrong. Suspecting some kind of foul play, he suddenly grabs both girls by their arms, demanding they immediately accompany him to the Elven Kingdom for a thorough interrogation. Tokugawa steps in, sharply demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Augustin backs him up, declaring the girls are under their protection, prompting a furious Aslien to point and issue a direct threat. He warns that if they keep getting in his way, they can completely forget about ever forming a strategic alliance with the Elven Kingdom. A warning is issued that they will pay dearly if anything happens to the third prince or the heir of House Lauren before Athos steps in. He urges Augustin and Tokugawa to focus on the bigger picture instead. Arguing his point, he says that compared to immature prodigies, they are the ones who must complete the world quest to unlock the divine class. He asks them to imagine the consequences of losing their elven allies, warning that once the terrible Lord of Original Sin finally arrives, absolutely none of them will stand a chance of stopping him. The warning makes both men hesitate, while Aslien looks highly pleased with this timely intervention. Aslien remarks that Athos seems to be the only one truly cooperative, promising to report his goodwill directly to the Queen of Shiva, which Athos respectfully confirms. Exactly. Both of them shared the same thought that underhanded, shameless hypocrite really had some thick skin. A tiny pitch-black crack rips open in the sky, rapidly expanding. Feeling the heavy, suffocating pressure, Augustin instantly realizes Tethys is stepping through the temporal rift. Shocked, Augustin stares at the legendary King of Pride, while Aslien wonders how she escaped the demonic abyss. Scoffing disdainfully, she mutters that she expected someone important, not just a bunch of worthless rabble. Augustin launches an attack, sensing her aura is heavily weakened. He quickly casts a forbidden-grade investigation spell, Truth Record, to analyze her current state. Her legendary stats pop up, but most of her crucial attributes remain completely hidden. With her attack, defense, and speed values completely concealed, Augustin concludes that despite her mysterious abilities, her power has undoubtedly plummeted to the level of a mere demigod. Augustin yells out, "Everyone needs to put aside their petty grudges and fight together because this is an unprecedented chance to defeat her." Tethys scoffs that struggling is utterly useless, urging them to attack together. Augustin quickly commands Tang Jian to take the vanguard position and lead the charge. He demands support, warning that this boss is completely immune to damage unless they first eliminate the King of Original Sin. "Go now," he commands, while another ally finally realizes the core trick. Deciding to rely on the group, AO secretly schemes to help them first, fully prepared to slip away if things go south. A system notification flashes. Ultimate Warrior buff activated, boosting nearby allies' physical attack by 20% and regenerating 1% of their health every single second. Lasting for 30 seconds, the Beast Cheer buff also increases surrounding allies' attack and magic defense by 15%, while boosting maximum health by 10%. Augustin unleashes a devastating cosmic thunderstrike, while Tang Jian follows up by throwing his extreme destruction fist. Massive waves of destructive energy surge directly toward Tethys. The sky burns with overwhelming, scorching firepower. Shocked that they actually managed to wound her, Augustin's side loudly cheers. Shouting that she is not invincible, they push forward to finish her off. However, Tethys only responds with a cold, mocking sneer. Calling them pathetic ants, she mocks their belief that such pitiful damage could ever defeat her. A dark vortex forms as she commands everyone to be sucked inside. Immediately, a system notification flashes on the screen. Tethys' exclusive Dark Domain skill is now active, pulling all enemies within 500 meters into her barrier and cutting their stats in half. Dragged helplessly by the terrifying gravitational pull, the fighters scream out, demanding to know what this thing is. Terrified of being sucked in, Augustin grows highly confused as to why the three of them are completely unaffected by the vortex. Li Ya and Hiko run over, urgently telling Tokugawa and Augustin that Tang Jian is safe behind them. A sudden blast strikes right behind Li Ya and Tang Jian. Su Yang steps through the smoke, activating his soul imprint to issue a command. Grabbing his shocked companions, Tang Jian flies away immediately, urging them to follow. Watching them disappear through the spatial rift, Su Yang sighs in deep relief, glad he bought them a decent amount of time. He turns his gaze back toward Tethys, sensing her prepare her next devastating move. Tethys looks at him in utter disbelief, wondering if this incredibly weak human is truly the representative her sovereign spoke about. Tethys steps lightly onto the ground, fixing her gaze on him before speaking. She mocks that she cannot comprehend why the sovereign chose him as the representative, calling him a pathetic ant, to which Su Yang merely shrugs and replies that maybe she is right. Walking right past her, Su Yang commands her to drop her pride and help him retrieve someone. Tethys immediately complies, though her mind races because, for a brief split second, she felt the terrifying presence of her sovereign radiating from him. Dismissing it as an illusion, she watches him return to his quiet, safe villa. While watering the garden, Lilith suddenly feels a violent gust of wind as a dark, menacing shadow sweeps past her straight toward the villa. The plastic watering can slips from her fingers, clattering loudly onto the dirt. Collapsing to the ground, Lilith screams in terror as a dark mist shapes into claws and grabs her, commanding her to follow as she desperately struggles to break free. Before she can get answers, the dark mist vanishes with her, while Su Yang watches in silence. With the portal closed, quiet returns to the villa, while a defeated Augustin sits slumped on the dirt, realizing they have failed once again. Tokugawa pessimistically mutters that the gap in their strength is simply too massive to overcome. Suddenly, remembering a crucial detail, right before they were sucked into the domain, Augustin urgently asks if anyone saw where Tang Jian went. Tokugawa shakes his head, but Ao reveals he spotted Tang Jian right before the darkness swallowed them. He explains that Tang Jian seemed completely unaffected, as if Tethys never even targeted him, leaving Augustin completely stunned by the implication. Leading them toward a dark conclusion, Ao mutters that he has a rather unsettling theory about the situation. Maybe Tang Jian and Longxia betrayed humanity to join hands with Yama. Augustin refuses to believe it, calling it absolutely impossible. Tang Jian is not that kind of man. He would never betray humanity. Asu speaks up, his voice incredibly cold. "Master Augustin, we all know you are close friends with Tang Jian, but is this really the time to defend him? I believe many people here witnessed the exact same thing, right?" A voice chimes in from beside a tree, confirming the suspicion. I also noticed Sita showed zero hostility toward him. The whole thing is highly suspicious. Someone wonders aloud if the great war god really betrayed them, allowing Asu to keep manipulating the crowd. Besides, think back to when we waited outside the Dragon's Soul realm. Didn't we all start slaughtering each other for no reason? That power is completely inexplicable. Someone is controlling us right now without any of us even realizing it. This is definitely beyond human capability, unless they had demon help. And what was the final result of all this? Su Yang was banned from entering. Yet he successfully slipped into the dragon's soul realm anyway. Who benefits from this? It is Su, Yang, and Longxia. Augustin cannot argue back, because it is true some force controlled him completely undetected. This kind of terrifying power is definitely not something a rank 9 demigod could ever possess. Tokugawa loudly objects to this claim. He reminds everyone that besides Tang Jian, there is also Hiko from their country and Leah from the Eagle Coalition. Do you suspect them of scheming with the demons too? Asu silently curses under his breath. Damn it, those two girls are so weak that he had almost completely forgotten about them. He quickly makes up an excuse, claiming Tang Jian kept them hostage to monopolize the realm. Tokugawa buys the lie instantly, agreeing it is possible. Asu reasons to himself that while Tang Jian's situation remains a mystery, he is the only one who suffered fewer casualties than them. Besides, the gap between their power levels is only widening, so they must find a way to take him down. With Big Anu's current status unknown, only those two young girls know what actually transpired inside the Dragon Soul realm. By sparking a conflict between them and Tang Jian, there is still a chance to seize the realm's secrets for himself. His master plan to build the Shiva Kingdom cannot fail again. He tells everyone to carefully think about the situation. Tang Jian's behavior is extremely suspicious, and he definitely has something to hide, prompting several others to agree. It seems hard to believe, but is indeed highly possible. Declaring it an emergency, he urges them to find Tang Jian immediately. Right on cue, Tang Jian teleports directly behind him and talk about instant payback. He slams a fist right into Asu's face. If you dare slander me again, I will not hesitate to send you straight to respawn right now. Augustin steps forward with a demand. He demands Tang Jian give them an explanation as to why he was not sucked into Sita's barrier. And why did he suddenly vanish? And where did he go? Tang Jian calmly replies that he has absolutely nothing to explain. If they truly doubt him, they should head to the holy city and let the high priest judge the matter. Leah steps forward to testify, explaining that the war god carried both of them straight to the border before immediately turning back. Hiko adds that he was acting very strange at the time, almost as if he were being possessed. Augustin contemplates this. If Tang Jian is willing to go to the holy city himself, the chances of him colluding with the abyss demons are extremely low. After all, everyone knows the high priest has the power to detect any lie. Tokugawa wonders if that kid Su Yang from Longsha is the one colluding with the abyss. Both men suspect him of being the mastermind, but quickly dismiss the idea. They quickly realize just how ridiculous that line of thinking actually is. A rookie who only reached the 4th transition simply lacks the power and status for this. Augustin decides they should head to the holy city to let the high priest decide, including the matters regarding the Elven Kingdom. Left bruised and battered, Asu vows to make Tang Jian pay. Soon, the entire group arrives at the holy city. Upon hearing the news, Emiya asks if they are absolutely certain none of them have colluded with the abyss demons. If so, were they completely unaware of being controlled when it happened? The group confirms that was indeed the case. A bright light shines beside Tang Jian, proving he was telling the truth all along. No wonder he was so incredibly confident. She speaks up, noting that since they are cleared, it leaves only the two girls. Regarding their official accounts of everything that took place inside the Dragon's Soul secret realm, are both of them absolutely certain they did not lie? Glowing halos appear above Leah and Hiko, only to quickly fade. They panic inwardly, realizing they completely underestimated the Divine High Priest's incredible detection abilities. They apologize silently to Su Yang. Augustin immediately demands to know why Leah dared to lie to them. High Priestess Femia demands to know what Hezi is hiding, warning her that even if her father begs for mercy, she will show no forgiveness without the absolute truth. Tang Jian begins to wonder if all of these strange incidents are actually connected to Su Yang. He has already questioned everyone from Wu Yun and Bai Ling to Shui Qian. Before this, he personally investigated the boy's background, interviewing classmates, checking his former guilds, and even consulting the priests at his local temple to get a clearer picture. Their opinions of Su Yang vary wildly, describing him as a calm, incredibly powerful genius who is definitely not some bloodthirsty monster. Even if Su Yang really has some connection to the abyss, it does not mean he would ever turn his back on Tang Jian or the two girls. But what if Su Yang is indeed tied to the abyss? How should Tang Jian treat him then should he destroy him? Femia warns the two girls that since their lies are already exposed, keeping secrets is completely pointless, and further hiding anything will only make matters much worse for them. If they refuse to speak out in the open, she orders them to follow her to the confession room immediately where she will decide their ultimate fate herself. Leah whispers to her companion, realizing that if the High Priestess can instantly detect lies, then hiding anything is utterly impossible. Hezi quietly suggests to Leah that they should confess. She begs the High Priestess to let them enter the confession room so they can reveal the whole truth, and Femia calmly agrees to lead them inside the private chamber. Before they walk away, both girls turn to glare coldly at Adohan. 10 minutes later, Femia emerges with them and things are about to get extremely ugly for him. She accuses him of plotting with Biganu from the Shiva kingdom to slaughter everyone inside the secret realm, demanding to know if this is true, while Athos panics inside. He stammers in complete shock, wondering how on earth the High Priestess could possibly know about his secret scheme. Could those two girls have captured Biganu? No, that is simply impossible. Yet Femia continues listing his crimes based on what Hezi and Leah revealed. Inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, Su Yang exposed Biganu's evil plot and eliminated him. Since the girls had no part in it, the trial is no longer about Su Yang, but whether Biganu, and by extension Athos Han, is the guilty party. Femia demands a simple yes or no answer, leaving the onlookers in shock. Isn't Su Yang just at the 4th advancement? How could he possibly defeat the 6th advancement Biganu? Ultimately, that does not matter. The real issue is that Athos is a traitor who dared to plot behind their backs, and as he tries to deny it, a bright light suddenly flashes. Once the light fades, everyone knows the truth has finally been revealed. In the name of the Holy Temple, Femia hands the execution rights to Tang Zhan, sentencing Athos Han of the Shiva Kingdom to triple death and imprisonment in the Holy City. Athos Han collapses to his knees in absolute, utter despair. Tang Zhan burns with fury, pointing out that none of the participants from the Sakura Nation or the U.S. Federation had any issues. Athos simply wanted to frame Su Yang for all of his own crimes, yet the traitor still tries to act tough. He barks back at Tang Zhan to stop framing him, claiming that while he planned the murder, he never allied with the Abyss demons. Besides, he adds, Su Yang is not innocent either because he slaughtered the elves, including the elf prince himself inside the realm. If he is guilty, then Su Yang and Longxia are guilty too. He accuses Longxia of sabotaging their alliance with the elves, calling it a crime far worse than his own and branding them as the real traitors. Losing his patience, Tang Zhan throws a devastating punch, calling him a piece of trash as the force sends Athos flying across the hall. Athos Han revives and gasps heavily for air, only to be brutally beaten down once again. The traitor is completely incinerated by Tang Zhan's blazing flames, and upon reviving again, he is ordered to get into the dungeon to await judgment. Dragged away, Athos growls at Tang Zhan to watch his back, but 2 sharp spears instantly lock around his throat to silence him. With his plan completely exposed, the Shiva Kingdom will soon face the consequences. His only hope now is to reverse the situation, sending a final message to his brother before his powers are completely sealed. He tells him to inform the Elf Kingdom about Su Yang killing the prince, and urges Shiva to align with the demonic abyss to help him get his revenge. Athos Han takes his chance, sending out a small glowing signal. Watching this from afar, Su Yang is utterly speechless at the Shiva Kingdom's bizarre decision to join the dark side. They are literally walking straight into a trap, and Su Yang cannot help but laugh as he watches the foolish villain get locked away. Even if Athos planned everything to perfection, he could never have guessed that Su Yang himself is the supreme lord of the abyss. The villain's moves are only getting more limited, and if the Shiva Kingdom joins the demons, Su Yang will have absolute control over their fate. He will happily accept this massive gift from his enemy, letting the fool blame him all he wants since the old man completely brought this entire disaster upon his own head. As for the Elf Kingdom, with the sole exception of Lilith, every single elf he has ever run into has been incredibly proud, viewing themselves as a noble race and always looking down on everyone else with supreme contempt. If he did not know any better, he would think they all had the terrifying power of Seath to back up their insanely cocky attitudes. Yet they are merely a race that once produced a god-tier master. Once he advances to the original Sin Monarch and ascends to godhood, he will make sure those arrogant elves find out who the real ruler of this world is. When that day comes, keeping an elf as a slave will be nothing to him, but for now, it seems their meeting is finally wrapping up. It is time to get down to actual business as he looks up at the majestic demon statue. Before this, because of the Dragon Soul Realm and his fear of drawing too much unwanted attention from the Holy City, he had put off leveling up for a while. Now that those worries are gone, he can put all his energy into pushing toward the demigod realm, while the demon high priest Livia watches him walk over. She still cannot wrap her head around why her master would choose such a seemingly weak human to be his divine envoy. He simply reminds her not to ask too many questions and just follow orders, making her knit her brows in sheer frustration. Livia complies outwardly, but her mind is still highly skeptical. Her master's plans are totally out of her league, so she figures it is best to just build a good relationship with his representative. She grumbles to herself about why Seath got to take on that role instead of her, unable to accept that she was completely overlooked. Just then, his system flashes to show he has reached level 100, hitting his 4th turn limit to unlock his 5th turn legendary quest. It lists out the 5-star legendary promotion quests and the 2-star options. He is thrilled to see this process is exactly like a standard class temple, meaning he might even be able to set up VIP privileges here. As Su Yang analyzes the setup, A brilliant plan quickly begins to take shape in his mind. First, he will have the most powerful demons take on the 5-star class transfer quests right here. If everything goes according to plan, they are highly likely to encounter the Red Moon erosion, and killing those scarlet beasts will allow them to farm a massive amount of rare Red Moon cores. Then, acting as the original Sin Monarch, he will demand they hand over every single one of those Red Moon cores. After all, the reason those cores are so incredibly rare is simply because almost nobody can actually finish a 5-star promotion quest. But if he can exploit the system to mass-produce these 5-star class changers, the possibilities are practically endless. Not only will he acquire a mountain of Red Moon cores alongside infinite flowing resources, but the energy charging issues of his powerful legendary sword will be completely solved, allowing him to harness its ultimate divine power. With that power, he will easily crush anyone who stands in his path. It is absolutely perfect, and the system immediately prompts a 5-star promotion quest with double the rewards. The quest details are simple. First, slay 10 5th-turn demon class users, and second, slay 10 non-demon 5th-turn class users to claim his reward. First, he will advance to Demon Soul Mystic Warrior, gaining the Demon Soul Harvester title. Second, he will promote to the Legendary tier, boosting his basic attributes by 50% and unlocking brand new class skills. And fourth, he will pocket an extra 1,000 free attribute points, leaving him stroking his chin in deep thought. While this quest seems straightforward, he knows things are only going to get much harder from here on out. Anyone who can pull off this 5th-turn promotion is easily considered a chosen genius of their generation. But for a 4th-turn user to cross realms and slay a 5th-turn expert is a monumental task that really separates the true elites. This is where the truly divine stand out from the merely talented, and Su Yang is fully confident he can take down a 5th-turn target with absolute ease. His plan now is to take a stroll through the Demon Abyss and casually knock out his first set of targets. Meanwhile, over in the Shiva Kingdom, inside the Grand Temple, Amino paces back and forth, wondering why there is still no news. He is worried absolutely sick, knowing that if Piganu can just secure the inheritance of the ancient devourer, absolutely nothing can stop their Shiva kingdom from rising to supreme power in the future. Once that happens, they will easily surpass the Dragonshot Empire and the Eagle US Federation to become the absolute strongest nation on Earth. They might not even need an alliance with the elves anymore, as slaying the original Sin Monarch would trigger the ultimate world quest for them. Suddenly, a notification chime rings out, filling him with joy as he quickly opens the message, only for his happy smile to instantly vanish. Piganu actually failed and got himself killed, leaving the old man trembling from head to toe in absolute disbelief. He cannot comprehend how this is possible, since Piganu was his absolute pride and joy, possessing beast-taming talent that far eclipsed his own. With enough time to mature, his son was guaranteed to reach the legendary 9th turn, but it was all cut short. He is left screaming in rage, wondering how on earth a mere 4th-turn lowlife could have murdered his genius son. He leans heavily against the edge of the table to steady himself, trying to stay calm now that the truth is out. His brother is definitely in grave danger. The class change temple will be at his door in no time, forcing him to decide right now. Amino realizes that siding with the demons means betraying all of humanity, and once he takes that step, there is absolutely no going back. Yet Biganu cannot die in vain. Things have gone too far. Biting his lip, he growls that they left him with no other choice. Meanwhile, let's see how the authorities react back in the Holy City. Emiya announces that Ado has been imprisoned, shifting the focus to Su Yang. Augustin speaks up, admitting it is barely believable for a Tier 4 combatant like Su Yang to defeat a powerful Tier 6 opponent like Biganu. But what about his murder of the lost elf prince, Eric? Is that not too absurd? Yet Leah quickly swears that everything she said is true, begging them to believe her. He clarifies that it is not about disbelief, especially since the high priest verified it, but the whole situation is just incredibly absurd. Demanding to know exactly what went down, he asks for details and she explains that Su Yang seemingly used a strange item to restrain Eric. She had never seen anything like that item in her entire life. Eric was clearly wide awake, yet he could not move, use any of his items, or even activate a single skill. The duration of the hold was unknown, but it remained active, prompting Lin Ah to point out that it sounded like a classic confinement state. But when a low-level class user faces a high-level opponent, both their damage output and the duration of their crowd control should be heavily reduced by the system. She agrees, noting that level suppression is basic knowledge, which is exactly why so few dare to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Augustin knows this well, but standard logic simply does not seem to apply to Su Yang anymore. Perhaps he is concealing his true level, or that strange item is just unbelievably powerful on its own. Powerful enough to completely bypass level suppression, and Tang Zhan argues that whatever Su Yang did, it was purely a defensive move to survive. He insists the boy is completely innocent. Tokugawa points out that while they might excuse him, the Elf Kingdom certainly will not, causing worried murmurs to sweep through the room. That is true. Su Yang did nothing wrong, it was clearly a case of self-defense. But will the proud Elf Kingdom see it that way? One of their princes just died in the dragon spirit realm, and without a proper explanation, their crucial alliance will completely fall apart. Just then, a messenger bursts through the doors with terrible news, whispering a frantic update directly into a highly concerned Emiya's ear. Slamming her staff down, she suspends the meeting, announcing that Edo has incited Amino to lead the entire Shiva Kingdom into the demon faction. And just like that, the chaos spreads to the Shiva Kingdom, where the Abyss entrance guards are completely wiped out. As they lie motionless on the ground, Amino, the mastermind behind all of this, contemplates his path. Since he cannot become the strongest through the normal inheritance, he will join the demons and return for absolute revenge once he gains ultimate power. He believes the Great Sin Lord will protect them, granting them the crucial time they need to grow. He sneers to himself, swearing that once they return from the Abyss, the waters of the Ganges will completely swallow their kingdom. Right then, Asala arrives with a report, and Amino immediately demands to know how the situation is looking. He reports that the total number of transferred people has already reached 20,000. Every single one of them is a class user above legendary rank, entering the Abyss in an orderly fashion to maintain a steady infection rate. So far, over 1,000 have successfully transformed and are marching to the Demon City, as the local monsters no longer actively attack them. Suddenly, a scout runs up in a panic to warn Amino that members of the Class Change Temple have just arrived. They are already arresting people, and many commoners have been persuaded by the temple to refuse to go down into the Abyss. Hearing this, Amino gasps in sheer shock, unable to believe his ears. He asks if any Brahmins or Chara are still moving, and is told 70% of the Brahmins and 60% of the Chara are safe. Amino quickly orders that if that is the case, the elite Brahmins must be evacuated first, while the remaining Chara will lead the obedient commoners to stand their ground against the oncoming temple knights. This is strictly to buy them time. As his men acknowledge the order, Amino grits his teeth in frustration, fully aware that those weak commoners cannot stop the temple, forcing him to sacrifice some of his own. Amino swears that sooner or later, he will return to reclaim absolutely everything they took from him. But for now, he must escape and hide inside the Abyss first. Down in the dark 20th floor of the Abyss, those who successfully converted into demons gather together, happily chatting about how incredibly refreshing and comfortable their new demonic bodies feel. After changing classes to a demon, his basic attributes increased by 4%. The guy next to him scoffed, asking if that was really all. He boasted that his own stats went up by 6%. The two guys ahead chatted away, wondering what the demon city would actually look like. They wondered if there would be any kind of enchanting demon women waiting for them inside the city. His buddy grinned, saying if there were, he would definitely enjoy himself, as the group continued swapping the rumors they had gathered. Apparently, word is that the Sacred Class Temple has teamed up with Longjia to target their Shiva kingdom. Those damn Longjia people are probably just insanely jealous of how rapidly their kingdom is growing. But it did not matter. Once they grew stronger, they could launch a counterattack under the leadership of the powerful Lords of Sin. When that time came, they would wipe out the Longjia forces first, especially since the Elven Kingdom reportedly had a great impression of Shiva. Once their grand alliance was finally established, the Shiva Kingdom would undoubtedly rise to an incredibly high status. Heavy footsteps echoed as a figure stepped out from the shadows. Seeing only half of Su Yang's face shrouded in darkness, the man demanded to know who he was. Su Yang remained completely calm, telling them to take a guess, which immediately enraged the man into launching an attack. A blazing beam of energy shot directly at Su Yang, triggering a violent explosion that sent intense heat waves rippling through the area. Yet, his health bar remained at a perfect 100%. Su Yang quickly spoke up, telling everyone not to panic since he was just a guide from the Demon City, sent to welcome the newly changed class holders. The announcement left the entire group completely stunned. He flashed them a completely harmless smile. He explained that as one of the very first to join the demon faction, he received a special quest from the demon priest to guide all the newcomers directly to the city. One of them nodded, telling him to lead the way if that was the case, and Su Yang readily stepped forward to guide them. He told them to follow him, leading the group straight to a massive statue, introducing it as the Demon City. As the demon faction grows, more strongholds will eventually be built all around this very area. This place can be compared to the holy city of the sacred temple in the real world, with the demon statue serving as the sole respawn point for all current demon classes. Even if they die, they can easily resurrect right here. The leader murmured in admiration, admitting that it was not bad at all. He noted the demonic abyss was far more interesting than expected. Looking at Su Yang's back, he casually asked if the kid was Japanese, Korean, or from Longxia. Su Yang turned around and replied that he was from Longxia, prompting two of the men behind to politely acknowledge their new Longxia friend. They expressed their pleasure at the meeting, before asking if the demon city enforced the same safety rules as the real world. For instance, whether class holders were restricted from attacking each other. Su Yang adopted a rather thoughtful expression. He confirmed that attacking others in the city would bring down the wrath of the demon high priest, a punishment rumored to be absolutely terrifying. The man anxiously asked about the areas outside the city, assuming the deep abyss had no such restrictions. Su Yang smiled and confirmed that the abyss indeed had no rules, making it a lawless place where the strong preyed on the weak. A sudden, crushing pressure erupted, leaving the group completely stunned. One of them nervously asked what he was doing as Su Yang calmly wiped his blade. He calmly answered that he was getting ready to slaughter some dogs. Cold sweat poured down their faces in terror just before a sudden slash took off a head. The survivors shrieked in rage, accusing the kid of playing them, and ordered everyone to kill him. Su Yang let his blade do the talking. A brilliant sword light flashed, and he smiled with deep satisfaction as everything proceeded exactly as planned. Only one survivor remained, stammering in pure terror, asking if the boy was insane and did not fear the punishment of the demon high priest. Su Yang replied that fighting inside the city indeed carried a death sentence, and even the high priest himself was bound to strictly enforce that law. Raising his gleaming sword, Su Yang coldly reminded him that here, he was the only rule. With a swift slash, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Any remaining survivors scrambled in absolute panic, screaming to escape and report this tragedy to Lord Amino. Hovering high in the air, Su Yang coldly declared that since they had arrived, they might as well stay forever. Blood-curdling screams echoed through the entire dark expanse. Suddenly, his system interface updated, showing his progress of killing 5 fifth-tier demon faction class holders. Did killing non-demon class holders count as well? Su Yang knew that hunting the Shiva Kingdom's forces alone would easily provide enough targets to complete his class change quest, so he pressed on. He needed to wrap up this 5th-tier promotion quest within a single day. Summoning a sinister purple flame in his palm, Su Yang casually tossed it backward. As the blazing fire erupted behind him, Su Yang walked away to resume his deadly hunt. His mind remained set on finishing his 5th-tier promotion quest in under a day. As the flames finally dwindled, Livia quietly arrived at the scene. She silently noted that the representative chosen by the monarch was definitely something else, easily slaughtering a 6th-tier class holder while only being at the 4th tier himself. But what was the monarch's true goal in selecting him? Perhaps he could somehow help accelerate their lord's awakening. But would a weakling like him actually be enough to pull it off? In a jagged area filled with sharp stone pillars, the air is gloomy and bodies litter the ground. As the system announces the 5th advancement quest, the objective to eliminate 10 5th advancement demon faction players is complete. Su Yang sheathes his sword. Next up is killing 10 non-demon players of the same level. He opens his system screen to review the information, figuring there must still be plenty of untransmuted Brahmin nobles lingering in the shallow levels of the abyss. Once dead, they will respawn at the class advancement temple in the Shiva Kingdom. If they start spreading bad rumors about him, it could get pretty annoying. To pull this quest off smoothly, he will just have to camp their spawn points. Sensing someone tailing him, Su Yang spins around. Livia, you are here, right? She steps forward, shocked that he actually noticed her presence. You have got some skills, so why are you looking for me? He smiles, noticing Livia is finally softening up a bit. Su Yang points his blade directly at her. As the official representative, he commands her to order the demon class players in Demon City to head to the shallow abyss and kill 10 unconverted 5th advancement Brahmin nobles. As the official representative, he demands she order the demon class players in Demon City to march to the shallow levels of the abyss and execute those 10 unconverted 5th advancement Brahmin nobles. The tip of his blade stops barely 1 centimeter from Livia's forehead. Terrified, Livia reluctantly complies, though she is secretly fuming. He is just a weak representative, how dare he order her around like this? But since this technically aligns with the Lord's orders, she decides to play along for now. Over on the other side, the class advancement players check their system notifications and begin chatting excitedly. They point out a new quest looks like their boss has a serious grudge against those new Brahmin guys. They rally the crew to teach those newcomers a lesson. Soon, a demon starts hunting down the recent recruits, who panics and asks what on earth they think they are doing. Didn't they already join the demon faction? But the attacking demon simply apologizes, telling them that unfortunately, it is time for them to die. Beams of light shoot up across the temple rooftop. The respawn players grumble angrily to one another. Those demons are completely out of their minds, and now they have to break through the temple defenses again, just to get back into the abyss. That place is bound to be heavily guarded, so how are they supposed to pull it off? A sneaky guy suggests a workaround. Why not just round up some Shudra to use as human shields? The others quickly agree, calling it a brilliant move since the temple guards won't dare harm innocent hostages. To them, The lower class are just disposable tools who should feel honored to be sacrificed for their return to the abyss. Before they can finish talking, a flurry of sword strikes slices their heads clean off, sending blood spraying everywhere. Su Yang steps out, admitting he initially felt a little guilty. But now, it seems putting them down is purely a public service. Glancing at the distant respawn pillars, he decides it is time to rinse and repeat the whole process. An hour later, the system notifies him of the 5th advancement quest. Hunt 10 5th advancement Demon Faction players 10 out of 10. Hunt 10 5th advancement non-Demon Faction players 10 out of 10. Standing amid a massive field of corpses, he sighs in relief that it is finally over. Checking his status screen, the standard advancement is done, unlocking the hidden class quest. The third list, Song of the Dark. The quest description details a blood-blessing ritual, a powerful energy that brings along a highly lethal temptation. Those seeking great power will plunge deep into the dark abyss while trying to achieve their ultimate quest objective. Step 1. Reach the 60th floor of the abyss and solo the elite primordial demon boss, the Abyss Screamer. Step 2. Retrieve the core dropped by the boss, which contains a fragment of the Wrath King's power, and bring it to the demonic statue to complete the fusion. He cheers excitedly. This is absolutely perfect, as a hidden quest has finally popped up. Su Yang compares it to his previous hidden class advancement. Back then, he was tasked with getting the essence of the abyssal earth dragon, which he instead replaced with Black Dragon blood. This time, the quest requires the power of Wrath, so he can't help but wonder if he directly uses the raw primordial dark energy of the Lord of Wrath to fuse. Just how game-breaking will the outcome be? Su Yang heads for the portal. Time to move out and meet this Abyss Screamer face to face. Behind him, the bodies of his victims gradually begin to fade away. Deep inside a gloomy swamp stands a massive dragon skeleton. As the Black Dragon lands, a demon spots it, warning the others that the massive beast is bad news and they need to run. The dragon surges forward with incredible speed. The system alerts him to the elite primordial demon boss, the level 150 Abyss Screamer, sitting right ahead. The primordial demon looks up in surprise, demanding to know who he is and how he dares challenge it all alone. Su Yang steps down, slinging his dragon bone sword over his shoulder. He casually tells his opponent to skip the introduction and just charge. Insulted by this, the demon snaps that the arrogant human will pay dearly for his sheer ignorance and pride. A blinding streak of sword light slashes upward, and 5 minutes later, the massive primordial demon collapses to the ground, crying out in disbelief. Su Yang calmly notes that the demon actually takes a hit much better than the silver dragon, but that is really all. Walking forward, Su Yang prepares to end it. The desperate demon unleashes a final blast of power, screaming at him to die. The primordial demon laughs smugly, shouting that the human never expected him to hold one last, hidden trump card. He boasts that this attack deals true damage and completely ignores defense, meaning certain death. Yet, as the smoke clears, Su Yang stands there completely untouched. Asking if the demon is done being noisy, Su Yang stands there as the monster gasps to see his health still at 98%. Su Yang asks if the demon knows that smoke screens never do damage. Staring at his 98% health, the beast bursts into tears. Swearing in frustration, the demon demands to know who the real boss is here. In response, Su Yang decisively brings down a brilliant slash, confidently claiming that he is obviously the boss. Su Yang stands tall amidst the ruined battlefield. With the colossal demon carcass collapsed on the cracked ground, his mysterious figure cuts a striking image. He wonders if this glowing stone is the demon core mentioned in his hidden quest. In the past, he probably would have been pretty excited about this. With a sharp, cold gaze, he calmly lifts the glowing gem, thinking to himself that such a basic item can no longer catch his interest. Su Yang ponders, noting that obtaining the dark origin of the Lord of Sin requires venturing deep into the abyssal realm. Since he cannot enter yet, his only option is to bestow this raw power upon the Kings of Sin, letting them transfer it to him later on. Unable to access the abyss for now, he decides to grant this power to the Kings of Sin, who will return it to him later. Back in the Demon City, workers are still constructing Su Yang's massive personal mansion when Lilith suddenly comes running straight toward him. Relieved, she calls out that he is finally back, demanding to know what this place is, and he explains it is the Abyssal Demon Castle. Lilith gasps, her cheeks flushing with a mix of confusion and suspicion as she wonders how a human like him could rule the demon abyss. Smiling confidently, Su Yang gestures toward the maids behind him, admitting that the explanation is actually pretty complicated. He explains that since the Elven Kingdom started hunting her again, he decided it was best to bring her to a safe new home. Reassuring her of her safety under his care, he adds that these maids will look after her daily needs and follow her every command. After a brief moment of internal conflict, she relaxes her hands and leans back in her chair, keeping her eyes cast down. Agreeing because of his promise, she looks down. In the quiet room, Li gently steps up and clutches the edge of Su Yang's sleeve. She softly asks if he is truly human, admitting that the incredible things he constantly pulls off are just too hard to believe. Her face suddenly flushes bright red with embarrassment. Bowing her head to hide her confusion, Lilith quickly adds that she does not care whether he is a human or a demon. Charmed by Lilith's cute worry, Su Yang flashes a gentle smile and reaches out to softly pat her head. Gently ruffling her hair, he tells her not to be silly. He is definitely human, just doing things only monsters usually do. Meanwhile, back at the Elven court, a voice demands to know if Knight Commander Eslian went to the human realm to escort Prince Eric. At the end of the long hall leading to the palace, a figure kneels prostrate at the foot of the brilliant throne, as the ruler seated above demands to know why he has returned now. The Elven Queen looks down with cold majesty, staring at Knight Eslian, who kneels before her in absolute shame. Sweating heavily, his entire body trembles under her intense, crushing gaze. Trembling, he reports that Prince Eric failed to return from the secret realm. The queen instantly explodes in rage, demanding to know what he just said. She furiously demands to know what happened to her son, Eric. Elder Carr steps forward with a grave expression, demanding that the commander speak clearly and explain what happened to young Master Alan. Kneeling in shame, Eslian recalls the terrifying purple-winged figure that suddenly ambushed them, stammering that he does not know the exact details. He explains that while negotiating with the humans outside the dungeon, they were suddenly ambushed by the formidable King of Pride. He stammers that only the humans know the truth. Unable to control her fury, the queen waves her scepter, whipping up a storm and declaring him completely useless. Keeping his composure, Elder Carr steps in to calm the tense atmosphere, urging Her Majesty to restrain her immense anger. He argues that while the commander deserves punishment, the absolute priority right now is to hold the humans accountable first. Wearing a cruel smile and cold eyes, she commands the Grand Mage to travel to the human realm and confront those filthy, lowly humans, demanding that those ignorant fools give her an explanation. Otherwise, before the demons can even destroy their world, she will use elven bows and magic to turn every last one of them into slaves. The court bows, obeying her command. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Yumiya stands in deep thought, carefully planning her next move. Sva has finally opened Pandora's box, seeing them join the Abyss demons and reap massive rewards, who can guarantee other nations won't follow in their footsteps and do the exact same thing. When that day comes, absolute chaos will erupt, and who will be left to resist the Red Moon's invasion? She shuts her eyes, deep in thought. Femia stands alone in the middle of the massive hall, holding her long, powerful staff as a sudden voice echoes through the space. High Priestess, someone from the Elf Kingdom has arrived outside the Holy City. How could they be so fast? Heavy footsteps approach, freezing the very ground beneath them as an overwhelming pressure fills the entire room. Kark struts in with absolute arrogance, demanding to know if the human race is prepared to pay the price for their sheer stupidity. Kark coldly threatens them, stating he has no time to waste and they must hand over the killer of Prince Eric and Lord Alan, or else he turns with a lethal gaze. His people will not hesitate to turn from allies into their absolute masters. Hearing this, Bak and Lena immediately speak up, demanding to know what he means and telling him to watch his tongue. Addressing him as Lord Carol Lawrence, Femia narrows her eyes in pure mockery. She notes that even if the Elf Temple offers God-tier advancement, the last person to actually achieve God-tier status was someone from over 200 years ago. That God-level figure has likely passed away, making them both godless races, so isn't he being too confident? Kark turns around, calmly stating that while she is right, they still possess a demigod powerhouse at level 500, along with 2 experts over level 450, and as a level 453 elven mystic. Unfortunately, he happens to be one of those powerhouses. As he speaks, everyone's faces instantly pale, freezing the air in the hall. Tang Zhan slams his fists onto the table in absolute fury, asking what of it. It is merely a difference in level, and as long as they are not gods, they can be defeated by those weaker. His nation of Dragon Summer has created countless miracles in history. If they refuse to ally against the Abyss demons and instead choose to invade the human realm, they can go ahead and try. Hearing those words, Kark only sneers in response, his contempt plain for all to see. Narrowing his eyes with a cold, lethal glare, he admits that with a mere level gap, they might pull off a miracle. But what if he reveals they possess and have already fully equipped 2 powerful divine artifacts instead? They all stand in stunned silence, completely frozen. Kark smugly notes that it seems they finally understand their place. Continuing his calculated negotiation, he mentions hearing about a kingdom called Sva that showed far more sincerity. He demands to know who among them represents Sva. Femia remains completely composed, calmly analyzing the situation. She explains that Sva is no longer part of the human world, having fallen to the Abyss demons. He mocks them, having assumed humanity was united. Since that is the case, he stares down at those opposite him with freezing eyes. He asks who has the sincerity to ally and hand over the killer. Breaking the tense silence, Tokugawa suddenly speaks up with a groveling bow. He informs Lord Kark that he knows the killer is Su Yang of Dragon Summer. Furious, Tang Jan bolts upright, glaring at him with gnashed teeth. He warns Tokugawa not to dare, but the traitor keeps explaining anyway. He claims Su Yang is Dragon Summer's representative and strongest member, relying on his own power to reject their decision to hand him over. Standing firm before the towering Kark, he tells him to listen. He refuses to reveal Su Yang's location, and offended by this stubborn defiance, Kark unleashes his magic power and roars, asking if he wants to die. He turns back with absolute resolve, boldly challenging him to go ahead and make a move. Kark suddenly realizes something, turning around as he realizes these must be the survivors from the secret realm he heard about. Tokugawa points triumphantly at the others, declaring that they surely know all about Su Yang's crimes. Hearing these baseless accusations, Hiroko freezes in the hall, facing the towering shadow of the traitorous Lord Tokugawa. Lord Augustin slams his fist onto the table, his eyes darkening as he sinks deep into thought. Standing proudly in the center, Lord Kark loudly declares that if no one knows where Su Yang is hiding, in High Priestess Femia's eyes, Hiroko catches a flicker of deep worry and anxiety. Once they reach the Elf Kingdom, things will spiral out of control. Su Yang, what should she do? Right at that moment, a massive spatial portal suddenly tears open inside the Holy Temple, swirling with dark purple energy. Livia gradually emerges, mockingly remarking that this place must be the human world's holy city, as she hovers with majestic power. Sneering, she mutters that the Grand Traveler really knows how to order others around, killing one moment and saving the next. Su Yang sits quietly on his throne, watching the entire scene unfold. Not long before this, he coldly remarked that an elven queen actually wanting to enslave humanity is utterly ridiculous. Su Yang stands with his back turned, oozing confidence. As the master of the abyss, he won't let it happen. Seated majestically on his throne, Su Yang looks at Livia standing right beside him. He orders her to teach that arrogant fool a lesson and bring those two girls back. Livia obeys without hesitation, leaving Su Yang to smirk with absolute terrifying confidence. He is highly anticipating what the King of Envy's unique power can do as everyone slowly empties the temple. Tokugawa continues to flatter Makiko, urging her to tell the Elven Lord everything about Su Yang once they arrive. He tells her this is her only chance to repay her country. She must not anger Lord Gark or the Queen, or she will be branded a shameful traitor. Hisako's face fills with profound, helpless sadness upon hearing those cold and demanding words. Euphemia watches the departing crowd with deep disappointment and contempt, thinking how heartless Tokugawa is to someone he once cared for so much. He has truly gone way too far. She confronts Tokugawa directly, asking how a ruler can behave so shamelessly. Acting in such a disgraceful way leaves him with zero dignity. Tokugawa merely casts a cunning glare back, thinking that if he can please this powerful elf minister, those insults do not matter. Gark stands tall, coldly declaring that he must return to report to Her Majesty the Queen. He adds that he likes sensible people, so Tokugawa is permitted to follow him to the Elven realm. There, he promises to help him level up, earning a quick thank you. With a sudden surge of binding magic, Gark restrains both Hisako and Leah before the entire group finally makes their departure. Outside, bright sunlight bathes the entire landscape. Midway through their journey, Tokugawa speaks up and anxiously asks Gark what they will do if Tang Jan ultimately refuses to hand over Prince Eric's killer. Gark simply clasps his hands behind his back, turning with a cold, ruthless stare to suggest they just kill Tang Jan and replace him with another leader. Tokugawa sneers triumphantly in silence, absolutely certain that his rival Tang Jan is as good as dead. But Gark suddenly stops dead in his tracks, causing the highly distracted Tokugawa to crash straight into his back. Both of them immediately freeze and look up. High above in the vast, clear blue sky, both Gark and Tokugawa spot a mysterious figure hovering silently among the drifting clouds. Gark wonders who that is as his expression twists in sheer horror, cold sweat dripping down his temple, while a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread fills his soul. He cannot read her status details at all, but his gut instinct screams that this woman is highly dangerous. Gark quickly spins around, thrusting his hand forward to summon his magic. Fierce currents of energy swirl violently around his body, creating a terrifying pressure that whips his robes back and forth. Livia looks down upon them with a cold, triumphant gaze, declaring that their petty struggle is utterly futile because all of their powers now belong directly to her. She unleashes a massive web of energy that seals the entire area just as a system notification pops up in midair. The deadly sin of envy allows Livia to covet everything, forcibly stripping away all of her opponent's original abilities and claiming them for her own use. During this plunder state, the target cannot use any of their original skills. This effect lasts for 10 minutes. Against any lower-ranked target, this divine skill works unconditionally, while against those of the same tier, success is determined entirely by comparing their base attribute levels. Gark stands frozen in absolute shock as his magical energy rapidly drains away to nothing. Livia laughs mockingly as she closely examines the stolen abilities in her palm, calling them complete garbage and complaining that not a single one is actually useful. She decides to show them how to properly upgrade their trashy forbidden spell. From high above, she unleashes a massive, raging torrent of fire that completely engulfs the entire area, activating the forbidden spell Great Meteor Destruction. With the attack nearly in his face, Gark panics in utter disbelief, wondering how she could possibly wield his own signature move. Worse still, its destructive power is vastly superior to his own. As the attack intensifies, Gark desperately tries to counter by casting his legendary 9-layer Seraph Halo, only to realize too late that his body completely fails to activate the spell. Stammering in disbelief, Gark is instantly incinerated and wiped out by the very magic he once called his own. Seeing the tide turn, Tokugawa frantically tries to flee in terror, screaming for someone to save him from the monster. Livia tilts her head coldly, watching him scramble like a terrified, headless chicken before pointing her razor-sharp clawed hand forward to try another destructive spell on him. Casting the lethal Wind God Execution, she leaves Hisako and Leah standing completely frozen in absolute terror. Their eyes remain glued to the unfolding horror, trembling at how terrifying she is. Drenched in cold sweat, she looks on with a pale, helpless face, wondering what they could possibly do now. As the two girls stand isolated on the devastated wasteland under Livia's crushing pressure, they freeze in terror when a colossal pillar of black energy suddenly erupts right in front of them. Stepping out of the darkness, Livia calmly commands them to follow her. But from far in the distance, an incredibly powerful aura suddenly explodes into existence. Right after that, the auras of Lauren and Tokugawa vanish almost instantly as they teleport back to the temple. Tokugawa collapses to his knees, his entire body trembling in terror after barely escaping Livia's clutches. It is absolutely terrifying. What on earth just happened? With his face still covered in sweat and dirt, he begins to recount the horrifying encounter. He explains that shortly after he and Lord Lawrence set out, they ran into an unidentified woman. She didn't just seal their skills, she used Lord Lawrence's own power to wipe them out almost instantly. His eyes widen in sheer shock at a level of power that completely defies comprehension. There is no way a fifth-turn demigod could ever unleash that kind of overwhelming power. Could a king of sin have actually entered the human realm? She wonders aloud, before asking where Makiko and Leah are. It is strange that he did not see them, since he and Lord Lauren were insta-killed on the spot and the girls could not have survived. Emiya pieces together past events, her sharp gaze drifting into the distance as she tells everyone to wait a moment. The last time Makiko and Leah were outside the dragon spirit realm, they were not killed by Sita either, even though they all previously assumed it was simply Sita's doing. She wanted to frame Longxia for colluding with the Abyss, but right now, she is locked away in the Holy City prison. Yet the girls survived the King of Sin once again. Tokugawa stammers, sweat pouring down his forehead as he struggles to comprehend it. As Su Yang's face suddenly flashes in her mind, she wonders if he is the only one who could be behind this. Could Su Yang be at the very center of all this weight? Is the King of Sin actually acting under his direct orders? Livia watches Makiko and Li Ya from behind with a deeply puzzled expression, unable to fathom what on earth her master's representative could possibly be thinking. Why would he bring so many women to this place anyway, as they finally arrive before the towering gates of Demon City? Sharp spires pierce the gray sky as they wonder if this is truly the Demon City, and what exactly Livia wants with them. Suddenly, the heavy doors slowly creak open as a reassuring voice echoes, telling them there is no need to be so tense. Stepping out from behind the massive open gates, Su Yang casually walks forward to greet them, noting that it has been quite a while. Meeting their utterly shocked expressions with a gentle, polite smile, he calmly welcomes them and says hello to the two girls. Both girls stand completely frozen, sweat beading on their faces as they stare at Su Yang standing right in front of them. They ask how he could possibly be here, but Su Yang simply turns to Livia, telling her she is dismissed, which she instantly obeys. Standing between the two girls, he tells them that, while he cannot explain the details right now, they have nothing to worry about. They will be completely safe here. Yet Makiko remains deeply stunned, staring at Su Yang as if she simply cannot believe her eyes. She stammers his name, but Su Yang just turns and casually asks what is wrong. Makiko lowers her head, her eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and confusion as she quietly tells him it is nothing, though wild theories are racing through her mind. This place is the Demon City, located deep within the Abyss. It is the absolute headquarters of the entire demon race, which is naturally in direct conflict with humanity. If Su Yang is living here, could he actually be one of them? As Makiko stands there lost in her thoughts, Su Yang suddenly calls out her name to break the heavy silence. Addressing her as Miss Makiko, Su Yang gives her a knowing smile and explains that he only saved her from that elf because she had chosen to trust and help him. On top of that, She had even mentioned seeing in his eyes that he was a truly good person. His face suddenly turns serious, his eyes narrowing slightly as he grows deeply thoughtful. A massive, ancient castle looms before them, its sharp spires piercing the gray sky with an overwhelming sense of isolation and dread. But what about now? He asks, wondering if she still thinks he is good in a place like this, as the air suddenly grows dead silent. Shaken by the question, they look anxious and struggle to find any words. Makiko bites her lip as a wave of intense anxiety and inner conflict washes over her, but after a few seconds, her gaze turns completely resolute. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, she softly tells him that she still trusts him, or rather, she deeply wants to believe. She is certain he has a good reason for doing all this, and hearing her words, Su Yang smiles with genuine relief. He thanks her with relief, while Li Yao lets out a quiet sigh of her own, glad they managed to pass his test. Since even the king of Sin obeys him, offending him would mean instant death, yet seeing Makiko happily thanks Su Yang, Li Ya cannot help but feel baffled. She wonders if Makiko genuinely believes this guy is a saint, but ultimately decides to just let it go. He was kind enough to rescue them from those elves and is their savior, which is honestly more than enough. Leading them to a nearby shelter, he tells them to stay put for now, promising to send them home once the storm outside finally clears. They quickly agree, and as night gradually falls, the house sits completely silent in the quiet dark. Sitting on the massive bed, Li crosses her arms and turns away in a huff, complaining that he just brought home 2 more beautiful girls. Is he planning to build a harem here? Su Yang steps closer, gently lifting her chin to ask if she is jealous, but she quickly denies it. Burying her face in the pillow, Li sulks and complains that ever since he got here, he has been too busy to spend any quality time with her. She does not even mind him bringing other girls home. She says she just wants him to make a little bit of time for her. Shrugging with a playful yet helpless grin, he asks what else he can possibly do when she puts it that way. The bedroom door shuts firmly as he promises to treat her well tonight, and the flickering oil lamps slowly fade out into the quiet, dark night. Later, Su Yang sits, lost in deep thought. Once he secures the dark primal power of the Monarch of Original Sin tomorrow, he will finally complete his 5th class advancement. With all his accumulated experience, he should be able to max out his level instantly and trigger the 6th class advancement quest. His expression turns highly calculated and cautious. While everything in the demonic abyss is currently moving perfectly on track, the elven world still remains a major hidden threat. Perhaps he can just wait for the cooldown of the Monarch of Original Sin's power to end, resurrect Wrath, and then send him out first to scout the entire situation. Su Yang slowly stands up from his chair, still locked in thought. If the combat power of those elves turns out to be weaker than he expects, he can easily let the Sin Monarchs invade and occupy the elven world ahead of schedule, and once he eliminates the Monarch of Original Sin, he will become the absolute ruler of 3 factions all at once. While humans and demons can actually coexist peacefully, those arrogant elves will simply become his slaves. Gazing out of the window into the distant horizon, he contemplates his next moves. He quietly thinks to himself that he really cannot wait to see their completely shocked expressions when they finally receive his special gift from the abyss. But get this, he suddenly remembers those annoying pests over in the kingdom of Shiva. Nearly all of those corrupt nobles have been transferred here, especially that bastard Amino. Su Yang gears up and steps out with cold determination. As a civilized man who firmly believes in swift payback, it is finally time to make him pay the ultimate price. The scene shifts to the temple early the next morning. And now, the mystery finally begins to unravel. Could he truly have a direct connection to the Lord of the Abyss? She orders a full check on Su Yang's class advancement records. Standing before the colossal divine statue, Femia studies the floating status screen. A 5-star class advancement quest is normally a massive hurdle even for the most talented geniuses. But if Su Yang is actually the mortal incarnation of the Abyssal Lord, completing a 5-star advancement would be an absolute walk in the park. The priestess who previously handled his class advancement might know something. She wonders if that girl holds the key. We cut to Celestial Spirit City. Inside the class advancement temple, a holy beam of light descends on Bai Ling. Could this be a divine statue summoning? She has never experienced this before, and in a split second, she is swept away by the glowing light. Femia appears before her and speaks. Bai Ling, I am Femia, the 3rd-generation Holy High Priestess, summoning you in the name of the divine statue. Amid falling white feathers in a hazy space, an absolute command is issued. Bai Ling must reveal every single detail regarding her connection to Su Yang. Sitting on the floor in utter shock, Bai Ling wonders out loud how even the legendary High Priestess could possibly know about Su Yang. She happily agrees, promising to share all the glorious details of his heroic exploits. Hearing this, the High Priestess's usual solemn majesty completely crumbles as her eyes widen in pure disbelief. Recalling the past, Bai Ling's eyes sparkle with admiration, her cheeks flushing pink as she mentions meeting him back in East Spirit City. At that time, Su Yang was nothing more than an ordinary warrior. But who could have ever predicted the truly monumental feats and absolute miracles he would achieve in the near future? Femia narrows her eyes, listening with complete and intense focus. Bai Ling remains completely lost in her own world, happily listing Su Yang's legendary achievements. Every single class advancement of his was a perfect 5-star rating, from defeating the Crimson Spirit to taming the Black Dragon. Looking down shyly, her flushed face shows a charm that could easily captivate even the elite lady of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. After a long ramble, Bai Ling's cheeks are burning red with pure excitement. That is everything she knows about Su Yang, and she asks if the High Priestess is satisfied. The room instantly fills with confusion as Bai Ling repeatedly calls out to Femia, who just grips her staff and stares blankly ahead in absolute silence. Why does she look like a girl hopelessly in love? This is a massive miscalculation. Femia turns her face back with a deadly serious expression, demanding to know if there are any other secrets hidden between her and Su Yang. She orders her to swear on the divine statue to hide absolutely nothing. Bai Ling's face instantly burns like fire, sweat dripping as intimate memories with Su Yang flash vividly through her mind. As she stammers out their relationship, Femia brings a hand to her forehead, looking completely exhausted by the messy revelation. That is fine if you see Su Yang again. Just tell him I am really looking forward to our next chat. Understood. Her eyes narrow with doubt as she reassures herself, desperately hoping that she is just overthinking the whole situation. Standing in the middle of the massive hall, Emiya stares thoughtfully at the giant stone statue with a heavy heart. And now that the Lorens have been killed, the spirits might completely change their attitude because of this. Even I can no longer clearly see the path to our future. Dear Lord, please bestow your blessings upon humanity so they can safely survive this chaotic lifetime. Back at the Demon Palace, the Shiva crowd gathers in the courtyard, whispering anxiously. High Priest, have you heard the news? Those demons are hunting our Shiva people, so there must be a huge misunderstanding. I want to personally go and ask the High Priest for a clear explanation. Suddenly, a massive demon approaches. Are you Amino? Yes, I am. Is there something I can help you with? The giant demon reaches out with massive, sharp claws. Grabbing him by the collar, he shoves his terrifying fanged face right up to Amino. In the name of the High Priest, Amino Hazan, you have shown disrespect to the Sovereign and are sentenced to death. The Shiva people panic, shouting out, wait, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. High Priest Amino would absolutely never show disrespect to our great monarch. I swear, I have never uttered a single disrespectful word against the glorious Sovereign. Could you have made some kind of mistake? The demon only glares back with a savage, fanged face. The demon glares straight at him, stating that this is exactly the great Sovereign's will. If you have any objections, go speak directly to the great Sovereign. The towering demon threatens Amino as he cowers on the ground, ordering his guards to drag him away. Watching this, the others panic, wondering what on earth they should do now. The scene shifts to the demon class change temple. Livia loudly commands them to bring up the traitor, who is now completely surrounded by massive demons. Amino continues to beg in vain, desperately pleading that he did nothing, and that he absolutely hates those wretched humans more than anything. Please, just give us a chance. We swear we will become your bravest and most loyal demon warriors. Before he can finish, a demon slams him down, pinning Amino's head flat against the floor with a heavy hand. Lady Livia, the blasphemous Amino has been brought here. Livia stands tall and proud, casting a freezing, contemptuous glare down at the trembling priest kneeling helpless at her feet. How dare an insignificant ant like this show disrespect to our great lord? Great High Priest, I swear on my life that I have never committed any act of blasphemy against the Sovereign. Her eyes narrow with murderous intent as she threatens him. An ant like you thinks he is worthy of speaking to me? Livia then unleashes a casual blast of power, sending Amino flying into the air until he crashes hard against the wall. At that moment, Su Yang steps forward from his throne, asking if he is still confused about why he is sentenced to death for blasphemy. Just look up, and the answer will be clear. His pale face is twisted with shock and terror, sweat pouring down as he struggles to lift his head and look up. Amino's eyes widen in absolute horror and shock. Su Yang, how is it you? How is any of this possible? Su Yang casually stands there, asking if this is their very first meeting. He then introduces himself as Su Yang, coming all the way from Longsha. He is currently the official representative of the Abyss Overlord, the monarch of original sin. You can basically think of him as the crown prince of the Abyss demons. He grabs Amino by the chin, forcing him to look directly into his cold, merciless eyes. You and your brother Ada once plotted to murder everyone in the Linglong secret realm, and that included me. Su Yang squats down to look at Amino as he lies defeated on the floor, delivering a deeply sarcastic remark. Once your plan was exposed, your entire nation defected to the demon's side. Honestly, that was a pretty clever trick. Amino's face is frozen in pure terror, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. How do you know these secrets? Have you been keeping tabs on me this entire time? Turning his back, Su Yang coldly continues, when you were busy plotting against others, did you ever consider that retribution would catch up to you one day? For starters, you had better go meet your dead son first. And don't worry, Ada will be joining you in hell very soon. Terrified, yet consumed by rage, Amino musters his last bit of strength to launch a lethal strike at Su Yang. You are the real demon. Die with me, swarm of 10,000 poisonous snakes. Faced with the sudden assault, Livia sweeps her hand, completely destroying his attack. How dare you try to assassinate our Lord's representative? That is another crime added to your list. Since your skill is perfect for torture, you can go ahead and enjoy it yourself. His agonizing screams echo endlessly as the vicious snakes open their jaws, ready to devour him alive. A moment later, Amino's body is completely torn apart by the relentless biting of the snakes until nothing remains. He brought this entirely on himself. That is enough. Drag him out and give him a quick death. Understood. Su Yang coldly decrees that all the newly arrived demon-class players from the Shiva Kingdom are now low-class slaves, left entirely at Livia's personal disposal. Standing in the majestic hall, he contemplates his next move. The Shiva Kingdom is dealt with, and now the Elven Kingdom is next. With a sharp gaze filled with quiet rage, he casts a threatening look into the distance. That clown Tokugawa is still bouncing around too, but they will all pay. Meanwhile, at the Elven court, a guard rejoices as Lord Gas finally returns. Clutching his severe wounds, Gas wonders who that damn woman could possibly be with such terrifying power. That sort of overwhelming strength is definitely not something any human master could ever hope to reach. Recalling her strange appearance and chilling stance, he wonders if she might be a demon from the abyss. Gas mutters as he steps inside, wondering how to explain this to the queen, who will surely be furious. Beneath a giant ancient tree sits the throne, where the queen rests her chin, asking where the Grand Arcanist has been. Where is the beast who dared to murder Prince Eric? Gas suddenly drops to his knees, bowing his head deeply to report that the murderer of Prince Eric has been identified. He is a human brat named Su Yang, a human who actually managed to tame the legendary Black Dragon, a revelation that shocks the nearby elves. They mutter about how taming a black dragon should be impossible, claiming the dark beast is an omen of doom that must be destroyed. As they whisper, wondering how the queen will handle this, her furious grip completely shatters the wooden armrest of her throne. Suppressing her immense rage, she demands to know the exact location of this human called Su Yang. Trembling, Gas reports that 2 survivors from the Linglong realm originally held the key to the entire truth, but on the journey back, a powerful demon ambushed them. All of his men were completely wiped out, and the current whereabouts of those 2 survivors remain entirely unknown. The queen narrows her eyes coldly, causing Gas to tremble even harder. He adds that the Abyss Demon possesses monstrous strength, likely holding the rank of a mighty king of sin. The elven crowd breaks into loud whispers, shocked that even their Grand Arcanist was overwhelmed by this demon's sheer power. Another interrupts, pointing out the terrifying fact that a king of sin can actually leave the Abyss and enter the human world. If that is true, they could easily use the human realm as a stepping stone to invade the elven homeland next. An elder elf bows down deeply with respect. He warns their queen that, based on the reports, the demon's strength has completely exceeded their wildest expectations. He suggests that while they continue hunting for the murderer of Prince Eric, they should immediately form an alliance with humanity to crush the Abyss threat. Instantly, the hall erupts in agreement as other nobles voice their support for the plan. The queen sighs, declaring that in the name of the goddess of nature, she will set aside personal grudges to form an alliance with humans and launch a campaign against the Abyss. However, she narrows her eyes in cold warning. The murder of Prince Eric must still be investigated, and the culprit's blood must be spilled as a royal sacrifice. She swears by the goddess of nature, pledging her royal honor to illuminate this foreign world. Deep down, the queen feels a lingering sense of dread, recalling that their kingdom has already slaughtered 95 black dragons in total. Although black dragons went extinct in the Dragon Kingdom ages ago, none of those beasts had ever carried the legendary bloodline of the ancient devourer. She smiles with smug satisfaction. She reasons that it is simply impossible for a mere human to coincidentally tame a black dragon carrying the legendary ancient devourer bloodline so easily. Meanwhile, back with Su Yang, he feels extremely satisfied the moment he reconnects his power. Feeling his long-lost power rush back after so long is an incredible sensation that brings him absolute joy. Just wait, because it will not be long before he reaches those legendary heights, knowing that true power must belong to him alone, or else it is all just a fleeting illusion. Just wait, it will not be long before he reaches that absolute peak of strength. A bright orb glows in his hand as Sitha and Livia appear, noting that both humans and elves will now be on extreme alert. For the foreseeable future, neither side will dare to make any reckless moves. This quiet period is the absolute perfect opportunity for him to rapidly increase his own strength. With this powerful artifact, he can easily bypass its quest restrictions and turn it into a lethal weapon in his hands. The system displays the demigod armor, Sovereign's Wrath, showing severe equipment restrictions. Special restriction: destroy or slay 100,000 diamond-ranked demons, 1,000 starlight-ranked demons, and 100 radiant moon-ranked demons. Slay 10 solar-ranked demons, adding 200 points to vitality and 5,000 to strength. Physical resistance plus 5,000, 35% endurance, and passive trait, Destruction Desire. In battle, every 1,000 consecutive enemies defeated grants a 1% boost to all stats until the fight ends, activating the passive skill of the Wrathful One. Once rage overflows the limit, the destroyer gains a massive 200% stat increase lasting for 10 minutes. Su Yang calculates the staggering numbers: 100,000 diamond tier demons, 1,000 starry tier, 100 radiant moon tier, and 10 solar tier. That is no small amount, and even a powerful demigod class holder would waste tons of precious time and effort trying to clear them out. But as he slowly raises his hand, the sheer power of the Monarch of Original Sin makes it a matter of a single second. He clenches his fist, activating the absolute power of the all-knowing monarch. Outside the castle walls, the demons cheer wildly as his massive projection fills the sky, crying out that their supreme lord is finally watching over them. Clenching his fist, Su Yang commands them to gladly offer up their very lives for his sake. The system alerts that he killed a level 143 starry demon for 1.9 million experience and a level 178 radiant moon demon for 18 million. He also takes down a level 232 solar demon, gaining another 110 million experience points. After a 40% penalty, he pockets 5.3 billion experience, bringing his massive total reserve to over 13 billion. A wave of pure satisfaction washes over him because this is what real efficiency looks like, and it feels absolutely incredible. Glowing green runes intertwine as the divine artifact fully awakens, leaving Su Yang to whisper how perfect it is before issuing his next command. He summons Jita, who bows deeply and awaits his orders, prompting him to hand her a mysterious black magical sphere. Instructing her to deliver it to his mortal representative, Su Yang narrows his eyes in deep thought. Asking what she really thinks of his chosen representative, he gets a quick bow and a highly respectful answer. Su Yang sighs internally, noting she remains incredibly cautious. She never dares to overstep, showing a massive contrast to how others behave around him, just as Livia's sudden voice interrupts his thoughts. Calling out to her lord with an urgent report, she begs for a direct audience. He raises an eyebrow in surprise, questioning if she really said they are fighting a Red Moon invasion as she enters and nods. She admits the sudden news left her completely baffled, asking her master what this strange Red Moon could possibly be. Su Yang watches them silently, realizing the demons of the abyss have likely never faced a Red Moon invasion before in their entire history. Otherwise, high-ranking leaders like Jita and Livia would not be completely clueless about it. However, since the Job Change Temple already has a fully functioning countermeasure system set up, he can easily just copy their exact mechanism over, explaining what the Red Moon actually represents. But he suddenly pauses as the scene abruptly shifts elsewhere, where a glowing crimson gateway materializes before a group of startled demons. They wonder what this blinding light is, while up in the mortal world, hundreds of terrified citizens run for safety from the Red Moon. As cries echo that the Red Moon has arrived, a blinding flash erupts right in front of Livia and Zeta, leaving them completely bewildered. A massive, blazing crimson portal slowly materializes right before their eyes. The gate slowly creaks open, and a terrifying level 100 crimson whispering spirit emerges, uttering chaotic whispers into the air. Jita raises her hand with utter disgust and fires a swift magical strike to crush the weakling, but the spell passes straight through its body. While Jita gasps in shock, Livia snaps at her in anger, demanding to know how she could fail to destroy such basic trash. Telling her to get out of the way, Livia fires dozens of lightning bolts at the creature, but she instantly freezes in disbelief too. Her spells do absolutely nothing, making them realize the entity exists in a completely different dimension and cannot be physically touched. Watching quietly, Su Yang notes that even an attack from a god-level boss is completely useless here. It seems the old legend about the Crimson Wither only falling to a true hero is absolutely true. Wondering how to deal with a hero possessed by a demon king, he extends his hand to summon a swirling orb of dark crimson magic. The strange demon instantly freezes before being violently dragged back toward the Crimson Gate, leaving Zeta to gasp out in pure shock. Dozens of bright beams are suddenly pulled inside the portal before the entire gateway erupts in a blinding flash. A massive, blood-red eye slowly opens within the ruins of the gate, and Su Yang calmly stares back, promising things will end differently this time. Suddenly, he finds himself standing in an eerie, blood-red void with countless skeletal remains scattered beneath his feet. Wondering if this is the reality inside the gate or just a mental illusion, Su Yang immediately braces himself and glares at the giant eye. This overwhelming pressure radiating from the entity is so terrifying that even the King of the Abyss feels tense. The eye suddenly flashes, forcing Su Yang down onto his knees under a heavy weight. He furiously slams his fist into the ground, refusing to be suppressed, and unleashes a massive blast to shatter what he calls a petty mental illusion. As the illusion shattered, Su Yang realized it was finally over. He truly reaped an unexpected harvest this time. Who would have thought a power stronger than the monarch of original sin actually existed in this world? Could this be why the class temple feared the red page? Where would that door, leading to the endless abyss, take him next? Theta cried out in alarm, asking if his soul had just fluctuated. Livia was equally worried, wondering if her lord had been corrupted by that crimson energy. Su Yang coldly told them it was nothing, urging them forward so he could teach them about the red page. Weird blue flames flickered from torches nearby. Listening closely, Theta rubbed her chin, processing the red page invasion, the crimson soul guiding, and the crimson cores, while Livia buried her face in her hands. The sheer amount of information was simply too overwhelming for his subordinates to process right now. Su Yang noted that practical experience would explain things far better than just sitting around thinking. He had used his power to observe the entire abyss, confirming that the crimson force was indeed piercing through its deep darkness. This meant that demon-class professionals who completed a perfect class transfer could now trigger the Scarlet Moon invasion event. Livia asked what he meant, and Su Yang ordered her, as the demon high priestess, to spread the tale of the Crimson Moon. Once that Scarlet Gate appeared, she must slaughter any heretics stepping through and offer their Scarlet Moon cores to him. Anyone who offered 1,000 Scarlet Moon cores would be rewarded with a thread of his primal source energy. She respectfully accepted his royal decree. Su Yang knew deep down that this world was truly vast. It exceeded his wildest dreams. Reaching the status of the true lord of original sin was definitely not his final limit. One day, he would definitely rise above that crimson entity and uncover the absolute greatest mysteries in existence. Elsewhere, Emilia looked incredibly anxious about what lay ahead. Less than half a month had passed since the last Scarlet Moon, yet it had already returned, alongside a non-stop barrage of Abyss World bosses and Elf World crises. She knelt down, praying desperately before a massive stone statue. She begged her deity to show her faithful followers when the true savior would arrive and lead them out of this hopeless future. Back at his quarters, Su Yang opened the door, and Lilith immediately ran over to embrace him, trembling all over. She cried that she had a terrible nightmare where a bloody, crimson moon opened its maw to swallow him whole. Su Yang gently patted her head, asking if she really had so little faith in his strength. He teased her to imagine him smashing right through that red moon instead, but she shook her head, repeating he was her only support. Suddenly, Theta materialized nearby, dryly mocking how busy the master's proxy seemed to be. Su Yang stepped protectively in front of Lilith, coldly replying that he was indeed busy and would only get busier, so she should state her business quickly. Theta tossed over a magic orb with a look of disgust, stating the Lord had ordered her to deliver it. Su Yang watched her vanish instantly without a single word of delay, sighing that she clearly held quite a terrible impression of him. Elsewhere in the abyss, a demon struggled to reach his hand out from beneath the boiling lava. But he sank, leaving another demon to greedily snatch a crystal. The demon cheered that the Scarlet Moon core was his, and he would use it to claim their lord's power and become a god. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced the demon into 3 pieces as Theta looked down in absolute disgust at such a filthy creature coveting her king. Holding the Scarlet Moon core, she wondered why her lord had chosen such a pathetic creature as his representative. Not only was he weak as an ant, but his constant lustful indulgences were an absolute insult to their lord's dignity. Theta admired her reflection in the crystal, recalling their lord's promise to reward anyone who offered 1,000 Scarlet Moon cores with a thread of his source energy. She had to work harder. Her lord must completely fulfill her desires. Tossing the core into the glowing red portal, she smirked with bloodlust, ready to start the slaughter. Dozens of crystals gathered inside the Crimson Gate. Theta grinned with pure malice, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Another beast slowly stepped out of the portal, its deep voice echoing through the dark cavern. It warned that her sin of pride would be sacrificed under the moon. A terrifying, god-ranked scorching chanter demon fully emerged. Theta sneered in anger, asking how mindless heretics dared to pass judgment on the concept of original sin. Compared to her pride, they would disintegrate like mere dust. Instantly, a dark arrow materialized in her hand. She launched it skyward, tearing through the air and piercing the demon's chest, but he pulled it out with absolute indifference. He crushed the arrow to splinters, warning that both she and this fleeting world would eventually be ground to dust under the crimson moon. He unleashes a terrifying blood-tide spell, summoning a massive red wave covered in countless staring eyes. Theta watches in shock as the cold demon declares this the exact price of opposing the red moon. Theta quickly conjures a dark magical sphere, Flying high into the air, she opens her domain, casting a blinding light across space. The demon gasps in absolute shock. How is her barrier domain this incredibly massive? Watch this, Theta sneers with utter contempt, preparing to show this foolish insect the taste of true terror. A powerful magic strike cuts right through the demon. Condemned for arrogance, the crimson light is quickly sucked into the gate. Seconds later, the gate shatters. Theta scoffs at the weak effort, but suddenly freezes as she coughs up a mouthful of blood. Slowly landing back on the ground, she realized her lord was right. The enemies inside the Crimson Gate scale to her level and can actually hurt her. She only wonders who the target of that monster from a century ago actually was. Did they enter the Crimson Throne? System alerts pop up. She defeated a divine chanter and obtained 8,000 cores. 8,000 cores. That is enough to exchange for 8 shards of her lord's source energy. She smiles, whispering that she will make her lord overflow within her even more than last time. She cannot wait another second. Suddenly, she pauses. When did this crimson stain get on her hand, and why is it impossible to wash off? Since there are no side effects yet, she decides to ask her lord during her next summon. Meanwhile, Su Yang raises a glowing red orb. He initiates his class change. A bright red magic circle instantly wraps around him, starting the process. The system completes the check. The mission is officially successful. First reward: class upgraded to Demon Spirit Reaper. Passive skill effects surge by 150%, unlocking a new passive, Endless Harvest, to gain points from kills. As the target's level increases, he gains more harvest points. He can consume these points to enter the Reaper state, boosting his attributes by 20%. This mode reduces his mana cost by 80% while boosting overall damage by 200%, costing 1 point per second. He breaks his mortal limits, gaining 50 basic attributes and updating all of his class skills. Armed with 1,000 free stats, Su Yang ranks up instantly. He accumulated an insane amount of experience. It seems his next breakthrough will be just as instant. The system extends the level cap to 150, consuming over 4.6 billion of his stored 13.28 billion experience. Su Yang. He is now a level 150 Demon Spirit Reaper. His stats are staggering, with strength over 26,000, and Su Yang quietly murmurs to himself. Now, his spirit attribute has officially surpassed the high requirements for the forbidden spellbook given to him by Og Jan. With his current level of power, most enemies will probably go down with just a basic attack anyway. The system suddenly detects a hidden quest completion. With the Song of Darkness confirmed, integration begins, wrapping him in a swirling vortex of dark magic. Su Yang looks at his hands. The integration process is surprisingly smooth. Unlike the agonizing blood blessing ritual from before, there is absolutely no pain at all this time. Perhaps he gained compatibility after connecting with the primordial sovereign so many times. Suddenly, he feels a massive, terrifying wave of dark magic erupting. Outside the castle, Livia stands completely frozen in shock, wondering if her lord has actually descended to this realm. Hundreds of demons drop to their knees to hail their king. As the terrifying pressure fills the sky, Leia appears out of her window. Looking alert, she warns of an enemy attack. Hezi replies that she is not sure, but an incredibly strong pressure just erupted. She looks out of the window, pointing directly toward the ancient demon shrine. Leia looks deeply worried, wondering if the demons are holding a mass ritual. Who could possibly make all these demons submit like this? Could the legendary sovereign of original sin have truly arrived? Hezi looks worriedly at Leia, who suddenly falls to her knees. She urges her sister to use farsight magic. This cannot be real. Leia agrees to look. Hezi gasps in disbelief, wondering why on earth it is him. Back in the tower, Su Yang looks at his hands, feeling the ultimate darkness. The system announces that the Demon Spirit Reaper's fallen form is officially unlocked. This form releases and absorbs his fused dark power for 5 minutes, currently merging with the source energy of the Sovereign of Original Sin. These abilities include the absolute authority to execute and strip away the 7 deadly sins. He smiles with great satisfaction. He should have only obtained this after defeating the Sovereign of Original Sin, yet it unlocked ahead of schedule. Even though it only lasts for 5 minutes, it is more than enough to handle anything. This is the reward of a perfect class change. Hidden quests really are a sweet deal. Suddenly, Theta's voice rings out from behind, calling him an acting proxy with far too much courage. She demands to know how a mere substitute dares to fake the Lord's power and force the denizens of the Abyss to bow. Reminding him he is just a puppet, Su Yang slowly turns around with a faint, mocking smile. A puppet? It seems he needs to correct their attitude a little. Without hesitation, Su Yang activates his newly acquired skill. He invites them to experience this power firsthand. Spheres of raw magic suddenly erupt, striking both Livia and Theta directly. Instantly, they both collapse to the floor. A trembling Theta stammers, unable to believe he dares to keep abusing the Lord's power. Livia gnashes her teeth in rage. declaring that they need to teach him a serious lesson. Suddenly, a pink glow drains from their bodies. Theta gasps in shock as her pride authority vanishes, while Livia frowns deeply. Her own power is slipping away too. How is this even possible? Su Yang replies with cold indifference. A proxy is not just some servant carrying out orders, but the one wielding the Lord's very authority. Do they finally understand now? Theta stares at him, her mind racing as she realizes her very soul is trembling with deep, instinctive dread. It feels as though she is facing the Lord himself, not just a substitute. She quickly cuts off her thoughts, telling herself this is impossible. If the Lord had actually descended, there is no way he would care so much about a weak, fragile elf girl. Looking Su Yang in the eye, she admits his strength, but insists that a proxy will only ever be a mere substitute. They are willing to obey his commands, but he must remember his place because she will never tolerate any action that insults their Lord's sacred dignity. Su Yang issues a very sharp warning. Whether she holds her divine authority or not, she is still incredibly weak to him. As Theta turns her back to leave, she pauses and looks over her shoulder, hoping he truly proves worthy of his gift. Livia adds that they will be watching him closely. Watching them walk away into the distance, Su Yang just chuckles softly. He muses that the more arrogant Theta becomes, the more pleased he actually feels. After all, who could ever turn down a subordinate who is both incredibly beautiful and intensely loyal? Looking at his glowing blue system interface, he sees the Dark Origin fusion is now enough to trigger his fallen state 4 times. With 3 charges left, his current rank 5 physical body can only handle a single Dark Origin before reaching its absolute limit. Once he reaches rank 6, he can probably push past this block. Smirking, he decides to check out the rank 6 5-star trial. The screen displays the rank 6 5-star trial, located on the 90th floor of the Abyss, which is ruled by Demon Lord Lovik. In this brutal abyss where only the strong survive to claim territory, his goal is to solo kill the Radiant Moon rank boss. Proving his worth by slaying Demon Lord Lovik himself, Su Yang smiles. A rank 5, soloing a Radiant Moon boss? It is an impossible feat for anyone else, but he is already long used to it. He stares at the blue magic flickering on his hand. He is extremely curious about how much his attributes will shoot up if he uses his gluttony authority to completely devour this beast. It is also the perfect chance to test his brand new authority. Arriving on the 90th floor of the Abyss, Su Yang flies ahead in his formidable Black Dragon form before landing in front of a grinning demon. According to the new Abyss rules decreed by Lady Livia, the final 10 floors of every 100 are strictly reserved for the demon nobility to expand their influence. As a loyal guard of the level 195 Radiant Moon Lord, Lovik, he demands to know whose servant dares to trespass. Are they really not afraid of being punished by Lady Livia? Unbothered, Su Yang coldly walks up the steps. He wonders if Livia is trying to build up her own demon faction now that she has made her move. Talk about a massive ambition. The guard laughs mockingly, declaring that no matter whose servant he is, the absolute law of this abyss is survival of the fittest. Dozens of sharp spikes fly straight at Su Yang, forcing him to immediately trigger his powerful half-demon form to defend himself. Su Yang coldly tells him that he had better prepare himself to face death. The system alerts him that under the rule of pride, any target deemed weak cannot deal any damage to him. Su Yang sneers that a weakling does not even deserve to face him, leaving the terrified demon to collapse onto the floor, stammering if he is the great envoy. Begging for mercy for his blindness, the guard trembles as Su Yang points his blade, explaining he wants to test his newly acquired powers. He commands the demon to obey every single order without question, and the terrified guard quickly nods in agreement. Promising to obey even if it kills him, the guard listens as Su Yang decides to move on from pride and test greed next. The system announces the sin of greed, requiring him to sacrifice one of his own items. In return, he steals an equivalent item from the target, a reflection of bottomless greed that can never be satisfied, much like the endless abyss itself. Su Yang asks the guard if he carries any elite-grade gear, and the panicked demon quickly offers up all his gear, including multiple Radiant Moon pieces. Su Yang draws a dagger, saying it is not needed. His old Fëanor dagger is already outdated, making it the perfect test subject. He activates the Sin of Greed, and the weapon shatters. Immediately, the system screen flashes. It is the roar of the shield demon's skill, Fëanor grade, granting a permanent iron body status. This makes him immune to all crowd control while cutting incoming damage by 50%. Su Yang is quite pleased. While it is not an offensive skill, this level of defense is absolutely insane. He can use this to strip enemies of their gear, forcing them to fight naked against his fully geared self. With a faint smirk, he moves on to test the final skill, the Sin of Sloth. The system explains that this skill creates a unique field directly around him. Inside this zone, all items, gear, and active skills are completely nullified. Sloth reigns supreme as a pink barrier wraps around him and the demon. Floating up, Su Yang tosses an item down to Lovik, ordering him to fire his magic and this scroll directly at him. The demon complies immediately, catching the item and preparing the magic. He warns that it is a forbidden spell and begs his master to be careful. Su Yang quietly watches as the magical attacks fly toward him. However, the moment they get close to his face, they completely dissolve into nothingness. Lovich is stunned to see them vanish. Su Yang frowns slightly. It works well, but the mana consumption is absolutely terrifying. Just 1 second of activation almost drains him dry, even with his harvester mode active. He can probably only hold it for 3 minutes at most. Glancing at the screen, he notices one last power remains. Seeing the sin of lust, Su Yang awkwardly looks away, deciding to skip testing this one for now. Lovich kneels to flatter him, asking if the Great Arbiter is satisfied with his performance. Su Yang coldly replies that he did well, but there is still one final task left. The demon obediently bows, telling his master to give the command. Suddenly, Su Yang delivers a powerful slash, sending a magical wave forward to claim the young man's head. Blood splatters across the floor as the scene shifts to the elven castle. The queen frowns, asking if Lilith is also in Su Yang's custody, and Garrick quietly confirms it. According to reports from their spy in the human world, Princess Lilith was indeed seen entering and leaving Su Yang's estate. However, she vanished without a trace recently, meaning she has likely been hidden away by him. Hearing this, the queen becomes absolutely furious. Not only did this human tame the Black Dragon, a creature considered a seed of ultimate calamity, but he also brutally murdered her son Eric. Now, he has the audacity to kidnap her beloved daughter Lilith, an unforgivable crime. Standing up to condemn his 3 great sins, she invokes the sacred name of the elven goddess and orders the immediate elimination of Su Yang. Anyone who finds him is ordered to show no mercy until he is completely obliterated. Dozens of elves roar in agreement. The queen then commands her Grand Magus, Garrick, to return to the human world to secure their alliance and set a date for the invasion of the Abyss. For this mission, she entrusts him with the royal artifact, the sacred tree branch blessed by their goddess. She explains that carrying this divine artifact serves 2 purposes. First, it will terrify those ignorant humans, proving that elven power is far beyond their wild imaginations. Second, if the king of original sin from the Abyss attacks again, he must be executed on the spot. Garrick accepts the majestic scepter, assuring his queen that he will spread the divine radiance of their goddess. He vows to bring royal glory to both the ignorant human world and that disgusting, filthy abyss. This will teach those weak humans that submitting to the elves is their only hope for survival. The queen dismisses the assembly and tells Garrick to follow her. He obeys, and the scene shifts to them walking toward a quiet lake. Tripping a mysterious substance onto a branch, she causes Garrick to gasp in shock, but she quickly cuts him off. By using royal blood as a guide to locate the cursed princess, she wonders if she is worth the sacrifice. A brilliant light erupts from the scepter. She glances at it, noting that only those of royal blood can normally wield its power. She has used her own primeval blood to bypass the restriction, allowing him to officially unleash the weapon's true power. Garrick kneels to accept the scepter, finding that simply holding it nearly causes his internal mana to spiral out of control. The artifact is incredibly potent. The queen then forms a golden droplet of magic, placing it on his forehead, and orders him to track down Lilith. By following the guidance of the primeval blood, he is guaranteed to locate the princess. Garrick complies and departs. Left alone, the queen stares into the lake, wondering what Marita has actually discovered. She wonders why Marita is so obsessed with finding the cursed princess, even urging the sacrifice of precious primeval blood. Relaxing on a sturdy branch, the sister answers that this is divine guidance, and everything will make sense soon. As the elven high priestess, Marita Civilian knows that this mission is critical to the survival of the entire royal court. Back inside the elven castle, a messenger bows deeply to deliver an urgent report. The order to execute Su Yang has been successfully delivered and they can strike at any second. The elder replies that this is their golden opportunity to redeem themselves and they cannot afford another failure like before. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Yang spots them through the magic circle, visibly annoyed as he plans their destruction. They are truly relentless, completely unaware that he can easily wipe out demigods using the legendary sword of the non-gods. He wonders how many Scarlet Moon cores this will require. While Su Yang ponders this, he notes that they specifically mentioned Lilith this time. Could they have actually found her location already, or do they possess some other secret method to track her down? He is curious if the elves decide to leak his current coordinates. What kind of chaotic reaction will that trigger? Memories of those familiar faces flash through Su Yang's mind. He sadly wonders if he is going to be branded as a human traitor who colludes with the terrifying abyss demons. But he quickly brushes the thought aside, knowing it does not matter. After all, history is only written by the victors. Once he successfully slays the monarch of original sin, every single doubt and suspicion will vanish into thin air. Standing before the sacred statue to check his progress, the system notifies him that his 6-star 6th advancement trial for the Demon Lord is officially complete. Su Yang marvels, jumping from the 4th class advancement to the 6th in just 2 days. At this crazy rate, the system should really award him the ultimate title of the Ultimate Grinder. The system notification appears with the 6th advancement complete. His level limit is raised to 200. He consumes his reserve of 8.13 billion experience points to reach level 173. For his reward, he receives 2,000 free attribute points, and his passive skill amplification effect gets a massive boost. He also unlocks the Tier 2 Fire Forbidden spell Azure Flame Hell, along with the ultimate Tier 2 skill, Ninefold Pure Slaying Slash. Su Yang's newly updated profile displays his strength at 43,551, with speed at 21,386 and spirit at 31,109. He feels his power is finally catching up to West Poison. Like the King of Gluttony, he feels more like a real boss every single day. Suddenly, a sneaky presence nearby makes Su Yang frown and glance over. He calls her out, noting that she really loves peeking from the shadows, and asks Livia what she wants. Peeking from behind a pillar, she claims it is nothing, while silently wondering how his power could possibly skyrocket this fast. She no longer feels like he is a mere insect. Meanwhile, Su Yang finds it amusing that even the monarch of original sin seems shaken. That supreme feeling is not bad at all. As he walks away, he decides it is time to move on to the next phase. A giant hand stretches out from the darkness as Belia is summoned, declaring she has answered her king's call. She asks for his instructions as her stat panel appears, showing her status as the demigod, Lord of Sloth, Belia, with hit points totaling 300 million, strength at 332,000, spirit at 315,000, and speed over 94,000. Her talent allows her to activate the authority of Sloth, generating a heavy zone of laziness around herself. All active gear, skills, and items become completely useless within this passive domain. Belia permanently steals 2% resistance from her victims as a tribute. Su Yang finally understands why she is the ultimate boss of the 600th floor. Her overall attributes in every category are vastly superior compared to Wrath. He asks Belia if she objects to him sacrificing her life to put her into a deep sleep until he summons her back. She agrees without a single second of hesitation, noting that Sloth represents absolute stability and immutability. Since death brings absolute peace, she is more than willing to offer her life for him. With her usual melancholic expression, she obeys his command as Su Yang flicks a sphere of pure darkness from his claws. He promises her loyalty will not be in vain, telling her to wait in the void for her next reincarnation cycle. The dark energy shapes into a sharp spear, flying forward to encase her body in a thick black cocoon. As the dark energy wraps around her face, a system notification announces he has successfully slain the demigod Sloth Lord, gaining 181 million experience points. A flurry of system alerts floods his vision, confirming he has leveled up all the way to level 198. His newly acquired demonic aura of Sloth grants absolute immunity to the demonic corruption found on the 600th floor of the Abyss. The immutable essence passive trait increases his maximum life by 50 million, while adding 50,000 physical and magic resistance. Her silver remains can be handed to a master craftsman of the right level to forge divine-grade armor. The Eternal Wall Demigod Forbidden spell makes him immune to all damage for 1 minute, though he cannot cast any skills. Su Yang mutters to himself that if he is not mistaken, these legendary items were originally intended to strengthen challengers after slaying a Sin Lord to prepare them for the final fight against the Monarch of Original Sin. But in the end, look at how things turned out. Every single reward meant for the elite members of the entire Abyss Crusade is now being funneled into his body alone. Staring at the special drop flashing on the system screen, he is absolutely stunned. It is a god-tier weapon that defies heaven itself. Su Yang stays silent as the notification pops up. He just shrugs. This is the 3rd time he has to make a worldwide announcement. He just hopes everyone's minds do not completely shatter. The system displays the Reverse Sin Divine Weapon, Belia of Sloth, a unique item that only drops after slaying the King of Original Sin. Belia of Sloth represents Sloth of the 7 Deadly Sins, a weapon of reverse sin. It is a weapon that proves a monarch was slain and belongs to the Reverse Sin series, with strict equipment limits. Level requirements are restricted to the demigod stage, soulbound forever to the one who killed the King of Original Sin, Belia of Sloth. It cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted to others, meaning only the soulbound user can wield it. In battle, it temporarily strips 30% of the target's resistance and drains 20% of their max health. Its Sloth passive creates a field that disables all equipment skills or items before mana is depleted, while the Reverse Sin Sloth punishment strips the monarch of their lazy authority. It inflicts a debuff that reduces all stats by 10%, triggering the Regicide Judgment after defeating the monarch. The weapon will fade into nothingness, granting the soulbound user the permanent power of Sloth, reverting to his original form, Su Yang looks at his army. He notes that the traits of the 7 reverse sin weapons are basically identical, basically forming an army to crush the stone hearts with similar godlike powers. If he can collect all 7 reverse sins, he will become a true one-man army. Next, he connects with the Abyss demons to summon Livia and Theta. He commands Livia and Theta to answer his call and report their Red Moon Crystal collection progress. As they teleport in, Livia bows respectfully, stating she has arrived at her lord's call. Su Yang asks about her progress with the Red Moon crystals and how the battle is going. Livia proudly presents a small mountain of crystals, reporting that the demon temple has gathered 2,300 soul stones, which her people gladly offer to him. Su Yang praises her, saying they have done quite well. She happily replies that easing her lord's worries is her greatest honor, before casting a smug, triumphant look at the silent Theta standing right beside her. Now it is Theta's turn, and she reports she has slain the heretic who stepped out from the Crimson Gate. These 8,000 Red Moon crystals are the glorious spoils of their victory. Countless glowing red crystals pour onto the ground, piling up as Theta bows and presents them to her lord. Staring at a pile twice the size of her own, Livia freezes in shock at the 8,000 crystals, while Su Yang tightly grips his throne to hide his joy. He praises Theta, calling her highly worthy of leading the 7 sins. Hearing this, Theta gives a smug smirk to her jealous rival. Su Yang then shoots a wave of dark energy toward her. Keeping his promise, he tells them to receive his primordial power as dark energy slowly flows directly into Theta's lower abdomen. The sensation is so overwhelming they both let out a soft groan, blushing deeply as they thank him for the wonderful gift. Both secretly wish their lord would fill them with even more power, leaving Su Yang completely speechless at their wild reactions. He sweeps up all the crystals, bringing his total to over 10,300 Red Moon stones. Once he absorbs them, Su Yang pauses in surprise as strange numbers suddenly appear above their heads. Livia displays over 31,000, while Theta has 62,000. This is the power of the Fei Hong's sword. Does boosting the Red Moon crystals let him see high-level stats now? These massive numbers are absolutely mind-blowing. By comparison, the crystals needed to wipe out the clowns in the Elf Kingdom must be far lower than this. It is quite a crazy difference. He is getting more excited by the second. He steps down from his throne, walking forward. Theta is taken aback, wondering why her lord is leaving his seat. Su Yang bids them to come see a gift that will make even the King of Pride tremble with fear. He places his hand on her head while she remains utterly confused. Su Yang raises a finger to his lips, telling her to stay completely still. A fiery crimson aura erupts from his body, terrifying Theta. This confirms what Su Yang had suspected all along. As the overall power of Crimson Desolation grows much stronger, the corruption one suffers after a battle becomes increasingly severe. And even Theta cannot escape its grasp. It can only be suppressed with overwhelming raw power. He absorbs all the crimson energy from her body, stunned by its sheer massive scale. He decides to put it to use. With every movement of Su Yang's hand, the crimson energy flares as he unleashes a massive sphere of pure power. Then, Su Yang clenches his fist. The light suddenly vanishes, and the sphere shatters apart, showering down countless soul crystals. Theta can only watch in absolute awe as a mountain of gems piles up before her. So this is pollution turning into a pink moon core? Holding the glowing red crystal in his hand, Su Yang tells her that if she ever gets corrupted again, she shouldn't hide it, he will clear it for her. Watching Su Yang's departing figure, she bows her head and responds softly. With a blushing face, Sita quietly thinks that her king is so warm, and serving him is the absolute greatest honor of her life. He returns to his throne, now possessing nearly 13,000 pink moon cores. His hand grips the crimson sword, which crackles with brilliant lightning. Su Yang glances down at it, thinking that it might finally be time to test this blade. Back at the Holy City, an announcement echoes the Elven Kingdom delegation has arrived. Leading them is the second prince, Andal Sevilla, a level 250 blessed knight of the 7th class. The crowd immediately begins to whisper, recognizing Gore Lauren along with an actual elven royal, though some scoff at the second-generation prince, warning others to keep quiet before they get overheard. Tokugawa steps forward to welcome them, warmly greeting both Lord Gore and the second prince. Andal has no idea who this is, so Gore introduces him as Tokugawa, the leader of the Sakura Nation, who quickly promises that his country will fully back whatever the elven guests need on their trip. Gore reassures him, telling Tokugawa that he can rest easy. They will not forget what was promised last time, leaving a delighted Tokugawa to offer his thanks while secretly plotting his next move. Ever since their last clash, Longxia has opposed the Sakura Nation at every single turn, arrogantly throwing their weight around just because they hold the top global rank. He tells himself to wait, because once Lord Gore helps him level up, he will repay that debt tenfold. Tang Zhan stands nearby, staring at them with intense killing intent until Andal finally notices his gaze. While the others remain frozen, Gore dismisses Tokugawa as a total weakling, though he figures having a local mole is better than nothing. Anilo asks with a dark expression if he is Tang Jian, but the old warrior coldly refuses to even turn around. The elf arrogantly demands in a mocking tone that the Longxia representatives get lost and leave the alliance meeting, forcing the furious diplomats to grit their teeth and hold back their rage. Sankong snaps, pointing directly at the elf's face and daring him to say that garbage one more time. He is Lin Sankong, a level 354 combatant and vice president of the Undying War Realm. An elite zodiac warrior, but Gore raises his magic staff, declaring that a mere human has no right to disrespect the elven prince. An immense wave of energy blasts directly towards Sankong, forcing him to grit his teeth and struggle against the sheer, crushing power. Tang Jian calls out in panic as his ally is struck dead-on by the devastating magical attack. He wheels around, demanding to know what exactly the Elven Kingdom is trying to pull. Gore smoothly explains that they only arrived to show goodwill for the alliance, which is why they specially arranged for the second prince to join the delegation. But since the monster who murdered Prince Eric and kidnapped Princess Lilith is from Longxia, things have changed. To spare the second prince from reliving the tragic, painful loss of his brother, they must kindly ask the Longxia delegation to leave the alliance meeting entirely. Angelo steps in to demand that if they hand over the dog who slaughtered his brother, he might show some mercy and let them stay. Tang Jian immediately sees right through them on the surface. They are pretending to kick Longxia out of the coalition, but their true goal is to force them to hand over Su Yang. Tang Jian wonders if dealing with a newly promoted fourth-class teenager really requires this much grandstanding and political scheming. Gore lays down their final condition. The Elven delegation will only enter the temple for the meeting after every Longxia representative is expelled from the Holy City. Meanwhile, inside the main temple of the Holy City, Euphemia approaches the sacred statue as silence fills the vast chamber, her eyes reflecting deep worry as she looks up at the monument. Pointing her staff forward, Euphemia unleashes a wave of holy light to heal the wounded fighter outside, and Sankong immediately bows deeply toward the Grand Temple to thank the High Priestess. At that exact moment, a sudden blast of magical energy surges toward Gore, who contemptuously raises his staff to block the strike. The two titanic forces clash violently in midair. A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the area in scorching heat as the shockwave forces Gore back, leaving him slightly injured from the impact. Euphemia sternly warns him that respect goes both ways, advising the envoy to watch his words, which forces a humbled Gore to apologize for his reckless behavior and thank her for the lesson. He quietly wonders if her power could rival a sacred branch blessed by the goddess and quickly realizes her strength is even greater than that. The sheer foundation of this sacred temple is not to be underestimated. Turning to leave with his squad, Gore mockingly warns the High Priestess to think very carefully about her next move, otherwise the poor second prince might refuse to sign the final alliance treaty. Back inside the meeting hall, Euphemia asks Tang Jian for his thoughts. When asked about the elven demands, Tang Jian notes that everything clearly centers on Su Yang, pointing out that the sheer level of importance the elves place on the kid is incredibly massive. It is a level of hostility that Tang Jian finds completely baffling. After all, the death of a single royal prince would never justify mobilizing this many troops, an analysis that Euphemia finds herself completely agreeing with. He also has a theory about Su Yang, a theory about who he really is. Just then, a world announcement flashes. The third sign-defying artifact has been claimed, bringing the Sin Monarch Crusade progress to 3 out of 7. Tang Jian springs to his feet in disbelief, wondering who could have pulled this off. For Euphemia, though, the pieces are finally falling into place. Wondering if the High Priestess foresaw this, she reveals that the mystery climber is highly likely none other than Su Yang. Tang Jian can barely believe his ears. In response, Euphemia pulls up a screen displaying recordings of past events. She begins reviewing all the intelligence they have gathered so far. From the mysterious mind control to the sudden appearance of the Sin King, it all connects. And even the survival of those two girls, Su Yang's shadow looms behind every single one of these incidents. Recalling their visit to Athos, Euphemia points out that while they initially blamed Athos for everything, the chaos kept spiraling completely out of control even after he was securely sealed away. Furthermore, Su Yang has vanished without a trace ever since the battle in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Now that Asumi, Hisako, and Lin Na have vanished too, could there be a hidden link between them? At the end of the day, all these clues make it impossible not to suspect him. Tang Jian admits he had his doubts before, but Su Yang is merely a low-level class transitor. How could a beginner pull off such impossible feats? Euphemia then raises a chilling question: what if Su Yang is actually the Lord of the Abyss? He slams his hands on the table, standing up immediately. That is absolutely impossible. She smiles calmly, explaining that she initially had the same thought but ruled it out after a deep investigation. Even so, Tang Jian is clearly struggling to digest this bombshell revelation. He begs her not to joke about such serious matters, but Euphemia stands firm in her logic. Even if he is not the Lord, he must have an incredibly complex tie to the Abyss, perhaps even possessing the rare authority to summon the Sin King himself. After all, if someone can command a Sin Monarch to eliminate targets at will, then claiming those legendary sign-defying artifacts would naturally be as easy as breathing. As a world map projects onto the desk, she continues to lay out the pieces. With the temple's massive influence stretching across the globe, they should have stumbled upon some trail or clues by now. Yet, despite several sign-defying artifacts being active right now, they have not received a single shred of information about any of them. Euphemia stands up, pausing for a dramatic moment. Unless the person hoarding these powerful artifacts is not even in this world, but lurking deep inside the Abyss. Tang Jian asks if her theory about Su Yang holding the artifacts was built entirely on this assumption. But he still does not understand. If Su Yang is not the Abyssal Lord, how can he boss around a literal Sin King? Euphemia admits this is just her deduction, as the current chain of evidence is still missing some vital logical links. However, the suspicious attitude of the Elf Kingdom practically confirms her theories from another angle. He falls silent, needing some serious time to process this wild train of thought. Tang Jian agrees, noting that the elves seem dangerously obsessed with Su Yang, treating him like he holds a crucial secret they must obtain. Suddenly, he remembers something major. Right, the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Euphemia nods, confirming that everything started right there. She believes Su Yang must have obtained a powerful ancient inheritance inside that secret realm. This established a direct connection with the Abyss, granting him some kind of transcendent, supreme identity. He then likely used the supreme status to command the Sin Monarchs, claiming the sign-defying artifacts and manipulating them to wipe out Tokugawa's group while rescuing the two girls who stumbled upon his secret. Logically speaking, every piece of this puzzle fits perfectly. Tang Jian sighs, admitting her theory makes perfect sense, especially as a survivor of the West Tower incident. But if that is the case, why has he not reached out to negotiate with them? She believes he must have his own difficult reasons and hopes to meet him face to face. Deep down, Euphemia silently resolves that she must get a clear, honest answer from him next time. Shifting back to the main topic, she stresses that progressing the world quest remains their absolute top priority. If they ever hope to conquer the Abyss, the Elf Kingdom's power is absolutely non-negotiable. Tang Jian cuts her off, saying the High Priestess needs not say more, as he has already made up his mind. He announces that Long Xiao will officially pull out of the current Crusade alliance, but clarifies that this does not mean they are abandoning the battle against the Abyss. Instead, he and his warriors will continue pushing their limits to grow stronger on their own terms. Tang Jian firmly believes that even without the backing of any external forces or foreign powers, they will rely on their own strength to slay the Sin King and claim the sign-defying artifacts. The people of Long Xiao never back down. Leaving the classroom, he commands his men to move out. Watching the departing backs of the Long Xiao warriors, Euphemia can only look on with deep admiration. He wonders if this is the true spirit of Long Xiao, wishing everyone immense fortune in their martial path. Turning to Tokugawa, he points out that Mr. Tang and his group have already left right after arriving. He asks if Tokugawa plans on notifying the Elven Kingdom. Tokugawa nods quickly, replying that he will contact them right away. Meanwhile, the Elven Kingdom representatives arrive at the Roundtable Conference. Anello commends the High Priest, noting she did a great job dealing with those pests from Long Sha. Eremia sternly asks if they can finally start the meeting. Anello just slumps back, tossing his feet onto the table while complaining about her constant nagging. He grumbles that they should all shut up and simply listen to his demands. The other leaders silently realize the prince only shows his true, arrogant self when the queen is away. Lin Na frowns, deeply annoyed by his attitude. What a boastful brat, they think. Eremia plays along, inviting the second prince to state his exact terms. Anello speaks up. First, since humanity was the one begging the elves for backup, the distribution of war spoils must reflect that. He demands a 60-40 split in favor of the elves. Lina accepts this, stating they will not object. His second term is even bolder, demanding that 3 of the remaining 4 sign-reversing divine weapons must belong to the elves. This demand instantly suffocates the room. Lin Na snaps, calling it completely unreasonable, while the other representatives slam their hands on the table in fury. Those weapons are crucial for defeating the final boss. They demand to know if the elves plan to hog everything for themselves. Anello shrugs casually, asking what is so unreasonable about it. He reminds them that 3 of the weapons are already out there. This means humans already have 4 weapons in their possession. It is a massive win, but Lin Na refuses to buy his logic. She calls it sheer sophistry. Even Augustin chimes in, pointing out they do not even know where those 3 weapons are, making it absurd to call it a win. Anilo shrugs, stating it is not his problem. He argues that since humans hold those weapons, they should just go fetch them. This dismissive attitude leaves the 3 human leaders shaking with silent rage. They gasp in anger as murmurs erupt across the room. Giving the elves such a massive advantage is painful, but without their agreement, there will be no help. Even their strongest group had already failed once. Relying on humans alone makes conquering the abyss completely impossible. And if this world quest ends in failure, every single one of them is going down. Following a heated, tense debate, the human representatives finally give in to the demands of the Elven Kingdom. With that, the official alliance is forged. They schedule their first joint operation to conquer the abyss to begin in exactly 1 month. Over in the bustling capital of Longdo, the streets are absolutely packed with people. A massive portal stands right in the city's center, and out steps the delegation from the Elven Kingdom. Anilo scoffs and covers his mouth, annoyed by how noisy and crowded the Longsha capital turned out to be. A little girl points them out to her mother, excited to see real elves, and runs over to greet the big brothers. Anilo glares coldly at the child and fires a sudden blast of magic, sending her flying back as she coughs up blood. Her terrified mother rushes over, checking on her daughter while demanding to know what they are doing. A guard coldly replies that he thought Longsha was a nation of manners. Yet, he asks how such lowly commoners dare to look directly at His Highness, the Second Prince. Anello approaches them, ordering the filthy peasants to drop to their knees immediately. Su Yang watches this unfold, his expression turning cold. With a dark, furious expression, he tells Sita to follow him. A curious Sita asks where they are heading. Su Yang rests his Fei Hong sword on his shoulder, ready to slaughter some dogs. Now watch, things are about to get bloody. Angry onlookers demand to know where these feudal remnants came from, shouting that the elves are the ones who should be kneeling for forgiveness. Calling them dogs, Anilo coldly signals his guard. The guard sneers, mocking them as trash who do not know their place. He unleashes a deadly sword strike at the outspoken citizen, promising to teach them a lesson about the true disparity in power. The smug guard boasts, declaring this is the inevitable end for ants like them. As the civilian collapses, the mother shields her child and begs for mercy, crying that her daughter is under level 5 and cannot be resurrected. She squeezes her eyes shut, her entire body trembling in pure terror as she waits for the blow. Suddenly, a beam of light pierces the sky, accompanied by a thunderous shout calling them impudent. A devastating wave of fire rains down, exploding instantly. Only a small barrier protects the mother and child. Tang Zhan quickly orders San Chong to evacuate the area. He then turns his blazing gaze on the guard, asking if he was the one who hurt his people. Despite bleeding from his wounds, the guard sneers back. In response, a massive punch fueled by extreme destructive energy flies right at him. Violent, red-hot energy waves surge forward to swallow the guard, unleashing an absolute torrent of pure firepower. It completely consumes him in a blazing inferno. Another guard jumps ahead of Anello, yelling for the prince to watch out as the street crumbles into a deep crater. At the bottom of the pit, right where the guy is lying, a strange green light begins to flash. Anello furiously demands to know Tang Zhan, is this really how you people in Longsha treat your guests? Tang Zhan fires back with logic, you show respect to get respect, and your behavior just now was completely insulting to Longxia. The elf sneers in utter contempt. Etiquette is for nobility, not for a bunch of lowly peasants like you. He asks if Tang Zhan really needs to make such a huge fuss, but Tang Zhan reminds him that in Longxia, everyone is completely equal. You are the ones who targeted us back in the holy city, so why come here now? What is your actual goal? Cole laughs mockingly, asking if they seriously dare to ask, and states that Su Yang has committed 3 major crimes. First, he tamed the Black Dragon without the Elven royal family's permission, clearly harboring some highly malicious intentions. Second, he murdered Prince Eric along with a group of elite young Elven nobles inside the Dragon Spirit realm. And third, he kidnapped our Princess Lilith, prompting the great Elven Queen to order his execution. So now you know exactly why we have come here. Someone in the crowd loses their temper and yells that it is shameless. Taming the Black Dragon was entirely due to Su Yang's own strength. Why on earth would he need your royal family's permission? And why should we care about your opinion anyway? Cole coldly replies that the Black Dragon is a legendary harbinger of doom, and by royal decree, must be put down the moment it is seen. Besides, who are you to even address me? The speaker is left speechless, forcing Tang Zhan to step in and continue. If you only came all this way to find Su Yang, then you are about to go home empty-handed. Because right now, absolutely nobody knows where he is hiding. Cole proudly declares they do not need him handed over. They will simply occupy all of Longxia and search every corner, starting with Longtu. Sanchong is furious at their arrogance. How could they ever let outsiders raid Longtu, the grand capital of their entire nation? This is a blatant insult to their homeland, but Cole simply raises his holy staff, asking if they seriously think they can stop him. We will just have to see about that. And Tang Zhan decides to fight to the death. A warrior dies before accepting humiliation. If it must be this way, then let us fight. He activates level 8 Ultimate Divinity, an incredibly powerful buff that temporarily multiplies his strongest base attribute by a whopping 10 times, pushing his physical power to the absolute maximum. He unleashes a devastating strike, the Ultimate Dragon God Destruction Punch, but Cole's holy staff easily disperses the massive blast of energy. Cole shouts for the goddess's protection, knowing that Tang Jian is completely vulnerable and full of openings after such a heavy attack. Sharp wooden branches erupt from the staff in a deadly attack called Sacred Tree Punishment, instantly impaling Tang Jian's body from all sides. Spitting blood from the excruciating pain, he collapses, prompting two nearby allies to desperately rush to his side, calling out his name. Cole mockingly reminds him that the power of a divine artifact is far beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal. He tells them to surrender quietly, but suddenly, black feathers begin drifting from the sky, filling Cole's heart with an immediate sense of dread. High above in the sky, Sita appears with a crushing aura that instantly paralyzes everyone below with sheer terror. They recognize her as Sita, the King of Pride, as Andalo cowers behind Cole, who quickly reassures the terrified prince not to worry. Cole reminds him they have the divine artifact, though privately, he is still sweating bullets. He recalls intelligence reports stating that once a king of sin enters this world, their power drops from god tier to demigod level. Facing another demigod with a divine weapon in hand, he realizes they might actually stand a chance of killing her right here. Tang Jian is completely stunned. How could Sita, of all people, show up in a place like this right now? Sanchong wonders if she is here to wipe them out, or if she is targeting the elves instead. Sanchong cannot make out the cloaked figure standing right next to Sita, as some mysterious power is hiding their identity. Meanwhile, Su Yang smiles, realizing that having everyone's attention locked on Sita is the perfect cover for his own surprise attack. Su Yang quickly runs the numbers. He has narrowed his attack range down to just 1 meter to ensure he does not miss, making this chaotic moment the perfect opportunity to strike. He commands Sita to drag all the elves into her dark domain, leaving the second prince entirely to him. Sita instantly complies with the Great Master's will, unleashing a massive dark sphere that begins to rapidly expand over the battlefield. The domain swallows the entire area, leaving Andalo panicking as his guards and mages vanish into the blackness, desperately shouting for help. Su Yang suddenly appears, telling him to save his breath, since his guards are already occupied fighting Sita. They will not be escaping her domain anytime soon, and since Su Yang is heavily cloaked, the prince fails to recognize him. He fearfully demands to know who Su Yang is, claiming his royal status, but Su Yang silently charges straight at him. Andalo frantically activates his ultimate barrier, warning him to stay back, while a system notification reveals the shield can withstand any strike below the 8th transition. Su Yang channels force into his fist, preparing to hand over a little gift. The punch crashes into Andal's face, making him spit blood as he flies backward. Amidst the groans of pain, Su Yang grabs Andal's hair and lifts him up. Battered and broken, the prince takes a brutal blow straight to the gut. The agonizing pain paralyzes him, leaving him with no choice but to accept his fate. "Just kill me," Andal snarls, "because I will only be reborn inside the Elven Temple. Then the Elven army will flatten the abyss, ensuring none of you ever reincarnate again." His trembling finger points directly towards Sanchong. "And I will report your Longjia nation to the queen so she can wipe you out." Su Yang grows highly annoyed listening to him. What a total maniac. Su Yang raises his Fei Hong sword. "Too bad, you will never get that chance." He mentions a figure just like his older brother Eric. Hearing this, the truth hits Andal. It was you." Su Yang swings, activating his editing interface, consuming 250 energy points. From this moment on, Andal Seva, the second Elven Prince, is completely erased and exiled into eternal nothingness. Whispers of shock instantly ripple through the crowd. Did that elf literally just vanish? Not even a single trace of his breath remains. What on earth just happened? Sanchong is equally stunned. He grits his teeth, realizing he was too focused on Sitha's arrival to pay any attention to this mysterious man. There was absolutely no powerful aura radiating from him. Could this guy actually be one of the legendary kings of original sin? Sanchong looks up to meet Su Yang's cold stare. Wait, is Sitha's barrier dissolving? He watches the fading barrier slowly dissolve into nothingness. It seems the battle has reached its conclusion. Sitha watches quietly from above, clutching her chest as a soft groan escapes her lips. Just then, Garth approaches, laughing aloud. The strongest king of original sin is nothing special. If you are merely a demigod, how could you ever match the noble elven divine artifact? He turns to his side, Prince Andal. Rest assured, I told you that with this artifact, Garth trails off in confusion, seeing absolutely no sign of Andal. Prince Andal. Suddenly it hits him. Andal's aura has completely vanished. You! What did you do to the second prince? Su Yang waves at Garth with a calm smile. Just put down a dog. Why so surprised? You are next on my list. Garth stands completely frozen and silent. Moments later, a cold chuckle escapes him, growing louder by the second. Eventually, Garth glares at Su Yang, laughing like a madman before cutting it short and tightening his grip on his staff. Raising it forward, he screams out as his staff flashes, shooting streams of magic right through the nearby crowd. The instant the spell pierces their flesh, their bodies wither away, reducing them to lifeless skeletons. Garth speaks in a low, sinister tone. Since Prince Andal is dead, I no longer have to worry about accidentally hurting him. He swings his staff upward, invoking the sacred tree's judgment as destructive energy erupts all around. Struck by magic, people scream and scatter. I will use you fools who dare to pose the sacred will as blood sacrifices, turning you into nourishment for the artifact. Shielding the wounded, Sanchong bellows, "Damn it, everyone get out of here now." The gloom on Sitha's face vanishes, replaced by a soft smile and shining eyes. She immediately hurls her weapon downward. "Heretic, our battle is far from over." Garth narrows his eyes and snarls, "You fell right into my trap. Sitha, you were my primary target all along." Placing a hand on his chest, a blinding light flashes, unleashing his true power as he raises his staff once more, releasing a force many times more devastating. Sitha stands frozen, completely unable to react to the sudden onslaught. What? Dozens of dark tentacles surge forward, tightly binding Sitha's arms and legs, rendering her immobile. She struggles, but a sudden shock from the tentacles leaves her writhing in pain. Garth grins maniacally. "Die, king of original sin, and feed the sacred tree." No sooner has he spoken than he flinches, catching sight of something speeding directly toward him. It's Su Yang. Sharp gaze locked onto Garth like a predator. Garth sneers in contempt at this suicidal dash, casually flicking his finger as he watches him draw near. As Su Yang lunges, the air swirls violently around him. Garth fires another magic blast, but Su Yang easily slips past it. Garth's magic beams and writhing tentacles pursue him without a single moment of rest. Su Yang leaps into the air, charging directly toward the converging magic. He cleanly cuts through it and swings his blade, forcing Garth to dodge. He sneers, "Foolish," but Su Yang smirks, thrusting forward. "You're the real fool." Magic instantly explodes all over the chamber, and his razor-sharp blade whistles right through the chaotic air. A demonic roar echoes as his unyielding state activates, immune to all crowd control and slashing incoming damage by 50%. Su Yang charges directly at Carl's barrier, while the villain sneers, asking what a weakling like him could possibly hope to achieve. But the words die in his throat as Su Yang's blade completely shatters the barrier into millions of pieces. Rushing forward without a single second of hesitation, Su Yang snatches the staff right out of Carl's grip and holds the divine artifact high with a triumphant grin. The dark tentacles binding Sitha suddenly dissolve, leaving her completely stunned. Free from her bindings, she wonders if that elf did this, before landing beside Su Yang to ask what he just did. Su Yang shoots her a freezing look, telling her she does not need to know before walking away from the finished battlefield. Sitha stares at him with flushed cheeks, remembering Carl Lauren holding the divine artifact. Carl was practically a demigod, a monster she had struggled against, yet Su Yang ended him in a single, devastating heartbeat. Seriously, guys, his speed and damage output completely defy all common sense. She stares at him, realizing she cannot read this representative of the monarch, who grows more mysterious by the second. Sitha quietly follows behind Su Yang until a desperate, trembling voice from behind begs them to wait. Supported by Sanchong, a heavily wounded Tang Jian gasps out his gratitude, desperately asking who he is to be able to summon the strongest king of original sin. Su Yang halts at the question, keeping his back turned as a heavy, tense silence stretches on between them. Tang Jian stares in utter disbelief at the departing silhouette, whispering if it is truly him, while elsewhere, an angry queen fumes. The energy signatures of both Andal and Carl Lauren have completely vanished, which should be absolutely impossible. Queen Chris rages from her high throne, demanding to know what happened while pacing back and forth in sheer panic. Why haven't they respawned at the temple? What is going on there? And where is the rest of her elite delegation? Her terrified advisor stammers out that he will go check immediately, but the queen only glares at his shaking form. Calling him useless, she rests her chin on her hand, wondering if Su Yang has slaughtered them all just like before. No way, right? Carl held a divine weapon, making it impossible for a mere human to defeat him. Her thoughts shatter when 3 battered soldiers burst into the throne room, announcing their return to her presence. Chris stares down coldly, ordering them to explain exactly what happened and not to dare leave out a single detail. The heavily wounded soldiers tremble as they report that after the Holy City Alliance, they entered the human kingdom of Longsha, only to clash with Sitha and a masked stranger. Though Lord Carl managed to successfully subdue Sitha during the fight, that mysterious warrior ended up executing the second prince right before their eyes. Lord Carl then sacrificed his own men to unleash the power of the divine weapon, leaving them unconscious before Queen Kreese narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. She questions the mysterious stranger, prompting the soldier to reply. The stranger used magic to completely obscure his identity, pushing the impatient queen to suddenly stand and furiously scream for them all to get out. The soldiers scramble out in absolute terror, leaving Queen Chris to deeply frown, knowing anyone who fought alongside Sitha could never be a weak presence. She wonders who this shadow is before coldly snapping an order to her subordinates. Chris orders Marita to prepare a royal blood sacrifice for the Holy Tree's prophecy, and the two soon stand together before the massive ancient trunk. They place their hands firmly on the bark. Marita offers up the sacred royal elven blood in sacrifice, begging the Holy Tree for divine guidance to project the final memories before Carl Lauren met his end. The giant tree suddenly shakes violently. How is the sacred tree actually trembling like this? What did the ancient soul inside it just witness? A loud blast echoes out as a blinding light erupts directly from the trunk of the sacred tree. The light spreads through the branches, revealing a symbol that completely illuminates the entire massive sanctuary. Both of them quickly shield their eyes from the glare, squinting to read the prophecy. Suddenly, they freeze in shock as a tall, faceless figure who just defeated those apparitions completely fades away. Queen Chris asks softly if that was indeed the prophecy of the sacred tree. Marita nods gently. Yes, the meaning is absolutely clear. They must eliminate that mysterious man at all costs. Queen Chris falls deep in thought, and honestly, how do you even begin to track down someone with no face? It does not matter. The prophecy merged with his breath and soul, creating a unique spiritual imprint. Anyone carrying this soul mark will instantly recognize him, meaning no amount of disguise can hide him from the tracking imprint. She sighs, turning to walk away. The will of the sacred tree is their absolute highest priority, so she orders an immediate truce with humans to focus all forces on invading the abyss. They must track down that mysterious man and eliminate him once and for all. Marita bows respectfully and understanding as pure rage burns bright in the eyes of Queen Chris. She warns that this is far from over, promising those humans that sooner or later she will get her revenge for Andal and Eric. Meanwhile, Su Yang is admiring the divine staff, a sacred tree branch blessed by the goddess of nature herself. This holy relic was crafted from the very first branch that sprouted under the blessing of the goddess of nature. It serves to punish anyone disrespectful toward the gods, though it comes with some heavy equipment restrictions. Only those with elf royal blood can wield it, granting 5,000 extra mental power and 200% psychic resistance. Mana recovery jumps by 1,000%, and elemental magic power rises by 200%, featuring the goddess blessing. It instantly deploys a divine shield that blocks all incoming damage, and while inside, the user is immune to all domain or mental skills below god level. Skill 2 is the divine punishment. Sacred branches shoot out sharp thorns of retribution, skewering the enemy while instantly draining all of their strength. These wounds are infected with holy spores that block all healing and drain the enemy dry, bringing us to Skill 3, the absorbing spores. This siphons 1% of health and mana every second, and Skill 4, the royal blood blessing, consumes royal blood to empower the sacred branch. It coats the thorns of retribution in a divine holy glow, granting 50% armor penetration and 50% resistance, and by the time Su Yang finishes analyzing this after his battle, night has fallen. Su Yang stares at the divine staff in absolute awe. It is truly the ultimate pride of the Elf Kingdom, with a set of overpowered effects so insane that even Sita could not deal any damage to Lauren. His expression grows thoughtful, knowing that while the royal blood requirement is a bit annoying, there must be a workaround if Lauren could wield it. With that, Su Yang stands up and decides to head over and ask Lilith for some answers. The moment Lilith sees the staff, she gets super excited, muttering that it looks beautiful but somehow feels incredibly familiar to her. Su Yang asks in disbelief if she has seriously never seen her own kingdom's relic, leaving Lilith quite taken aback. She wonders if it really belongs to the Elf Kingdom, asking where he stole it, but Su Yang just smirks and asks what she means by stealing. He would never stoop so low as to steal, proudly claiming he just robbed it straight up, leaving Lilith completely speechless. She gasps, amazed that he actually defeated the mighty Lauren, as Su Yang raises his head high with a cool, composed smile. He asks if she knows any way to bypass the item's restrictions, turning Lilith's attention back to the magical staff. She mentions reading in the ancient archives that only those with royal blood can actually awaken the weapon's true potential. As she absent-mindedly runs her fingers along the staff, a sharp, hidden thorn suddenly pricks her finger. Su Yang rushes over to grab Lilith's hand, asking if she's okay, but she softly tells him she is fine and bids him to look. Su Yang stares at the droplets of blood hovering around the thorn, wondering if this is the effect of her cursed lineage. He is shocked that her blood can actually corrode a sacred weapon. Mental power drops to 4,500, psychic resistance to 180%, mana regeneration to 900%, and elemental magic to 180%. Su Yang smiles wryly, realizing all the stats just dropped by 10%, while a nervous Lilith rubs her hands together and softly apologizes. Su Yang gently pats her head, reassuring her that even without this staff, he will always be there to protect her. Lilith instantly blushes a deep red, whispering his name. Su Yang stares outside with a tense expression, resolving that once he hunts down and enslaves those elves, he will simply force them to tell him how to unlock it. A few days later, on the 99th floor of the Abyss, the eerie silence is shattered by a massive explosion. Amidst the dust and crumbling ruins, monsters shriek in agony under heavy stone walls while Su Yang stands off to the side, coldly slicing through them. Now at level 199, Su Yang stands amidst the pile of corpses and sighs, finally on the verge of hitting level 200. This is because targets killed by his Crimson Sword do not yield any experience points. Otherwise, just the experience from Lauren would have easily maxed him out. He reviews the latest intel appearing before him. The Elf Queen is actually willing to ignore her own son's assassination just to secure this alliance. She likely holds some highly critical information that he needs to watch out for, but while Su Yang calmly checks his screen, a dark shadow silently pounces behind his back. The creature moves with absolute silence. It makes almost no sound at all. Yet the exact second the beast lunges close, Su Yang calmly spins around and delivers a devastating horizontal slash. He glances at the dissolving monster and smiles, noting the final kill is done as he officially reaches level 200. Suddenly, the ground violently trembles and debris rains down from the walls, putting Su Yang on high alert as he wonders what is happening. At that exact moment, a server-wide announcement echoes across the entire world. A global announcement rings out: the world boss, sovereign of original sin, has recovered 1/3 of its power. Adventurers are urged to hurry and complete the subjugation. Hearing this, Su Yang falls into a silent contemplation. The sovereign of original sin is already at 1/3 of its strength. Su Yang wonders if his own rapid leveling up has somehow impacted this world quest. If he accidentally advances too fast, will the boss's recovery speed shoot up as well? He walks forward, scanning his surroundings carefully. For now, things still seem to be pretty well within his control. His priority now is to head back and complete his 7th turn advancement quest. He cannot help but wonder just how strong a 1/3 recovered Sin Lord actually is. The mere thought gets Su Yang pumped up. With a sudden burst of excitement, he swings his blade, tearing open a dark spatial rift in the air. He thrusts his sword straight through the crack, widening it into a massive, jagged tear in reality. His blade hovers in the center, anchoring the void portal to keep it from snapping shut. Su Yang dives straight through and vanishes, leaving both his blade and the rift to dissolve into thin air. Meanwhile, back in Longsha, the battered group of Tang Jian and San Chong rests at the Tang estate. Lying weak on his sickbed, Tang Jian slowly cracks his eyes open, his face pale and utterly exhausted. San Chong rushes to the bedside. "President, you are awake. I was so worried you would stay comatose forever." Just then, Tang Jian's daughter, Anne, rushes in, crying out for her father. Tang Jian weakly asks her in a quiet voice, Anne, aren't you supposed to be running a dungeon?" She throws her arms around him, sobbing that she rushed straight back the moment she heard he was in trouble. Seeing him safe brings her immense relief, though she was terrified. Tang Jian gently strokes her hair, whispering that he is perfectly fine. Anne nods through her tears. Turning his head towards San Chong, Tang Jian asks how long he has been out of commission. He also inquires about Shi Ta and that mysterious man. San Chong replies that Tang Jian has been unconscious for nearly half a day, and those two left right after he collapsed, leaving them powerless to stop them. Tang Jian falls silent, deeply reflecting on the moment he tried to pursue Su Yang. He regrets not uncovering the man's true identity, yet a strong gut feeling tells him something. The mysterious figure who slaughtered the Laurens might actually be the missing Su Yang. Just then, a woman enters carrying a folder. She reports that 2 major events took place while he was out cold. Tang Jian recognizes her right away as his vice leader. He prompts Vice President Chen to speak. Adjusting her glasses, she explains that the royal elves have suddenly sent an urgent transmission. They are temporarily halting their pursuit of Su Yang, completely putting aside their differences with Longsha to focus all their strength on conquering the Abyss. And check this out, at the exact same time, a major New World announcement was broadcasted. The Sovereign of Original Sin has officially recovered 1/3 of its power. In a calm voice, she adds that powerhouse teams from the Eagle American Federation, Sakura Nation, Goryeo Nation, and Eastern Ice Northern Siberia have already gathered in the Elf world to level up for the upcoming Abyss raid. Hearing this, San Chong instantly gets riled up and snaps. A prince and a high minister were just killed, and I was fully expecting them to launch a full-scale invasion. What the hell is going on here? Vice President Chen calmly replies, who knows, perhaps it has everything to do with the sudden changes in the Sovereign of Original Sin. Tang Jian frowns in deep thought, wondering if that is really all. For the elves to do a complete 180-degree flip, there must be something massive in it for them. Seeing his silence, Vice President Chen continues. To show their sincerity, the royal elves have prepared a highly valuable peace offering. They granted us access to 3 high-tier demigods' secret realms, which is one more than they offered the Eagle American Federation. She asks how they should proceed. Tang Jian remains dead silent, causing a heavy, suffocating tension to fill the entire sick room. Breaking the silence, San Chong grunts that he refuses to go, claiming they do not need any charity from those backstabbers. He spits on those half-breed elves, barking in rage about how they used to act so high and mighty, looking down on everyone with their divine artifact. Now that their precious weapon is gone, they crawl back to flatter us like cowards. He begs the president not to accept. However, Tang Jian simply shakes his head and struggles to climb out of bed. Declaring that they must prioritize the bigger picture, he orders everyone to prepare for a trip to the elven world. Anne quickly holds him steady, reminding him that he was just brutally injured by them. Tang Jian silently grabs his coat, muttering that their real enemy is the Abyss, not the elves. Once the Abyss threat is resolved, putting on his coat with fierce determination, he vows to return and settle the score with those elves later. With no further arguments, the team silently follows him out to a massive, half-finished construction site. Staring at the towering piles of rubble, Tang Jian wonders if the portal is even functional. San Chong follows closely behind. He quickly assures him that the engineering team worked day and night to finish the repairs, and fixing up other public ruins has already been arranged. Tang Jian nods in approval. Scanning the wreckage, Anne feels a cold shiver at the sheer, terrifying scale of destruction left behind. Is this truly the power of a 9-transit expert, or is it the devastating might of an elven divine artifact? Tang Jian gazes warmly at his daughter. Speaking of which, he notes that he originally wanted her to meet Su Yang, but nobody expected the young man to stir up so much trouble. The boy has vanished now, but he did not actually commit any crime. Everything he did was purely out of self-defense. Anne quickly walks over to his side, asking if her dad always enjoys defending that guy so much. What kind of ability does Su Yang even have to make her father so captivated? Tang Jian rubs his chin, thinking about it. Quietly scratching his chin, he mutters that the kid might actually help her wipe out those annoying elves. Anne simply flips her hair and walks away, totally unconvinced. Meanwhile, Su Yang teleports back and checks his status screen. He has reached level 200, hitting the absolute limit of his 6th transit. His next class advancement quest is officially unlocked, a 5-star 7th transit trial to prepare the Abyssal Demon Archlord's legendary Dragon Feast. The Demon Archlord on the 190th floor is about to host a grand dragon feast. The system instructs him to personally hunt down a blazing sun-ranked giant dragon, harvest its heart, and prepare it for the feast. What a perfect coincidence. His azure-devouring dragon bone greatsword also requires the death of a blazing sun-ranked giant dragon to unlock its next level of power. It is a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, a different worry lingers in his mind. Without Bai Ling's guidance, he cannot locate the Dragon Realm portal in the human world, meaning he might have to head directly to the Dragon Kingdom itself. He envisions a massive stone gateway. Worse yet, the only portal leading directly to the Dragon Kingdom is located deep within the Elven Realm. To reach his target, he will first have to cross through the portal of the human world. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang devises a simple plan. The Elven Guards are likely only 6th or 7th transit tier, meaning they will pose no threat. With that in mind, he pauses to carefully map out his next moves, looking ahead with a highly confident smile on his face. After all, since he plans to subjugate the Elven world in the future, taking an early look around is only logical. He looks up at the Black Dragon, playfully sighing that he originally intended to treat it to a really delicious meal. However, its massive form is simply too conspicuous. If anyone discovers his true identity, it will cause endless trouble, so he cannot bring it to the Dragon Kingdom. As the Black Dragon lowers its head, Su Yang gently rubs its snout to soothe his loyal partner. Suddenly, the beast snaps awake and unleashes a deafening roar that catches Su Yang completely off guard. Electric currents surge across the dragon's body as it glows with blinding light. In an instant, the creature vanishes, leaving a dragon tattoo marked upon the back of his right hand. Su Yang jokingly scolds it for not showing off this useful trick sooner, asking if it was just looking for a beating. Meanwhile, in a dark cavern, Su Yang manifests in his boss form as the terrifying Lord of Original Sin, an abyssal demon ruler. God tier stats: Strength 700,000, Spirit 500,000, Speed 400,000. Sitting casually on his throne, he remarks that his strength has grown tremendously, after recovering just 1/3 of his power. If he could ever restore it to his peak state, his ultimate power would be truly unimaginable. However, the most critical detail is his authority as Lord of Original Sin, which has just received a major system update. By consuming a fraction of his dark origin source, he can infinitely resurrect the Sin Kings. Su Yang stares at the screen, Free from cooldown limits, all he needs is enough Dark Origin power to bring his Sin Kings back to life. This is a massive game changer. The interface displays Gluttony consuming 1/10 of his Dark Origin power. Wrath costs 1/7 of his Dark Origin, while Sloth requires 1/4 of his Dark Energy. He smiles inwardly. This is absolutely brilliant news for the upcoming battle. Su Yang confidently taps the option in the middle. Time to fulfill his promise and bring back Samael, the fearsome King of Wrath. 1/7 of his Dark Origin is instantly consumed to summon Samael, King of Wrath. A sudden explosion echoes through the cavern. Crackling lightning wraps around his throne as Samael appears, kneeling low to express his deepest gratitude and swearing to serve his lord until death. Su Yang nods and commands Samael to follow his human persona, Su Yang, on his journey. He orders him to obey every command and destroy the Elven Kingdom. Samael looks up, deeply declaring that he obeys his lord's command. A few days later, crowds of people wait in long lines at the dimensional passage connecting the human realm to the Elven Kingdom. Riding his horse forward, Tokugawa is suddenly ordered to halt. When asked who they are, he replies that they hail from the Sakura Nation. He claims they were invited by the high officials to enter the secret Elven realm for a level up, asking to be let through. The guard opens his digital display to verify the entry list, while Tokugawa anxiously urges him to hurry up with the check. The longer he waits, the more uneasy Tokugawa becomes. Why did the proud elves suddenly overlook their old differences with Longxia and allow them to join the anti-abyssal coalition? If things keep going like this, how is our Sakura Nation going to use this dungeon to surpass Longxia? How can we ever step on Tang Zhan's head and rise above them? Seeing the soldiers suddenly point their spears at him, he screams in panic, asking what they think they are doing. He claims he is a guest of their lord, but the soldiers ignore him completely and push forward, snapping that nobody cares about him. They only care about the person behind him. Tokugawa freezes and looks back, wondering who it could be. Right behind him are hooded Su Yang and Samael in his human form, walking together. The spear-wielding soldiers rush forward but suddenly halt as the system screen displays an incredibly abnormal energy reading. Glancing back, Samael asks his master for instructions on how to deal with these guys. Su Yang replies that he originally wanted to slip in quietly by pretending to be human, but it seems that is not going to be easy. Grinning slyly, Su Yang decides they do not need to play sneaky anymore and should just trample right over them. Samael has been waiting for this, his eyes lighting up as he happily obeys. In an instant, Samael unleashes his true power, transforming back into his monstrous form. With a deafening roar, he vanishes like a gust of wind, leaving everyone present frozen in absolute shock. While the soldiers are still standing there dazed, Samael appears right behind them. Emergency sirens blare everywhere, and an ear-splitting alarm echoes throughout the entire area. Blaring endless warnings, the system alerts everyone that a massive boss has just spawned. After quickly analyzing the overwhelming energy signature, it is confirmed to be an original Sin Monarch class boss. Tokugawa spurs his horse forward, frantically warning his people that an original Sin King has appeared. Hearing this, they panic. Everyone starts running in absolute chaos. Run! They scream in panic, wondering why an abyss boss is here, but before they can get far, an invisible force slices them in half, splashing blood everywhere. Agonizing screams fill the air as a massive blur tears through the crowd, slicing people to pieces. It is Samael, showing absolutely no mercy. Despite his colossal size, his terrifying speed is something absolutely nobody can react to or block. Moving too fast for the eye to follow, Tokugawa and his men run for their lives. One soldier frantically asks if they are just going to abandon the others. Tokugawa snaps back, calling them low-class trash who are only here to power level. He yells that their lives could never compare to their own survival. Watching them from afar, Su Yang scoffs in disgust at how they abandon their comrades just to save their own skin. He calls them utterly shameless and orders Samael to hunt them down. Instantly obeying, Samael ignores the crowd and charges directly toward Tokugawa. What did they shout? Without a word, Samael lunges forward and slams a soldier's head into the dirt. Before the man can even react, Samael grabs him and hurls him high into the sky as terrified screams echo. Samael snaps his jaws shut around the screaming soldier, as a system notification confirms that Wrath King Samael has slain Yamataro, a Tier 8 level 276 player, as a sacrificial offering. The sacrifice grants 50,000 maximum health, and while it is not massive, Su Yang knows every little bit slowly adds up. He laughs wildly, growing more insane with every passing second. Roaring to kill, Samael conjures a massive blood-red spear in his hand and hurls his signature Wrath Blood skill straight at Tokugawa. Left with no choice, Tokugawa braces himself and activates his shield of Amaterasu. The incoming blood spear collides directly with his defensive barrier, grinding to a halt. His shield is capable of absorbing 100,000 points of damage, holding firm as the two powerful forces clash. Sharp cracking sounds echo as spiderweb fractures spread across the barrier. Just a second later, the massive shield shatters into 100 glowing pieces. Samael's spear pierces the shield, allowing Tokugawa to slip behind him. Activating his divine shadow skill, Tokugawa gains the ability to teleport instantly between any shadows in the area. His next strike after emerging from the darkness will deal a massive 400% bonus damage. Locking his eyes on the target, Tokugawa slowly draws his blade and unleashes his ultimate Cherry Blossom Waning Moon technique. He dashes forward, landing a clean slash that completely connects. The beast roars, but it is not from pain, it is pure, unadulterated fury. Tokugawa breaks into a cold sweat, staring up at him with trembling eyes. Stunned by the lack of damage, Tokugawa screams as Samael wastes no time reaching out and clamping his massive hand around him. As Samael squeezes his fist, blood violently erupts from Tokugawa's eyes and nose before spreading across his entire body. In a wild frenzy, the demon grabs Tokugawa by the leg and slams him repeatedly into the ground. Su Yang casually walks over and quietly tells him to stand down. He coldly commands that they still have their primary mission to complete and cannot waste any more time. Though slightly disappointed, Samael immediately calms down and obeys. Acknowledging his master's order, Samael tosses Tokugawa high into the air, tearing his body into 100 bloody pieces on the way down. The system announces that the Wrath King has slain Tokugawa Muneno, a level 302 9th tier player, granting a massive sacrifice bonus of 230,000 max health. Su Yang looks at the interface with absolute satisfaction. Counting all the small fry they just slaughtered, his maximum health has increased by nearly 600,000 points. With over 700,000 health points now, things are getting completely ridiculous, so Su Yang simply steps forward and points toward the glowing spatial portal. Mentioning that someone in the royal capital insulted the monarch, Su Yang sends him on. Samael obeys, immediately leaping straight into the glowing portal. On the other side of the gateway, deep within the Elven Kingdom, a massive crowd is already gathering around the mysterious rift. The crowd starts muttering in excitement. Someone was supposed to enter the secret realm today, so where are they? Who knows, but those lowly humans do not even deserve this. Just as they speak, the massive portal begins to ripple. Look, right on cue. But instead of a guest, Samael bursts out roaring, slaughtering the stunned soldiers as a rebel against the crown. Wait, what? Su Yang does not follow Samael through. He stays behind. I hope you elves enjoy this little welcome gift, he murmurs with a smirk. His soul imprint is already set to monitor the entire slaughter. Inside the palace, the courtiers gather around to advise. Your Majesty, I have a proposal. Why not send the humans to the dragon realm to clear out the giant dragons? It helps them level up without costing us a single resource. Absolutely not. Letting humans enter the dragon realm is too dangerous. If they master both dragon blood enhancement and spirit magic, they will become a far greater threat to our entire empire. That rare divine power is far more precious than anything else. Seeing Queen Chris remain silent, they press on, noting that while divine power is rare, humans possess an incredibly terrifying ability to adapt and learn. But as Queen Chris sits, lost in thought, none of this actually matters to her honestly. She is only thinking about that mysterious hooded stranger. Suddenly, her thoughts are shattered by a frantic shout. Your Majesty, we are in serious, deep trouble. A gasping guard rushes in, reporting that the barrier passage is under attack by a king of primal sin. Queen Chris stands up abruptly in sheer shock. What? A king of primal sin? Furious, she orders the royal guard to immediately deploy and eliminate this absolute heresy. The soldiers fall to their knees in obedience as veins of pure rage throb across her forehead. Why would a king of primal sin ignore the humans and strike here instead? Outside, Samael has already turned the area into a blazing sea of fire, roaring that all blasphemous ants must die as terrified citizens scream and scatter in panic. Grabbing a struggling guard, Samael grins and declares this to be yet another offering. And now, watch as blinding beams of strange light shoot up from the palace, piercing the sky. The royal guard flies down to confront him, declaring they will execute him by royal decree. Samael merely sneers, asking if they honestly expect a few flies to stop him. One guard charges forward with fury, yelling that his demigod sword will easily pierce his defense. Yet Samael effortlessly catches the blade with his bare hand. Snickering, he grips the sword tight, lets out a deafening roar, and balls his free hand into a massive fist. He slams a brutal punch straight into the guard's stomach, making him cough up blood. How is this possible? They gasp. Samael roars for his next victim. His thunderous voice violently shakes the earth, forcing the remaining guards to back away and warn each other that this beast's attacks seem to completely ignore physical defenses. Unleashing an elemental forbidden spell, they cast Starfall. Samael lunges forward but instantly freezes as he senses a massive buildup of magical energy right behind him. 5 elite guards combine their powers, channeling an enormous torrent of magic directly at Samael's back. A massive blazing fireball streaks toward him, but Samael stands perfectly still, refusing to even flinch. A violent explosion rocks the entire battlefield, completely engulfing the area in a sea of flame. Yet Samael simply stands amidst the inferno, casually brushing the fire aside with raw power. Unaware of his terrifying durability, the guards actually start celebrating. The spell worked, they shout, keep blasting him. But as the thick smoke clears, Samael is already gone from sight. Reappearing directly behind them, he tears them in half. "You have officially made me angry," he growls. Without warning, he plunges his own razor-sharp claws deep into his chest, unleashing a torrent of blood. Ignoring the gaping wound, Samael rips his own heart out and bares his razor-sharp teeth. He stares at the beating organ before calmly tossing it in his mouth and swallowing it whole. Crimson lightning wraps around his body as he lets out a deafening roar. Wrath's End, destroy everything. With Wrath's End activated, the king consumes his own heart, unleashing hellfire to incinerate everything in sight. Every stat skyrockets. His strikes deal massive fire damage, and his health will not drop below 10% for 3 full minutes. Samael leaps into the air and rips a soldier in two, roaring that blasphemers will face his supreme wrath. What is he doing? The others cry out in horror. Panic spreads as they desperately shout to block his path to the main pavilion. But Samael breezes past them like a demon, tearing flesh with every swipe. In mere seconds, dozens lie dead or severely mutilated. As Samael relentlessly charges forward, the defenders glance at his health bar. "What on earth is happening?" they scream. "Why is the boss's health bar not dropping anymore?" Raising their weapons, the remaining royal guards realize he has a health lock passive. This is absolute insanity. They desperately switch to crowd control skills, trying to slow down his relentless march. They scream to lock him down, unleashing a nature bind as massive vines erupt from the earth to restrain his limbs. Samael calmly lets the vines wrap around him, letting out a cold sneer. Using wood to fight fire, utterly brainless. With a flick of his wrist, the vines shatter. He sneers that once the countdown ends, he will burn every living thing and devour this entire royal city. Just then, Queen Chris appears. Stirring up trouble in the royal court, she tells him he is not even worthy. She shuts her eyes tightly as a colossal deity rises behind her to glare down at Samael. The deity raises its massive hand above Samael, shattering the magical barrier. Samael stares around in absolute shock as Queen Chris glares down with cold, silent fury. With a sharp command to be gone, the overwhelming energy engulfs Samael, who desperately struggles to send a final message to Su Yang. Apologizing to his lord, Samael can only watch as Queen Chris's magic completely devours him, leaving him entirely powerless. Within seconds, the terrifying power recedes and Samael slowly fades into the void, leaving behind absolutely no trace. The soldiers fall to their knees, begging for punishment for their utter failure to hold back the King of Sin. Queen Chris turns on her heel, telling them to rise since they are not to blame, ordering a swift cleanup. A guard brings Samael's leftover book to Eslian, noting that without the divine artifact, it's just some high-grade material. Leon falls deep into thought, telling them to keep it safe, his face clearly showing his growing anxiety. He keeps wondering about the crazy talk from that King of Sin regarding his lord. What could it mean, especially since their elf kingdom has never had any connection to the abyss? Meanwhile, deep within a busy mining site in the elf kingdom, the laborers toil away to extract precious raw materials while a cruel guard barks orders at them to move faster and stop slacking off. Carl sits on the balcony, sipping wine while watching the slaves, admitting he was nearly scared to death when that King of Sin suddenly raided the royal capital. His companion sits across from him, admiring the intricate patterns on his glass before chiming in with his own thoughts. He points out they were extremely lucky the queen was there to handle it. Otherwise, things would have been disastrous, prompting Carl to look thoughtful. Carl blames it on the utterly useless guards who laze around all day, failing to even secure a basic teleportation gate. Looking down, he watches grieving elves weep over their loved ones' coffins. Yet Carl continues to speak with a completely cold, casual tone. To him, those peasants are just weak, worthless trash, and surviving the attack on their glorious royal capital is already a massive honor for them. He only deeply regrets that most of his own wealth ended up reduced to ashes. His companion simply raises his glass in response, shifting the conversation. He asks if Carl has heard about the dangerous unrest brewing in the city center lately, prompting Carl to toast him back before giving his reply. He mentions a new cult called the Sin Sect, whose members actually claim to worship that exact same King of Sin. Dismissing them as utter fools, he expects them to be purged long before they can cause any real trouble. At that moment, a quiet maid walks in, bringing refreshments for the two wealthy men. The other man bursts into laughter, raising his glass to toast the great Queen Chris, and Carl quickly joins him, dedicating the drink to their beloved ruler. The maid hears every word of their insulting talk, but she keeps her face blank, hiding her true reaction. With only a slight frown and pursed lips, she leaves. Cut to a ruined, desolate house in the slums, where a group gathers around a fire to keep warm. One of the poor elves stands up and speaks, expressing his bitter hatred for the despicable nobles who refuse to even treat them like actual human beings, prompting another to eagerly chime in. They must struggle just to survive daily, yet those greedy royals enjoy every luxury without ever paying a single price. Right in the middle of their heated discussion, the maid from earlier returns, telling them that they are absolutely correct. She walks straight into the center of the room, stating the royal nobility has committed 7 deadly sins without feeling a shred of guilt. Sheltered by their hypocritical gods, those high-born monsters indulge in pure cruelty, brutal punishments, and endless depraved pleasures. With a swift motion, she pulls off her wig to reveal striking white hair. Her real name is Gloris. Removing her contact lenses, she reveals her true, exotic eyes, one shining bright blue, the other a deep, crimson red. Gloris sighs, arguing that if the gods truly protect such wicked tyrants, then those deities are nothing more than evil gods themselves. A young male elf steps forward in agreement, declaring that they refuse to spend another single day living in such misery. Another desperate elf approaches Gloris, demanding to know how they could possibly hope to punish the powerful, heavily guarded nobility. Standing proudly in the center, Gloris raises her hands to command the room and lay out her plan. Since those wicked rulers are heavily shielded by evil gods, they remain far out of reach for ordinary mortals, prompting a listener to speak up. To fight back, they must seek the aid of an equally powerful deity to pass ultimate judgment and bring down divine retribution. Hearing this, Gloris frowns but voices her agreement anyway. Exactly, only the Abyss Lord who rules over original sin can truly bring punishment upon them. Hearing her words, the crowd of elves begins to whisper in a growing frenzy. What? An actual Lord of original sin? But the King of Sin destroyed our homeland, meaning the Lord of Sin must be evil himself. Even if we manage to defeat the wicked king and the evil god, what do we actually stand to gain? Hearing their doubts, Gloris speaks up, her voice turning icy cold. Trials always come with suffering, she says. If we cannot overcome them, how can we ever change our destiny? Besides, the Lord of Sin embodies sin itself. The world projects all its evil onto him, but in truth, he is actually a benevolent deity. A benevolent deity, the Lord of Sin, is good, meaning this was all just a test. After speaking, Gloris draws her sharp dagger and slices her palm. She watches the blood drip down and declares that the blood of the king always leads to sin. Gloris squeezes her bleeding fist tight, her gaze absolutely steady as she continues speaking. The evil god will suffer punishment for his massive sins. Inspired by her words, the crowd stands up and raises their hands in unison, chanting after her that the king's blood leads to sin, and the evil god must pay for his massive crimes. With that, the crowd disperses, and Gloris departs. Clasping her hands over her chest, she closes her eyes, tilts her head up, and whispers to the Lord of Sin. Suddenly, her entire body begins to glow with a brilliant light. She prays for him to bring them salvation. But look at her shadow, it shapeshifts, morphing into a strange, mysterious figure with a mirror on its head as the scene cuts away. Meanwhile, at the portal leading to the Elf Kingdom, everything lies in complete ruin. A cloaked figure sits perched high up, looking down as he recalls the memories stolen from the Knight Commander. Even though travel between the Elf World and Dragon Kingdom is open, the security here is still incredibly tight. Up there is Su Yang, frowning as he assesses the area from above. He counts them in his head. There are 7 guards, plus 2 scouts hiding in the shadows, making 9 Tier 6 elves in total. He does not fear a head-on fight, but if they alert the others, things will get messy. His mind made up, Su Yang stands up and decides not to waste any more time, opting to wipe them out instantly. A dark shroud of black energy completely envelops Su Yang, leaving only his glowing eyes visible. This state of his is known as the Fallen Form. Ready to strike, Su Yang vanishes from where he stands, leaving behind only a bright flash of light that startles the guard. The guard cries out in shock, but before he can react, a flash of light tears through them, spraying blood everywhere. Su Yang finally reveals himself in blood-red armor, complete with a sharp pair of red horns crowning his head. Having completely annihilated the guards, Su Yang moves forward. He calmly walks through the portal, utilizing their soul imprints to force their respawns back to their home bases, while completely erasing any memories of their painful deaths. Stepping through the gate into the land of dragons, Su Yang pulls back his hood and wonders if this is indeed the kingdom of the giant dragons. Spread out before him is an incredibly breathtaking view of a massive, endless ocean. Majestic dragons soar freely across the clear blue sky, prompting Su Yang to admit that the sight is absolutely spectacular. Just then, the black dragon emerges from the mark on Su Yang's hand in a tiny, adorable form. He smiles down at the little creature, asking if it is excited because it smells the familiar scent of its old home. Looking thoroughly pleased, the black dragon lets out a soft squeak of agreement. Right after, Su Yang extends his arm and calls out, commanding Athos to finally show his true strength. Hearing the call, the black dragon flies outward, letting out a massive, excited roar. As the beast soars freely through its native skies, Su Yang calls out, telling it to go look around and see if there is any good fortune nearby. Down below, Su Yang draws his sword and instantly tames a massive red dragon. He stands on its head for a moment before jumping down as the red dragon submissively lies on the ground. Right after that, skeletal dragons also appear, their bony frames wrapped in blazing purple flames. As the dragons glare down, Su Yang is suddenly shrouded in deep blue flames just as a massive bolt of lightning strikes the earth. A massive shockwave tears through the ground, leaving Su Yang completely numb from the static charge. He admits that magic combo is pretty decent, but it completely ruined his hair. Standing right before him is a black dragon, its entire body crackling with blue electricity. It glares at him, asking why a mere human is standing here. But before it can finish, Su Yang is already charging straight at it with sword in hand. Closing the distance fast, he answers that there is no reason, it is simply just a quest. Right at this moment, a sharp black claw tears through the air. The black dragon has returned, instantly swinging its massive talons upward. With a single heavy blow, it pins the gray dragon to the ground and roars. The defeated beast glares up, demanding to know why a mighty black dragon would ever bow to a mere human. Has it completely forgotten the ancient pride of the dragon race? Thick dust blankets the battlefield as Tuduang seizes the moment to rush forward, calling out to his foe. There is no glory here, you dragons are nothing but bullies who prey on the weak anyway. Without hesitation, he drives his sword deep into the dragon's chest. Blood splatters everywhere as the beast screams in agony before collapsing heavily onto the shattered earth. Its massive body sends debris flying in all directions, a final torrent of dark blood spilling from its maw. With the threat neutralized, Tuduang looks back at the black dragon and tells it to dig in, it is time to feast. The pair squat down on the dirt to devour their prey. Once finished, Tuduang rubs his completely stuffed belly. He lies flat on his back, letting out a loud burp. This thunder dragon really had a massive heart. Feeling his lightning element compatibility and physical strength surging, he is just one tiny step away from unlocking that devastating lightning forbidden spell. The black dragon serves as a comfortable cushion, letting out a happy growl. Resting on its soft belly, Tuduang reflects on their progress. Damn it, the devouring attribute of the Dragonbone Greatsword has hit its limit once again. To make it grow any further, he needs to hunt down a rank 8 king-tier dragon. A demigod dragon is way too much to handle right now, so he needs to take things slow. Tuduang cushions his head with his hands and opens the system menu to check the quest details. This is a 5-star hidden quest for the 7th transition, the Fallen Sacred Dragon. These mighty sacred dragons possess a rare holy attribute, marking them as natural-born kings of the dragon race. However, this particular sacred beast accidentally swallowed some mysterious unknown entity back when it was just a hatchling. Banishment followed its corruption, sending it to the wildlands. The target is a level 350 fallen sacred dragon of the Blazing Sun tier. Tuduang frowns deeply as a cold sweat bead rolls down his cheek. He cannot believe a real sacred dragon actually exists out there. Even the database of the Global Beast Taming Association has absolutely zero records on it, yet here he is, facing one. Talk about entering uncharted territory. He finishes reviewing the system details. Tapping the holographic screen with one hand while thoughtfully stroking his chin with the other, he begins to plan his next calculated move. According to his memory, even normal dragons start out at the diamond tier during their infancy. After passing through several growth stages, they eventually reach the powerful Blazing Sun tier at full maturity. Even his black dragon, carrying the bloodline of the ancient devourer, was only at the Starlight tier as a hatchling. Yet this sacred dragon is already at the Blazing Sun tier, which stands 2 entire stages above Athos. Hearing this, the black dragon stands before him, looking down with a low, competitive growl. Shoving his hands deep into his pockets, Tuduang looks up at his companion and asks if it is getting a bit jealous. The loyal beast simply lowers its massive head closer to him. He reaches out to gently pat its snout, telling it not to worry. Abandoning his partners isn't his style, especially since this quest demands the target's death. As he strokes its head, his expression grows slightly somber. Pursing his lips, he wonders if that sacred beast fell from grace after consuming some bizarre, corrupted object. Could it have been that same piece of rotten flesh? If so, things are about to get complicated. With his companion reassured, Tuduang steps forward and tells it to move out toward the wasteland. Hearing the command, the black dragon takes off into the sky with excitement. The duo soon arrives at the mouth of a desolate valley shrouded in thick, heavy mist. Looking down from above, he notes that not a single blade of grass grows here. It is truly a forbidden wasteland. Squinting through the dense fog, he senses a sudden shift in the air and realizes they have already been spotted by their prey. The black dragon lowers its head, scanning the ground below before letting out a warning roar. Crouching down to observe, he asks what is wrong, admitting it is the very first time he has seen the proud beast act so tense. He brings a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Taking on a max-level blazing sun dragon means the black dragon might not offer much help anyway, and keeping it out could easily startle their prey before he can strike. Deciding to play it safe, he recalls the dragon back into the crest on his hand, instructing it to rest while he handles this massive threat completely alone. The moment those words leave his mouth, a massive silhouette with dozens of horns and glowing crimson eyes emerges from the heavy fog. It is the level 350 fallen sacred dragon, a blazing sun beast with 14 million health and stats that are absolutely off the charts. Staring at the terrifying beast and its overwhelming system stats, Duong cannot help but frown. This beast is absolutely massive, easily measuring over twice the size of his own dragon. Su Yang pulls up his status screen, looking at the stats and wondering if this thing can even be beaten. He takes one look, smirks, and whispers to himself. With stats like these, he feels like the actual boss here after all. The enemy's health pool is barely a fifth of his. His status panel shows Su Yang as a level 200 Demon Spirit Reaper with over 74 million health. With over 100,000 strength, 67,000 intelligence, and massive defensive resistances, he is practically invincible. Closing his status panel, Su Yang looks up. He stares back at the giant dragon, muttering that a cautious warrior always stays prepared. Right then, a surging purple light of raw power begins to swirl heavily around his back and his left arm, and around his right hand, a brilliant golden energy ignites. In his Reaper state, all stats increase by 20%, mana costs drop by 80%, and damage surges by 200%. It costs 1 harvest point per second from his total of 781, harnessing the fallen power of the 7 deadly sins. Su Yang looks down at his hands, noting that when fighting a high-tier threat, you should always go all out. Finish this fast. This legendary dual-wielding energy of his is known as the ultimate dual cultivation. Every 10 points of basic strength boosts his physical damage by 1.5%, while every 10 points of soul power boosts magic damage by the same. His Dragon Slayer heart bypasses the Dragon Clan's natural defense, boosting damage against dragons by 500%. The Liang dragon locks eyes with Su Yang and freezes for a split second, completely stunned, but quickly snaps back into focus. Instantly ready for combat, the mighty beast lets out a deafening roar and whips its massive tail around to strike him down. With a calm smirk, Su Yang reaches out and catches the dragon's massive tail with his bare hands. Laughing with absolute delight, he mockingly tells the giant beast to hold on tight. Instantly, he leaps high into the air, swings the massive dragon, and hurls it away. The dragon quickly recovers, landing heavily on the ground without taking any damage. Enraged, the beast lunges forward, opening its giant maw to charge up a devastating blast of purple energy. This deadly move is the breath of death. Refusing to back down, Su Yang raises his hand to summon a swirling storm of dark magic, unleashing a level 2 forbidden spell, the Pale Flame Prison. A massive, glowing chain of pure light suddenly materializes right in Su Yang's hand. He flings the heavy chain forward, and it instantly wraps around the dragon's giant body, locking it in place with a powerful binding spell. With the massive beast completely immobilized, Su Yang leaps directly onto its head, drawing a sharp sword while donning a mysterious black mask. He slashes down with his ultimate skill, the ninefold shield-slaying slash. As the dragon turns, its health bar plummets rapidly, taking 3 massive hits of 170 million damage each. Standing with his back turned, his devastating rapid strikes trigger a massive explosion that tears through the beast. Su Yang casts a cold, sharp glance behind him to judge his work. That fallen holy dragon had a massive 1,400 points of health, yet it was instantly one-shotted, proving his raw damage output is absolutely terrifying. Now, it is time to unleash the hungry, devouring power of gluttony. He raises his hand, and a pair of glowing, razor-sharp red jaws materialize in the air. Seeing the dragon still twitching on the cold ground, he wonders if it is somehow still alive, right before the beast suddenly launches itself into the sky. Its massive shadow looms over the area, blocking out the light. Su Yang looks up, genuinely surprised by this sudden turn of events. The dragon's face has warped completely, leaving behind only a single, terrifyingly giant eye staring down. It glares down at Su Yang and unleashes an eerie, unspeakable roar. Su Yang tries to scan its status panel, but every single metric is hidden. It is a newly born fallen creation, with its level, race, health, and stats completely blank. Absolutely no data can be retrieved. Its horns have grown incredibly long, the eye on its forehead glows with a sinister purple light, and its skin is patched with black and green. Watching this transformation, he notes that its new appearance is even more repulsive than before. With no information available, he wonders what kind of monster he is actually facing. Leaning down, the horrific beast exhales a freezing breath, locks its giant eye on Su Yang, and suddenly fires a massive barrage of razor-sharp, deadly spikes straight at him. Su Yang leaps away just in time as the ground explodes behind him, silently noting that the beast is incredibly fast. Suddenly, dark green stone circles glow on the ground as the dragon's sharp claws erupt from below, completely surrounding Su Yang and blocking any possible escape route. In an instant, he is bound tightly. Completely immobilized, Su Yang gasps in disbelief as the constraints tighten around his body and mouth, sealing him shut. Black smoke billows from Su Yang as a harsh laugh rips from his throat. Instantly, the dragon's thick legs snap like twigs, crashing to the dirt. Clad entirely in dark armor, his face is fully masked, leaving only his eyes visible. Crimson horns pierce through his dark hair. Realizing its prey has broken free, the dragon opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of sickly green fire. Su Yang leaps back on pure instinct. Where the green flames lick the stone, the ground melts, dissolving into a steaming green crater. Charging headfirst at the giant beast, Su Yang knits his brows in disdain. Is that pathetic attack really all you have got? Now it is my turn. With a sharp exhale, Su Yang hoists his great sword, channeling raw, suffocating energy into the blade as his eyes flare with sudden fire. It is his ultimate technique, the ninefold shield, Death Slash. Relentless purple energy slashes tear through the beast's thick scales, forcing a torrent of dark blood from its maw. Su Yang grins, whispering pale flame prison. A massive, deafening explosion immediately tears through the monster. Once the thick smoke finally clears, the dragon is revealed to be completely unharmed. It simply glares down, letting out a low, vibrating growl. Seeing it intact, Su Yang stares in sheer disbelief. How could an ultimate forbidden spell only shave off a quarter of its total health? The dragon suddenly opens its massive maw, shrieking as crackling purple lightning and high-frequency sound waves ripple outward across the battlefield. The shrieking noise pierces Su Yang's ears. He clutches his throbbing head, his vision blurring. What is this noise? The mental assault throws his mind into panic. Sanity is down 10%, while his strength, spirit, and agility drop by 10% as well. Stunned, Su Yang yells out, "What?" Rooted to the spot, his thoughts race. A sanity stat decrease? Isn't that a unique trait found only in the legendary monsters of Cthulhu lore? Could there actually be a connection between this mutated dragon and Cthulhu itself? Taking advantage of his brief distraction, the dragon lunges forward, driving its razor-sharp claws straight at Su Yang's chest. He barely raises his sword to block in time, the sheer force blasting him backward. Skidding to a halt, Su Yang glares at the beast, knowing he cannot let this fight drag on. His raw attributes might match the monster's, but the creeping sanity loss will kill him first if he does not act. This battle must be decided before his fallen state and the Reaper simulation both reach their limits. Acting fast, Su Yang raises his hand, channeling dark purple embers that crackle across his fingertips. With grim determination, Su Yang unleashes it again, Pale Flame Prison. Instantly, a blazing ring of fire traps the giant dragon. Massive pillars of flame erupt all around the beast. The dragon looks up just in time to see Su Yang charging straight down at it. He thrusts his palm forward, sending a bolt of crackling lightning straight at the beast, almost fully synced with the thunder element. Now take this. Fusing pure fire with raw lightning, the magical energy swirls violently into a forbidden spell. Stormflame Annihilation Blast. Su Yang hurtles directly toward the dragon, sparks of lightning flashing behind his intense gaze. Going all out to take your life. Instantly, Su Yang rains down a relentless flurry of devastating strikes, denying the monster any chance to counterattack before he finally drops back to the ground. He hits the ground, chest heaving. The heavy toll of the fallen state takes its toll. The Reaper form deactivates. Unbelievably, the dragon is still standing, with the system revealing it as a newborn fallen creature at 15% health. Su Yang grit his teeth, forcing his legs to stand. Just a little more. Just one more push. The dragon charges, opening its massive jaws to swallow him whole. Su Yang raises his sword, aiming it straight at the oncoming beast. A surging torrent of bright orange energy begins wrapping tightly around his blade. Su Yang speaks directly to the beast. "So you want to settle this in one strike too? Now it is your turn, Athos. Unleash the power of the bone dragon." Instantly, the massive black dragon is released alongside skeletal beasts, backed by a swirling vortex of countless screaming spirits. Shouldering his sword, Su Yang stands tall, looking completely confident in his ultimate trump card. The bone dragons under his command open their jaws, gathering their energy into massive green fireballs. In an instant, they unleash an earth-shaking, devastating blast directly at the enemy dragon. Cornered, the mutated dragon quickly crosses its sharp horns to form a sturdy shield, desperately blocking the incoming energy blast. Su Yang pops open a potion bottle with his teeth. Time to end this. This high-grade mana potion instantly restores 50% of his total energy, even with a 60-second cooldown. Fully replenished, Su Yang charges straight ahead with his sword held high. He rains down brutal slashes on the monster, sending dark blood splattering in every direction. With a final, agonizing shriek, the massive beast crashes heavily into the dirt. The system immediately displays notifications newborn fallen creature slain, awarding him a massive 130 million experience points. He also gains 15 million gold alongside a drop described as a mysterious lump of rotten meat. Landing safely, Su Yang takes a deep breath finally. He won. It has been a long time since a fight pushed him this hard. Su Yang stares at the bizarre drop in confusion. Why is it a lump of rotten meat? He walks over, picking it up while his other hand begins searching through his inventory. Looking at the lump of meat in his hand, Su Yang notes that the rotten flesh Athos ate previously also dropped after a kill. When he wonders if there is any difference between them, both pieces suddenly start glowing and fusing together into one. Shocked by this, Su Yang wonders what is going on, as the rotten pieces seem to be actively resonating with one another. In an instant, they fuse into a single larger mass, leaving Su Yang slightly disappointed since there seems to be no actual change. But as he looks up, his confusion deepens, noticing a massive amount of energy suddenly swirling and gathering directly around him. Sensing a powerful aura rapidly heading his way, Su Yang immediately grows alert to the approaching threat. He wonders if the previous clash drew in a true powerhouse of the dragon race, prompting him to instantly issue an order. Ordering Athos that it is time to retreat, the black dragon immediately spreads its wings and flies off. Moments later, a massive golden dragon lands on the empty battlefield, grumbling that it has arrived just a step too late. Staring down at the grotesque remains of the dragon Su Yang just killed, the golden beast mutters about how absolutely disgusting it looks. It wonders who could have taken down such a bizarre monster, realizing that whoever did must possess incredible strength. Looking around, the beast senses a familiar lingering energy, but quickly shakes its head, refusing to believe who that aura actually belongs to. That is simply impossible, it thinks. Meanwhile, the scene shifts as a mysterious figure steps out of a teleportation gate. Noticing a figure completely cloaked from head to toe, the guards demand to know if the newcomer is Su Yang. Raising his hand to show the dragon mark, he communicates directly with the Black Dragon, advising the Black Dragon to take a quick rest since its dark nature is highly conspicuous in this elven realm. Su Yang suddenly watches as brilliant blue flames erupt behind his back. With the Black Dragon summoned, Su Yang issues a cold command to unleash every single skeletal dragon toward the Elf Imperial City. Receiving the order, Athos immediately begins summoning the massive horde of skeletal dragons. Emerging with deafening roars as lightning strikes the sky, the massive undead skeletal dragons immediately launch a violent assault on the Elf Imperial City. Terrified elves flee in absolute panic, screaming for their lives as the monstrous invaders rain down on them. Meanwhile, an elven commander cowers safely behind a massive boulder, frantically shouting orders to the soldiers fighting on the front lines. He orders the Guardian Squad to block the monsters, but the soldiers outside can only yell back in absolute despair. They scream that the lightning is too terrifying to block, prompting the furious commander to call them useless and command them to charge. Nearby, a desperate elf soldier falls to his knees in agony. Surrounded by his fallen comrades, he foams at the mouth, screaming in agony about the toxic poison spreading through the air. Another soldier, with his eyes rolling back, urges everyone to evacuate the poison zone while demanding that the mages quickly purify the air. Suddenly, a powerful figure dives from above and slices a skeletal dragon to pieces. It is the formidable Eslian. Yet the moment his blade clears, the shattered skeletal dragon seamlessly pieces itself back together. Extremely annoyed by this, Eslian curses that these undead monsters simply cannot be killed, before shifting his gaze to look behind him. He tells his men that a necromancer must be hiding nearby, actively summoning and controlling these beasts. Demanding that his scouts search the area to root out the bastard immediately, his subordinates swiftly acknowledge the command. Watching the unfolding chaos from a safe distance, Su Yang calmly observes the battlefield. Their reaction speed is actually quite impressive, fitting for the elite forces of the elf royal family. Stretching out his arm to examine the glowing brand on the back of his hand, Su Yang notes that the fading crest means Athos is running low on energy. This little surprise will have to end for now, but his next visit might just be permanent. Suddenly, sensing a mysterious presence nearby, Su Yang casts a highly hostile glare into the dark before spinning around to demand who is hiding there. A girl named Gloris steps out of the gloom, raising her hands to reassure him. Telling him not to worry since she means no harm, she receives a cold demand from Su Yang asking who she is. Looking at her, Su Yang is inwardly alarmed that he cannot sense even a trace of her aura. Instead of answering, Gloris asks a question of her own, wanting to know if he truly hails from the demon abyss. Stunned that his identity has somehow been leaked, Su Yang frowns deeply as he glares at her. After a tense pause, Su Yang cautiously asks her what if he is, prompting Glorious to pull out a glowing artifact and ask if he can do her a quick favor. Stepping closer, she offers her request to him in a soft voice. She begs him to deliver a special letter to the demon abyss. Narrowing his eyes at the glowing item, Su Yang coldly questions why he should even consider helping her. Su Yang argues that if this weapon is what the elves use to fight abyss demons, he would essentially become their accomplice. Hearing his doubts, Glorious reaches out her hand and starts explaining everything to Su Yang. She admits she is unsure of his help, but if he refuses, she will simply wait for the next demon to arrive. Intrigued, Su Yang asks who she actually claims to be, prompting Glorious to give him a completely direct answer. She claims to be the monarch of original sin, the supreme ruler of all abyss demons. Right then, a massive, towering shadow begins to manifest directly behind Glorious. Su Yang narrows his eyes and raises a hand defensively, realizing this entity looks exactly like the giant shadow that loomed behind the elf queen earlier. Such power easily surpasses the demigod tier, perhaps even reaching true godhood, leaving him to wonder what her actual connection is to the queen. Backed by the massive shadow, Glorious speaks up to ask him if he still harbors any doubts about her. Su Yang counters by asking why she does not just travel to the abyss herself if she possesses that kind of power. Someone with her level of strength could easily make the journey there. Clasping her hands behind her back, Glorious wiggles her ears and coyly insists that she has absolutely no special power, pretending to be nothing more than a totally ordinary elf. Watching her play dumb makes Su Yang smirk, as he silently scoffs at her ridiculous modesty. If her insane level of power is considered ordinary, then allies like Theta and Livia must be completely average. He stays silent and simply begins to walk away. Glorious stands there, watching his departing back, and mentions that for some unexplained reason, she is completely unable to leave this place, forcing her to rely on others for anything outside, just as she always has in the past. Her confession makes Su Yang pause as he frowns deeply, thinking about how incredibly strange it is for her to be trapped. The world portal is fully open now, allowing even actual god-level entities to cross over, meaning she must be bound by some mysterious, locking force. Wondering what kind of force could hold her, Su Yang closes his eyes and finally gives his response. He agrees to help but warns her that he hopes she is not lying to him, prompting a grateful Glorious to bow deeply before him. She holds out the item she once delivered, expressing her deepest gratitude to the young man. Suddenly, shouting voices and powerful auras echo from a distance, urging haste, causing Glorious to warn Su Yang that he needs to leave right away. He glances back over his shoulder, questioning what will happen to her. Glorious simply offers a calm smile, assuring him there is no need to worry and urging him to make a swift escape back to the demon realm. Bidding her a quick farewell, Su Yang vanishes into thin air as his massive skeletal bone dragon takes off, soaring straight into the dark sky. Watching them go, Glorious whispers to herself about the bone dragon, feeling a wave of ancient, long-forgotten memories washing over her. By the time the pursuers and their guards arrive, the entire clearing is completely deserted, leaving them shouting in sheer frustration. They wonder where everyone went, since the powerful energy signature was clearly originating from this exact location. Meanwhile, deep inside the Grand Palace of the Elf Kingdom, Marita walks alongside her queen, calling out to her with deep respect. Clutching her royal staff, Queen Chris asks Marita if she actually understands the terrifying significance behind the sudden appearance of those skeletal dragons. Bowing her head in absolute reverence, Marita begins to explain. The only being capable of commanding the skeletal dragon is the one who once brought absolute ruin and terror to both the elves and dragons. With its real name long lost to history, both races simply call it the Ancient Devourer, forcing a furious Queen Chris to grit her teeth and wonder if that legendary terror has actually returned to their world. Queen Chris and Marita eventually arrive, standing directly in front of the sacred holy tree. Stepping up the dais, Chris frowns and glances over to ask Marita how much time is left until the god is born. Following her up the steps, Marita quickly replies that there are only 3 months left until the divine awakening. Hearing the timeline, the queen stands silently before the massive tree, her brow furrowed in deep, intense thought. She recalls how Marita had previously channeled the sacred tree to investigate why their divine weapons and the Lorens had suddenly vanished. Aside from a dark prophecy foretelling a relentless, bloody slaughter, she had also uncovered the exact date of their deity's rebirth. Reaching one hand toward the trunk while placing the other over her heart, Chris connects with the sacred tree and begins to speak aloud. Their god will be reborn from this tree to lead the elven race, cleansing the world of the vile abyss demons. A twisted smirk plays on her lips as the queen adds that for hundreds of long years, their deity has merely been slumbering deep within this sacred tree, and once awakened, the elves will reign supreme as masters of all 3 realms. Both the dragon kingdom and the human world are completely godless, meaning they will inevitably have to bow down to them. A sickening, highly twisted grin spreads across the queen's face, while Marita watches her with a growing sense of anxiety, finally speaking up about her concerns. She hesitantly asks what the prophecy truly means by cleansing the demons. Hearing her question, Chris turns back with a deep frown, looking at Marita. She reminds her that they both know the truth. The gods have resurrected solely to wipe out the existence that terrified the sacred tree and caused the disappearances. Clutching her staff tightly, she continues pacing and speaking. Humans can never defeat the monarch of original sin within 3 months, let alone produce a being of divine rank. Walking over to look at the sprawling city of the Elven Kingdom, she mutters, "In 3 months, the ultimate glory will finally arrive. The abyss demons, the human world, and even the ancient devourer will all tremble before the magnificent glory of the gods." Meanwhile, a glowing teleportation portal suddenly materializes in another desolate area. At this moment, Su Yang is sprinting rapidly toward the swirling portal. Finding the place completely deserted, Su Yang wonders what happened. There were guards here when he arrived, so why have they suddenly vanished? He guesses she must have done something. With no time to waste, Su Yang steps into the teleportation portal without a second thought. This does not look like a trap based on the situation, so escaping first is his priority. He steps through the portal and reaches his destination in a flash. But wait, what exactly is he seeing in there that makes him frown like that? Stepping outside into a different city, he looks up to find a helicopter flying alongside countless recording drones in the sky. Shielding his eyes, he closely monitors the situation. Su Yang murmurs that these defense lines are only good for surveillance, as stopping real demons with them is totally unrealistic. If he had not held back Sita and the others, the human world would have crumbled long ago. With that thought, Su Yang dashes forward, moving soundlessly like a ghost. After navigating the ruins for a while, Su Yang finally arrives at the entrance of the abyss. Resting in his palm is the mysterious seal that Glores asked him to carry before leaving. Suddenly, the sigil begins to glow brightly, slipping right out of his hand before he can react. Once free, it shoots straight ahead into the distance. Staring at the bizarre scene, Su Yang purses his lips, wondering why this letter is moving all on its own. But time is luxury. He shrugs it off, prioritizing his class advancement mission above all else. He can deal with the letter later. Rushing over to the advancement altar, he pulls out the legendary dragon heart and requests the system to submit his 7th advancement quest. Instantly, the system screen flashes, verifying his 7th advancement quest and analyzing the completed parameters. The 5-star quest, Dragon Feast of the Archdemon Lord, is successfully finished, raising his life force. He receives a 50% boost to all base attributes. Instantly, brilliant light and wild sparks of electricity crackle across Su Yang's back. The system continues to display his rewards, granting him 5,000 free attribute points. His level cap expands from 200 to 250, consuming 1.3 billion stored experience points to raise his level to 202. Su Yang brushes his hair back in mild disbelief. He sighs to himself, noting that 300 million experience points only managed to push him up by 2 levels. Reaching the absolute max level is going to take a while. Still, going from his awakening to level 202 in under a month is completely insane. Such growth is ridiculously fast. While Su Yang stands there dazed, the system suddenly bombards him with more notifications. His passive boosts activate. 15% of strength converts to spirit, then 25% converts to spirit. Next, 15% of spirit converts to strength, followed by another 25%. His dual cultivation passive triggers. Every 10 strength points increases damage up to 2.5%, with spirit doing the same. Su Yang is now a level 202 powerhouse. His Demon Soul Reaper attributes are absolutely monstrous, boasting over 700 million health alongside immense strength, spirit, and defense. Glancing at his skyrocketed stats, Su Yang is pleased. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, he notes his damage limit has doubled from the 6th advancement, reaching 20 times. His base attributes without gear have completely surpassed even the Scorching Sun rank Beelzebub. If he equips his full gear and unleashes everything, he can easily slay a Tier 8 powerhouse. With renewed determination, Su Yang pumps himself up. The 8th and 9th transitions are within reach, and soon, he will overthrow the monarch of original sin. Right then, the system continues processing, scanning his quest items. The check is complete, and the hidden quest is marked as finished. Suddenly, bright golden beams of light envelope him with a new notification. He has unlocked the advanced class, Divine Blasphemer. Watching this unfold, Su Yang gasps in pure shock. An advanced hidden class. The system repeats the verification process, confirming that the hidden quest is finished and officially unlocking his powerful advanced path as the Divine Blasphemer. He acquires a brand new ability called Blasphemous Blade, allowing him to manipulate unknown decayed flesh and mutate it into a deadly weapon. Glowing red light guides Su Yang's attention straight to a piece of unknown decayed flesh resting in his inventory, ready for mutation. As he looks at the unknown decayed flesh, The system screen continues displaying the details of his blasphemous blade. This weapon boasts a devastating flesh-corroding effect, inflicting a desecration status on his targets that drains 2% of their maximum health every single second. Second, this skill heavily corrupts the target's mind, causing severe mental desecration to anyone it hits. They lose 1% of their mental energy every single second. Plus, this new blasphemer form links him directly to his blasphemous blade. Entering this terrifying form doubles his overall health pool, while also doubling the twin effects of his legendary blasphemous blade. The target's drained health is temporarily lost forever and won't be transferred back to him. Finally, blasphemer form drains 1% of his own mental power every second. If that hits 0, he is stuck in this form forever. Suddenly, a wicked set of bone armor erupts right over Su Yang's upper body. Pure power radiates from him as he grips the blood-red blasphemous blade, his eyes flashing a menacing crimson. Looking down at his new weapon, Su Yang mutters that with his current burst build, he can easily obliterate 95% of any targets. Draining 2% of their health per second is actually a massive deal. It easily slows down any opponent trying to escape. But as things scale up later on, when enemies get much tankier or gain high resistances, this percentage-based damage is going to become insanely broken. But as he says this, his expression suddenly darkens. Sweat drips down his cheek. The real problem is that massive mental drain. If his mental energy hits 0, it is basically like having his sanity completely wiped out. He would completely lose his mind and turn into a raving lunatic, which is honestly terrifying. This blasphemer form must be used with absolute caution. Deactivating his armor and sword, he looks around, wondering which unlucky bastard is going to be his first test subject. Elsewhere, deep in the dark corners of the 56th floor of the Abyss, a creepy guy is pinning down a helpless spider girl. He sneers with a disgusting grin, telling her to stop struggling, unless she wants to be killed right now. But the spider girl fiercely fights back, screaming at him to let her go. He just slams her against the wall with a sickening look on his face. Licking his lips, he mutters that after roaming this place for so long, her spider form actually looks pretty hot. Luckily for her, Su Yang walks right into this scene and instantly summons his skeletal armor. Gripping his sword, Su Yang coldly calls out to them. He mocks the perverted freak, drawing a sharp, murderous glare from the startled Shiva demon. But before the creep can even react, Su Yang blurs forward and drives his blade straight through the demon's shoulder. The Shiva demon shrieks in agony, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Su Yang stands there with blood-red eyes, gore splattering his face. Looking down, Su Yang coldly tells him he is going to test out this new sword. He orders the bleeding demon to stand up, giving him exactly 1 minute to run. Seeing this, the relieved spider girl feels a surge of hope. Trembling on the ground, the Shiva demon looks up at him in utter disbelief. The demon wonders what kind of freak Su Yang is, unable to sense even a shred of his presence. Knowing he stands absolutely zero chance against this monster, the demon scrambles to his feet and runs for his life. He frantically chugs healing potions along the way, tossing the empty bottles onto the ground as he flees. Panicking on the run, he desperately cries out to know what is happening to his body. His health is rapidly plunging, and his mental power is draining fast too. He begs his potions to heal him quicker. Veins pop across his face as his eyes roll back, completely overwhelmed by the agonizing psychic drain. Clinging to his skull, he screams in agony that his head is about to burst open. Watching from afar, Su Yang calmly notes that with 20 seconds left, the demon's sanity is about to bottom out. Suddenly, the target collapses. Writhing, bloody red tentacles suddenly begin sprouting out from his open shoulder wound. They multiply at a sickening speed, wriggling all over him until the mutated Shiva demon stands back up, completely covered in dark red flesh. Stunned, the spider girl watches as Su Yang casually walks up behind the groaning abomination to study the final results. He nods aside from losing their mind. Victims of this blade literally turn into mindless, twisted beasts. Finding the sight a bit too disgusting, Su Yang cleanly slices the beast in half with one swift stroke. To his surprise, the split corpse instantly melts down into a puddle of dark, foul-smelling slime. He frowns, wondering why a demon-class user didn't just respawn back at their dark deity statue. Did the horrific desecration from his sword completely strip away the demon's very ability to resurrect? In this brutal game world, Su Yang knows all too well that simple death is rarely the final end. Whenever a class holder meets their end, they are instantly teleported to the class temple to be resurrected, though they must pay the price with lost experience and levels. As for actual death, Su Yang had personally experienced it 3 times already. The 2 burned to ashes by the Black Dragon, Athos' dragon tongue, were confirmed to never resurrect. They were completely erased from existence by the system's adjustment. After leaving the Black Dragon Fortress, Su Yang made sure to seal away the Black Dragon's ultimate skills. While this made it harder for the Black Dragon to wipe out enemies trailing behind, it also saved him from unnecessary trouble. After all, he was the only Black Dragon tamer in existence. The black dragon carried him high into the sky, soaring away. Su Yang looks down at the sword in his hand. The true power of this blasphemous blade lies in altering the structure of life through spiritual curses, completely severing its connection to any known class faction, which means the target can now be permanently destroyed. Though its effect is not as simple or direct as systematic deletion, the Red Moon core is still incredibly precious. If he faces an enemy that cannot be defeated through normal combat, using this blasphemous blade is a fantastic option, giving him the perfect chance to pull off a dual-wield combo. Returning home, he calls out that he is back. Lilith immediately runs over and hugs Su Yang, welcoming him home. She asks where he went this time, and he reveals that he visited the Dragon Kingdom and even stopped by the Elf Kingdom. She is utterly shocked. She wonders how he avoided detection since it was so dangerous, but Su Yang reassures her that he was extremely careful along the way. Then, he curiously asks if there are many silver-haired elves in her world. Lilith, who is pouring tea, stops in surprise. She admits she has never seen a silver-haired elf before, so Su Yang follows up, asking about their eye color. When he mentions an emerald green shade, she explains that only elves with royal blood possess eyes of that brilliant color. The stronger the royal lineage, the more vibrant the green. To have true emerald green eyes, one must be either the queen or the high priestess. Su Yang silently reflects on this. The royal aura of that mysterious girl indeed gave off an incredibly noble vibe. He glances at Lilith sitting across from him. Speaking of nobility, Lilith is a real princess herself, especially the elegant way she sips her tea. It is absolutely flawless. But just as Su Yang praises her, she suddenly spits the tea right out. It is too hot, she complains, instantly dropping her elegance rating from 10 down to 9. Su Yang waves goodbye and heads to his room. As he walks down the corridor, the maids bow respectfully, leaving Su Yang to walk alone through the quiet, empty hallway. Stopping in front of an open gateway, Su Yang pulls out a magic scroll. With the barrier set, anyone with lower spiritual power than him is blocked from entering. He initiates the connection, and his body slowly fades away. Su Yang successfully links with the body of the Abyss Demon Lord sitting upon the throne. Eagerly looking at the item in his hand, he decides it is finally time to see what secrets this letter holds. Soon, beams of light converge, taking the physical shape of a person. Su Yang is stunned, realizing they have actually materialized into a solid form. The elf bows in deep reverence, addressing him as the Great Lord of the Abyss and the Monarch of Original Sin, confirming he is indeed a true god. He prompts the elf, stating he already knew she was coming, so she should state her name and purpose. A true god, he wonders. She introduces herself as Gloris, a goddess linking the human and elf worlds, who governs growth and nature. Su Yang recognizes the name Sevia as the royal elf surname, but as for Gloris, she comes with a direct request. She begs him to help her kill Glories, which instantly sparks Su Yang's curiosity, recalling what the Phantom in the Dragon's Soul realm mentioned. Based on the writings on the mysterious stone tablet, could this elven deity Glories have betrayed him? He remembers that Phantom and his final request before fading away. Meanwhile, she continues to plead for his divine assistance. She begs for his immense power to help her kill her other self. Su Yang is completely taken aback by this sudden request. Gloris explains that the Supreme Monarch, as a true god, descended to this world from another dimension. She warns that beyond order lies chaos, which is the domain of evil gods who rule over calamity, misfortune, and absolute despair. An evil entity known as the Mother Tree has descended upon the sacred tree of the elven world, nurturing another version of her that worships it. Its main goal is to completely replace her, take full control of the elven world, and then invade other dimensions. Its power is growing stronger by the day and will soon be birthed by the sacred tree. If left unchecked, both the human world and his own abyss will be entirely overrun by this evil god of chaos and disorder. She begs for his help, leaving Su Yang to helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. Although he had already suspected she might be related to the Elven Queen, he never expected her to be an actual deity, rambling about alternate worlds, evil gods, chaos, and the Mother Tree. Having never heard of any of this, he wonders how he should even respond. He tries to calm himself down, telling himself that as long as he does not show any weakness, nobody will notice a thing. Since she is the one seeking his help, Su Yang definitely holds all the cards. He cannot let her lead him by the nose. Besides, this is the perfect chance to gather some crucial information, so he puts on a deeply majestic front. Before answering, Su Yang goes straight to the point, asking Gloris if she has met a corrector. The question leaves her completely stunned and speechless. Sensing her hesitation, Su Yang narrows his eyes and asks if she has really never met one. The atmosphere freezes in an instant, and she looks up at him with absolute sincerity. She humbly admits that she would never dare hide anything from the great monarch, but she genuinely cannot remember. She explains that her other half split from her body and likely stole those memories, leaving Su Yang to wonder if this amnesia story is actually real. Amnesia is a clumsy excuse. Could some massive conspiracy be lurking deep inside that giant holy tree? In a low voice, Su Yang demands to know what she will offer in return, prompting Gloris to present a scroll and pledge her willingness to sign a divine contract. She promises to become his devoted vassal and manage the entire elven world on his behalf. She will even offer him 70% of the divine faith power gathered there, a massive offer that leaves Su Yang thoroughly surprised by her sheer generosity. Standing up, Su Yang points out that once he fully recovers, he could just conquer her world directly. He demands one solid reason why he should bother helping her. She respectfully offers her answer. She notes that Su Yang is currently in an extremely weakened state. He may hold a divine title, but under the blessing of the Mother Tree, he lacks a true god's power. Gloris clearly thinks he is no match for his other half. Leaning in close to her face, Su Yang coldly asks if she is trying to threaten him. Lowering her head, Gloris insists she is only presenting the objective facts. She warns that if he fails, this entire swamp will likely be turned into nutrients and sacrificed to the Mother Tree, urging him to think over his decision very carefully. Su Yang is highly annoyed. Is that weakness debuff really that severe? And what does his one-third recovery even mean? This situation is turning out to be pretty tricky. Su Yang asks how much power she has left and how they can destroy her clone. Gloris admits her power has been almost entirely drained by her double, leaving her with nothing but the core authority of her divine spark. Even though she cannot wield physical power, she can easily use an alias to secretly spread the sect of sin throughout the elven world. With enough faith power, he might finally descend upon the elven world. She begs him to crush her clone the moment he arrives, a plan that Su Yang finds rather interesting since it sounds pretty straightforward. She adds that her fading strength will not last much longer, promising to hand over the divine contract if he agrees to grant her salvation. Accepting the scroll, Su Yang agrees, leaving a grateful Gloris to thank him for her salvation. Unrolling the scroll, Su Yang knows this is his absolute first time seeing such a document. Yet, a strange instinct assures him that this is indeed a genuine contract of the gods with absolutely zero chance of being a fake. He wonders if this is the power of absolute rules. The text states that she, Gloris, voluntarily binds herself as a vassal to the Lord of Sin, managing the elven world in his name. She must offer 70% of her faith power monthly, and he must destroy the evil god. Su Yang carefully reads every single line, confirming everything matches her words perfectly. He notices a special clause stating that as the higher deity, he can tear this contract up whenever he wants. The Lord of Sin can void the contract at any time, showing her complete sincerity. Yet, Su Yang is quite surprised to find his own name missing from the signature line. Does he seriously have to sign this by hand? There is only a blank space waiting for his signature, while Gloris keeps her hand pressed to her chest, eagerly waiting. The scroll dissolves into fading particles of light around him, meaning the contract is now officially sealed and active. Su Yang is completely dumbfounded. Did his overlapping identity with the Lord of Sin somehow bug the system out? Did he seriously just get this massive benefit for free? Wondering if there are any hidden dangers, he snaps his fingers. With so much information to process, he decides to summon Theta to see if she knows anything about this. Theta arrives almost instantly, but upon hearing his question, she looks completely confused and asks if he really said godhood. She explains that since all divine powers are granted by him, they cannot condense their own godhood, leaving her completely baffled by his query. Quickly making up an excuse, Su Yang claims that his memories are still heavily scrambled after waking up from his long slumber, apologizing for confusing her. She deeply apologizes for being disrespectful, begging him for punishment instead. Dismissing her quietly, Su Yang finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. He nearly blew his cover. It seems those in the post-ninth turn realm can barely even be classified as gods. Even powerful figures like Theta are still light years away from reaching the level of a genuine, bona fide deity. Gloris's dire warning is definitely no joke. If he does not take this seriously, he might easily crash and burn in the elven world. With a cold look, Su Yang condenses a dark energy orb. Since his information gathering is finished, it is time to push forward with his sign reversal divine artifact, as dark mist begins to swirl and pool around his massive underground throne. Su Yang calls forth the greedy King Mammon to rise. Dark, malicious energy swirls and begins to bind together. Mammon appears in shock, realizing he is reborn. Bowing towards Su Yang, he cries out in praise of his supreme lord. The system identifies the demigod king of greed Mammon with 120 million health and insane strength stats. His mind is close to 300,000, boasting incredible agility and the special trait of ultimate greed. Mammon unleashes his unique power to destroy a single piece of equipment from his own massive vault. This action allows him to instantly seize an equivalent item from his chosen target. Su Yang is highly impressed. This floor 200 boss might be weaker than Samael, but his mind stat is massive at nearly 300,000. Yet, It is his stealing power that is the true prize. Mammon respectfully asks what his monarch desires, promising to do whatever it takes to satisfy his master's needs. Su Yang commands Mammon to open up his treasury, and the demon immediately obeys the order. A massive golden door slowly opens behind Mammon, spilling bright light as he welcomes Su Yang to choose any treasure he likes. Inside the room lies an endless sea of glittering gold and priceless ancient treasures. As Su Yang walks through the shining piles, Mammon asks what kind of items his master is searching for. The demon offers to show him around, but Su Yang refuses, saying he will judge for himself. Su Yang notes that most of these are high-rank items, and there are certainly plenty of them. They must have been hoarded over centuries, but they offer little help to him now. Then, something catches his eye. A glowing compartment on a nearby shelf draws his attention. Intrigued, he has Mammon bring down the box to open it. Mammon praises his master's sharp eyes, admitting that this item is one of his personal favorite collectibles. The system identifies the demigod rank item as the Void's Gift. This artifact requires 50,000 mind points to equip, and only a god's gaze can truly reveal its shape. It boosts mind stats by 8,000 and grants the wearer the absolute void state. Before launching an attack, the wearer becomes completely invisible, completely immune to any detection skills. This stealth fails if an enemy's mind stat is 1.5 times higher. It consumes 1,000 mana per second. The void state makes the wearer entirely unseen, untargetable, and immune to all damage from anyone below god level. It drains 200,000 mana every second. Su Yang holds the ring, noting his mind stat of 54,000 perfectly fits the requirements. His current mana allows him to stay invisible for 30 minutes or force a void state for 8 seconds. This is a top-tier ability for stealth and survival. Seriously, a ring like this is an absolute lifesaver. Mammon flatters him, calling his satisfaction his greatest honor, and asks if he needs anything else. Su Yang simply declines. Su Yang cold-heartedly looks back, declaring Mammon's usefulness has ended. He unleashes a sudden strike, catching the demon completely off guard. Mammon gasps in shock, asking why his master would resurrect him only to immediately kill him again. Su Yang charges an energy orb, telling Mammon to go back to the dark and await the next summon to feed his power. Accepting his fate, Mammon obeys his master's will just as the energy blast obliterates him. The system announces he defeated the demigod Mammon, granting 11.4 billion experience and pushing his level to 217. He receives Mammon's flesh essence, an item that permanently boosts his mind stats by 10,000 points upon consumption. Additionally, the demonic core of greed grants complete immunity to corruption within the 200 deep abyss floors. Finally, Mammon's evil eye boosts his luck, significantly increasing the drop rate of rare equipment. Su Yang looks over the status screen, realizing he only went up 15 levels this time. His leveling speed has clearly slowed down, and the rewards are the exact same items as before, likely fixed boss drops. Staring at the empty screen, he waits anxiously for anything else to appear, but nothing does. Is that really it? Sighing in disappointment, he accepts that luck is not on his side since the divine artifact failed to drop once again. With his dark source power drained down to only 1/3, Su Yang decides it is time to leave. For now, he stops resurrecting the Demon Kings, knowing there are other ways to farm experience. With a snap of his fingers, he spends 1/6 of his remaining dark source power to instantly execute an archdemon at the bottom of the abyss. This grants 10.6 billion experience points, shooting his level up to 227. Back in the massive hall, Su Yang drinks a potion and slowly pushes himself back up to his feet. Su Yang wipes his mouth. At this rate, his mental power is already close to 70,000. Combined with the massive boost from his Reaper mode, even a 9th-tier demigod mage like Augustin wouldn't stand a single chance of seeing through his ultimate stealth ability. Tokugawa, let's see where you try to hide this time. Both Ao and Amino have already gone ahead of you. Now it is finally time for you to join them. For those who dare to plot against and betray him, Tokugawa, there is absolutely no mercy left. Over in the Yinghua Nation, inside Tokugawa's manor, he slams his hand onto the table in sheer rage. Damn it. Tokugawa grips his glass so hard it cracks. Where on earth did that wretched Wrath King even come from? Counting his previous deaths, this marks the 4th time he died, dropping him over 100 levels. What a complete bastard. But on what ground is Longsha even allowed to rejoin the coalition fighting the Abyss? He did everything to please those elves, trying to make Longsha their target and use them to do his dirty work. The glass completely shatters in his grip. Tokugawa remembers how the elven delegation was attacked by West Tower and Longsha, and yet they didn't hold anyone responsible and actually chose to bury the grudge entirely. They even gave them more high-level secret realms. How has Tang Jian not died a single time and kept leveling up like this? On what grounds? Bastards. Just then, a knock sounds from outside. Chief Shogunate, I have an important report. He barks for them to enter. The guard outside asks if he is all right. He heard a massive noise from outside just moments ago. Tokugawa snaps at him to get to the point. The guard quickly obeys, reporting that news just arrived from the border. A new high-level secret realm has surfaced between their land and Longsha. Preliminary scouts confirm there is a powerful demigod boss inside, leaving Tokugawa deeply anxious. Is that secret realm located within our Yinghua territory, or inside Longxia borders? The guard quickly answers. It sits right in the middle, though it leans slightly more toward Longsha. He smiles. Longsha's elites are away in the elven world, so this realm is theirs. Meanwhile, on the border, the barrier gate swings open. Two massive, crowded factions face off on the bridge, maintaining a tense distance from one another. Fierce glares lock as neither side shows any sign of backing down. Dongshan, a level 306, 9th-tier Feng Shui master from Longxia, coldly asks the Yinghua crowd what they mean by this. Okita Kogoro, level 285, 8th-tier samurai general under Tokugawa's shogunate, snaps back, "What do you mean? We came to clear the dungeon. Any complaints?" Tang Anan snaps that it is ridiculous by World Guild rules. This realm belongs to Longsha, not their territory. A soldier sneers, "Is there even room for you to speak here?" A mere brat dares interrupt us. He flings a concealed weapon from his palm, leaving her completely stunned as it flies toward her. Dongshan steps in, catching the weapon between two fingers, deeply disgusted by someone attacking a defenseless girl. "Do you even deserve to be called strong?" The attacker simply scoffs, refusing to argue. He flashes a thumbs down in pure contempt, but suddenly, a beam of energy pierces straight through his head. "What?" As he collapses, the general roars, "You dare kill my man and spark a war with Yinghua?" He panics, realizing an 8th tier was instantly killed. Is this old man a 9th tier powerhouse? Dongshan waves his hand, summoning a glowing barrier of pure energy right in front of them. He warns that if anyone dares cross this line, he will strike. Just then, Tokugawa steps forward, greeting his old acquaintance. "And the young lady right next to you must be the God of War's daughter, Miss Tang Anan, correct?" Dongshan coldly asks Shogunate Chief Tokugawa, "What is the meaning of bringing such a massive army here?" His voice turns ice cold as Tokugawa's aura surges with immense power, commanding them to beat it. The massive shockwave blasts the guards backward. Someone quickly shields Tang Anan, telling her to stay safe. Tokugawa sneers with confidence since Tang Zhan is not here. No one in Longxia can stop him. Be smart and take the girl away, or he will send them both straight to the Grim Reaper. Dongshan, if you do not leave with Miss Tang, he will be forced to send you away himself. Dongshan warns. Tokugawa, your level cannot scare me. Let those 9th-tier fighters behind you step up instead. Tokugawa sneers at his stubbornness. Without Tang Zhan here today, let's see if anyone has the power to stand in his way. Suddenly, a sharp branch pierces Tokugawa's chest mid-speech. He gasps, struggling to look back and see who did it. He swings his blade wildly, unleashing his ultimate slash. The ground cracks everywhere, but to his shock, there is no one. He clutches the bleeding wound on his chest. He calculates that drawing his sword took only 0.5 seconds from the moment of impact. No one should be able to escape his sword formation, not even Tang Zhan himself. Yet, he felt no physical sensation of making contact with his targets. Glaring at them, Tokugawa demands to know if they sent that deadly assassin from Longxia. Dongshan denies it instantly, admitting the assassin's stealth was so flawless even he could not detect it. Tokugawa remains skeptical, questioning their innocence. Still, he notes that despite the impressive stealth, the assassin's physical strength seemed rather lacking. Did they really think such minor damage could take Tokugawa's life? Suddenly, his face turns pale. Why is his health bar still rapidly dropping? Panicked, he pulls out a scroll to trigger a full recovery and cleanse. His whole body trembles as the magic fails to work. Confused, he wonders if this is some kind of forbidden curse. He barks orders at the healers behind him to cast every single recovery and dispelling skill they have on him immediately. Healing energy floods his body as the mages chant. Unfortunately, his health continues to drain away without stopping. A pool of blood forms at his feet. Dropping to his knees, he gasps in horror as a fleshy tentacle erupts from his chest. What kind of nightmare spell is this? The tentacle rapidly expands, wrapping tightly around him and sending a wave of panic through the crowd. Backing away, a soldier warily demands to know what is happening to the shogun. Tokugawa screams in absolute agony as tentacles start bursting from his face. Wild tentacles explode from his body, violently lashing out at his own men. His face is covered in writhing, squirming flesh as his body violently shakes. A nearby girl shrieks in terror, begging the monstrosity to stop. But look at this suddenly. A massive blast slams directly into his side, unleashing a violent explosion that sends shockwaves rippling through the area. Yanagi, a level 300 Onmyoji of the 9th turn who triggered the blast, steps forward. He declares that this must be an unknown forbidden curse, as even his strongest dispelling magic proved completely useless. Their only option now is to put the shogun down. Once he resurrects, he should return to normal, but Tokugawa still stands firm. Yanagi commands his men to charge forward. Instantly, Tokugawa launches a barrage of wild tentacles directly at them. Narrowly dodging, a fighter binds Tokugawa with heavy chains, telling him to stay still. Watching the chaos, Anne asks in concern. She asks Elder Mo what their move is. He remains calm, noting that their enemies are tearing each other apart, so they should just wait. Yanagi activates a summoning card. In a flash of light, a massive golden warrior god manifests right in front of Tokugawa. The summon delivers a devastating punch, cracking the earth. Debris and dust fill the air, yet the attack fails to finish Tokugawa. He stomps forward, fracturing the terrain even further. His body undergoes a terrifying surge of dark energy. Suddenly, heavy metal chains shoot out from all directions, binding him tight as the soldiers hold on. They yell to hold him down. Seizing the moment, a warrior swings his sword, slicing through both the writhing tentacles and the heavy chains. The strike connects, leaving a deep slash right across his torso. Screaming in pain, thick dark blood sprays out as his entire body melts into a sickening pile of slime on the ground. The crowd stands frozen in absolute shock. Okita demands to know why the corpse suddenly liquefied and vanished. Yanagi can only stutter that he will contact the Sacred Resurrection Temple immediately to investigate, but the sudden response he receives leaves him completely horrified. What did they mean the shogunate leader cannot be resurrected? It makes absolutely no sense. He desperately asks if the shogunate could have respawned at another sanctuary, but they confirm there is zero trace of him anywhere. And you can see the absolute dread on their faces as they look down at the melted remains, a terrifying realization washing over them. Shogun Tokugawa is permanently dead. Slowly, all eyes turn toward the mastermind of the attack, leaving Yanagi shaking with fear. He stammers, asking why they are glaring. He insists he never meant to harm the shogun. Everyone agreed to the plan, but nobody could have predicted that his death would result in permanent erasure instead of a normal respawn. Looking for a scapegoat, he points fingers at Longxia, claiming they must have used some cursed black magic to permanently assassinate their leader. Anne snaps back angrily, demanding to know what nonsense he is saying. She furiously points out that they never even saw who the assassin was, but Yanagi stubbornly refuses to drop his baseless accusations. He shouts that the shogun died right at the border of Longxia and the Cherry Blossom Nation during their fierce battle for the secret realm, so any denials on their part are completely useless. Dongshan coldly confronts him, demanding to know his next move. Yanagi sneers, stating he has no obligation to share, but they will find out soon enough. With that, he orders a full retreat back to Kyoto, leaving Anne with an incredibly bad feeling about what lies ahead. Elder Mo agrees that the snake-like Yanagi is up to no good, as the enemy forces swiftly make their way back into the heart of Kyoto. What is Okita planning with you anyway? Tokugawa, the shogun he served, is already dead. In terms of status, you are now the acting shogun, so I will follow your orders. He hinted that Shogun Tokugawa's death is a heavy blow to their Sakura nation, but it might be an even bigger strike against Longxia. This immediately sparked Okita's curiosity. Yanagi questioned how that was possible. He asked what would happen if Longxia's terrifying ability to permanently kill class holders was leaked to the public. Would they not become the target of global outrage? Who in their right mind would allow anyone from Longxia to possess such dangerous power? Think about it. Even if their country is powerful, being completely isolated and helpless could easily lead to their total destruction. Okita realized the brilliance of this plan. It made perfect sense. Up until now, many nations have always feared the Crimson Moon. Aside from that terrifying phenomenon, it was the only known force that could cause the permanent death of class holders. What is more, if we simply spread the rumor that Longxia possesses a terrifying power identical to the Crimson Moon, they will instantly turn into the ultimate target for everyone else. Even if no one can actually prove they did it, this scheme will still heavily weaken Longxia and permanently stop them from reclaiming their former power. He revealed his plan to spread the shocking news of Shogun Tokugawa's permanent death and assassination across the entire world. And get this, they are actually planning to preserve and publicly display the shogun's horrific remains. This gruesome exhibit will show the entire world the terrifying threat and sheer horror that Longxia represents. If Shogun Tokugawa's spirit is watching from the afterlife and sees how his demise ultimately triggers the absolute destruction of Longxia, he will surely understand and support their actions. Once the news of Tokugawa's demise spreads across the globe, it instantly triggers a massive international uproar. Everyone is utterly shocked by the announcement, with people everywhere whispering about how the shogun was permanently eliminated. In order to separate truth from rumors and gather intelligence on the Sakura nation, top-class holders from various countries secretly begin infiltrating the region. Over at the Wu Yun Guild, Wu Yu is thrilled, laughing about how those Sakura devils finally got what they deserved. Wu Yun warns her to keep her voice down before someone hears. Meanwhile, An Yu is completely focused on eating, enjoying some delicious black squid. Rong Shua complains that she does nothing but eat and warns her she's going to gain weight. Over at the TNG Pavilion, Chu Tai and Jia Yue discuss the situation casually. Chief, why exactly do we have to bring them along with us? He calmly explains that given the current extreme tensions between their two nations, their sudden, unannounced visit requires them to make the absolute best preparations. Having the Wu Yun Guild, which holds the best reputation among all A-rank guilds in Tianling City, act as their guards is the perfect choice. Wu Yun turns around and politely expresses her gratitude for the generous offer, promising they will do their absolute best to assist. Linger walks over to ask them if Su Yang is still with their guild, wondering how he has been doing lately. Hearing her sudden inquiry, the Wu Yun Guild members freeze up, and Yu admits she has not seen him since their brief chance meeting at a dungeon entrance, with no clue where he went. Wu Yu adds that his name on the guild roster remains grayed out, making it completely impossible to contact him. Seeing Linger look so down, An Yu hands her a delicious food skewer, teasing her about what she was expecting to hear. And Yu playfully asks if there is some hidden romance going on between her and Su Yang. Flustered, Linger stammers out a quick, nervous denial. As Linger quickly runs off in embarrassment, An Yu chases after her, teasingly begging her to come back and spill the details. Linger huffs in pure annoyance. Jia Yue silently recalls that ever since the young lady lost to Su Yang, she has thrown her entire soul into mastering her beast-taming magic, successfully subduing several powerful giant dragons just to prepare for their next grand rematch. However, Su Yang has mysteriously vanished ever since the incident in the Elven Kingdom, which keeps her in a constant state of restless anxiety. Seriously, where on earth is Su Yang right now? The peerless genius of Longxia's newest generation has completely vanished from the radar. Rong Shu points straight ahead, alerting the group that they have finally arrived at the Grand Memorial Hall. And Yu and Linger peer inside, witnessing a massive, solemn funeral ceremony with a large portrait of the late shogun hanging right in the center. Peering into the open coffin, they see the absolute horror of Tokugawa's corpse. Everyone gasps in shock, while Wu Yu looks away in complete disgust. Wu Yun is baffled that they would display such a gruesome sight to the public, finding it highly inappropriate. Beside her, Linger shudders with intense fear. Chu Tai is deeply shaken, noting he has never once read about such a bizarre and unnatural death in any historical records. Jia Yui realizes that this gruesome display is exactly what they planned. By first spreading toxic rumors and then displaying these graphic images, they want to manipulate global public opinion to paint Longxia as the villain. Chu Tai remains highly skeptical, arguing that foreign world leaders are not fools who would easily fall for Sakura Nation's highly one-sided narrative. If Longxia truly possessed the capability to permanently wipe out class holders, why would they keep it a secret for this long? Ji Yue somberly reminds him that at this point, the actual truth no longer matters to the rest of the world. Instead, the real issue is convincing the other major powers that Longxia actually possessed such capabilities. If Longxia could not prove its innocence, even a mere 1% chance of guilt would breed suspicion, leading to a joint crackdown. Staging this setup while God of War Duong was away was truly a devious, highly calculated move. Late at night, the funeral home grew quiet, the inside of the room feeling terribly cold and lonely. Yet in one corner, Yanagi's group was celebrating, as Longxia had successfully become everyone's prime target of hatred. Soon enough, the entire world would condemn them, allowing the Sakura Nation to step in and take their place. Across the table, a flatterer chimed in, "This is all thanks to Master Yanagi's brilliant strategy. You will surely become the supreme leader of the Sakura Nation." He raised his glass and drained it. Wiping out Longxia while purging the Tokugawa remnants was killing two birds with one stone. Only a true mastermind like him could conjure such a flawless, brilliant plan. Once Longxia's territory was slowly eroded, ruling the world would be within reach. But suddenly, a panicked subordinate burst into the room. "This is bad, my lords, very bad." Yanagi glared at him, asking what was wrong. Why the panic? It was entirely disgraceful. The man slammed his head to the ground. Demons have attacked the room holding the shogun's body. "Things are completely chaotic right now. Please give the order to respond." The entire table froze in shock, and Yanagi jumped to his feet, shouting, "What? How many demons are there?" The scout stuttered out, "Just two." Instantly, Izanagi kicked him right in the chest. "Why panic over just two demons? Aren't there plenty of guards on duty? Are you all completely useless?" The man collapsed onto the floor after the kick. He gasped out, "But those two demons are terrifyingly strong. The guards are no match for them, and one of them even has 6 pairs of black wings." Something felt terribly wrong. 6 pairs of black wings? Could it be Sita of Pride? The others panicked, asking the acting shogun what they should do since this was an absolute crisis. Yanagi reasoned that, according to the Holy City, demons lose their power after leaving the abyss and cannot remain in the mortal world for very long. Therefore, as long as they temporarily avoided a direct confrontation, Sita would be forced to leave in no time. Still, showing too much weakness could hurt their future diplomacy, especially since the entire world was watching them closely at this very moment. He ordered if those demons are trying to inspect the corpse of Lord Takagawa, then let the Tokugawa house guards face them to protect their family honor. As for the rest of you, follow me. As they withdrew to wait for the right moment, someone whispered using demons to wipe out the remaining Takagawa forces was incredibly ruthless. Meanwhile, in another area, Su Yang had just teleported in. Having uncovered their scheme, he realized the Sakura Nation was trying to turn the whole world against Long Xia. They certainly had some nerve, but everyone must face the consequences of their own actions. His achievements wouldn't be claimed by others, nor would he let Long Xia take the blame. Above, Giant Dragon soared, while the ground below was littered with corpses. Sita reported that none of the Sakura Nation's top powerhouses were anywhere to be found. They had all retreated like cowards. He scoffed that certainly fit their pathetic nature. He then nudged a survivor lying on the ground. "Hey, get up," he said. "Did you really think playing dead would save you?" The man trembled, begging for his life. Su Yang demanded to know where their current leader was, and why they only sent such weak small fry to face him. The soldier quickly spilled everything. Their acting shogun, that complete coward Izanagi, had fled and ordered the remaining Tokugawa clan to fight, leaving them behind as nothing but worthless pawns. Su Yang realized that Yanagi was just another villain cut from the same cloth as Tokugawa. In fact, he was far more insidious and shameless. How the Sakura Nation kept producing such complete garbage leaders was beyond him. Su Yang turned and asked if she could sense Yanagi's location, but she shook her head. There was absolutely nothing. Perhaps he had never personally taken part in the invasion of the Abyss. Su Yang accepted that they wouldn't find their main target today, but even without their enemies showing up, certain tasks still had to be carried out anyway. Watching him raise his sword, the survivor cried out in terror, asking what he was going to do to his summoned beast. Fresh blood sprayed as Su Yang's silent answer. Suddenly, a red tentacle sprouted from the beast's body, making it howl in agony. The summoned beast struggled to its feet, blood dripping from its mouth. Su Yang coldly remarked that the man should be grateful he disliked senseless slaughter, though that mercy only extended to humans. Meanwhile, red tentacles burst all over the giant dragon. Glancing at his companion, he urged her to head back. Sita looked skeptical. Was that really it? She had expected him to go on a massive killing spree, but Su Yang explained these people had no direct grudge against him. Still curious, she pointed out the hiding spies, asking if they were just going to leave them alone. With a smirk, Su Yang prepared to depart, saying it wasn't necessary, it was merely a nostalgic feeling. Though it had not been that long, it felt like ages since they last met. Hiding behind a nearby wall, Yu Yun quickly turned to report the news to Jia Yue. They were finally gone, leaving the other members collapsing to the ground in absolute terror after almost getting caught. A terrifying moment. They honestly thought they saw their late grandmother. Rang Shui wondered what those abyssal demons actually wanted by wreaking absolute havoc across the Sakura Nation. Luo Linger suspected that those monsters, especially the terrifying masked demon, were acting out of pure, unfiltered rage against the Sakura Nation, almost as if they were seeking personal revenge. The Earth Dragon state was identical to Tokugawa's, proving that the warlord had been brutally slain by that very same demon. Yet the Sakura Nation blamed Longsha instead, which was likely the exact insult that drove the demon to absolute fury. The false accusations felt like a direct insult to the demon, prompting his violent lesson. With the truth revealed, she stepped forward to block the mutated dragon's path. The two older men jumped in front of her. Jotai noted that while it sounded completely wild, nothing was impossible for a demon. Jia Yue agreed, relieved that the false suspicions hanging over Longsha had finally been cleared once and for all. Truly fantastic news. Now, young lady, please step back and let us handle this rampaging beast. Luo Linger began channeling her magic, refusing to back down when a formidable enemy stood right before them. She strictly ordered them to fight together. They immediately complied as the mutated dragons began surrounding their position. Elsewhere, in a hidden basement, Yanagi stared at his screen in pure rage. He gritted his teeth, barely containing his burning fury as he hissed, "How could this be happening?" But get this, had his grand master plan been completely exposed? Why was this happening? Why did that cursed demon have to cause so much absolute chaos? No interference. Everything would have gone smoothly, exactly as he had originally planned. But why? Yanagi suddenly felt a cold blade pressed against his neck. He spun around and demanded to know if Okita had lost his mind. "What are you doing?" Seeing the crowd gathering behind the warrior, Yanagi got a terrible feeling, demanding to know what those cold glares meant. He coldly replied that with their vile conspiracy now fully exposed, the Sakura Nation had to explain themselves to the world, especially to Longxia. As the mastermind behind this plot, and as the absolute highest authority in the country, he had to take full responsibility. Shogun Izanagi simply could not accept this tragic outcome, screaming out in utter despair. Had his absolute power and grand ambitions really turned to dust? Meanwhile, after a brutal battle, Luo Linger and her allies finally took down the mutated Earth Dragon. They immediately carried the vital news back to Longxia. In no time, the entire world caught wind of the Sakura Nation's twisted plot to frame Longxia, leading to the swift arrest of Izanagi as the primary culprit behind the scheme. Now awaiting trial at the Sacred Temple, the Sakura Nation's international reputation completely tanked from that day forward. At the same time, everyone finally realized that the threat of the abyssal demons was far worse than anyone had ever imagined. The eerie ability to mutate humans into mindless monsters, completely stripping away their ultimate power of resurrection, was genuinely horrifying to witness. Fortunately, the Lord of Original Sin had not fully recovered, and the demons were still unable to freely leave the abyss, otherwise the situation would be absolutely catastrophic. As a result, launching a preemptive strike on the abyss once again became everyone's absolute top priority. Su Yang casually watched these events unfold, pleased that everything went exactly as expected, knowing the Sakura Nation would not be causing trouble anymore. He thanked her for gathering the crucial information, and Bai Ling softly replied with a gentle smile. She was just happy to be of use, asking how he had been after all this time and if those Elven Kingdom pests were still bothering him. He reassured her that he was perfectly safe in his current location and they would never be able to track him down, and even if they did show up, he had absolutely nothing to fear. Blushing, she softly warned him to still remain extremely cautious. She then asked if he could visit her once things quieted down, mentioning she had a few private things to tell him. Su Yang agreed. Bai Ling was incredibly happy as she held him to his promise. Left alone, he sat in deep thought. Having spent so much time inside the abyss, he had occasionally found himself adopting the ruthless mindset of a demon. Only these warm connections kept reminding him that he was still human. Just then, Hisako called out to him from behind. She asked if Lord Tokugawa was truly dead. Su Yang confirmed it, adding that the warlord could never be resurrected. He assured her that even if she returned, nobody would ever trouble her again. Still, she hesitantly asked if he really intended to let her go like that. She wondered if he would keep her by his side until his work here was completely finished. He asked if she already knew his plans, but Hisako shook her head, admitting it was just a wild guess. If he preferred to keep secrets, she would happily wait. She added that if he still refused to let her leave when the time came, she would be perfectly fine staying with him forever. He smiled sheepishly, suggesting they discuss that matter another time. Su Yang secretly noted that while this girl appeared completely innocent on the outside, she was actually incredibly sharp. Meanwhile, the city outside was plunged into a quiet, peaceful night. Leah walked quietly down the empty street, reflecting on her long, exhausting time spent trapped inside the demon abyss. Even though the demons haven't done anything yet, they absolutely can't let their guard down. Su Yang seems to hold a supreme, almost transcendent status among them. Does he possess a special item, or maybe some kind of skill to completely control the demons? He is clearly younger than her, yet she can't read his mind at all. She needs to find Kiko and discuss their next steps immediately. Right now, Kiko is seeing him out, asking him to visit more often because she wants to talk more. He readily agrees. Sure, see you next time. Hiding behind a wall, Leo watches this in shock. Since when did Kiko and Su Yang get this close? Could some secret, unspeakable event have occurred between them while she was away from home? Kiko calls out to her Su Yang is gone, so she can come out now. Caught red-handed, Leah freezes completely. She steps out and asks how their relationship progressed so fast. Kiko innocently replies that she and Su Yang just did a lot of things together. Leah completely misinterprets this. Did the two of them just do the deed? Kiko happily breaks down the details he mentioned being tired, so she gave him a shoulder massage, and then they played a game of poker together. After that, they shared beast-taming tips, with Su Yang teaching her a ton of useful knowledge. Hearing this, Leah exhales in immense relief. Of course, her sister isn't that kind of girl that totally gave her a heart attack. Leah gently warns her, Kiko, it's best if you don't get too close to Su Yang. No matter his reasons, humans and demons are mortal enemies, and she cannot allow anyone to consort with demons and bring chaos to the world. Kiko explains that she understands, but she simply doesn't believe Su Yang is a bad person, especially since he saved them. Leah sighs, admitting her gratitude, but this house arrest is not what she wanted. Kiko steps down. But sister, listen. If they actually wanted to leave, Su Yang wouldn't stop them anyway. Leah looks thoroughly confused. She suggests they could simply self-destruct, die, and respawn at the Class Awakening Temple, even if it cost them a few levels. Leah is absolutely stunned by this wild idea. Sure, that works, but isn't that a bit too extreme? Plus, she actually chose to stay because she is highly interested in Su Yang. Whether it's his method of taming the Black Dragon or his true nature, she never had a chance to talk properly before, and she won't miss it now. Leah silently notes that the rumors about the Asita family heiress having a bizarre mindset were completely true. In this terrifying abyss, other than Su Yang himself, Kiko is probably the only one who feels zero pressure. Somewhere else, a brutal battle is raging, as devastating slashes of pure energy send enemy bodies flying everywhere. That massive power comes from Su Yang and his Black Dragon, grind over. While farming mobs with the Monarch of Original Sin is incredibly satisfying, keeping his combat instincts sharp is vital. Right now, Su Yang is level 245. Suddenly, a sharp shockwave hits him, making cold sweat pour down. His consciousness connects with his abyss demon form at the absolute bottom. The system actually summoned him without permission. What is this intense restlessness? He finds his demon self floating high up in the air. A wild, terrifying theory. The time to descend has arrived in just 9 days. Has enough power of faith already been gathered? If this succeeds, it will be his first time unleashing the true, raw power of the Monarch of Original Sin. He is absolutely thrilled. Deep in the Elven Kingdom, a majestic voice echoes any royal bloodline must end in sin, and those harboring evil gods face even harsher punishment. Down below, a massive crowd gathers in front of a giant crucifix. Bound tightly to the pillar is a heavily bruised, battered figure. A bystander notes that the Lauren family is infamous for heinous crimes, especially their second son, who specifically preyed on the weak. In the name of original sin and desire, strip away their wicked tools and let blood be their ultimate punishment. They will never allow such depraved villains to rise within the temple again. Glories silently reflects that even she didn't expect things to escalate this fast. Is this good or bad? Either way, there is no turning back now. Someone steps forward with the signal begin the ritual. A massive magic circle forms, anchored by 7 pillars. The leader shouts to summon their supreme lord, sacrificing the blood and faith of the believers as they draw their blades. Standing in the center, she absorbs that immense flowing energy. Hear my call, O great ruler of the abyss, monarch of original sin, let your glory sweep across this defiled, corrupted world. The entire city turns bleak as golden mist rises, weaving through every single corner. A colossal pillar erupts in the distance, drawing everyone's shocked gaze. They must report this to the queen immediately. Down on the streets, another group greedily absorbs the dark energy, sensing that their god is finally about to descend. The massive gate swings open into pitch darkness. They fall to their knees in devotion, chanting to welcome their sovereign lord. A red light flashes inside as a sharp claw grips a dark sphere. Reaching out from the center of that very palm is the abyss demon himself, Su Yang. The dark mist, swirling around him, only adds to his mystery as Glorious bows her head. Last time he used a spiritual clone, she did not feel such an overwhelming pressure. But now, even a mere shadow of his clone makes it hard to draw a single breath. Is this heavy pressure the natural suppression of the world itself pushing back against a god? She speaks up, apologizing to the great sovereign because the portal of faith can only remain open for a single minute. She thought she had gathered enough divine power, but it turns out she was not even close. She begs for forgiveness for her ignorance as Su Yang stands high above, looking down at the city below. Su Yang mutters to himself 1 minute. To be honest, he has never actually used the true power of the original Sin Lord. Maybe this is the perfect chance. As he dashes forward, a confused Glorious calls out to her lord, who is now hovering right over the city center. A massive wave of energy turns the entire sky pitch black. It is time to feel the true dark power of the abyss. The elves down below stare up at the giant black sphere in sheer terror, wondering if the demons are launching another raid. He is about to strike, so they must deploy the barrier immediately as Su Yang continues to channel his immense power. The barrier goes up just as the dark sphere comes crashing down, but it shatters to pieces in an instant. System notifications flash. You have killed a level 195 elf noble and a level 214 elf noble. The notifications keep rolling and you have killed a level 236 elf noble and 2 level 200 elf guards. Su Yang summons his weapon. The Fei Hong's sword flies into his hand as he raises it high. The massive blade radiates an oppressive aura. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Su Yang brings the giant Fei Hong sword crashing onto the barrier. The shield completely shatters this time. Buildings collapse, the sacred tree is sliced clean in two, and the ground splits right down the middle. Su Yang realizes that while he expected some resistance, this defense is honestly much weaker than he anticipated. If a mere clone can cause this much destruction, he wonders what kind of absolute chaos his full power could unleash. In the distance, massive pillars of light shoot into the heavens, leaving the surviving elves utterly confused about what is happening. Their highest-tier holy barrier shattered upon mere contact. What kind of monster are they dealing with? How could a legendary high-level holy shield just turn to dust like that? Unleashing their magic together, they curse the heretic who dared to destroy their royal capital. Since he damaged their sacred tree, he must die. They decide to unleash their forbidden spell to finish him. A sea of flames surges towards Su Yang, but a crimson wave erupts from his body. He summons his subordinate, the Sin of Sloth. The glowing orb in his hand lights up the entire sky, neutralizing the enemy attacks while keeping them trapped inside a red shield. The elves are stunned as their forbidden spell fails completely and their weapons stop responding. What kind of magic is this? Smoke curls from Su Yang's mouth as they look up in frozen shock. His eyes begin to burn with dark mist as he summons yet another deadly sin pride. Instantly, blood sprays from the mouths of his enemies. He casts a cold glance down at the ruined city. With his time running out, Su Yang notices a strange egg resting beneath the tree. Is this their divine altar? In 3 months, a new god will hatch from it. It will possess the full power of a god, destined to invade the abyss and hunt down a weakened demon lord like himself. Raising his sword, he decides to strike now while his enemy is still vulnerable. He hurls his blade straight at the sacred tree while elsewhere, someone is coughing up blood from sheer exhaustion. Seeing Glora's struggle, her followers urge the high priestess to rest, but she insists she is fine. She watches in shock as the ritual continues. Did she actually succeed? Su Yang mutters that everything is finally over. The sword pierces the egg, but he suddenly realizes that the dark origin energy on his weapon has vanished. What just happened? Spotting someone next to the egg, Su Yang is stunned. When did she get there? Marita hugs the egg, mocking how weak he is. With a twisted grin, she boasts that a weak deity makes the perfect sacrifice for her beloved mother goddess. She begins absorbing the energy from the egg as a green light envelops her. Marita arrogantly boasts that this is her battlefield, rendering his authority completely useless. The egg beneath her shatters as a blazing green flame erupts into the sky. A sacrilegious blade oozing with dark mystery emerges from the shell. Marita grips the weapon, her presence instantly growing monstrously strong. Su Yang realizes with shock that it is the sacrilegious blade. Could that fetus be connected to that mysterious decaying meat from before? She sneers, telling him to die under her blessed power. With a wild swing of her blade, a massive arc of green energy tears through the air directly toward him. Su Yang scoffs this mother goddess is nothing more than a parasite on a decaying holy tree. A violent clash shakes the entire dimension as a massive explosion rips right where he stands. His barrier cracks, the protective outer box is splitting open. Su Yang realizes her destructive power is absolutely terrifying. She has merged with a world god on her own home turf, making her a threat he cannot underestimate. Marta raises her hand as a faint green aura glows, summoning her natural authority and raw elemental power. Giant roots burst from the ground, forming a wooden prison called the 10,000 Tree Dungeon. Marita reveals she sensed his presence the moment he arrived in this world. He was once incredibly powerful, an absolute titan, but now that he is so weak, she wonders why he did not stay in the abyss instead of ruining her divine blessing. Once she destroys his shadow clone, she plans to invade the abyss and sacrifice his true body to the great mother goddess. She believes the goddess might then grant her his true divine spark as a reward. This would allow her to finally break free from this world's chains, and with that, she clenches her fist. The wooden cage instantly tightens around Su Yang's body as she hovers in mid-air, drawing massive roots directly from the sacred tree. He senses a vile aura and realizes the truth: the holy tree was corrupted long ago by this twisted worship of the so-called mother goddess. But thinking she can actually absorb his divine spark, talk about absolute delusion on her part, Su Yang immediately unleashes the power of his wrath sin, sending bursts of deadly dark energy raining down across the entire city. Marita freezes, using her blade to block the incoming dark energy as the scattered shadows gather into one massive, terrifying force. A massive explosion erupts, blasting her straight to the ground. Bruised and realizing a true god's lingering power is no joke, Su Yang feels a bit disappointed, realizing his time is up and he must stop here. He speaks with a cold voice. She should consider herself lucky, because if he had more time, she would definitely be dead right now. Marita retorts coldly, promising that their next encounter will be the day she sacrifices him to her mother goddess. As his abyssal demon form fades into the sky, she coughs up blood, forced to admit that even a god's mere shadow possesses incredibly terrifying strength. She needs to find his other half quickly and devour it to fully restore her power. Just then, Chris arrives and asks Marita what is happening and if she has truly merged with a deity. She explains that with the crisis at hand, she had absolutely no other choice. Marta raises her hand, commanding massive, giant tree branches to begin rebuilding the ruined city. As buildings rise and branches blanket the city, Chris marvels at how quickly the royal capital is being restored, praising Marita's sheer power. Marita quickly cuts her off, stating she is simply performing her sacred holy duty. She plans to hunt down her missing half next, leaving the elf world under Chris's rule. Chris muses that though things deviated from the plan, the resurrected deities, even in their weakened states, still possess more than enough power to completely wipe out humanity. But the time is not yet ripe. as she believes the elves will only rule the three realms once the abyssal demons are completely wiped out. Elsewhere, a violent explosion erupts. Gloris stands with her head hung low next to her unconscious allies, wondering how they failed and what Merida did to the sacred tree. Since Merida is likely hunting her down, she knows she cannot let her succeed no matter what. The Abyss Monarch definitely needs time to recover from that battle, so she must buy him time until he is fully healed. Next time, they must succeed. Meanwhile, the Round Table watches this entire madness unfold on screen. The large monitor pauses on Merida holding her sword, while Su Yang has already returned to the gloomy, dark territory of the Abyss Demons. Sitting on his throne, Su Yang deeply contemplates the situation regarding the Elven World God and this mysterious Mother Goddess. The current situation is entirely different. With Shin Monarch's current strength, securing a win is highly uncertain, and there is a real risk of failure. Under normal recovery speeds, there is no telling how long it will take for his new body to reach its peak form. During this time, he realizes he has three options ahead of him. He could simply wait until the Monarch of Original Sin recovers and use absolute power to crush her. But that might take far too long, and the enemy could easily march to their doorstep by then. His second option is to quickly level up to the 9th transition and kill the Monarch of Original Sin. Doing so will allow the system to link him to a much higher and far more powerful boss. Since the Monarch of Original Sin is already a true god, an even higher tier entity would easily allow him to wipe her out completely. There is also a third option, which is destroying it with the repaired power of the Flying Rainbow Sword, but that path requires a massive amount of Red Moon Core crystals. He had already seen the requirement exactly 80,000 crystals, more than double the amount at the West Tower. Where could he even find that many? Su Yang returned to his original form, continuing to hunt monsters to level up. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding defeated an 8th tier archdemon, earning 860 million experience points. Ding, your level has increased. Level 245 becomes level 248. He continues to furiously slaughter the giant monsters, sending them crashing down as blood sprays everywhere. Slashes crisscross through the air, tearing through the remaining beasts. Su Yang pushes forward only 2 levels away from advancing from Legendary to the God Ascension stage. This would be a massive turning point in his life. Aside from soaring stats and skills, the class trial would grant him actual divine power. He glances calmly at the approaching horde. He knew this was still the absolute best way to farm experience. A look of anticipation crosses Su Yang's face. Tier 8, come at me. The bloody slaughter continues as the system alerts him that he has slain a Tier 8 archdemon for 790 million experience. Ding, you have defeated a Tier 9 Demon King, gaining 2.3 billion experience. Ding, level 250 reached, breaking the Tier 7 limit. The Tier 8 quest is now unlocked. Standing before a massive statue surrounded by swarming demons, he steps forward and commands Livia to activate the advancement temple and clear out everyone else. She quickly obeys. Looking at Su Yang, Livia cannot hide her shock. In just a few short months, this kid's strength has completely skyrocketed. He must have received an incredible amount of favor from the monarch. But how could a mere mortal earn such immense favor? Who is he really? His cold voice snaps her back to reality, demanding his class advancement. The system interface blinks, scanning his level 250, hitting the Tier 7 limit. The promotion window opens, prompting him to select a difficulty level. Su Yang casually chooses 5 stars, a challenge that not a single person in the world has ever beaten at Tier 8. Even legendary powerhouses like Tang Zhan and Augustin, who stand at the absolute peak of the world, only managed a 5-star rating at Tier 7. If he can somehow clear a 5-star Tier 8 advancement, he will officially become the first person in history to do so. A notification pops up. The system displays his 5-star Tier 8 promotion quest. To prove his ultimate strength and enter the actual trial, he is required to complete several brutal prerequisite missions first. Step 1. Personally defeat an 8th tier primal demon. Step 2. Personally defeat an 8th tier awakened class user. He lets out a dry laugh. Great, a Tier 8 trial, and it already has pre-quests. And the difficulty of these prerequisites alone is already absolutely insane, explaining why nobody has ever managed to pull this off. The gap between Tier 7 and Tier 8 is not just a single rank, but an absolute gap in raw power. From basic stats to their entire combat systems, the biggest factor is that Tier 8 players can wield actual divine power. Because of this disparity, simply defeating a Tier 8 user as a Tier 7 is practically impossible, let alone taking their life. A 5-star difficulty is certainly no joke, but this is the only path worthy of godhood. He heads straight into a dark, ruined area to resume his merciless hunt. Right in front of Su Yang, a beast thrusts a bone spear forward, while another shrieks as it swoops down from above. As the beast lunges with razor-sharp claws, he simply opens his hand. How incredibly annoying. Quiet down. Su Yang dodges to the side, firmly catching its arm mid-strike. He instantly crushes the limb, spraying dark blood, and delivers a quick follow-up slash. Su Yang's size, are his stats really dominating them this easily? The creature stands absolutely helpless. He palms its face, and before the terrified beast can react, he rips its head clean off. Wiping the blood from his face, he checks his progress, first task completed. Now it is time to visit the pests from the Shiva kingdom. In a dark, hidden corner, a sickening chewing sound echoes. Crouched over a giant carcass, a rogue demon bitterly complains to himself, "This tastes so awful. Damn it. It is absolutely disgusting to swallow. It is all because of that damn representative. What did we even do to offend him for him to hunt us down so relentlessly? If I ever cross paths with him again, I will tear him limb from limb." Spitting out the tough meat, he grumbles. If he did not force himself to eat and drink the blood of these demons, he would starve to death, leaving him with absolutely no choice. Staying here any longer is suicide. The scent of fresh blood will only draw more demons. It is time to move. But the moment he stands, a cold blade pierces his chest, pooling dark blood onto the floor. Clutching the wound, he stammers in shock. "Who are you?" Pulling his blade back, Su Yang coldly replies, "Am I not the very representative you were just dreaming of killing? Why would you go this far? There is no grudge between us." Su Yang merely looks down at him, giving a quiet reminder. He mutters that it is not Su Yang's fault, and if he wants to blame anyone, he should blame Al and Amino. He realizes this is Su Yang, the Longxia warrior who killed the prince of the spirit kingdom. Emitting a dangerous aura, Su Yang decides he cannot let this guy live since he knows too much, though he never planned to spare him anyway. The terrified man scrambles to escape, screaming for help and calling Su Yang a monster, but Su Yang just scoffs, knowing his blasphemy blade has already marked him. However, seeing the target run quite a distance without dropping dead makes Su Yang feel a bit embarrassed. He watches as the runner's figure shrinks all the way down to a tiny dot in the distance. Giving chase, Su Yang wonders if his blade failed or if this guy just has an insanely high spirit stat, before throwing a heavy punch to force him to stop. The man stumbles and crashes forward, allowing Su Yang to plunge his sword straight through him before casually wiping the sweat from his face, telling the runner to just die already. Su Yang watches him perish in a deeply humiliating and utterly speechless pose. Suddenly, his system starts checking for compatibility. It successfully selects a 5-star advancement trial for his 8th transition, assigning Su Yang a quest called the Death Divinity Trial. The quest details point to a secret realm marked on his map called the Purple Fall Garden, where legendary cursed ghosts are rumored to wander aimlessly through the shadows. These creatures are completely immortal. He must venture deep into the garden to find the truth and complete the trial to earn this power. Knowing death, divinity grants absolute control over the concept of demise. Su Yang realizes he already possesses 2 distinct methods. Both can make people truly die in the game world, and his Black Dragon Athos form has access to the devastating extinction hellfire. But because that power is tied strictly to his dragon form, it is pretty difficult to use against high-tier foes. His second option is the Blasphemy Blade, which can turn any professional player classless and permanently strip away their ability to resurrect. He wonders if the enemies in this new trial can also wield similar permanent death powers as well, prompting him to frown in deep curiosity. Since this is only an 8th transition quest, he figures the difficulty should not exceed the 9th transition demigod level. His remaining energy reserves should be more than enough to deliver a clean, decisive strike if needed. Stepping through the massive portal, he knows this is his first real step toward godhood, and he absolutely cannot afford to slip up now. Blindingly bright light pours through the cracks of the entrance, and with a heavy thud, the door slams shut behind him. Somewhere else entirely, a dimensional tier rips open to reveal a floating purple cross that radiates a strange, incredibly ominous energy. It hovers silently, absorbing all the dark mist from the air before vanishing into thin air without leaving a single trace. Meanwhile, over in the freezing, snow-covered wilderness of Siberia, Su Yang battles a blizzard. He presses on through the biting wind, realizing there is not a single soul or magic beast around to accompany him. With temperatures this brutally low, it is no wonder the entire frozen landscape seems completely dead as he kicks up snow. Wondering if it is due to this secret realm, he looks at the dark gate ahead and gets a warning that this zone is not protected by divine statues. Anyone dying inside this region is dead permanently, with no hope of resurrecting. Su Yang is quite surprised by this rule, noting that most normal players would probably turn back and give up on their 4-star advancement right away. But for someone like him, turning back is simply never an option. He steps inside, knowing that without the courage to face death, he can never claim the title of the absolute strongest. Walking casually with his aura swirling around him, he enters the Purple Fall Garden, which looks like a gloomy, forgotten graveyard. Stepping carelessly on a dry, snapping branch, he approaches a peculiar tree wrapped in dozens of weathered red ribbons. Since his quest requires him to investigate the truth, He wonders what dark secrets are buried here and if any mysteries await him. Suddenly, massive rotting hands burst from the soil as a horde of ravenous zombies crawls out, begging for fresh blood. Bright sword light flashes through the darkness, slicing the monsters apart as Su Yang easily laughs off the cheap horror movie vibes they are trying to scare him with. But the moment they fall, even more of them claw their way up, leaving him completely speechless at this endless wave. Realizing he shouldn't waste time on these low-level mobs, he sprints past them to find the dungeon boss instead. He cleaves through everything in his way and sighs in relief once the massive horde is finally left far behind in the distance. Stopping in his tracks, he looks ahead and realizes he has finally reached the boss room. He spots a sacrificial altar with a floating orb absorbing energy from 4 pillars, and standing right at the center is the level 260 soul priest of the garden. Su Yang remains alert, knowing a tier 8 boss is way stronger than normal abyss demons, but taking it down should not be too difficult for him. But since his quest requires him to investigate, he decides to watch its moves closely as the monster slowly turns with glowing red eyes and a face like a black hole. He freezes in shock. Did the guy actually spot him? Void walking is supposed to bypass anyone whose basic mental strength and perception are at least 1.5 times weaker than his own. This priest is only at the 8th rank, yet his raw mental power is somehow higher than Su Yang's. The enemy raises his crucifix, chanting an ancient spell as blinding energy blasts outward from the altar. Go! Su Yang scoffs, swatting away an incoming sword before charging the barrier the priest just conjured. He raises his blade, strikes the shield, and roars. Shatter! He yells, and the barrier explodes into countless tiny fragments floating in the air. Su Yang looks down in surprise at the glowing mark on his palm. It is Athos, the massive black dragon, manifesting right before his eyes. The priest freezes in sheer terror. He barely blocks a massive stream of fire with an ancient spell. The dragon gulps loudly, looking surprisingly bashful, and Su Yang quickly realizes his beast clearly loves that strange gem. Seeing the priest drop to his knees, Su Yang is utterly baffled. Why on earth are you bowing to the black dragon? What is this gem anyway? But the priest only babbles in an ancient tongue, gesturing wildly with his hands, leaving him completely in the dark. What gibberish is this? Su Yang mutters. Suddenly, the dragon rears its head, and he quickly calls out to Athos. The dragon's eyes flare crimson like twin bonfires, leaving Su Yang to rub his temples in pure frustration. That is when the priest suddenly speaks common tongue, asking if anything is wrong. He glares at him suddenly, speaking human language. Are we? Su Yang turns back to the black dragon. No, it is likely because the black dragon swallowed that soul gem. Since the beast can now comprehend other languages, Su Yang shares the same ability through their spiritual contract. He demands to know exactly what is going on here. Tell me the absolute truth, he commands. The priest eagerly nods, promising he won't hide a single thing. He explains that this land once belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. A spatial anomaly ripped this dead zone away from its original place, turning it into a secret pocket dimension in another space. This very territory once belonged to the great ancient devourer, and your black dragon is actually a direct descendant of that legendary bloodline. The priest confesses he can feel a massive, unmistakable pressure radiating from the beast, leaving absolutely zero doubt. Su Yang finally understands why the priest is acting so incredibly submissive toward Athos. Since the dragon is tied to the ancient devourer, he asks what the deal is with that soul gem. The priest confesses that the soul gem holds the ancient devourer's original power, a dark force used to consume and enslave souls. Since he was only mimicking that power, he required a physical medium just to tap into the energy of the dead. Su Yang falls silent. It all makes sense now. The dead lands, soul devouring, the walking dead, and death divinity are all part of the same puzzle. He raises his hand, revealing the dragon mark. I need to reach the deepest part of these ruins, so lead the way. The priest bows deeply, eager to obey his command. With Athos carrying Su Yang and the priest flying behind, they soon halt before a massive gate. My lord, we have arrived, the priest announces. Ancient guardians wait beyond this stone gate, which requires black dragon blood to open. Watch your step, my lord. Su Yang simply glances over at Athos. The dragon grunts in understanding, placing its massive claw on the stone. Energy surges forward as the giant, heavy gates slowly begin to creak open. Su Yang calmly leads the way inside, taking a slow look around the chamber. Torches along the walls ignite automatically, lighting up the hall. In the distance, a row of giant statues stands guard the soulless giant protectors. The priest warns that these statues run entirely on soul energy. Their weakness is the glowing rune carved onto their foreheads. You have to strike them right on target, my lord. Suddenly, the statues begin to move, and one raises a massive battle axe high in the air. The heavy blade slams into the dragon's wing, but wait, the weapon instantly starts cracking. A massive explosion erupts, blindingly bright. Su Yang slips behind one of the giants. Shatter! He yells as the beast freezes in shock at his incredible speed. Two nearby giants tremble as they quickly coordinate. They turn together, attempting to surround Su Yang. Quite a welcome party, Su Yang sneers. Bring it on. He lifts his bone dragon sword high, unleashing a single, devastating sweep that obliterates the entire group. We have wasted far too much time already, Su Yang commands. Let us move forward immediately. The priest quickly nods in agreement. He originally figured this young man was just incredibly lucky to contract a descendant of the Great Devourer. But he is clearly an elite powerhouse. Thank goodness he did not try to force a fight earlier. Otherwise, his bones would have been ground to dust. Halting before a massive beast, the priest points out that it is the ancient devourer itself, gripping a tiny dagger in its jaws. Su Yang feels something is seriously off. That small dagger radiates a highly abnormal energy. You just know it is the biggest secret hidden in this place. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flare with a burning crimson light as it lets out a deafening roar at the intruders. With the beast locking its sight onto the dragon, Su Yang calls out to Athos. The proud black dragon readies itself to face a truly worthy opponent. Tess asks him anxiously if he is not going to help, but Su Yang explains that Athos sent a telepathic message, calling this his personal trial, meaning no one should interfere. Besides, Su Yang is completely confident. There is no need to step in because Athos is vastly stronger than that mindless beast. Soon, the black dragon slams the beast to the ground and bites down hard, but the monster spits out a spinning dagger that shoots straight up. Athos snatches the small blade with his claws and drives it deep into his opponent, before tearing the weapon back out of the monster's thick hide. Now, the monster's eyes glaze over as its massive body goes completely still. The black dragon smashes the carcass, sending stone debris flying as Su Yang praises his great work, while Athos's item window displays an unknown rank. Specifically, the description reveals the hunter's divine dagger. This weapon is imbued with a certain deathly divinity, once wielded by the apostle of death to hunt down gods, delivering a true, eternal, and silent end to both his physical body and soul. Its active effect, destined death, consumes a portion of deathly divinity to mark a chosen target. This temporarily strips away any life divinity, preventing the target from ever resurrecting after death while extracting their soul. Anyone slain by this divine hunter's blade will have their soul extracted and purified into raw, concentrated soul power. As the dagger lands in his hand, Su Yang realizes this is exactly what he needs, another unique power to prevent enemy resurrections. Looking closely at the weapon's ominous name, he wonders if he could now even slay a god. Deep within the 700th level of the Dark Abyss, a divine angel suddenly appears. The angel commands the Abyss demons to receive the holy sanctuary's purification, prompting a terrified beast to scream for everyone to run and seek Lord Mogolivia immediately. With a wave of the divine angel's hand, holy light erupts and completely incinerates everything in its path. A massive wall of blazing fire engulfs the area as countless intersecting slashes of holy light tear through the space. Leaving the ground littered with corpses, the proud angel stands tall and slams his holy staff straight down. Shattered rocks erupt into the air, but the fearless angel stands firm as his blow tears open a massive crater in the floor of the 700th level. Out of the thick, rising smoke, a dark figure emerges as Sita scoffs that he is merely a four-winged angel. Her glowing red eyes narrow as she growls, demanding how he dares to cause chaos inside the abyss. He declares himself as Anfan, a four-winged angel of the Third Holy Legion, warning her that their demon lord is exposed and the archangel is coming to cleanse their sins. But mid-sentence, Sita instantly gets behind him talk about a brutal reality check. She severs one of Anfan's wings, forcing him to leap backward to avoid the next blow as he realizes he was far too careless. Sita mockingly asks him what difference carelessness makes when even a lowly ant should know its own limits. Enraged, he tells her not to be so arrogant, tightly gripping his holy cross to unleash his ultimate judgment. The cross expands to a massive size, acting as an impenetrable shield to protect Anfan. Gripping the spear of punishment, he drives it directly through the center of his massive cross, thrusting the weapon down towards Sita, who has already lost all interest in playing with him. Bored, she activates her Sin of Pride skill, raising a defensive barrier around herself. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss Gate, the tension spikes as a brilliant golden light erupts, leaving the nearby guards completely stunned. As they wonder what it is, a relieved Anfan recovers inside, thankful he had previously erected a resurrection statue. Seeing the holy figure, a nearby guard wonders if God has finally sent an angel to save them, sensing an immense power that easily surpasses even High Priestess Timea. Humanity might be saved. Anfan reflects on his situation, admitting he originally thought the Sin Lord was weak and the fallen angels were too depleted for him to easily eliminate. He never expected her to possess such massive, overwhelming power. Since the dimensional rift opened by his silver cross remains highly unstable, calling the holy sanctuary for immediate backup is impossible, forcing him to rely solely on his own strength. He holds up a talisman-sealed box, declaring redemption in the sanctuary's name as he breaks the seal. The paper charms tear away as countless glowing red demon souls burst out of the container, leaving the watching guard completely frozen, desperately wondering what kind of horror this is. Anfin loudly proclaims that he offers hope in despair and divine protection in times of fear. Chanting his holy spell, he promises peace amidst disaster and salvation through sin, guiding the entire world back toward divinity, toward the light, and toward unwavering faith. Taking flight, he demands if the guard will become his first true believer in the mortal realm. Terrified and hesitant at first, the guard quickly kneels in absolute loyalty, swearing to serve Lord Avalon to his final breath. Anfon orders him to go gather more followers, and the guard obeys, while back at the divine statue, Su Yang makes his move. Knowing his 8th class advancement is finally complete, Su Yang wonders if his current stats would let him survive a solo battle against an entire crusade army. The status board updates, showing Su Yang reaching level 305. Strength exceeds 166,000, along with massive spirit, agility, resistance, and recovery stats. To his surprise, his 8th class advancement finally unlocks the system's divine power. Even the blasphemous blade and the dark bead now grant additional divine strength. Actually, it seems this dark bead holds the exact power of the original Sin Lord. Divinity is truly a bizarre force. Notifications flood his screen, showing Death Divinity. Its quality has completely shattered this world's limits and cannot be displayed. Intensity 3 and Quantity 35 come from his Holy Hunting Dagger and Blasphemous Divinity. Again, the quality exceeds world limits and cannot be displayed. He also gains Infinite Intensity 5 from the Blasphemous Blade of Original Sin Divinity. Finally, the Dark Bead grants True God Divinity with Intensity 2 and a Quantity of 5. Su Yang ponders this. Since both death and blasphemy transcend world limits, it means he has successfully grasped the ultimate authority over death and blasphemy. His new power is stronger than a true deity. Just what legendary tier has he reached? Hearing her call him Grand Walker, he turns to ask what she wants. Jita warns him about a 4-winged holy angel. The holy sanctuary, it is way too complicated to explain. But in human terms, the sanctuary is basically heaven, and the demon abyss is hell. They have been sworn enemies since ancient times, and that is the whole story. Su Yang admits that makes perfect sense. Shida points out she destroyed the passage between the sanctuary and the abyss long ago, but they likely used a divine artifact to tear open a dimensional rift. She can handle their vanguard for now, but if the full army of the sanctuary arrives, the outcome is highly uncertain. This helps Su Yang make up his mind, and trust me, he is definitely not sitting this one out. The catch? The original Sin Lord cannot be killed by humans. He must die by Su Yang's own hands. A smirk creeps onto his face as he thinks, leaving Zeta completely baffled and asking what he is laughing about. Holding his small blade, Su Yang tells her it is nothing. He just wants to find an angel to test out his new weapon. He is ready to strike. Whether this god-slaying weapon is the real deal or not, he will test it on his new target.